Chapter 1. The Awakening of Bibi Dong. In the city of Notting, within the Spirit Hall's branch. Today marks the annual Soul Awakening Day at the Spirit Hall. Since its inception, the Spirit Hall has adhered to its mission of awakening the souls of children who have reached the age of 6, free of charge. In the branch hall, the head of the division, the esteemed white-clad steward, Matthew, was eloquently expounding upon the significance of the Soul Awakening Day. Below him, over 100 children, all aged 6, gathered in the grand hall, listening intently to the steward's discourse. Each child's face radiated with excitement and anticipation. They obediently absorbed the words of the distinguished steward, refraining from uttering a single sound. Among them was a delicate boy with black hair and black eyes, Sumo, a reincarnation in his previous life. Sumo's original name was no longer significant. He was an ardent martial arts enthusiast, having self-studied various martial arts forms and mastered numerous techniques. He had also garnered millions of followers as a prominent figure on social media platforms. In his leisure time, he enjoyed watching anime, which left him with a clear understanding that he had been reborn into the world of Douluo. Furthermore, he had reincarnated in the familiar city of Notting, prompting him to directly attend the Soul Hall branch for his soul awakening, unlike Tangan, who had awakened in a remote mountain village. If only I had read the original novel beforehand, I would have comprehended the plot more thoroughly. Sumo mused internally as he awaited the commencement of the awakening ceremony. His knowledge of Douluo was limited to snippets gleaned from anime and short videos. Although he had sought out the original novel to read, he found himself unable to engage with it, while he could easily immerse himself in the anime. Perhaps it was because the moral dilemmas faced by the protagonists were less apparent in the animated format, whereas the novel accentuated these issues. Had he known he would be reborn in the world of Douluo, he would have patiently read the novel dozens, if not hundreds of times. That way, he could have seized some opportunities from the original protagonist, Tangan. For instance, in Sumo's eyes, the most significant opportunity was consuming a celestial herb that could enhance one's innate talent and soul power levels. However, he only knew that Tangan encountered these celestial herbs after being captured by the poisoned Douluo. He had no recollection of their locations. Without knowledge of the specific whereabouts of the celestial herbs, he was powerless to seize any advantage. Let me first see if I can awaken my soul power. Sumo swiftly redirected his focus back to the unfolding soul awakening ceremony. He understood well that the nature of the awakened soul was not as crucial as whether one possessed soul power. Only those identified with soul power could aspire to become soul masters. At that moment, the awakening ceremony commenced in earnest. The esteemed steward, Matthew, retrieved several awakening stones and swiftly arranged them into an awakening formation. Under the guidance of other staff members from the Spirit Hall branch, the children began to enter the formation, embarking on their journey of soul awakening. The scythe, a weapon. Spirit is quite commendable, however. Whether one can become a soul master depends on the innate soul power. Let us first proceed to test the innate soul power over there. The first child stepped forward and swiftly awakened their weapon spirit. The esteemed white-robed attendant, Matthew, observed and nodded with a smile, then spoke. Upon hearing Matthew's words, the child promptly retracted their weapon spirit and exited from the side of the awakening array, where individuals were designated to assassinate. Soul power. As the first child departed, the second child entered the awakening array in an orderly fashion. Blue silver grass, a useless weapon spirit. Bow, an arrow, a weapon spirit. White wolf, a bee spirit. Scissors, a weapon spirit. Cloth strip, a weapon spirit. As the awakening of weapon spirits continued, a plethora of spirits emerged from the children, predominantly low-level weapon spirits, with not a single high-ranking one in sight. Furthermore, most of them did not awaken any innate soul power. Those who did possessed merely first and second-level innate soul power. Sumo observed this and deemed it to be quite normal, for the town of Notting was merely a small settlement. He recalled that even the son of Notting's lord had absorbed a 10-year white soul ring for his first spirit, which illustrated the circumstances. Next, Sumo. When half of the participants had undergone their weapon spirit awakening, it was finally Sumo's turn. Taking a deep breath, Sumo exhaled slowly, feeling the tension as he approached. Confronted with the moment that would determine his fate, Sumo could not maintain his composure. Upon entering the center of the awakening array, Sumo instinctively closed his eyes and began to quietly sense the changes within himself. Buzz. In an instant, Sumo felt a certain force awakening within him, converging towards his right hand. He opened his eyes and extended his right hand, where a simple yet striking long spear materialized above it. The soul-hunting spear. As he awakened his weapon spirit, Sumo also learned its name. The soul-hunting spear was not an ordinary inferior weapon spirit, however. It was merely marginally superior to the usual low-level spirits. Buzz. Yet, just as Su Mo believed his weapon spirit was limited to the soul-hunting spear in his hand, he sensed another force awakening within him, this time converging towards his left hand. A twin spirit. Realizing the significance of this change, Su Mo's heart raced with excitement. In his view, demonstrating sufficient talent would secure better resources. However, when he intended to extend his left hand to summon his second weapon spirit, that energy seemed to vanish abruptly, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. What was happening? Sumo stood there, momentarily dazed, a long spear spirit, quite a commendable weapon spirit. Let us test your innate soul power. Matthew, the distinguished white-robed attendant, glanced at Sumo, noticing his daze, and promptly offered a gentle reminder. The martial spirit is quite admirable, yet it should not hinder others from awakening their own martial spirits. All right. Upon hearing this, Sumo finally regained his senses, promptly responding and then filled with questions as he exited the awakening formation to proceed to the testing of innate soul power. Buzz. Unbeknownst to Sumo, as he moved to test his innate soul power, a pair of beautiful eyes slowly opened within him. Am I not dead? What is this place? Bibi Dong gazed around, her face etched with confusion. She distinctly remembered having passed away. Chapter 2. An unacceptable reality for Bibi Dong. However, no matter the circumstances, it seemed that she had come back to life. Yet, upon carefully assessing her condition, Bibi Dong's expression darkened considerably. Damn it, I have become someone else's martial spirit. Her delicate face wore an expression of utter dismay. She could hardly fathom that she had transformed into the martial spirit of a mere human child. This realization dawned upon her as she contemplated her current state. To become another's martial spirit. Could this truly be the price of her resurrection? Bibi Dong struggled to accept this. Who was she? She was the Pope of the Martial Spirit Hall, the founding empress of the Martial Spirit Empire, the fearsome goddess who had transcended the 100 levels to attain divinity. Each of these identities stood atop the social hierarchy. Now, she found herself reduced to a mere martial spirit, a reality she could not bear. However, after attempting to detach herself, Bibi Dong discovered that she was utterly unable to leave Sumo's body. Moreover, through her efforts, she realized that her current state was surprisingly poor. She had lost her corporeal form, transformed into a martial spirit, and this martial spirit was exceedingly weak, so weak, in fact, that it was incapable of awakening. Yet there was a slight glimmer of hope that brought her some comfort. Her consciousness remained intact, allowing her to detach from the martial spirit. She had initially believed that her transformed martial spirit form would equate to her soul form, but to her astonishment, her consciousness could still separate from the martial spirit. Swish. With a flicker of her consciousness, Bibi Dong emerged from Sumo's body and appeared in the external world. However, those within the sub-hall of the Martial Spirit Hall showed no reaction to her emergence, including Sumo himself. Is this the little brat? Bibi Dong scrutinized Sumo, who was undergoing the innate soul power test, her brows knitting slightly regardless of how adorably youthful he appeared. He was exceedingly displeasing to her. Innate soul power level 2. Upon witnessing the result of Sumo's test, Bibi Dong's disdain deepened. Only level 2 innate soul power? I have been reborn in the body of such an unremarkable child. How could this be possible? Amidst her disdain, Bibi Dong was also taken aback in her view. If Sumo's body could bear her as a martial spirit, he must be a prodigy. There is no way he should possess such a low innate soul power. She, the illustrious god of Rakshasa, astonishingly finds herself reborn in the form of a mere ghost. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Perhaps it is due to my current state as a mere remnant of a soul, she contemplated. Yet, she swiftly grasped the essence of the matter. Innate soul power level 2, Sumo observed, momentarily taken aback by the result of his test. To be honest, this fell somewhat short of his expectations, especially after recently discovering his potential dual martial souls. He had believed his talents would be quite exceptional. Little did he anticipate such an outcome. This level of aptitude starkly contrasted with the protagonist from the original narrative. An innate soul power of level 2 is commendable. Congratulations on possessing the potential to become a soul master. This is the certification issued by the Spirit Hall. With this, you may enter the Soul Master Academy. While Sumo felt a tinge of disappointment, the staff member from the Spirit Hall, who had conducted the test, wore a broad smile as he congratulated Sumo and handed him a certification stamped with the insignia of the Spirit Hall's branch. Thank you, Upon hearing the staff's words, Su Mo snapped back to reality, promptly accepting the certification and responding courteously. Grasping the document, he turned to leave, mindful of the individuals awaiting their tests behind him. Though my innate soul power is merely at level 2, it is still a noteworthy achievement. At the very least, I have soul power and the ability to wield such supernatural forces. This is a power I could never have possessed in my previous life. After exiting the Spirit Hall branch, Su Mo quickly shook off his earlier disappointment. The mere possession of soul power was a source of great joy for him. In his past life, he had a profound admiration for martial arts, often dreaming of possessing an internal strength akin to that found in martial arts novels. Now that he had attained it, how could he not feel exhilarated? At that moment, Bibi Dong shared a similar sense of astonishment, though perhaps it would be more accurate to characterize it as shock. The Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall. How can this be? Wasn't the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall supposed to have ceased to exist? Moreover, the Spirit Hall and the Spirit Empire surely perished after my death. The Spirit Hall could not possibly continue to exist. What on earth is happening? It turned out that upon seeing Su Mo's certification, which bore the seal of the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was filled with questions. While she might not have recalled other branches, the Nodding City branch was distinctly familiar to her, for it was where Yu Xiaogang had hidden away for many years. Yet, Bibi Dong clearly remembered that after establishing the Spirit Empire, all branches of the Spirit Hall within the territories of the Tendo Empire and the Xingluo Empire had been eradicated. Of course, prior to that, all members of the Spirit Hall had been summoned back to Spirit City. Moreover, following the defeat of the Spirit Empire, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly cease to exist, further rendering the existence of its branch halls impossible. There must be something amiss. Thus, Bibi Dong swiftly discerned the anomaly. The timing seemed somewhat off. Consequently, she resolved to inquire about Su Mo, intending to remind him of her existence. For her to extricate herself from Su Mo, it was imperative that he grow stronger post-haste. Otherwise, he would be incapable of awakening her as his second spirit. Furthermore, only by making Su Mo aware of her presence could he strive for greatness and subsequently awaken his second spirit. If she remained dormant as Su Mo's second spirit, she would be rendered powerless, with only her consciousness able to function. Her current form was merely that of her spirit to restore or strengthen herself. She had to rely on Su Mo, although Bibi Dong was reluctant to acknowledge this fact. She existed solely in the form of Su Mo's spirit. Only after awakening could Su Mo bestow soul rings upon her, enabling her restoration and enhancement. What the predicament? To seek resurrection, yet face such arduous challenges. Regardless, to still be alive is a stroke of fortune. Perhaps there remains a chance to reunite with Schwer, Nana, and Xiaogang. Chapter 3. Bibi Dong's surprising resides within me. Aunt, Imbuk, how'd it go? What spirit did you awaken? Do you possess soul power? My spirit is the soul-hunting spear, with innate soul power at level 2. Wonderful, splendid. Upon returning home, Su Mo reported his spirit awakening to his aunt. With his parents no longer present, he resided with her. Since they had no sons, his aunt treated him almost like her own child. However, that was in the past. Earlier this year. His cousin was born, and aside from his aunt, the rest of the family no longer showered him with the same affection. Even though Su Mo had always displayed intelligence and courtesy, he bore no resentment. Naturally, with a boy now in the family, favoritism would arise, such as human nature. Conversely, Su Mo cherished the kindness he received from his aunt's household. After this day, upon learning he could become a soul master, he believed his aunt's family would once again shower him with greater care. Upon returning to his room, Su Mo sat on his bed, once more attuning himself to the soul power coursing within him. How wondrous! This sensation is truly exhilarating. Feeling the soul power flowing through his body, he clenched his right hand, causing the power to surge into it, enhancing his strength significantly. With a hum, he summoned his spirit, the soul-hunting spear, examining it closely. Over a meter in length, it evidently aligned with his current stature. Its surface was obsidian black, akin to grasping an iron spear, with a quality that was merely average. Innate soul power level 2 is at least a fitting match. Su Mo let out a sigh and subsequently sheathed his soul hunter gun. Now, let me scrutinize whether my previous perceptions were merely illusions. With a slight flicker in his eyes, Su Mo closed them, but he was determined to ascertain whether the sensation of awakening a second martial soul had indeed been a figment of his imagination. With a long exhale, Su Mo endeavored to relax both his body and mind. Then, he began to meticulously attune himself to his own condition. Buzz. As Su Mo quieted his mind and earnestly focused on his inner self, A sudden vision unfolded before him, despite his eyes remaining closed. He found himself in a tranquil void, where a long spear floated serenely before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his martial soul. Is this my realm of consciousness? Or perhaps the space of my martial soul? Astonished, Su-mo marveled at the unexpected ability to delve within himself, achieving an introspective experience akin to that found in martial arts novels. Su-mo speculated that perhaps his soul was reincarnated, which endowed it with considerable strength. It was only after awakening his martial soul that he could achieve introspection and enter the realm of his martial spirit. After the initial excitement, Sumo's attention was swiftly drawn to a swirling mass of crimson mist beside the soul-hunting gun. Could this possibly be the second martial soul that I sensed? Upon a sudden impulse, Sumo found himself intrigued. Yet no matter how he scrutinized the phenomenon before him, he could only perceive a swirling mass of mist. Could it be that his second martial soul manifested as a crimson fog? However, Sumo discerned that he could only faintly sense a tenuous connection between this blood-hued mist and himself. A stark contrast to the intimate bond he shared with the soul-hunting spear, which he could summon at will. Subsequently, Sumo extended his hand, daring to make contact with the ethereal crimson mist. As soon as Sumo's hand grazed the crimson mist, an overwhelming force ensnared his entire being, drawing him into its depths. As Sumo regained his senses, he found himself within an immense, shadowy cavern. The air was thick with a bubbling sound, and at the heart of this cavern lay a pool of blood, its crimson waters churning ominously. The eerie scene sent a shiver down Sumo's spine. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage and gazed intently at the blood pool. After all, it was one of his twin martial souls. So it ought not to pose a threat to him, right? How could it be Bibi Dong? Yet, as Sumo focused on the pool's appearance, a jolt of shock coursed through him. Within the blood pool lay a figure he recognized all too well. Submerged in its depths, the most notorious antagonist from the original tale of Douluo continent, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Strangely, she appeared serene, her eyes gently closed as if in tranquil slumber, creating a stark contrast to the sinister blood pool surrounding her. Little one, your soul power is quite remarkable to have ventured here. A chillingly elegant female voice suddenly resonated in Sumo's ear. Who is it? Suddenly, Sumo was taken aback, turning to the direction from which the sound emanated. He then felt a chill run down his spine, for he beheld another version of Bibi Dong. Unlike the Bibi Dong who lay peacefully asleep in the pool of blood, this presence regarded Sumo with a pair of icy, beautiful eyes. The entity manifesting before Sumo was, indeed, the consciousness of Bibi Dong. Since she had become Sumo's martial spirit, her demeanor towards him had always been one of discontent, and her gaze reflected a distinct lack of warmth. Who are you? Why do you inhabit my body? At this moment, Sumo's heart remained filled with profound astonishment. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance towards Bibi Dong, inquiring about her presence. He was oblivious to the reasons behind Bibi Dong's emergence within him and whether she was aware of his status as a reincarnator. For now, he resolved to act as if he did not recognize her. After all, even if Bibi Dong had discerned his reincarnation, she likely had no inkling that he was a reincarnator familiar with the world of Douluo continent. Why had she appeared here? That was a question he too yearned to unravel. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibi Dong harbored her own frustrations and grievances. She genuinely wished to comprehend why. As a dignified Rakshasa god, she had been reduced to another's martial soul. Little one, there is no need for alarm. I trust you have already sensed it. When you awakened your martial soul, you discovered you possessed a second martial soul, did you not? Despite her heart brimming with resentment and her annoyance towards Sumo, Bibi Dong quickly composed herself, offering him a gentle smile. She did not desire this predicament, but she had no choice. She needed to lower Sumo's defenses and earn his trust. Indeed, do you know what my second martial soul is? As Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted, Sumo's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to pursue the inquiry further. A vague suspicion lingered in Sumo's heart. Yet the very essence of this conjecture struck him as utterly absurd. Indeed, I am your second martial soul. Bibi Dong's subsequent words affirmed Sumo's hypothesis. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong in despair. What? You are my second martial soul? Although he had sensed something amiss, Sumo still presented a facade of astonishment before Bibi Dong. This was not entirely an act. He was genuinely taken aback, never anticipating that Bibi Dong would embody his second martial soul. Logically speaking, this should not be the case, for at this juncture, Bibi Dong ought to have been serving as the Pope of her spirit hall. As Sumo gazed in astonishment at Bibi Dong, He meticulously observed the stunning beauty before him. Indeed, I am your second martial soul, the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong affirmed, briefly revealing her identity as the Rakshasa god. This was undoubtedly true. Her current identity could be succinctly described as the martial soul of the Rakshasa god, akin to Poseidon's role as the high priestess of Sea God Island. However, there existed a distinction between her Rakshasa god martial soul and Poseidon's sea god martial soul. What level of martial soul does the Rakshasa god represent? Suemo stared wide-eyed at Bibi Dong. What rank? Bibi Dong, with a tone laced with disdain, proudly replied. The Rakshasa god is incomparable to ordinary martial spirits. Even the most elite martial spirits pale in comparison to the Rakshasa god. It is a divine-level martial spirit. A divine-level martial spirit? How could it be that I possess a divine-level martial spirit? Suemo stared wide-eyed, a visage of disbelief etched upon her face, as if she could hardly fathom the possession of such a formidable martial soul. Little one, you merely possess the Resetsu divine martial soul. This does not imply that you are capable of awakening it. If you cannot awaken the Resetsu divine martial soul, then it is as though you do not possess it at all. To truly claim the Resetsu divine martial soul, you must allow me to facilitate its awakening. Observing Sumo's mixture of excitement and incredulity, Bibi Dong offered a gentle smile before revealing the harsh reality to her. She aimed to first convey the immense power of the Resetsu divine martial soul, then inform her that such a potent martial soul remained dormant, requiring her awakening to truly possess it. So, how can I bring about your awakening? Suddenly, Sumo's urgency surged as he inquired fervently, how can I awaken? At this juncture, Bibi Dong paused slightly, her tone taking on a somber note, her expression darkening. As long as your strength becomes sufficiently formidable, you will undoubtedly be able to facilitate my awakening. For now, all you need to know is that you possess an immensely powerful Rakshasa martial soul. Focus on your training and strive to grow stronger. Once your abilities reach a certain level, assisting in my awakening will come naturally. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from entering this realm and keep the matter of the Rakshasa martial soul a secret from others. Young one, strive diligently. I await your growth. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she waved her delicate hand, and Sumo's figure instantly vanished from the Rakshasa domain. However, as she expelled Sumo, Bibi Dong's demeanor grew increasingly grim. Damn it. How could this happen? She muttered through clenched teeth, revealing her profound frustration and resentment. It dawned upon her that for Sumo to aid in her awakening, he would need to attain a soul power level of at least 70, thus becoming a soul saint. Yet, given Sumo's innate soul power of merely level 2, the prospect of him becoming a soul saint seemed nearly impossible. This realization plunged Bibi Dong into despair. Must she forever remain as merely a child's martial soul, trapped in a state of perpetual dormancy? This meant she would be confined within the confines of a juvenile martial soul's space indefinitely. Cursing her fate, Bibi Dong found herself spiraling into madness. If this were the case, she would rather not be resurrected at all. Damn it. I forgot to inquire what year it is in the Douluo calendar. A sudden thought struck her, and she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had initially intended to ask Sumo which year it was in the Douluo calendar, hoping to ascertain whether her suspicions were correct, that she had not been reborn in the time following her demise, but rather potentially in the past. However, overwhelmed by the disheartening realization that Sumo might never be able to assist in her awakening, she had momentarily forgotten her inquiry. Goodness, this is how I get expelled. Bibi Dong's mood darkened, and she felt equally flustered upon being cast out by Bibi Dong. She could not comprehend why, without warning, Bibi Dong had suddenly banished her, especially when she had yet to fully grasp the situation at hand. Regarding Bibi Dong's words, Suemo found himself unable to place complete faith in them. Although he cherished the character of Bibi Dong during his anime viewing, considering her his favorite female character, he was acutely aware that she was indeed a formidable antagonist. Trusting the words of such a notorious villain could lead to dire consequences. While one might be swept away by the allure of animation, reality demanded a more cautious approach. Thus, even now, Suemo remained uncertain whether Bibi Dong had truly become his second martial soul. Should that be the case, possessing such a powerful martial soul would indeed be a cause for celebration. However, if it were not true, then this woman would have no reason to remain with him. She could have easily ended his life long ago. Given Bibi Dong's immense strength, he had no means of resistance. The fact that she had not extinguished his life suggested either her inability to do so or her reluctance. The sensations he experienced during his martial soul awakening should not be mistaken. He indeed possessed a second martial soul, and it was highly likely that it was Bibi Dong. She must not have deceived him on this matter. Upon deeper reflection, Suemo realized he might have been overly concerned. Yet, when faced with a woman like Bibi Dong, caution was unavoidable. If only he could unravel the mystery of why she had become his martial soul. With a sigh, Suemo reflected inwardly. These thoughts were merely his silent musings. Earlier, he had tested the limits of his communication. He realized that his internal dialogue was inaudible to Bibi Dong, imperceptible to her senses. Only when he spoke aloud could she receive the messages he wished to convey. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. For had it been otherwise, he would have been unable to conceal anything from her. After calming himself, Suemo continued to ponder the events that had transpired. One certainty emerged: the presence of Bibi Dong within him posed no immediate threat. Her demeanor suggested that she required his assistance to awaken her powers. However, he was perplexed by her abrupt expulsion of him and the seemingly dismissive remarks she made before he left. It felt as though she doubted his capability to aid her. Was it possible that Bibi Dong had suddenly realized that, given his qualifications, he might be incapable of facilitating her awakening, prompting her to send him away without elaboration? Based on her tone and expression at that moment, Suemo considered this possibility to be quite substantial. Regardless of the circumstances, Bibi Dong had indeed manifested within him. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen, but he understood that one could not evade fate. Given the opportunity to live anew, he felt he had already gained much, and thus had little to fear. He resolved to interact with her, as if he were unaware of her true identity. With a clearer mind, Suemo chose to let go of his anxieties and not dwell excessively on these matters. Chapter 5. The Divine Sister in His Chamber. Suemo endeavored for the first time to cultivate his soul power, uncertain about whether there existed superior soul power cultivation techniques within the sects. He was currently practicing the publicly available soul power cultivation method of the Douluo continent, which could also be termed as meditation. Seated in a cross-legged position, Suemo summoned his spirit of the hunting soul gun, which then floated serenely before him. As he commenced his cultivation, an imperceptible energy began to converge into his spirit from the void, continuously absorbed by his weapon spirit. This exemplified the soul power cultivation technique of the Douluo continent, where energy is assimilated into soul power through meditation and the utilization of one's spirit. Thus, the quality of the weapon spirit directly influences the cultivation speed of the soul master. The higher the quality of the weapon spirit, the swifter the cultivation proceeds. Furthermore, a weapon spirit of superior quality typically possesses a higher innate soul power. Hence, there exists a classification of innate soul power, which is said to determine a soul master's talent for cultivation. After diligently practicing for 2 hours, Suemo realized that his weapon spirit had reached saturation and could no longer absorb energy to enhance his soul power. Was this truly the limit? At this rate, it would take him at least half a year to elevate his soul power by a single level. Transitioning from level 2 to level 10 would require approximately 5 years. Graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy in 6 years would leave him with a soul power level of around 12. His talent, it seemed, was indeed lacking, failing to meet even the minimum standard for admission into Shrek Academy. Moreover, this was merely the initial phase. As time progressed, his aptitude would only diminish, resulting in an increasingly sluggish cultivation speed. According to the cultivation theories of this realm, it appeared nearly impossible for him to achieve a high level. Not to mention the Soul King. Reaching the level of Soul Sect might be his utmost limit. Upon concluding his practice, Suemo felt a tinge of melancholy. Aware of his insufficient talent, he nevertheless felt disheartened. Given his current cultivation pace, he could only hope to attain around level 12 by the age of 12. Yet, the protagonists of the anime were already approaching level 30. The disparity was undeniably vast. Suemo deemed it imperative to alter this dire situation. Previously, his thoughts might have revolved around seeking divine herbs to enhance his innate talents. However, at this moment, Suemo believed it prudent to consult Bibi Dong first. Resolute in his decision, he quieted his mind and entered a state of introspection, allowing his consciousness to once again traverse into the realm of his martial soul within. Upon entering this inner sanctum, he found himself once more before the ominous blood-red mist, subsequently stepping into the domain of the Rakshasa. What brings you here again? Upon witnessing Sumo's return, Bibi Dong materialized beside the blood pool, her expression tinged with displeasure as she regarded him. She had previously admonished him not to disturb her unless it was of utmost importance. It had only been a brief interval. That esteemed goddess, I am here with urgent matters to discuss. Su Mo gazed at the unfriendly countenance of Bibi Dong, feeling an undercurrent of tension. What if his previous conjectures were misguided? The Bibi Dong before him might, in a moment of displeasure, dispose of him without a second thought. Sister goddess? Upon hearing Su Mo's address, Bibi Dong momentarily froze, for it was the first time anyone had referred to her in such a manner. Strangely, she found herself quite fond of this appellation. Speak. What is it? Considering Su Mo's respectful title, she decided to overlook any grievances, her demeanor softening slightly. Sister goddess, I have heard whispers that, apart from the publicly known soul power cultivation techniques on the Douluo continent, various sects possess more advanced methods. Surely, you possess such knowledge as well? With a smirk, Su Mo silently scoffed at the shift in Bibi Dong's expression, while maintaining an exterior of anxiety and hopefulness as he inquired further. Soul power cultivation techniques? Bibi Dong paused slightly at Su Mo's words, perhaps taken aback that he sought her out for something so trivial. Advanced soul power cultivation techniques were, of course, no challenge for her. Given your evident ambition, I can grant you this knowledge. However, you must first answer me a question. What year is it in the Douluo calendar? With a faint smile, Bibi Dong posed her inquiry while simultaneously responding to Su Mo. Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, sister goddess. Upon hearing this, Su Mo first expressed his gratitude to Bibi Dong with excitement before responding to her inquiry. Sister goddess, it is currently the year 2637 in the Douluo calendar. In the Douluo calendar, Tangan was born in 2631. 2637? Have I truly returned? Upon hearing Su Mo's answer, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered slightly, and she unconsciously began to mutter to herself. Perhaps she let her guard down in front of Su Mo, believing that this young child could not comprehend her words, and perhaps she did not even consider concealing anything from him. Her mind was now filled with astonishment and joy. She never imagined that she had genuinely returned to the past. Hearing Bibi Dong's murmurs, Su Mo felt a slight stir within. Returned? Returned from where? Surely, she was not referring to returning to his body to become his martial soul, nor could it be a return to the Douluo continent. Throughout Bibi Dong's life, she had not been confined to many places. The most plausible explanation was that she had returned from the future. This was why Bibi Dong inquired about the current year. It resembled the protagonists in the novels Su Mo had read, who traversed back to the past. Typically, those who are reborn to the past are individuals who have died. Thus, the Bibi Dong before him must have returned after being slain by Tangan in the future. It seemed unfortunate that she had not been reborn in her own body, but instead had reincarnated within him as his martial soul. This implied that there were, in fact, two Bibi Dongs in existence at this moment. Just from Bibi Dong's single remark, Su Mo was able to deduce a multitude of conclusions. It was no wonder that Bibi Dong referred to herself as the goddess of the underworld. The future version of her was indeed the new generation's goddess of the underworld. Sister goddess, is there any issue with the year being 2637? Observing Bibi Dong's animated expression, Su Mo tentatively posed another question, eager to see if she would reveal the truth to him. It's nothing. I simply wish to ascertain the current year. Bibi Dong shook her head, clearly unwilling to disclose her thoughts to Su Mo. Nevertheless, Su Mo's inquiry brought her back to the present. She beckoned him forward, saying, "Come here. I shall impart to you a more advanced soul power cultivation technique." Very well, sister goddess. Su Mo did not hesitate and stepped forward. Then, she witnessed Bibi Dong gently tapping her forehead with a delicate finger, allowing a surge of information to flow into her consciousness. It was precisely the advanced soul power cultivation technique that Su Mo had been seeking. All right, I've given it to you. Remember to practice diligently. Bibi Dong encouraged Su Mo before lightly waving her hand, ushering her out once more. At this moment, she desired nothing more than solitude. Chapter 6. Unresolved issues. After once again expelling Su Mo, Bibi Dong felt a blend of excitement and helplessness. The thrill stemmed from the fact that she had returned from the future, while the despair arose from the realization that, despite her return, nothing seemed to change. Su Mo's innate talent was exceedingly poor. She could not even be awakened, let alone regain her freedom. Bibi Dong had contemplated sending Su Mo to the spirit hall to inform her present self about the future events, hoping to prevent her from heading towards that foreseen destiny. However, Bibi Dong could not manifest herself, and as Su Mo, it would be challenging to gain anyone's trust, making it arduous to appear before her. Moreover, having experienced death, Bibi Dong had gained clarity. From the very beginning, the ambitions of becoming a Rakshasa god or unifying the continent were never her true desires. What she longed for, all along, was that man. It was only before her demise that she comprehended this truth, which led her to entrust her wishes to Lu Erlong, urging her to earnestly pursue Yu Xiaogang, even if through force. How unfortunate for that wretched woman. Bibi Dong was uncertain whether the future world she had left behind continued to unfold after her demise. If so, it was highly likely that Yu Xiaogang had fallen into Lu Erlong's hands. This thought filled her with discontent. Although it was she who had suggested Lu Erlong take such actions, it was based on the belief that she had vanished entirely after death. Thankfully, the current Xiaogang had not yet united with Lu Erlong. Moreover, at this point in time, Xiaogang was precisely in Nodding City. With this realization, Bibi Dong felt a surge of excitement. Although she could not manifest herself and reveal her existence to Yu Xiaogang, her spiritual consciousness could still extend into the outside world, as long as she did not stray too far from Suimo. Therefore, I can have this little imp apprentice under Xiaogang. At this moment, Xiaogang had not yet accepted the likes of Tang San, still enduring the struggles of being disbelieved in his theories, despite Sumo's lackluster talent. If she were willing to become Xiaojiang's disciple at this time, he would undoubtedly accept her. In that case, with Suimo learning alongside Xiaojiang, I could remain by his side. Even if I could only silently watch him without being able to do anything, it would still be a profoundly beautiful experience for me. Indeed, let it be so. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated Bibi Dong became. She genuinely believed that being able to stand by Yu Xiaojiang's side was an immense source of happiness for her. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong found herself impatiently wanting to summon Suimo once again, eager to guide him towards a promising path. However, she managed to restrain herself. The Junior Soul Master Academy would not commence for another 3 months, and Tang Sin would arrive only after that duration. There was no need to rush at this moment. She had just bestowed upon Suimo a more advanced soul power cultivation technique, and it was essential for him to experience its might, thus fostering greater trust in her. A few more days would suffice. No, just 2 days would do. Bibi Dong contained her eager heart, yearning to see Yu Xiaogang once more. As for reminding herself, who was still the Pope of the Spirit Hall at this juncture, she resolved to address that matter at a later opportunity. Hu Liena and Qian Renxue would have ample time in the future. There was no need for haste. At present, Suimo remained oblivious to Bibi Dong's thoughts. Were he to discern them, he would undoubtedly mock her naivety. With his innate talent, Yu Xiaogang would never accept him as a disciple. Of course, Suimo would not dare to openly ridicule her, confining his derision to his thoughts alone. A glance at Yu Xiaojiang's life reveals him to be an exceedingly clever individual, one desperately seeking to prove his own worth. In his quest to validate his intellect and research, he had even reached a point of reckless urgency. He nearly jeopardized Tang San's life while hunting for his first soul ring and later attempted to extract the secret of cultivating twin spirits from Bibi Dong. Fully aware that Tang San's identity might have already been compromised, yet daring to allow him to participate in the Soul Master competition at the Spirit Hall. During the battle against the Xindiao Academy team, Tang San publicly showcased the Haotian hammer and fought against Feng Xiaodian. With Yu Xiaojiang's acumen, he could not possibly believe that the Spirit Hall would be oblivious to Tang San's identity upon witnessing both the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. Especially since he was the son of Tang Hao, who had ostensibly caused the demise of the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang certainly could deduce this. Yet he foolishly presumed that his relationship with Bibi Dong would shield Tang San from repercussions. Yu Xiaojiang was indeed gambling, wagering that Bibi Dong would be inclined to overlook any grievances against Tang San. The reason for his gamble was the paramount significance of the Soul Master competition to him. It was a genuine stage to validate his scholarly prowess. The further the Shrek's 7 monsters advanced, the more it would attest to his academic merits. Furthermore, the theories Yu Xiaojiang had developed were exclusively crafted for geniuses. Only those with formidable innate talent could truly validate his theoretical knowledge. I digress. Upon the return of Sumo's consciousness, he discovered that he had acquired a soul power cultivation technique far superior to that imparted by Bibi Dong. Indeed, it surpassed the publicly available soul power cultivation methods on the continent. Elated by this newfound knowledge, Suimo could not resist the urge to commence his training. With a resonant hum, the hunter's spear martial soul materialized before him. The technique bestowed upon Suimo by Bibi Dong bore a formal resemblance to the publicly known version, both relying on the martial soul to absorb external energy. However, the former was undeniably more advanced. Yet, after merely initiating his training, Su Mo's brow furrowed. He realized that the sensation of saturation he had experienced after his previous session had not dissipated. Thus, even with the opportunity to practice a more sophisticated soul power cultivation technique, he found himself unable to continue. To his astonishment, the situation unfolded in this manner. Su Mo let out a bitter smile, finally grasping the situation. Bibi Dong's soul power cultivation technique was merely a more efficient version, significantly surpassing the public variant in terms of effectiveness. However, no matter how enhanced the cultivation efficiency was, Su Mo's innate talent still constrained the maximum amount of time he could dedicate to training each day. This soul power cultivation technique merely reduced the time required for Su Mo to enhance his soul power. It could not fundamentally alter the limitations imposed by his innate abilities. Su Mo can continue his cultivation despite enduring the agony brought on by the saturation of his martial soul, and this perseverance may slightly enhance his training speed. However, it fundamentally fails to address Su Mo's predicament. It appears that even advanced soul power cultivation techniques cannot resolve the issue at hand. Su Mo's mood swiftly deteriorated. Without further contemplation, he immediately plunged into introspection once more, preparing to seek out Bibi Dong. Since it was Bibi Dong's soul power cultivation technique that had failed to resolve his predicament, it was only natural for him to continue searching for her, hoping she might possess a solution. In terms of understanding the knowledge of martial souls, Su Mo believed that Bibi Dong was scarcely inferior to Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 7. Indeed. It is Yu Xiaogang, why have you come in again? Bibi Dong inquired, her irritation palpable upon seeing Su Mo re-enter. Yet, mindful of the necessity to earn Su Mo's trust, she moderated her tone, opting for a calm inquiry rather than displaying anger. The repeated interruptions seemed to have minimal effect on Bibi Dong, which instilled a degree of certainty in Su Mo. He surmised that she was either incapable of acting against him or simply too apprehensive to do so. Consequently, he felt less anxious in her presence than before. Sister Goddess, the soul power cultivation technique you provided is ineffective, Su Mo exclaimed, though he refrained from being disrespectful before Bibi Dong, hastily articulating the reason for his return. What is the matter? Bibi Dong asked earnestly, realizing that Su Mo had come with a genuine concern. Su Mo did not hesitate and promptly articulated the difficulties he encountered. Upon hearing Su Mo's inquiries, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the innate talent of this young boy was disappointingly inadequate. As for how to address Su Mo's predicament, she too was powerless. If a solution existed, she would not have previously felt such despair, believing that she might never awaken her own potential in this lifetime. The issue of innate limitations was beyond her capacity to resolve. Such a dilemma was one that no one within the entire Douluo continent could surmount. Su Mo pondered. Did she not long to know as well? Initially, due to Yu Xiaojiang's talent issues, she and Yu Xiaojiang had scoured countless resources together, yet they remained empty-handed. No, I am powerless, but Xiaojiang possesses the means. Although we could not find a solution during our time together, it appeared that later on, Xiaojiang had discovered a way, and his soul power level had indeed been elevated. However, Bibi Dong suddenly recalled that while she was devoid of a solution, Yu Xiaojiang was not. In the future, when she learned of Yu Xiaojiang's breakthrough, she would have ascended to godhood, her mind preoccupied with her ambition to unify the continent, thus indifferent to whether Yu Xiaojiang had surpassed his innate limitations. Consequently, Bibi Dong had not previously considered this. It was only upon Su Mo's inquiry that she remembered Yu Xiaojiang had indeed found a solution. Little one, your dilemma is beyond my ability to resolve. However, I know of someone who can assist you. If you could become his disciple, it would be splendid, for he could undoubtedly facilitate your growth. In her excitement, Bibi Dong hastily spoke to Su Mo. Perhaps, with Yu Xiaojiang's assistance, this young spirit might also transcend the confines of his innate talent and become a soul saint, thereby aiding her awakening. If her prior desire for Su Mo to apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang was merely to keep him close, this new reason intensified Bibi Dong's eagerness for Su Mo to seek Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Mo understood instantly. The person Bibi Dong referred to must certainly be Yu Xiaojiang. To be frank, Su Mo had not anticipated that even after her rebirth, Bibi Dong would still be so enamored with Yu Xiaojiang. One could only conclude that she was indeed love-stricken. To apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang? Not only did Su Mo lack the desire to do so, but even if he did, Yu Xiaojiang would not accept him as a disciple. Bibi Dong's suggestion indicated her lack of true understanding of Yu Xiaojiang. As for the method Bibi Dong mentioned that Yu Xiaogang possessed, Su Mo was well aware of what it entailed. Was it not the divine herb? Yet that was not a solution Yu Xiaogang had discovered independently. It was bestowed upon him by Tang San. What had the goddess sister referred to? Could he truly achieve it? If even the goddess sister could not, how could anyone else? Though he had no intention of apprenticing under Yu Xiaogang, Su Mo feigned excitement at Bibi Dong's words. Indeed, this person must be capable, and furthermore, he resides within Notting City. He is a genius misunderstood by the world. The current society is oblivious to his capabilities, yet in truth, he is a person of profound wisdom. When Bibi Dong spoke of Yu Xiaogang, her eyes seemed to radiate with light. Observing her expression, Su Mo felt an increased reluctance to seek Yu Xiaogang as his mentor. It wasn't he that he harbored any affection for Bibi Dong. Any man would feel discomfort at the thought of a beautiful woman admiring another man, even if she did not belong to him. Upon hearing that the individual in question resided in Notting City, Su Mo became entirely convinced that it was Yu Xiaogang. Thus, he found himself torn regarding Bibi Dong's suggestion. He was unwilling to pursue Yu Xiaogang as a mentor, yet how could he oppose Bibi Dong's counsel? What sort of person could the sister goddess be referring to? As he pondered this, Su Mo feigned curiosity, engaging with Bibi Dong's words. This person is named Yu Xiaogang, currently residing in your Notting City's Junior Soul Master Academy. Young one, you must find a way to become his disciple. Do you understand? With his guidance, you will grow stronger at a swifter pace. And you shall awaken your Rakshasa divine martial soul much sooner. Surely, you wish to assist the sister goddess in her awakening, do you not? While revealing the answer, Bibi Dong earnestly persuaded Su Mo, her gaze softening as she looked at him. If it were an ordinary child, they would undoubtedly succumb to such a charm. Boys are drawn to beautiful women, after all. Alas, the one before her was Su Mo Yu Xiaogang, sister goddess. You cannot be referring to that master who is ridiculed by everyone, can you? Su Mo, having devised a way to decline Bibi Dong's suggestion, widened his eyes in disbelief. Feigning familiarity with the person. Upon hearing Su Mo's comments about Yu Xiaogan's circumstances, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sympathy. She then spoke. Indeed, that is him. Did I not mention this earlier? Such is the world's misconception of him. I refuse. I do not wish to take him as a teacher. I would be ridiculed by everyone. Su Mo adamantly shook his head, determined not to accept him as his mentor. Children are often most sensitive to the prospect of being mocked by others. Hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed in frustration. She had not anticipated his reluctance. Resisting the urge to reprimand him, Bibi Dong continued to gently guide him. Do you not wish to grow stronger and awaken your Rakshasa divine martial soul quickly? Once you awaken it, no one shall mock you. They will only envy you. Bibi Dong could only express her sentiments in this manner. As for the concern of being ridiculed after becoming a disciple of Yu Xiaogang, she found herself unable to resolve that issue. Even Yu Xiaogang himself had endured mockery. Thus, those who chose to follow him would undoubtedly face similar derision. It was only when Yu Xiaogang proved his worth that the world would come to realize the true absurdity lay with them. Chapter 8. This damned little brat. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Mo feigned hesitation. However, in the end, he vehemently shook his head. Sister goddess, I refuse. I do not wish to be the subject of ridicule. Rest assured, sister goddess, in my quest to awaken the Rakshasa divine martial soul as soon as possible, I shall diligently cultivate. Farewell, sister goddess. After Su Mo fervently declined and assured Bibi Dong, he swiftly departed from her realm of Rakshasa without any prompting to leave. Observing Su Mo's hasty retreat, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. This accursed little rascal, she muttered through clenched teeth, a deep frown etching her brow as she grappled with a throbbing headache. Su Mo was reluctant to heed her words, and she could not compel him. For a moment, she felt somewhat helpless. It was utterly unexpected for Su Mo to reject her proposal. She had initially believed that once she presented her suggestion, Su Mo would readily acquiesce and eagerly seek out Yu Xiaogang to become his disciple. After all, he was merely a child, lacking the discernment to understand that her intentions were for his benefit. Bibi Dong, filled with indignation, lamented this oversight, failing to recognize Su Mo's underlying issues and attributing his reactions solely to the typical responses of a young boy. Consequently, her frustration grew, as she was determined to persuade Su Mo to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang, not only for her own sake, but also for Su Mo's welfare. However, Su Mo's disobedience left her feeling quite helpless. She resolved to expedite the process of allowing Su Mo to truly comprehend the remarkable capabilities of Yu Xiaogang. convinced that this realization would sway his decision. Moreover, time was of the essence. She needed to act before Tang San sought out Yu Xiaogang as his mentor. Should she fail to do so before Tang San, it was likely that Yu Xiaogang would be disinclined to accept a disciple as seemingly talentless as Su Mo. The following day, after completing his soul power training, Su Mo ventured outside to engage in solitary stance training, reminiscent of his previous life as practices. Aware that Bibi Dong could not resolve his slow progress, Su Mo understood he had to devise his own solutions. Currently, he need not concern himself with the celestial herbs. He lacked the strength, and attempting to collaborate with others would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he focused on enhancing his physical fitness. Knowing that physical prowess was intrinsically linked to his martial spirit, strengthening his body would elevate his daily training capacity. With determination, Su Mo assumed the stance. Initially feeling awkward, but gradually finding stability in his posture, Su Mo practiced the Tai Chi stance mastered in his previous life. He had refrained from training earlier due to his tender age, which was deemed unsuitable for such exertion. It was only after he acquired soul power that Su Mo felt emboldened to embark on his training. In martial arts novels, characters often begin cultivating internal martial arts from a young age, a skill Su Mo lacked. Physical training, ideally, should commence after the age of 15. Of course, that was in his past life. Now, having gained soul power, Su Mo was eager to experiment with training at this age. At the outset, Su Mo managed to maintain his balance. However, after a few minutes, his legs began to ache, and he struggled to stay upright. Beginners in such situations typically find it challenging to hold their stance for long. Fortunately, Su Mo had long since mastered the Tai Chi stance. Even though this body was inexperienced in training, he swiftly adjusted to maintain his posture. Nevertheless, after standing for half an hour, his legs trembled, and he could no longer endure. With a thud, realizing he had reached the limits of this body, Su Mo relaxed, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the ground before lying down. Once he reclined, he noticed something peculiar in his line of sight. A pair of long, straight legs appeared above him. Su Mo gasped in surprise, hastily taking a few steps forward before turning to face the other person. Sister Goddess. Upon seeing Bibi Dong before her, Su Mo let out a sigh of relief, having thought it might be someone else. Can you see me? Bibi Dong, equally astonished, gazed at Su Mo, unperturbed by the latter's earlier glance beneath her skirt, considering her merely a child. What piqued her interest more was the fact that Su Mo could perceive her presence during this manifestation of her divine consciousness. Could it be that Bibi Dong had appeared before, but I was unable to see her? Su Mo's heart stirred at the thought. Indeed, Sister Goddess, how have you manifested? Have you awakened on your own? On the surface, Su Mo feigned excitement. No, awakening is not so simple. This is merely my divine consciousness. Bibi Dong clarified in response to Su Mo's inquiry, regardless of whether she comprehended it. Divine consciousness? What is that? Su Mo eagerly inquired. His curiosity piqued despite his understanding of spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness is akin to perceiving my current form as the awareness or soul of the Rakshasa divine martial soul. At present, I can only manifest this consciousness externally. Awakening it fully will require your strength to grow significantly, she elaborated, maintaining her patience as she encouraged Su Mo to seek mentorship from Yu Xiaogang. Is that so? Sister Goddess, when you asked earlier, does that mean others cannot see you? He pondered, grasping the explanation offered by Bibi Dong. It was akin to the spiritual awareness Tang San later cultivated in the anime, which allowed him to explore and observe, but bore no offensive capabilities. Perhaps there were some rudimentary offensive abilities, yet they were feeble. Otherwise, Tang San would have utilized them for more than mere reconnaissance. Indeed, others cannot perceive me, Bibi Dong affirmed, her gaze still filled with astonishment as she regarded Su Mo. Perplexed by how he could see her, to perceive her in her spiritual state was not impossible, but it required one to attain a certain level of spiritual power and cultivate a formidable spiritual consciousness. Perhaps it was because she was currently manifesting as Su Mo's martial soul. Yet, when she had previously appeared, he had been unable to see her. Wow, how impressive. It seems that only I can see Sister Goddess. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's explanation, Su Mo exclaimed with excitement. Oh, Divine Sister, could you assist me in dealing with my adversaries? If others cannot perceive your presence, wouldn't it be the case that they remain oblivious to your intervention? Henceforth, should anyone dare to bully me, Divine Sister, I implore you to discreetly take action against them. Su Mo appeared to have discovered a new toy, brimming with excitement as he incessantly questioned Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong felt a sense of disbelief. This little rascal truly dared to entertain such thoughts, asking her to secretly assist in attacking someone? Not only was it beyond her capabilities, but even if it were possible, she would never agree to such a demeaning request. No way. The current state of the Divine Maiden presented her with no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Thus, my dear little one, you must rely on yourself, unless you assist me in awakening, in which case the Divine Maiden could indeed aid you. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, seizing the opportunity to speak. Chapter 9. Are you annoying? Is the Divine Maiden going to suggest that I seek Master Yu Xiaogang's guidance to expedite my awakening? I refuse. I absolutely refuse to be the subject of ridicule. Suemo immediately discerned Bibi Dong's intentions, shaking his head in refusal before she could even speak. This was also an opportunity for him to showcase his cleverness before her. Bibi Dong felt a surge of frustration, her chest tightening with irritation. This young rascal was undoubtedly intelligent, yet he was so infuriating. What were you just doing? Suppressing her anger, Bibi Dong chose not to respond to Suemo, instead inquiring about what he had been doing moments earlier. Upon her appearance, Suemo observed the stance of Zhao Mabu without interrupting her. Simultaneously, she felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Suemo's activities. Judging by Suemo's demeanor, it was not difficult for her to deduce that Suemo was engaging in physical training. However, she pondered whether such a method was truly appropriate for exercise. Sister Goddess, I am indeed training my body. I have read in books that physical training can enhance the efficacy of cultivation. Without delving into the matter of her apprenticeship with Yu Xiaogang, Suemo relaxed and proceeded to elucidate her intentions to Bibi Dong. Who taught you to train your body in this manner? Bibi Dong inquired with genuine curiosity. No one taught me. I discovered it from a book. Suemo naturally could not claim that he had mastered it in his previous life. As for the book he had read, it seemed to have vanished, lost beyond recovery. Could you tell me what the book said? Bibi Dong inquired, her concern for Suemo's training evident. She could not allow him to act recklessly. With his already limited talent, any foolishness could extinguish any glimmer of hope. When Bibi Dong questioned him, Suemo was candid, carefully outlining the standing meditation technique he practiced. He was eager to learn her perspective on this training method. Despite the absence of such practices in this world, Bibi Dong possessed profound knowledge of martial souls, and Suemo deemed it prudent to seek her insights. This method of training appeared remarkably effective. After listening to Suemo's explanation, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, suddenly realizing the uniqueness of his standing meditation. The key points and theories he shared seemed well developed, devoid of recklessness. In fact, she perceived this practice as rather profound, far superior to mere running or weight training. What is the title of the book you referenced? Where did you acquire it? Bibi Dong eagerly pressed Suemo for answers, astonished by the existence of such a physical training method that had eluded her until now. Tai Chi posture. It must have been purchased by an elder from outside. From Bibi Dong's expression, Suemo discerned that she regarded his standing meditation as quite extraordinary. Indeed, few soul masters in this world recognize the importance of physical training. Even the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang was only acquainted with running and weight-bearing exercises. In response to Suemo's affirmative answer, Bibi Dong chose not to comment further, convinced that such a book could not be found outside. Noting Suemo's uncertainty, she lost interest in probing further, considering it merely a method of physical training. Well, it appears promising. Focus on your training. If you notice anything amiss, cease immediately and inform me. I cannot remain outside for long. I shall return now. After a few casual words of praise and encouragement from Bibi Dong, her figure vanished. Returning to Suemo, she had initially intended to highlight the remarkable abilities of Yu Xiaogang, but upon noticing Suemo's persistent reluctance, she decided to take a more gradual approach. With Bibi Dong's departure, Suemo resumed his training, though not in the form of stationary practice, which only required a set amount of time each day. With a hum, Suemo summoned his soul weapon, the hunting soul gun, and began to wield it with both hands. With swift motions, he executed thrusts, slashes, and sweeps, each movement displaying a remarkable sense of structure and precision. The hunting soul gun appeared exceedingly formidable in Suemo's grasp. In his previous life, he had been adept at wielding the long spear. And now that his soul weapon was indeed a long spear, he was determined to remaster it, ensuring that his current physique could skillfully command it as well. Thus, he embarked on a path of relentless improvement. Practicing the spear techniques also served to enhance his physical condition. Suemo has already realized that with the awakening of his spiritual power, he can indeed begin his training at such a tender age. With the nourishment of this soul energy, There is no need to worry about any harm to his still developing body. Thus, the days passed by, one after another. Suemo diligently dedicated himself to his training each day, focusing on cultivating his soul power, practicing standing postures, and honing his marksmanship. Bibi Dong was astounded to discover that Suemo could execute such formidable shooting techniques without any formal instruction. Upon inquiring, Suemo attributed his prowess to instinct and innate understanding. While Bibi Dong might have doubted such claims from others, she could not question Sumo's words, for she was acutely aware of his lack of guidance. In that moment, she was taken aback by Sumo's remarkable talent. Yet, a pang of regret welled within her. It was a pity that such extraordinary potential was manifested in his marksmanship rather than in his martial soul aptitude. After a week, Suemo distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Accompanying this improvement was a gradual increase in his daily soul power limit. However, this enhancement only augmented his cultivation ceiling by less than a tenth, failing to achieve the desired effect he sought. Suemo understood that this was inevitable, yet he still felt a tinge of melancholy. While physical fitness could indeed aid in the cultivation of soul power, it merely served as an embellishment rather than playing a pivotal role. The foremost aspect of cultivating soul power primarily hinges upon one's innate martial spirit talent. Little one, you exhibit remarkable diligence. You are among the most tenacious children I have ever encountered. However, your martial spirit talent is predetermined, and no matter how hard you strive, you may never become a formidable soul master. Seek out Yu Xiaogang. Rather than be subjected to ridicule, becoming an even more powerful soul master is far more admirable. Wouldn't you agree? By apprenticing under Yu Xiaogang, he can assist you in overcoming your talent limitations. After witnessing Sumo's situation, Bibi Dong harshly conveyed the stark reality of martial spirit talent to him, while simultaneously encouraging him to seek guidance from Yu Xiaogang. Suemo is utterly vexed. He dares not raise his voice at Bibi Dong. Are you not weary of this? It is already disheartening for Suemo to grapple with his lack of talent. And yet he is incessantly compared to Bibi Dong. Suemo has come to realize that Bibi Dong is relentless in her pursuits. All right, dear sister goddess. I shall heed your words. I will seek out Yu Xiaogang at once. The impatient Suemo readily acquiesced. Since you are so certain that Yu Xiaogang will accept me, I shall demonstrate whether he truly will. Chapter 10. Refusal. In a solitary loft within the Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaogang was engrossed in his studies. After what felt like an eternity, fatigue began to weigh on him, prompting him to set aside his book and recline against the chair behind him, rubbing his throbbing temples. He let out a long sigh. With a distracted gaze cast out the window, he pondered how long he had been enduring such monotonous days. When he first arrived at Nodding Academy, he had been invited by the principal to serve as a guest lecturer. Initially, he enjoyed a fulfilling period of teaching, relishing the experience. However, that phase was short-lived. Once the students learned of his past, they became disinclined to attend his lectures, even mocking him like the outside world. They refrained from openly deriding him only because he was a friend of the principal. Consequently, his role as a guest lecturer had become merely ornamental. Yu Xiaogang contemplated leaving this place for another, but he could not envision any destination that might welcome him, so he lingered on. He was unwilling to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, nor did he wish to go to Shrek Academy, founded by Flinder, for fear that Lu Erlong might track him down. Moreover, in his current state, he was reluctant to encounter familiar faces. When would he discover a talented individual willing to trust him and accept his guidance? If only he could cultivate a student to prove his worth. This was a thought he had harbored for quite some time, yet he had never encountered a student of exceptional talent. He was disinclined to instruct those of mediocre ability. Master, are you inside? Suddenly, a voice called out to Yu Xiaogang from outside. I'm here, just a moment. Surprised by the visitor, Yu Xiaogang responded before rising and making his way to the door. Creaking open the door, he found that it was the gatekeeper of Nodding City. Greetings, master. A child claims to know you and wishes to see you. I have brought him here. Would you like to meet him? If you do not recognize him, I shall escort him away. Upon encountering Yu Xiaogang, the doorman promptly and respectfully conveyed his purpose. After finishing his explanation, he stepped aside, revealing that a young boy was following closely behind him. This unexpected sight left Yu Xiaogang momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that a mere child sought his presence. At that moment, hidden from both Yu Xiaogang and the doorman's view, Bibi Dong, upon catching sight of Yu Xiaogang, could not suppress her excitement and called out his name. However, upon realizing that Yu Xiaogang was entirely oblivious to her voice, a wave of profound disappointment washed over her beautiful eyes. Indeed, he cannot see me. Nevertheless, I am content as long as I can behold him. Regarding Bibi Dong's reaction, Su Mo inwardly rolled her eyes in exasperation. What an embarrassing display. It seems she harbors no fear of me discovering the intricate relationship between her and Yu Xiaogang. Greetings, Master. I wish to become your disciple. Unable to bear the sight of the sycophantic Bibi Dong any longer, Su Mo raised his head and candidly expressed his intentions to Yu Xiaogang. After uttering these words, Su Mo was convinced that Yu Xiaogang would not accept him. However, should Yu Xiaogang unexpectedly choose to accept him, Su Mo would not be entirely averse to it. After all, if he truly became Yu Xiaogang's disciple, entering Shrek Academy alongside his master 6 years later should not pose a challenge. Moreover, as Tang San Sr., if he were to cultivate a good relationship with Tang San, he would surely receive a share of the celestial herbs once Tang San acquired them. With this line of thought, Su Mo found himself less resistant to the idea of becoming Yu Xiaogangs disciple. Although he harbored a strong dislike for both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, he certainly would not turn his back on the celestial herbs. Su Mo had indeed contemplated the possibility of acquiring the celestial herbs through this avenue. Such a means seemed far more reliable than collaborating with the individuals from the Spirit Hall. Although Tang San exhibited an extreme double standard, he remained remarkably generous towards those in his immediate circle. However, it was evident to Su Mo that accepting him would yield greater benefits for Yu Xiaogang. Yet, in the depths of Su Mo's heart, he yearned to witness Yu Xiaogangs rejection. Hoping to reveal to Bibi Dong the true nature of the man she placed her trust in. To take me as your master? Little one, are you serious? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yu Xiaogang was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of excitement. Throughout the years, no one had ever approached him with such a proposition. The guard nearby, upon listening to Su Mo's declaration, could not help but cast a surprised glance at him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The guard's respect for Yu Xiaogang was merely superficial. Deep down, he shared the same disdain for him as many others did. Thus, witnessing someone seeking to become Yu Xiaogangs disciple filled him with astonishment. Of course, it's not a serious request. In her heart, Su Mo silently scoffed, then spoke, Indeed. Master, I aspire to become your disciple. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yu Xiaogang expressed his elation with repeated exclamations, clearly overjoyed. Young one, may I inquire your name? How old are you today? Have you awakened your martial soul? What is your martial soul? How much innate soul power do you possess? In his exuberance, Yu Xiaogang gently began to inquire about Su Mo. Immediately after, he turned to the gatekeeper and said, Thank you for bringing him in. Now you may leave him in my care. Although Yu Xiaogang did not explicitly ask the gatekeeper to depart, his words clearly implied a request for the gatekeeper to take his leave. Very well, master, I shall take my leave now. Please, master. The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, promptly understood and took his leave. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Mo refrained from immediately responding to Yu Xiaogangs inquiry. It was only when Yu Xiaogang redirected his attention towards him that Su Mo spoke. Master, my name is Su Mo. I am 6 years old and have awakened my martial soul, the soul-hunting spear, with an innate soul power of level 2. Upon hearing about Su Mo's awakened martial soul and innate soul power level, the previously elated Yu Xiaogangs' eyes dimmed instantly, gazing at the young Su Mo before him. Yu Xiaogang began to ponder, contemplating how best to decline the hopeful boy's request, especially since he was the only one in recent years to approach him with such initiative. Young friend Su Mo, I am delighted by your desire to become my disciple. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept you as a student. Yu Xiaogang ultimately decided to refuse Su Mo directly. Chapter 11. Your loftiness, your greatness. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Su Mo could not help but feel a surge of indignation at Yu Xiaogangs' rejection. You are so lofty, so remarkable. Just a pitiful being with only half the innate soul power, and yet you deem yourself capable. Indeed, it seemed that nothing had changed. Su Mo let out a self-deprecating laugh, as if he had anticipated this outcome long before. Upon hearing Su Mo's sardonic remark, Yu Xiaogang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he been too overt in expressing his disdain for the other's talent? I understand now. I apologize for disturbing you, master. Farewell. Without waiting for Yu Xiaogang to offer any explanations or justifications, Su Mo courteously bid him farewell and turned to leave, his departure resolute and unhesitant. Observing Su Mo's determined retreat, Yu Xiaogang extended his hand partway, yet ultimately refrained from calling him back. What would he say if he did? Would he retract his refusal? He was unwilling to do so. Sighing softly, Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of sentiment. He did not regret his decision to decline Suemo. Yet it was impossible not to feel a twinge of melancholy. The other had come in person to seek his mentorship, and yet he had turned him away. Wait a moment, please, don't rush off just yet. As Suemo departed, Bibi Dong hastily pursued him, fervently attempting to persuade him. It was utterly unexpected for Yu Xiaogang to reject Suemo. At this moment, one would think it was precisely the time when Yu Xiaogang was at his most destitute. Moreover, even if he had refused, there was no reason to leave so abruptly. A heartfelt conversation might have swayed him. Yet, regardless of Bibi Dong's entreaties, Suemo did not pause in his retreat. It was not until he had left the confines of Nuoding Academy that he finally came to a halt in an isolated area. Sister Goddess, he lamented. He has already turned me down. Should I persist with shameless pleas? I never intended to seek him as a mentor. It was solely for your sake that I approached him. Suemo turned to Bibi Dong, his expression tinged with indignation as he spoke. In response to Sumo's words, Bibi Dong's demeanor faltered for a moment. Although she recognized the validity of his argument, she was reluctant to let him depart without a fight. Yet your talent is indeed lacking, she countered, and that is precisely why I urged you to take him as your mentor. If you exhibit a modicum of sincerity, perhaps you might win him over. After all, if you can study under Yu Xiaogang, what is a little hardship in comparison? At Bibi Dong's remarks, Suemo felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, the Bibi Dong before him was not the golden opportunity he had hoped for. She was merely a reincarnation of his martial spirit for reasons unknown. Sister Goddess, you need not say more. He has already declined, and I shall certainly not plead with him again. Moreover, you have misjudged him. He is not as magnificent as you believe. His own talents are mediocre. Yet he looks down upon me, who shares a similar lack of prowess. For this reason alone, I harbor no fondness for him. In fact, his abilities are even inferior to mine. Suemo gazed at Bibi Dong, responding with unwavering determination. Observing the resoluteness in Sumo's eyes, Bibi Dong had come to understand this spirited young lad over the past few days. Once he had made up his mind, persuasion would prove exceedingly difficult. It had taken considerable effort for her to convince him to seek her mentorship in the first place. She had extolled the virtues of Yu Xiaogang, portraying him as an extraordinary figure. Now, confronted with Sumo's declaration, she found herself reluctant to hear such words, yet unable to counter his assertion. After all, it was indeed a fact that Yu Xiaogang had looked down upon Sumo's lack of innate talent. Nevertheless, he was the only one capable of addressing the issue of Sumo's martial soul endowment. However, it was evident that Bibi Dong would not relent. Thus, she refrained from discussing anything else, focusing solely on what was of utmost importance. There is no need. Suemo, filled with indignation and determination, cast aside a remark before adopting an air of disinterest in continuing the conversation with Bibi Dong, striding away with purpose. At this moment, he felt an undeniable aversion towards Bibi Dong. To his dismay, despite his efforts to elucidate the true nature of Yu Xiaogang to her, Bibi Dong remained infatuated with him. Truly, a woman consumed by romantic folly is beyond redemption. What an insufferable brat, clinging to such a fragile pride at such a tender age. Watching Sumo's swift retreat, Bibi Dong's teeth clenched in fury once more. Were it not for her inability to resort to any means, she would have relished the opportunity to teach Suemo a lesson, making him aware of the consequences of opposing her. While he may have found peace, she was left bereft of the chance to stand beside Yu Xiaogang. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Since ascending to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, no one had ever dared to defy her so brazenly. After Suemo had walked a considerable distance, Bibi Dong sensed an unsettling pull emanating from afar, further darkening her mood. Not only had she failed to convince Suemo to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang, but she also found herself unable to detach from his presence. Ever since he had rejected her plea to seek Yu Xiaogang's guidance, Bibi Dong noted his absence from her life. Suemo sensed that Bibi Dong had returned to his soul space, yet it seemed she was rather displeased and chose to remain hidden. Perhaps she understood that persuasion was futile and thus opted not to emerge. Given Sumo's understanding of Bibi Dong, he was certain that he had offended her, possibly even incurring her wrath. Nevertheless, despite the circumstances, he had not observed any overt hostility from her. Consequently, Suemo felt increasingly assured that Bibi Dong posed no threat to him. After all, no matter how formidable she once was, she was now merely his soul. He was the true master of the soul. This realization alleviated much of the discontent he had experienced during his encounter with Yu Xiaogang. With his spirits lifted, Su Imo decided to disregard whether Bibi Dong would reappear. If she chose not to, he would simply consider himself devoid of this soul. Based on what he had gleaned from Bibi Dong, it appeared that awakening the Rakshasa divine soul required a considerable level of soul power. Should he fail to grow stronger, it seemed he might never awaken the Rakshasa divine soul in this lifetime. No, I am determined to cultivate my strength independently. The talent limitations that stumped Yu Xiaogang are not insurmountable for me. After all, my vision and understanding far exceed his. Relying on others ultimately pales in comparison to relying on oneself. The matter of celestial herbs altering one's talent can be addressed later, in the absence of such herbs. Must I resign to defeat? I refuse to believe that. The rejection he faced when seeking a mentor ignited a fierce spirit of defiance within Su Imo, simultaneously kindling his ambition. Thus, in addition to his daily training regimen, he diligently pondered potential solutions to his dilemmas. Chapter 12. Creating a unique training technique first. Su Imo meticulously examined the training system of the Douluo continent. He soon discovered that soul masters predominantly cultivate their soul power through the absorption of energy via their martial souls. Whether through the foundational public version of soul power training or more advanced techniques, the process invariably involves harnessing external energy through the martial soul, which is then transformed into one's own soul power. Thus, an individual's bloodline and the quality of their martial soul serve as indicators of their innate talent. However, what if one were to absorb external energy directly through the body, bypassing the martial soul altogether? Surely, this is feasible. Tangan practiced his Xiantian skill even before awakening his martial soul, constrained only by the world's rules, which forbade breakthroughs prior to such awakening. In the original narrative, Tangan consistently utilized his Xiantian skill to cultivate soul power, which not only facilitated the cultivation process but also allowed him to replenish his soul power during combat, earning it the reputation of being ceaseless. Upon this realization, Su Imo was immediately filled with excitement. If Tangan could achieve this, then others surely could as well. However, after the initial thrill subsided, Su Imo quickly fell silent, for he possessed no internal cultivation methods akin to the Xiantian skill. Su Imo, feeling vexed, ran his fingers through his hair. Despite having devised a solution, he lamented the absence of inner strength cultivation techniques. Su Imo yearned to devise a unique martial art akin to the protagonist of other novels, yet he soon realized the endeavor was far from simple. Having practiced martial arts, he understood all too well the fragility of the human body. One misstep could result in irrevocable damage. In a state of distress, Su Imo found himself anxiously ruffling his hair once more. After an indeterminate period, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his eyes. Su Imo had once again devised a new method. She sat cross-legged and began her practice of soul power cultivation. However, this time, Su Imo did not summon her martial spirit externally for training. Instead, she chose to cultivate directly within herself. This technique of internal cultivation, where the martial spirit is retained within the body, is typically employed by soul masters who possess a higher level of proficiency in soul power cultivation. For novice soul masters, keeping the martial spirit within during training often becomes a hindrance as the physical body impedes the process. Though absorption is still possible, the efficiency diminishes significantly. After Su Imo engaged in such cultivation, he indeed discovered that the speed at which he absorbed external energy had diminished. The energy from the outside world must first enter Su Imo's physical form before being absorbed by his martial soul. However, there was no trace of disappointment on Su Imo's face. He was utterly unconcerned about the decrease in cultivation efficiency. Su Imo, instead, devoted himself entirely to experiencing the process of external energy entering his body and subsequently reaching his martial soul. This was indeed the natural pathway for absorbing external energy. He felt powerless and hesitant to recklessly create a set of internal cultivation techniques. However, following this innate route, Su Imo was willing to embark on an exploration. After all, the process of cultivating his original soul power had already demonstrated that these pathways posed no danger. Thus, from that day forth, Su Imo, akin to a child who has yet to learn to walk but attempts to run, directly placed his martial soul within his body for cultivation. Although he spent several times more effort each day to achieve the original results, Su Imo was nonetheless invigorated and relentless in his pursuit. Every day, Su Imo familiarizes himself with the process of external energy entering his body, and he has begun to experiment with absorbing this energy directly through the human form, without relying on his martial soul. The potential of the human body is limitless. In his previous life, he had encountered similar notions in various novels, and he is uncertain of their veracity. Nonetheless, he ardently hopes they are true. If so, he could liberate himself from the inherent limitations imposed by his martial soul and the cultivation of soul power. Is the quality of his martial soul inferior, which leads to a sluggish advancement? Then I shall cultivate without it, regardless of whether Su Mo ultimately succeeds. This innovative approach to transcending the entrenched beliefs of soul masters in the Douluo continent is a testament to his ingenuity. It may seem like a mere alteration, yet in a world that reveres martial souls, others would hardly consider such a direction. What on earth is that infuriating little brat doing? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, residing within the martial soul space, though not manifesting in the external world, is aware of the changes in Su Mo's cultivation. She clearly recognizes that he has altered his method of training, resulting in a significant decline in efficiency. To Bibi Dong, this approach is nothing short of a waste of time. Transitioning from external to internal cultivation before reaching a certain level only adds unnecessary difficulty to his training. She cannot abide such time-wasting behavior. However, in her anger, she refrains from correcting Su Mo, for her ire from that day has yet to dissipate. Never before has anyone dared to defy her so openly. Thus, upon realizing Su Mo is squandering time, she allows him to proceed as he wishes. After all, even if he spends more time, he still reaches his potential each day. Moreover, Bibi Dong considers that even if Su Mo does not seek mentorship from Yu Xiaogang, he will eventually attend Nodding Academy. As long as Su Mo is at the academy, she can remain close to Yu Xiaogang. Consequently, she does not persist in urging Su Mo to seek a mentor. Yet, Bibi Dong harbors doubts, as she perceives Su Mo not to be the type to squander time frivolously. Indeed, in the ensuing days, she discovers that Su Mo appears to be attempting a new method of cultivation. He is forsaking his martial soul and directly utilizing his body to absorb external energy for training. How could that possibly succeed? Upon learning of Su Mo's unprecedented endeavor, Bibi Dong's immediate reaction is skepticism. She believes it to be an impossibility. Even after achieving godhood, her first instinct is to regard Su Mo's actions as reckless. After all, cultivating soul power undoubtedly requires a martial soul. This little brat is determined to find a way to transcend the limitations of his innate gifts. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong became aware of Su Mo's recent endeavors. To be candid, she held a profound admiration for Su Mo's audacity in undertaking such an experiment. However, she could already foresee the inevitable outcome for Su Mo. Even the considerable time she and Yu Xiaogang had invested in the past had yielded no solution, leading her to doubt Su Mo's potential for success. Although the method Su Mo had discovered was indeed innovative, she remained resolute in her belief that he could not possibly succeed. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong had no intention of advising Su Mo. Rather, she thought it prudent for him to experience some setbacks, as this would illuminate the harsh realities of existence. Apart from Xiaogang, no one had been able to discover a method to transcend the limitations of innate talent. With such reflections, Bibi Dong found herself rather eager to witness Su Mo's dismay. At that juncture, she could emerge to extend her solace, thereby ensuring Su Mo would be more amenable to her guidance. Chapter 13. Tangan's apprenticeship. However, Bibi Dong's anticipations ultimately proved fruitless. 1 week prior to the commencement of classes at the Nodding Academy, Su Mo achieved a remarkable feat, successfully completing a training session without the use of his martial soul, relying solely on his physical form. Yet, in the absence of his martial soul as a conduit, the rate at which he absorbed external energy through his body was considerably diminished. "Haha, I have succeeded," he exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. For even at a slower pace, this signified his triumph. The sluggish absorption merely indicated that he had only recently developed this technique. Once he mastered it, he was confident that his speed would increase. Furthermore, the energy absorbed through his physical form would not deplete his martial soul's innate capabilities. This meant that after reaching the daily cap of his original soul power training regimen, he could continue to practice his newly devised physical training technique. Consequently, the potential enhancement of his soul power would no longer be constrained by his martial soul's innate talent. It remained to be seen how significantly this new training method could amplify his abilities. The uncertainty lingered. Could this approach shatter the barriers of rank? If so, it would be truly remarkable. What troubled Su Mo was the limitation imposed on soul masters by their innate spirit abilities, which dictated the highest level they could achieve. For instance, some soul masters find themselves constrained by their talents, reaching a cap that prevents any further advancement throughout their lives. This phenomenon is most prevalent during significant level breakthroughs, such as at levels 39, 49, and 59. Nevertheless, despite the sluggish pace of his cultivation, Su Mo began to glimpse the prospect of improvement. As for the issue of level limitations, that could be addressed once he reached his personal threshold. Moreover, even after developing a novel cultivation technique, Su Mo did not abandon the physical training of his body. He persevered in practicing Tai Chi stances and spear techniques. Su Mo discovered that his newly devised cultivation method relied more heavily on physical fitness than the original soul power cultivation techniques. The stronger his physique, the more effective his innovative training became. How could this young rascal have succeeded? He managed to devise a new training method without relying on his spirit. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, who had been observing Su Mo in the realm of his spirit, was utterly astounded by his success. Long-held beliefs were shattered, leading her to question her very existence. How infuriating! This young boy had become even more conceited. After the initial shock, Bibi Dong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Although she had never explicitly told Su Mo that he could not succeed, his achievement felt like a slap in her face. What is so impressive about it? Even if he has succeeded, the efficacy of his method pales in comparison to the cultivation results derived from his spirit. Furthermore, what does it matter if he cultivates slightly faster? The issue of innate spirit talent remains unresolved. Once he reaches a certain level, further breakthroughs will still prove challenging. To become a high-ranking soul master, he must seek assistance from Xiaogang to address the fundamental issues. Bibi Dong remained unwilling to acknowledge Su Mo's exceptionalism, believing he had merely enhanced his cultivation speed temporarily while the problem of his spirit talent persisted. A week later, Su Mo successfully entered Notting Academy, becoming a first-year student at the Junior Soul Master Institution. Upon his arrival, he also required accommodation. However, since Su Mo was not a work-study student, he could not reside in the dormitories designated for them, thus separating him from Tangan and Xiao Wu. On the very day Su Mo entered Notting Academy, two peasants, one old and one young, arrived at the academy's gates. A spirit of blue-silver grass, and with innate full soul power? How laughable! This is truly absurd. I have yet to hear of any student possessing innate full soul power. His spirit is blue-silver grass, yet he claims to have full soul power? I suspect this certificate from the Spirit Hall is a forgery. Without exception, Tang San's qualifications were met with skepticism and ridicule from the gatekeeper. Naturally, old Jack fought to defend their honor, but the gatekeeper refused to listen, categorically labeling them as frauds. Suddenly, Tang San, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, intervened amidst the scuffle between old Jack and the gatekeeper, unexpectedly knocking the gatekeeper to the ground. "You little brat, you're asking for trouble." It was a great humiliation to be toppled by a child. In a fit of anger, the gatekeeper scrambled to his feet, ready to charge at Tang San. "Enough! Stand down," a gravelly voice interrupted, halting the gatekeeper's advance. "The proof is undeniably authentic, sir. On behalf of the Academy, I apologize for the earlier incident. I will take responsibility for this child." Just in the nick of time, Yu Xiaogang arrived, not only stopping the gatekeeper, but also validating Tang San's qualifications. Blue-silver grass? Innate full soul power? This cannot be right. It is impossible. There must be some hidden truth here. The quality of a martial soul is undoubtedly proportional to innate soul power. This child's martial soul is certainly more complex than mere blue-silver grass. If it is indeed genuine, there is only one other possibility. He possesses a twin martial soul. Little did anyone know how exhilarated Yu Xiaogang felt at that moment. His hands trembled slightly as he held the proof. With Yu Xiaogang's intervention, the issues faced by old Jack and Tang San were effortlessly resolved. After soothing old Jack, Yu Xiaogang personally escorted Tang San into Notting Academy. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San expressed upon entering the academy. "Teacher? I am not a teacher at the academy," Yu Xiaogang replied, glancing down at Tang San with a hint of indifference. "Not a teacher? But you just said you represent the academy," Tang San countered. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, a faint, somewhat awkward smile breaking through on his face, one that had not graced him in ages. "Who says one must be a teacher to represent the academy?" Tang San suddenly understood. "I see. Then you must be the principal or a leader." Yu Xiaogang chuckled softly. "For a 6-year-old, you are quite clever. However, you are mistaken." Tang San, puzzled, inquired. Then who are you? Yu Xiaogang replied. I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. Like everyone else, you may call me master. That is how all refer to me. I have even forgotten my own name. The proof from the spirit hall states you are named Tang-san, correct? Tang-san, you must understand, there is a vast difference between master and teacher. Do not confuse them in the future. Unless his voice trailed off, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Unless you genuinely wish for me to be your teacher. Do you intend to teach me how to cultivate my martial soul? Tang-san asked. Yu Xiaogang paused, standing still before Tang-san. And are you willing? From the moment Tang-san addressed him as master, Yu Xiaogang had been laying the groundwork, and now he finally uttered the words he had longed to express. Although there were ulterior motives at play, Yu Xiaogang believed that if he could truly accept Tang-san as a student, it would be worth a moment of insincerity. Unfortunately, Tang-san was not so easily deceived, observing Yu Xiaogang's silence. Noticing Tang-san's reluctance to be ensnared, Yu Xiaogang forced a stiff smile, exclaiming, "Ah, you are indeed a clever child." Without flattery, he found it impossible to proceed. Much like old Jack, he raised his hand to ruffle Tang-san's hair, remarking, "Gifted and astute, it seems I must be persistent. After all, you are the third dual-spirited soul in a century." He adopted an enigmatic demeanor. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang-san instantly became vigilant, even contemplating silencing Yu Xiaogang. Fortunately, through a series of Yu Xiaogang's eloquent explanations, Tang-san came to comprehend the depth of Yu Xiaogang's strength. This strength was not merely physical but rooted in profound knowledge. Overwhelmed by admiration, Tang-san took a step back, creating distance between them, and then knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing 3 times before his master. "Master," Tang-san intoned with reverence, "please accept me as your disciple." Thus, akin to the original narrative, Tang-san was deftly persuaded to become Yu Xiaogang's apprentice. Excellent. Yu Xiaogang rejoiced at successfully accepting Tang-san as his pupil. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a breathtaking woman observed this scene unfold. Her beautiful eyes filled with hatred directed at Tang-san. After Bibi Dong departed from Sumo's body, her purpose was to seek out Yu Xiaogang. Yet she did not anticipate encountering the source of her profound animosity, Tang-san, on her very first day at Nodding Academy. Had she possessed the power to act, Bibi Dong would have undoubtedly eliminated Tang-san without hesitation. The thought of the future harm Tang-san would inflict upon her filled her heart with bitterness. Her entire existence had been shattered because of him. She herself had perished at his hands, and her daughter, Qian Rinxue, had also fallen from grace, her divinity fractured, leaving her uncertain of what lay ahead. All of this turmoil was wrought by Tang-san, whose growth was inextricably linked to Yu Xiaogang's guidance. Thus, witnessing the harmonious interaction between Yu Xiaogang and Tang-san, Bibi Dong suddenly lost the desire to remain by Yu Xiaogang's side. At least for now. She wished to avert her gaze from such a sight. Humph. With a resentful cold huff, Bibi Dong's consciousness turned and departed. Chapter 14. Xiaowu observing the first-year dormitory before him, Sumo felt utterly speechless. The expansive dormitory was filled with an abundance of beds, numbering around 40 to 50. Aside from the work-study students, who were a mix of various grades, the rest were segregated by year, with each grade occupying its own dormitory. Notably, Nodding Academy did not host a multitude of students. Each grade consisted of merely one class, typically comprising around 40 to 50 individuals. Sumo found himself wishing to voice his grievances regarding the accommodations on the Douluo continent. While he had no objection to housing so many individuals in a single large dormitory, it was imperative to differentiate between boys and girls. Even disregarding gender, consideration should be given to age. It was one thing for first and second-year students to share a dormitory, but to have fifth and sixth-year boys and girls placed together was utterly dismissive of the youthful impulses that arise between the sexes. It is essential to recognize that in the world of Douluo continent, due to the supernatural abilities granted by soul power, individuals mature at a notably accelerated rate, especially those who are soul masters. Disregarding the other occupants of the dormitory, Sumo selected a bed in the far corner, neatly arranging a new set of bedding purchased for him by his aunt before leaving the dormitory. Sumo prepared to visit the library within the academy, for it was the only place that held a certain allure for him. He was largely indifferent to everything else. On his way to the library, he encountered a lively little girl in pink, bouncing joyfully along the path, her pigtail swaying merrily behind her. It was Xiaowu. The moment he laid eyes on her, Sumo instantly recognized her identity. She was the heroine from an anime, a transformed soul beast with 100,000-year cultivation. Truthfully, upon first seeing Xiao Wu, Su Mo's initial thought was to consider whether he should seek an opportunity to eliminate her, even if he could not obtain her 100,000-year soul ring. Acquiring her 100,000-year soul bone would still be quite advantageous. However, this thought flickered through his mind and dissipated instantly. His moral compass, shaped in his previous life, prevented him from contemplating such heinous actions, though he understood that Xiao Wu was a soul beast and that, as a soul master, it was his duty to hunt soul beasts. The impression Xiao Wu had left on him from the anime was that of a little girl, making it impossible for him to view her as mere livestock. Moreover, Su Mo had to consider whether Xiao Wu had already caught the attention of Tang Hao. He had much to critique regarding Tang Hao. If one were to argue that he was a competent father, it could be said that he hardly paid attention to Tang San during his upbringing, often relying on Tang San to care for him instead. Conversely, if one deemed him inadequate, it seemed that ever since Tang San departed from Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao had diligently worked in the shadows to protect him. Wherever Tang San ventured, Tang Hao seemed to be there, quietly safeguarding him, be it at Shrek Academy, the City of Slaughter, or Spirit City. It was only after Tang Hao had rendered himself incapacitated that he ceased his covert protection of Tang San and instead chose to be by the side of the Blue-Silver Emperor. By that time, Tang San had developed a certain level of self-defense capabilities. Thus, Su Mo understood that with Tang Hao safeguarding Tang San from the shadows, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly come into his line of sight, regardless of how Tang Hao perceived Xiao Wu. Any attempt by Su Mo to interfere with her would be a perilous endeavor. "Excuse me, could you tell me which way the dormitory is?" As Su Mo scrutinized Xiao Wu, she noticed him and promptly halted her steps, politely inquiring about the direction. "It's that way. Are you a new student this year as well?" Su Mo was taken aback when Xiao Wu unexpectedly inquired of him, and he smiled as he replied, "Yes, indeed." "Are you also?" Xiao Wu nodded, her large, curious eyes gazing at Su Mo, as if everything around her held a sense of wonder. "Well, my name is Su Mo, and I am also a freshman this year. Henceforth, we shall be classmates." Su Mo smiled. The little dancer before him unmistakably exhibited the demeanor of one who had just stepped into human society, brimming with curiosity about everything. One could only wonder where she had acquired her student worker credentials. However, upon recalling that little dance was, in truth, a soul beast of 100,000 years, Su Mo found himself at ease. Despite her innocent and endearing appearance, it would be folly to underestimate her intelligence, for her age spoke volumes. "I am called Little Dance, as in the dance," she exclaimed. "You have yet to inform me where the dormitory is located." Upon hearing Su Mo's introduction, Little Dance promptly introduced herself as well. "The dormitory is that way." Su Mo pointed towards the direction of the dormitory. "I understand now. Thank you, Su Mo." After clarifying, Xiao Wu stepped past Su Mo and made her way towards the dormitory. "Xiao Wu, wait a moment." However, Xiao Wu was quickly called back by Su Mo. "Is there something else?" Xiao Wu turned back, puzzled, gazing at Su Mo. "Are you really going to the dormitory like that? The academy does not provide bedding for the students. Without bringing your own, how will you sleep at night?" After Su Mo called out to Xiao Wu, he then addressed her. Su Mo suddenly recalled this matter, prompting her to remind Xiao Wu. Since she did not reside in the student dormitory, she was certainly unable to prevent Xiao Wu from meeting Tang San. Nevertheless, Su Mo felt it necessary to intervene and dissuade Tang San from sharing a bed with Xiao Wu, from covering themselves with the same blanket. For no particular reason. It simply irked her. What kind of situation was it for a man with the soul of an adult to sleep alongside a young girl? Moreover, he was expected to bring his own bedding. Yet, she had none. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Xiao Wu immediately frowned, genuinely unaware of this detail. "None? Then simply go buy some." Su Mo proposed. "Indeed, I can go buy it." "Thank you, Su Mo, for reminding me." Upon hearing Su Mo's suggestion, Xiao Wu's spirits lifted immediately. Instead of heading straight to the dormitory, she departed the academy to purchase bedding. Xiao Wu was indeed more endearing in her childhood. Watching her skip away with joy, Su Mo felt a surge of satisfaction within, approving of his own initiative. Subsequently, he continued on to the library. That evening, Bibi Dong's consciousness once again arrived at the entrance of Yu Xiaogang's loft. At this moment, she was certain that the bothersome Tang San would not be present. However, before Bibi Dong could enter Yu Xiaogang's room, a figure appeared outside, standing by the door without knocking. This man, upon seeing him, even with a hat obscuring his features, struck a familiar chord within Bibi Dong. Her beautiful eyes widened in recognition. It was Tang San's father, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Chapter 15. Bibi Dong's distressed Tang Hao. Gazing at Tang Hao, who stood before Yu Xiaogan's door, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat complicated. She harbored little animosity towards Tang Hao, despite the fact that in the future he would ally with two great empires to oppose her, and his son would ultimately bring about her downfall, resulting in her own demise at Tang San's hands. Yet, Bibi Dong felt more gratitude than resentment towards Tang Hao. It was his actions that had granted her the opportunity for vengeance. Had he not severely injured Qian Xuanji, she might have never found a chance to retaliate. In her heart, Bibi Dong has always harbored a sense of gratitude towards Tang Hao. Therefore, when Tang Hao appeared on the arena of the future Soul Master competition to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu, she refrained from intervening. Her actions were motivated solely by the desire to protect the angel statue of the Spirit Hall from destruction by Tang Hao. Otherwise, given her formidable power at that time, leaving Tang Hao unhindered would have posed no challenge. The destruction of the angel statue would have mattered little to her. To her surprise, when Tang Hao arrived outside Yu Xiaogan's door, he did not immediately knock. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to turn away without entering. Observing this, Bibi Dong made no attempt to pursue him, for she held no genuine interest in Tang Hao. After his departure, Bibi Dong then passed through the door, allowing her consciousness to enter the loft, where she found Yu Xiaogang in his study. Upon seeing him, she could not contain her excitement and called out his name once more. Regrettably, Yu Xiaogang remained oblivious to her voice. Realizing that she could not reach him, Bibi Dong accepted her fate, content merely to watch him from afar. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, she quickly reassured herself that being able to observe Yu Xiaogang and accompany him in spirit was a source of great happiness. Thus, she quietly watched as he immersed himself in his reading, unaware that his former lover was gazing at him from the shadows. After a considerable time, Yu Xiaogang set aside his book and began to reflect on the events of the day. How fortunate he was to have taken in Tang San, a disciple with a twin martial spirit, a genius with a dual martial spirit, the third of its kind in history. What an unexpected encounter. As he recalled the extraordinary talent of Tang San, excitement bubbled within him. Since accepting Tang San as his disciple, he had been filled with exhilaration. So much so that after Tang San's departure, he resorted to reading in order to calm himself. However, even after putting the book down, his enthusiasm remained unbridled. I must cultivate Tang San into an exceptional talent, showcasing to the world the greatness of a disciple trained under me, Yu Xiaogang. Just wait and see. Who will dare to mock me then? Yu Xiaogang's expression was filled with excitement and determination, yet as he uttered his final words, a hint of ferocity emerged. This vividly illustrated his fervent desire to validate his worth. Observing Yu Xiaogang's impassioned soliloquy, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of sympathy for him, mingled with a flicker of ire. While she empathized with Yu Xiaogang's plight, she was also pleased by his resurgence. However, his elation stemmed from Tang San, which irked her. After all, Tang San was the architect of her ruin. This thought filled Bibi Dong with unrelenting sorrow. She had approached Yu Xiaogang with joy, only to find that he was preoccupied with nurturing her adversary. Nevertheless, Tang San's true identity must remain a secret. He was the son of Tang Hao, an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Thus, it was imperative that the Spirit Hall remained oblivious to Tang San's lineage. Yet, Yu Xiaogang's subsequent musings only deepened Bibi Dong's heartache. It turned out he had known of Tang San's identity all along. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes fixated on Yu Xiaogang, her lips pressed together in sorrow. She had assumed that he had only recently discovered Tang San's true self. To her dismay, it was evident that Yu Xiaogang had been aware from the outset. Despite knowing that Tang San was an adversary of the Spirit Hall and consequently her own enemy, he had devoted considerable effort to cultivating him. Upon this realization, an indescribable sadness washed over Bibi Dong. Why? She clenched her fists, unable to restrain herself from confronting Yu Xiaogang. Damn it! When she realized that Yu Xiaogang was oblivious to her words, her mood soured even further. Infuriated and unable to express her frustration, Bibi Dong cursed under her breath before vanishing from sight. Earlier, she had departed to avoid encountering Tang San. Now, she found herself unwilling to face Yu Xiaogang as well. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang remained completely unaware of Bibi Dong's visit and her subsequent departure. Suemo was entirely oblivious to Bibi Dong's plight. Suemo was entirely unaware of Bibi Dong's presence, for she would always depart immediately after making her appearance, leaving no trace for him to discern. The following day marked the commencement ceremony, and Su Mo noticed that Tang San was conspicuously absent. Su Mo understood that it was Yu Xiaogang who had taken Tang San to hunt for his first soul ring. A few days later, when a confrontation arose between Xiao Wu and the son of the Lord of Nodding City, Tang San returned, already in possession of his inaugural soul ring. The century-old soul ring dazzled his classmates, for even the first soul ring of Xiao Qinyu, the Lord's son, was merely of 10-year quality. My first soul ring comes from the spirit beast, Mandala Snake. My teacher's theory has proved to be correct. Upon utilizing his first soul skill, Bind, and authenticating the origin of his soul ring as Yu Xiaogang, everyone realized for the first time that Yu Xiaogang theory was indeed true. Plant-type martial souls could genuinely absorb the soul rings of animal spirit beasts. It turns out everything the master said was true. I thought he was deceiving us. Me too. No wonder everyone calls him master. He truly is remarkable. Had I known, I would have sought him out as my teacher. Absolutely. But don't even think about it. With Tang San, a naturally gifted student, how could the master possibly take notice of us? As a result, the students began to reassess Yu Xiaogang, with some regretting their decision not to become his disciples earlier. Su Mo, who had come to observe with a sense of detachment, chuckled coldly at the praises being lavished upon Yu Xiaogang. Even if Yu Xiaogang had not accepted Tang San, he would have had no interest in them whatsoever. Chapter 16. 3 years later. 3 years later. In the back mountains of Nodding Academy, a black-haired youth sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, a surge of soul power emanated from the boy, prompting him to open his bright black eyes. Level 10. After 3 years, I have finally reached level 10. As Su Mo opened his eyes, a hint of exhilaration graced his expression. Through 3 years of diligent cultivation, he had ascended from a mere level 2 soul power to his current level 10. Reflecting on how he had navigated the past 3 years filled him with a sense of nostalgia. Despite the impressive feat of elevating his soul power by 8 levels within 3 years, nearly catching up to the progress of Tang San and Xiao Wu, the hardships endured were known only to Su Mo himself. Su Mo was almost entirely devoted to cultivation or on the path of cultivation. Over the span of 3 years, he ascended 8 levels. However, his progress was not consistently rapid each year, but rather a gradual enhancement. This was largely due to the increasing sophistication of his self-developed cultivation technique, coupled with his daily physical training, which bolstered his physical capabilities and, in turn, strengthened his innovative cultivation method. Throughout these 3 years, Su Mo scarcely attended classes at all. Su Mo has diligently taught himself in the library. Spending an hour each day immersed in the pursuit of knowledge has become a form of relaxation for him. Reflecting on the countless hours he has devoted to barely keeping pace with the prodigious advancement of Tang San and Xiao Wu, a wave of sorrow washes over him. This is precisely why he has devised a novel method of cultivation. For students with ordinary talents, like himself, find it impossible to catch up. Yet, what he has managed to achieve is merely to match Tang San's rate of progress. After 3 years, Su Mo has only just broken through to level 10, while Tang San has ascended to the impressive rank of a level 21 Soul Master. Su Mo and Tang San's levels not only failed to converge but were instead further apart. However, over the years, Su Mo had grown accustomed to the disparities brought about by differing talents. Though it was bittersweet, he bore no grievances against fate. For Su Mo firmly believed that human determination could triumph over destiny. Having already developed his own innovative cultivation technique, he was confident that he would eventually catch up. Tomorrow, I shall embark on the quest to hunt my first soul ring. Su Mo smiled gently before returning to the academy, ready to indulge in a restful slumber. The following day, rather than heading straight to the soul-hunting forest near Nottingham, Su Mo first visited the blacksmith shop within the city. Good sir, is everything I ordered ready? Upon entering the blacksmith's workshop, Su Mo promptly inquired of the proprietor who was engaged in forging. Ah, it's you. The items you ordered are ready. I shall retrieve them for you at once. The blacksmith looked up and, upon recognizing Su Mo, broke into a joyous smile. Just a few days prior, Su Mo had commissioned several items from him, and the blacksmith had been apprehensive about whether Su Mo would return. Now, seeing him again, he felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the blacksmith produced a bag of items and placed it before Su Mo, saying, "These are custom-made according to your specifications. Please take a moment to examine them." Su Mo opened the inspection and discovered that the items she desired had all been crafted by her boss. Satisfied, she nodded in approval. "What about my weapon?" Su Mo continued. "It has been crafted. This is the bow and the gun you requested." Upon hearing Sumo's words, the proprietor hastily retrieved 2 items from beneath the counter. One was a bow, and the other a long spear. The bow, forged to Sumo's specifications, was a compound bow equipped with pulleys at both ends, appearing quite distinct from traditional bows, almost peculiar in design. The spear was fashioned in the likeness of Sumo's soul hunter gun, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sumo's own weapon. After Sumo tinkered with it for a while, he felt quite satisfied. Consequently, he settled the remaining payment, and the shopkeeper generously gifted him a tube of arrows. Subsequently, he rented a horse-drawn carriage and set off towards the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles away. As for the proof required by the spirit hall to enter the soul hunting forest, Sumo had already taken care of that. Hunting soul rings was indeed a cumbersome affair, particularly when it came to pursuing lower-tier soul beasts, as these lower-tier creatures were typically nurtured within the confines of the spirit hall, making them relatively safe, with no higher-level soul beasts present. Naturally, soul masters could venture into the wild soul beast forests, but the safety there could not be guaranteed. Sumo is merely at level 10 and has yet to acquire any soul skills, thus he dares not venture into the wild spirit beast forest. While he is unafraid of spirit beasts that have existed for a century or 100 years, he cannot guarantee his safety when confronted with those that have cultivated for over a millennium. Indeed, he is not intimidated by beasts of a century's cultivation, for his purpose this time is to seek out spirit beasts of such quality. To this end, he has made ample preparations. He has mastered all knowledge regarding spirit beasts below 1,000 years of age, enabling him to act with precision and strategy. The composite bow and spear are among his preparations. He intends to engage at range with the bow and in close quarters with the spear. Logically, since his own martial spirit is already a spear, he ought not to forge another. Yet, Sumo holds a differing opinion, as the current strength of his martial spirit, the soul hunter spear, does not compare favorably to those crafted in reality. In his previous life, while watching anime, he could not comprehend why agile spirit masters, like the Minji clan who possessed speed advantages, did not wield weapons to transform their speed into lethal force. With sufficient velocity, even a mere dagger could yield terrifying lethality. Now, after many years of reincarnation in the Douluo continent, Sumo finally understands. This disdain for weaponry stems from the fact that soul masters, empowered by soul energy and capable of summoning martial spirits, often look down upon the use of weapons. Nearly all soul masters believe that weapons are tools only for ordinary people and soldiers who lack the ability to summon martial spirits. It was only when Tangan introduced hidden weapons, which differed from conventional arms, that they began to perceive them as sophisticated, thus garnering their interest. Sumo, however, does not share this viewpoint. The very reason humanity surpasses beasts lies in their ability to wield tools. When the destructive power of martial spirits is insufficient in the early stages, employing weapons is not a source of shame. Outside of the Soul Master Tournament, where the use of external objects is prohibited, there is no reason not to utilize them at any other time. In this regard, Yu Xiaogang exhibits considerable wisdom. The first spirit beast Tangan hunted, the mantis snake, was slain with a short sword gifted by Yu Xiaogang. As a rank 29 Great Soul Master, Yu Xiaogang found himself unable to contend with the mantis snake using soul skills, but a mere short sword sufficed to deliver the fatal blow. This illustrates that the weapons utilized in this world possess formidable lethality. At the very least, they prove beneficial to weaker soul masters. Armed with this bow and spear, Sumo is resolute in his belief that he can successfully hunt a spirit beast of a century's cultivation. Gazing at the bow and gun he had meticulously prepared, Sumo brimmed with confidence. However, this confidence did not equate to recklessness. Upon arriving at the soul hunting forest, he intended to first seek out weaker soul beasts to hone his skills. Chapter 17. The reappearance of Bibi Dong traveling through the Douluo world. It took Sumo 2 days to reach the soul hunting forest. On the third morning, armed with a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall subchamber, he ventured into the forest. As it was his inaugural entry into the soul beast forest, Sumo refrained from immediately delving deeper. Instead, he began his search for soul beasts at the periphery. Once inside, he slung the compound bow and bag over his shoulder, gripping the long spear while remaining vigilant as he scoured the area. With a swift flourish of his spear, he noted that it indeed possessed a far superior feel compared to his spirit, yet it lacked the fluidity he was accustomed to with his own weapon. Even though this spear had been crafted to a 1-to-1 scale of his soul hunting spear, it appeared there was a reason why many preferred their innate spirits over external weapons. Soul Spirit summoned. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Suemo focused his mind and summoned his soul-hunting spear. With one hand wielding the long spear and the other the soul-hunting spear, he observed the striking similarity between the two. He proceeded to merge them. As the two spears clashed together, Suemo guided the soul-hunting spear, attempting to fuse it with the long spear. A wondrous scene unfolded as the two spears quickly overlapped, ultimately coalescing into a singular long spear. Indeed, it was possible. Suemo chuckled softly, then once more swung the spear in his hand, discovering that it had become much more manageable. Imbued with a greater sense of substance than when he solely relied on his martial soul, this was a fusion of sorts. The martial soul, after all, is a manifestation of energy that can seamlessly integrate into the spear forged by Suemo, which is entirely reasonable. However, continuously summoning the martial soul would deplete his soul power, so Suemo promptly retracted it, reserving this technique for when battle commenced. He then resumed his search for soul beasts, and gradually, he began to detect their traces. Yet, the signs of wild beasts were abundant, especially among the weaker species. Without soul power, they were akin to humans who could not become soul masters. Beasts devoid of soul power were merely animals, just like the blue silvergrass, which was ubiquitous across the Douluo continent. Its numbers were countless, yet those that possessed soul power and reached the level of soul beasts were indeed rare. Seeing such plant-based soul beasts, Suemo felt no inclination to hunt them. Before long, Suemo encountered a blackback pig with a cultivation of 50 years. "You fool! What level are you? And do you truly intend to hunt a soul beast alone?" Just as Suemo was about to make his move, Bibi Dong's figure suddenly appeared before him. This marked the first time in 3 years that Bibi Dong had actively manifested in front of Suemo. During these years, although Bibi Dong's divine sense had not granted her much power, her slumber had restored her abilities, allowing her to perceive the external world directly through Suemo. Thus, even without appearing in his body, she was aware of his actions. She was quite pleased with Sumo's progress over the years, at the very least. His cultivation speed had surpassed her expectations. However, she had chosen to ignore Suemo, as he had not made any effort to seek her out during these years, which irritated her. Since Suemo was unwilling to heed her advice regarding his mentor, Yu Xiaogang, she felt that even if she appeared, she could not assist him in overcoming his martial soul aptitude issues. Yet, this time, she could no longer restrain herself. Suemo, a mere child without even a single soul ring or soul skill, audaciously contemplated hunting soul beasts. Such an endeavor was tantamount to courting death. Hence, Bibi Dong felt compelled to intervene and prevent Suemo from embarking on this perilous path. While Sumo's recklessness was of little concern to her, Bibi Dong feared that should anything befall him, she too would cease to exist. "Ah, it is you, sister goddess," Suemo remarked calmly upon seeing Bibi Dong. The absence of the previous warmth and respect in his demeanor irked Bibi Dong. This insufferable child still harbored grievances against her. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed him entirely. However, considering her intention to dissuade him, Bibi Dong suppressed her irritation and gently spoke, "Little one, it was indeed wrong of me to pressure you into apprenticing under Yu Xiaogang. I apologize for that. Nevertheless, you must heed my warning and cease this foolish endeavor. A soul beast is not something you, lacking any soul skills, can contend with. Sister Goddess is concerned that I might face peril, and if I do, will you also vanish?" Suemo was taken aback by Bibi Dong's unexpected gentle apology, which only fortified his suspicion that she was indeed worried about him. Consequently, he felt less inclined to tread carefully around her. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong's expression stiffened. This infuriating child was as astute as ever, and it was exasperating. "Sister is your martial soul. You will undoubtedly vanish if you meet with misfortune. I speak to you earnestly. Soul beasts are simply beyond your current capabilities. As your martial soul, I do not wish to witness your downfall." Suppressing her ire, Bibi Dong once again endeavored to persuade Suemo with a softer tone. "Oh, to become another's martial soul is truly a challenging endeavor." Bibi Dong felt a surge of frustration within her. "Thank you for your concern, sister goddess. However, rest assured, I possess the confidence that brought me here." Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Suemo felt a surge of amusement and decided against further troubling her. Bibi Dong felt a tightness in her chest and exclaimed in exasperation, "You lack soul skills. What grounds do you have for such confidence?" "Just by observing. Sister Goddess will know. Since I dare to come alone, it is clear that I possess confidence. Moreover, If I find myself unable to prevail, I will certainly retreat. After Suemo finished speaking to Bibi Dong, he disregarded her and continued to stealthily approach the distant black-backed pig. As he tiptoed closer, Suemo deftly readied his compound bow, knocking an arrow and quietly aiming at the far-off beast. Although he had taken aim, Suemo continued to inch closer, for the nearer he got, the more assured he was of his accuracy. Witnessing Suemo turn away and ignore her, Bibi Dong was infuriated. However, seeing that Suemo was poised to strike, she suppressed her annoyance and refrained from further interrupting him. When Suemo drew within several meters of the black-backed pig, he finally halted his advance, knowing he could ensure his precision from this distance. Furthermore, getting any closer would risk alarming the soul beast. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he pulled back the bowstring, aiming for the creature's ear. With a swift release, the arrow transformed into a streak of darkness, whistling through the air as it shot towards the black-backed pig. At the moment Suemo loosed the arrow, the pig, previously rooting in the soil, jolted in alarm, clearly sensing an impending threat. Before it could react and evade, the arrow pierced through its ear. Struck, the black-backed pig let out a piercing shriek, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge the arrow from its head. Yet, it was met with another volley of arrows. Sumo's arrows struck the black-backed porpoise with unwavering precision, though they did not target its weak points. The shafts merely pierced the creature's skin and fur, inflicting only superficial wounds. Nevertheless, after a brief struggle, the black-backed porpoise succumbed and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. The first arrow of Suemo inflicted a fatal wound. The arrow pierced through the brain, and it was remarkable that the black-backed pig could struggle for a while longer. Soon after, a white soul ring of 10 years quality manifested above the corpse of the 50-year-old soul beast. Witnessing Suemo effortlessly hunt down a 50-year-old soul beast left by Bibi Dong in a state of shock. She never anticipated that Suemo could indeed slay a soul beast without possessing any soul rings or soul skills, and with such ease. It was then that Bibi Dong noticed the peculiar design of the bow in Suemo's hand, which was strikingly different from her preconceived notions of a bow. However, these details were secondary. What truly captured her attention was the extraordinary power the bow and arrow emitted, far surpassing that of ordinary ones. As long as one aimed for the vital points of a soul beast, it was conceivable that even a beast of 1,000 years could fall before Sumo's skill. This bow bore a resemblance to the Zhuge divine crossbow that Tangan would later create, albeit the latter being more refined and possessing greater power. Bibi Dong, astonished, quickly discerned that Sumo's remarkable feat was not solely due to his own capabilities, but rather the formidable strength of the compound bow combined with a well-executed ambush. Yet, despite this realization, her expression was tinged with embarrassment. Reflecting on her earlier insistence that Suemo was incapable of hunting soul beasts, she felt the sting of her own words. Had she known of Sumo's prowess, she would have refrained from joining him. Suemo was indifferent to Bibi Dong's reaction. He had no interest in knowing it. Upon witnessing the black-backed dolphin revealing its soul rings, he realized that the opponent had indeed perished. Suemo approached the lifeless body of the black-backed pig, gazing at the white soul ring suspended above the corpse of the soul beast. A look of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Is this truly the soul ring? It resembles the thrill of acquiring rare equipment. He admired the white soul ring before him with an appreciative hum. However, he had no intention of absorbing this 10-year soul ring of 50-year quality. His purpose in hunting the black-backed pig was merely to assess the difficulty of confronting a soul beast. As it stands, soul beasts do not appear to be overly formidable. After all, he had yet to set any traps. Suemo meticulously retrieved the arrows embedded in the carcass of the soul beast. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the power of his bow, having had it crafted by a blacksmith, although somewhat rudimentary. It surpassed ordinary bows, yet could not compare to the renowned Zhuge divine crossbow, forged by Tangan. Subsequently, Suemo summoned the soul-hunting spear and probed the corpse of the black-backed pig. Indeed, with the current strength of his martial spirit, even though the creature lay lifeless, he found it challenging to inflict any damage upon it. However, when he fused the soul-hunting spear with the crafted iron spear, the outcome was markedly different. With a firm grip on the spear, Suemo thrust and withdrew, piercing the corpse of the black-backed pig and causing several gory wounds to manifest. Truly, when martial prowess is lacking, one must rely on their weapon. No matter how skilled one may be, even the mightiest warrior fears a sharp blade. It is essential for a person to recognize and utilize every available resource. After concluding his tests, Suemo effortlessly twirled the spear, and with a final flick, he shook off the blood from its tip. Divine Sister. Suemo turned to Bibi Dong, inquiring, "What is it?" Bibi Dong, reluctant to engage with him, initially assumed he intended to mock her. Sister Goddess, the limit of soul ring absorption is indeed correlated with the strength of one's martial soul and physical capabilities, correct? Contrary to Bibi Dong's expectations, Suemo did not ridicule her previous misjudgment of his abilities. Instead, he broached a serious topic. That is indeed the case. Are you inquiring about the maximum limit of your first soul ring's absorption? Bibi Dong cast a surprised glance at Suemo before retorting, although it was a retort. Her tone conveyed certainty that he sought this information. Such a tenacious young soul likely wished to absorb as much as possible, pushing towards his own limits. After all, she had traversed a similar path in her past. Yes, Sister Goddess, can you determine the maximum lifespan of the first soul ring I can absorb? Suemo nodded. Since Bibi Dong had appeared, he took the opportunity to seek her counsel. While he possessed his own judgments, he was eager to hear her insights on the matter. In terms of physical strength, Suemo believed his resilience surpassed that of Tang San at the age of 6. However, when it came to the potency of their martial spirits, Suemo recognized that his was inferior to Tang San's. Yet, with the knowledge he had acquired thus far, he remained uncertain about the relative influence of physical strength versus martial spirit strength when absorbing soul rings. Had Bibi Dong not manifested, Suemo would have sought a soul beast with a cultivation age of around 400 to 500 years. Now, it hinged upon Bibi Dong's perspective. Upon hearing Suemo's acknowledgement, Bibi Dong began to ponder. She felt it necessary to enhance their relationship, as continuing in this manner was untenable. And after being repeatedly embarrassed in front of Suemo, she was eager to prove herself. Observing Suemo's figure, Bibi Dong commenced a serious calculation. Suemo had always been aware of her remarkable physical strength, having witnessed how she had persevered over the years. It was only upon deeper reflection that Bibi Dong realized, to her astonishment, that Suemo's physical prowess was not inferior to that of a great soul master. The threshold for a soul master to absorb soul rings is significantly influenced by their physical strength, while the potency of their martial soul takes a secondary role. Albeit still important, it is a delicate balance, perhaps 70-30. After Bibi Dong meticulously assessed Suemo's current condition, a sense of surprise welled up within her. She then gazed at Suemo with astonishment and exclaimed, "Little one, the limit your first soul ring can endure is 600 years. That exceeds Tang San's by over 100 years." To be honest, Bibi Dong was quite taken aback by this revelation. In an astonishing revelation, Suemo's first soul ring surpassed that of Tang San in quality. Chapter 19. An Unexpected Discovery. Bibi Dong was genuinely taken aback. She had never anticipated that Suemo could excel beyond Tang San in certain aspects. Despite her deep-seated resentment towards Tang San, she could not deny his formidable talent. Prior to undergoing the divine assessment, Tang San had absorbed a soul ring of 10,000 years in age for his fourth ring, a feat unparalleled in history. Now, the fact that Suemo could exceed Tang San's first soul ring's age limit was truly astonishing to her. It surpassed the previously considered limit of 423 years, which she and Yu Xiaogang had deemed the pinnacle. Regrettably, Suemo's potential remained constrained by the limitations of his martial soul. Otherwise, this young prodigy would have an immeasurable future ahead of him. The lack of recognition for this individual in the future was undoubtedly due to the restrictions of his martial soul, leading him to fade into obscurity. Bibi Dong felt a pang of regret for Suemo. A lifespan of 600 years was indeed a promising prospect. "Thank you, Sister Goddess." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's assessment, Suemo's expression brightened. With the confirmation that the upper limit for his first soul ring's endurance was beyond 600 years, he set his sights on a soul beast of that very age. However, whether he would encounter a suitable 600-year soul beast was a matter of fortune. Fortunately, after half a month of relentless searching, just as Suemo was about to give up, he finally came across a fitting 600-year soul beast, a spiny hedgehog. Employing traps and long-range attacks to provoke the creature, he ultimately lured it into a trap, where he successfully defeated the 600-year-old spiny hedgehog. Witnessing Suemo's resourcefulness and the ease with which he dispatched a soul beast of such caliber, Bibi Dong, despite having anticipated this outcome, was still deeply astonished. Considering that numerous soul masters and great soul masters struggled to hunt beasts of this level in teams, Bibi Dong found the situation rather amusing. Suemo paid no heed to Bibi Dong's astonishment. After successfully hunting the 600-year-old soul beast, he began the absorption process as soon as the creature's yellow 100-year soul ring materialized. In less than 10 minutes, Sumo adeptly absorbed and refined it, transforming it into his first soul ring. Sumo's soul power level has consequently risen by 2 tiers, reaching the esteemed rank of Soul Master at level 12. The first soul skill, Penetration. Sumo has also acquired his first soul skill, which, upon activation, augments the penetration power of his Soul Hunter Spear by 2-fold, amounting to an increase of 200. It is important to note that this enhancement does not guarantee complete penetration against adversaries. Rather, it serves to elevate the spear's original penetration capability. After successfully obtaining the soul ring, Sumo embarked on his journey home. Along the way, he engaged in a meditative practice to cultivate his soul power and discovered that upon reaching the rank of Soul Master, the soul power required for advancement indeed increased significantly compared to that of a soul scholar. Sumo silently calculated and discovered that if he solely relied on meditation techniques to cultivate his soul power, it would take him an entire year to elevate to level 13. A year's time would yield merely a single level increase, a pace even slower than that of soul practitioners. Indeed, the disparity in talent only serves to widen the chasm between the gifted and the mediocre. Tangan, with his extraordinary aptitude, consistently advanced by approximately 3 levels each year, showing no signs of deceleration whatsoever. Fortunately, I possess my own innovative cultivation technique. After absorbing the soul rings, my physical attributes have been further enhanced, allowing me to barely keep pace with the cultivation speed of those prodigies. Sumo could only feel fortunate for having developed a new style of cultivation. Upon returning to Nottingham City, Sumo proceeded to the branch of the Spirit Hall to undergo Soul Master certification. Only after completing this certification could Sumo receive the Soul Master newcomer subsidy bestowed by the 2 great empires, allowing him to collect a golden soul coin each month. Sumo finds himself within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, and what he receives, naturally, is bestowed by the empire itself. Upon returning to the Notting Academy, neither the faculty nor the students are aware that Sumo has absorbed his first spirit ring, and that this initial spirit ring boasts a remarkable quality of 600 years. Sumo did not intentionally expose himself to show off. He continued to follow his own path. During his practice of marksmanship, he ceased merely summoning the Soul Hunter Spear for trainings, instead opting to merge it with a forged iron spear for a more gratifying tactile experience, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of his training. A few months later, in the secluded mountains behind Notting Academy, Sumo found himself in his training grounds, idly toying with the iron spear in his hand, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Having just concluded his training, he had retracted the martial soul, the Soul Hunter Spear, back into his body, leaving him with only the forged iron spear in hand. Surely, this cannot be merely an illusion? Sumo rubbed the long spear in his hands, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. It felt almost as if he were caressing a delicate maiden. After retracting the Soul Hunter Spear into his body, he discovered that the sensation of touching the long spear still invoked a faint connection of bloodlines. This was a feeling he could only experience when wielding his weapon, the Soul Hunter Spear. With a decisive motion, Sumo plunged the spear into the ground, its tip embedding firmly in the earth. He then took a couple of steps back, aligning his index and middle fingers, and gestured towards the spear planted before him. With a hum at Sumo's summons, the spear quivered slightly, responding to his call. Upon witnessing this, Sumo's eyes widened in astonishment. To my surprise, there truly was a reaction. Upon witnessing this scene, Sumo was utterly astonished. Although the long spear merely quivered slightly and did not return to his hand with the effortless grace akin to his own martial soul, Sumo could not help but feel a profound sense of wonder. After all, what lay before him was not his own martial soul. Furthermore, he had merely summoned it through the power of his thoughts, rather than manipulating it through the technique of controlling cranes and capturing dragons that Tangan had mastered. With a hum, Sumo attempted once more and discovered that he could still summon it. Moreover, he sensed a subtle yet palpable connection of bloodline between himself and the spear. Have I perhaps refined this long spear, wrought from reality, akin to how one refines magical artifacts in immortal fantasy novels? Sumo immediately began to speculate about his unexpected discovery. The cause of this phenomenon undoubtedly stemmed from his frequent practice of merging his martial soul, the Soul Hunter Spear, with this long spear. According to the understanding found in Xinxia novels, it could be said that Sumo was refining a treasure using his own spiritual energy. If this process were to continue, could it be that he would eventually refine this long spear into his personal magical artifact? According to the rules of this world, would this mean that he would transform it into his martial soul? Suemo continued to make bold conjectures, regardless of their veracity. He had resolved to dedicate the forthcoming time to merging his martial soul, the soul-hunting gun, with this long spear. He was eager to discover what transformations might ultimately unfold. Chapter 20. Bibi Dong's astonishment. Suemo, why do you persist in carrying your soul-hunting gun? Sumo's habit of carrying his martial soul, the soul hunter spear, on his back soon piqued the curiosity of his classmates. Xiao Wu, who was somewhat familiar with him, directly inquired about it. It's nothing. I'm merely attempting to cultivate a soul skill. Suemo responded succinctly. However, it was not merely an attempt at cultivating a soul skill. He was engaging in something far more ambitious. What soul skill are you cultivating? Xiao Wu pressed on, intrigued. It's nothing yet. I'm not even certain if I will succeed. Suemo smiled faintly, dismissively responding, Oh, if you choose not to speak, so be it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a sense of disinterest and quickly departed, returning to Tang San's side, where they engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter. Among her classmates, she found Tang San particularly endearing and impressively capable, which made her prefer spending time with him. In Sumo's eyes, he appeared to be an oddity, rarely seen in the classroom, and even when he did make an appearance, he seldom mingled with his peers. Observing Xiao Wu as she dashed back to Tang San's side, Suemo could only sigh inwardly. Although he had managed to prevent Xiao Wu from sharing a bed with Tang San, he could not stop her from playing alongside him. Unfortunately, Suemo found himself unable to carve out any time to engage with Xiao Wu. Additionally, being aware that Xiao Wu was undoubtedly under the watchful eye of Tang Hao, he refrained from pursuing further interaction with her. Suemo remained steadfast in his ways. The only notable change was that ever since his return from the soul-hunting forest, Bibi Dong had begun to frequently appear before him. It was at Sumo's behest that he requested Bibi Dong to impart her knowledge of soul spirits. Several months prior, in the library of Nodding Academy, Suemo had realized that there was little left for him to learn. Thus, when Bibi Dong voluntarily emerged, he seized the opportunity to solicit her guidance. Suemo had already prepared himself for rejection. To his surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong agreed to his request. Consequently, the time he once dedicated to studying in the library was now transformed into an opportunity to enter his martial soul space to receive Bibi Dong's guidance. Thus, Suemo continued his arduous, yet fulfilling daily routine. Time flowed incessantly. Each day, he diligently fused his martial soul, the soul-hunting spear, with an iron spear. Gradually realizing that the connection between the iron spear and himself was becoming increasingly profound. Initially, the sensation was merely a faint trace of bloodline connection, but 3 years later, on the eve of graduation, Suemo felt as if the iron spear had truly become a part of his being, mirroring the sensation provided by his martial soul. The soul-hunting spear. After casting the iron spear, Suemo merely needed a thought, expending a certain amount of soul power, to summon it back to his hand. In the familiar location on the back mountain of Nodding Academy, Suemo unleashed his long spear with wild abandon in the open space, executing strikes with the precision and ferocity reminiscent of a dragon. The ground bore the marks of his prowess. Crescent moon, chasing clouds, pursuing stars, scorching 100 slashes. Ultimately, he even attempted to demonstrate a set of techniques inspired by the character Yuning from his previous life in the game Honor of Kings. Although he failed to replicate the 3 layers of spear intent, instead, he forcefully brought the spear down onto the ground. After the rigorous training, Suemo exhaled deeply, his face and body glistening with fine beads of sweat. Suemo, however, felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment coursing through his entire being. For someone who exercises daily, a day without such activity invariably feels quite disconcerting. After some time, Suemo glanced around and, upon confirming his solitude, his expression shifted to one of earnestness. He then grasped the long spear, a fusion of his martial soul, the soul hunter gun, and an iron spear, and with a focused thought, he retracted it. Suemo not only sought to summon his martial soul back to him, but also aimed to recall the iron spear. He had attempted this numerous times in the past, yet success had eluded him. However, this occasion was markedly different. It was the first attempt following his complete assimilation of the iron spear. With a faint hum, the long spear in Sumo's grasp quivered slightly before vanishing entirely from his hand. Has it worked? Witnessing this scene, Sumo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Soon after, he fervently closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his martial soul space. Upon entering, he beheld his martial soul, the Soul Hunter Spear. At that moment, the Soul Hunter Spear had seamlessly merged with the iron spear he had refined, and the entire spear now trembled gently, emanating waves of soul energy. Sumo merely cast a glance and instantly grasped the situation. He was currently engaged in the profound fusion of the Soul Hunter Spear with the iron spear he had previously refined. Once this fusion was successful, the two would become inseparable. At that moment, amidst the crimson mist enveloping the Soul Hunter Spear, a graceful figure suddenly emerged. "What is happening, little one?" Upon witnessing the transformation of the Soul Hunter Spear, Bibi Dong turned to Sumo with astonishment, her voice laced with curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, Sumo had been refining the iron spear. She was only aware that he merged his martial spirit with the iron spear during training. Yet he had never disclosed his attempts at refining the iron spear. Thus, she remained oblivious to this development. Seeing the mutation of Sumo's martial spirit left Bibi Dong utterly astonished. It is worth noting that apart from the potential changes to a martial spirit when absorbing a soul ring, such transformations rarely occurred at other times. However, Sumo, who had only reached the 19th level and had been stagnating there for several months without breaking through to the 20th level, could not possibly have experienced this change through the absorption of a soul ring. "Sister Goddess, I am evolving my martial spirit." Sumo beamed at the incredulous Bibi Dong, his pride evident in his tone. As he spoke, the martial spirit, which had been trembling, finally ceased its quivering, achieving a complete evolution and merging into a singular entity. The Soul Hunter Spear, now reappearing before Sumo, appeared more refined and evidently stronger than before. Evolving a martial spirit? How is that possible? Bibi Dong's initial reaction to Sumo's assertion was disbelief. However, upon witnessing the completion of Sumo's martial spirit evolution, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she gazed at him in disbelief. "How did you accomplish this? What did you do?" At that moment, Bibi Dong truly felt a sense of existential doubt. She could not fathom how Sumo had managed to achieve such an extraordinary evolution of his martial spirit. It was evident to her that Sumo's martial spirit had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. The original Soul Hunter Spear possessed by Sumo was of a low-grade quality. Yet now it has ascended to the caliber of a mid-grade soul weapon. Chapter 21. It is that simple. Sister Goddess, you must be aware that I have fused the Soul Hunter Spear with the iron spear I purchased, correct? Sumo turned to Bibi Dong with a smile and said, "I know." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibi Dong first nodded, then widened her eyes in disbelief. "You can't possibly have evolved your martial soul in such a manner, can you? If so, that is exceedingly simple." Bibi Dong felt as though she were experiencing auditory hallucinations. The evolution of a martial soul could not possibly be so effortless. "Indeed, it is that simple. I have always sought to transcend the limitations of my martial soul's innate abilities, which led me to conceive of this method. Initially, I never anticipated that it would succeed." Sumo exclaimed with excitement. Naturally, he would not admit that this was an unexpected discovery. Instead, he claimed it was a result of his own ingenuity. He too was astonished by how effortlessly one could evolve their martial soul. Furthermore, he had previously attempted a different method by wearing a bracelet on his wrist and nurturing it with soul power daily. Yet after 6 months, the bracelet remained utterly unresponsive. Sumo speculated that only those who have fused with their martial souls could be refined, meaning that one could only utilize the martial soul for the process of refinement and not the soul power. Furthermore, the martial soul and the object to be refined must bear a striking resemblance to ensure sufficient compatibility. This method is effective solely for weapon martial soul users. While it may be theoretically possible for beast martial souls, it is exceedingly challenging to project one's beast martial soul onto a soul beast. Of course, this is merely Sumo's conjecture. Regardless, he has succeeded. Whether other soul masters could also employ such a method remains uncertain to him. Nevertheless, Sumo believes it is plausible, as this ability is not his unique advantage. It is simply that no one in the Douluo world has attempted such a thing before. They even look down upon weapons, so how could they possibly integrate them as Sumo has done? This evolutionary approach, akin to the innovative cultivation technique he has devised, is straightforward, yet the soul masters of the Douluo world find it exceedingly difficult to break free from conventional thinking to embark on such endeavors. Even if someone were to achieve it, the number would likely be limited. as it necessitates not only prolonged periods of merging the martial soul with the weapon, but also requires formidable mental or spiritual strength to facilitate their entry into a refined state. This is not something that everyone can accomplish. After listening to Su Mo's explanation, Bibi Dong stood agape, rendered speechless for a time. She was genuinely astounded, her beautiful eyes gazing incredulously at Su Mo before her. She had never anticipated that martial souls could evolve in such a manner, nor that Su Mo would be the one to uncover it. Who exactly are you? Bibi Dong regarded Su Mo with a mix of shock and skepticism, truly believing now that he was no ordinary individual. This method, seemingly simple, is not something that just anyone could discover. Moreover, in the future, she had never heard of Su Mo. Yet, this should be impossible. How could someone who has innovated a new cultivation method and now discovered a way for weapon martial soul users to evolve their martial souls remain obscure? Who am I? I am simply myself. Su Mo's heart skipped a beat. However, she still had no intention of revealing to Bibi Dong that she, too, was a reincarnator. Then how could you possibly create a new soul power cultivation technique and discover this method of martial soul evolution? Bibi Dong pressed on. I simply wish to prove myself. Even relying solely on my own abilities, I can transcend the limitations of martial soul talent. The goddess sister claimed that only Yu Xiaogang could achieve this. Yet I refuse to believe it. Now, does the goddess sister believe in me? I can do it too. In fact, it is Yu Xiaogang who remains trapped at level 29, unable to break through. The goddess sister must have been deceived by him. Su Mo responded with a spirit brimming with enthusiasm and pride. Bibi Dong opened her mouth, still somewhat incredulous. However, after hearing Su Mo's words, she began to comprehend the situation. It was after experiencing a stimulus that Su Mo sought to transcend the limitations of his martial soul talent. Ultimately, it all stemmed from her influence, did it not? She had been the catalyst for Su Mo's decision to seek mentorship under Yu Xiaogang, and it was her presence that led to Su Mo's rejection, which then propelled him to develop his innovative self-cultivation techniques and discover the evolutionary methods for weapon martial souls. Had it not been for her, Su Mo would likely have remained just another soul master of ordinary talent, regardless of his efforts, fading into obscurity. Thus, it was no wonder she had never heard the name Su Mo in the future. Both his new cultivation techniques and the evolution of weapon martial souls had not emerged. Indeed, I underestimated you. Had it not been for Su Mo's disparagement of Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong would have genuinely praised him. Yet, upon hearing Su Mo speak ill of Yu Xiaogang, her inclination to commend him waned. Nevertheless, she found it difficult to refute Su Mo's words, for at that moment, Yu Xiaogang had indeed not discovered a method to break through his martial soul talent, remaining trapped at level 29. Now, she was curious as to when Yu Xiaogang would find a solution and whether it would evoke the same astonishment within her as Su Mo's approach had. Let us hasten to test your evolved martial soul. Not wishing to dwell on Yu Xiaogang's shortcomings, Bibi Dong promptly shifted the topic. All right. Su Mo nodded in response. Subsequently, his consciousness withdrew from the martial soul space. With a swish, Bibi Dong's spiritual awareness manifested alongside him. Martial soul summoning. Su Mo paid no heed to Bibi Dong. With a mere thought, he summoned his newly evolved martial spirit. The evolved soul hunting gun swiftly materialized in Su Mo's hands. Grasping the weapon with both hands, he exuberantly brandished it a few times and felt an exhilarating rush. Indeed, the evolved soul hunting gun was significantly more powerful than its predecessor. However, despite its evolution, the tactile sensation and lethality seemed diminished compared to when the two had yet to fully merge. After testing its potency, Su Mo soon noticed something amiss. When the original soul hunting gun was combined with the iron gun, the effect was akin to 1 + 1 equating to 2. Yet now, with their complete fusion, the result was less than it had been before. Setting that concern aside, he decided to experiment with the original meditation techniques for cultivation. Su Mo was concerned about the power of the soul hunting gun, while Bibi Dong was more intrigued by the true quality of its evolution. Thus, she urged Su Mo to demonstrate its capabilities. To ascertain whether an actual evolution had taken place, one could simply utilize the evolved soul hunting gun and practice the soul power cultivation technique through meditation. If it proved effective, it would confirm that she had not erred. Su Mo's martial soul had indeed undergone a comprehensive evolution. This transformation would fundamentally alter Su Mo's cultivation limits, essentially raising her potential to ascend to the soul sage level. Consequently, there existed a possibility for Bibi Dong to awaken as well. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bibi Dong's heart began to pound rapidly, filled with a mix of tension and exhilaration. Chapter 22. The Forging of Souls. Su Mo, intrigued by the state of his evolved martial soul, settled into a meditative posture upon the ground and commenced his introspective journey, practicing the soul energy cultivation technique imparted to him by Bibi Dong. A resonant hum filled the air. Su Mo could distinctly perceive that by employing his original meditation technique for cultivation, the speed at which he absorbed external energy had significantly increased, even doubling. In the subsequent moment, he felt the constraints of the level barrier that had confined him for several months, the 20th level, begin to loosen. It seemed as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Without hesitation, Su Mo earnestly resumed his cultivation, continuously utilizing the meditation method to draw in external energy. At last, after half an hour, a wave of soul power surged through him, and Su Mo's soul power level finally transcended 19, reaching the coveted 20th level. With the absorption of just one more soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of a true Grand Soul Master. Sister Goddess, I have reached level 20, he exclaimed excitedly, feeling the genuine evolution of his martial soul, sensing that his potential for daily enhancement had significantly risen. Upon opening his eyes, Su Mo looked at Bibi Dong with exhilaration. That's splendid. The evolution is indeed remarkable. Bibi Dong responded, equally thrilled at Su Mo's achievement. Su Mo's martial soul has undergone an evolution, and with her rapid progression, she stands a considerable chance of breaking through to level 70 in the future, thus becoming a soul sage. At that point, she will be able to awaken. Sister Goddess, I have dubbed this method of martial soul evolution as forging the soul into the weapon. What are your thoughts? Witnessing Bibi Dong's excitement, Su Mo felt a wave of satisfaction within her. It is not solely Yu Xiaogang who can discover methods for martial soul evolution. Furthermore, it was merely a misunderstanding on Bibi Dong's part. In truth, Yu Xiaogang's breakthrough of his innate limitations was entirely due to Tang San's fortune after consuming a divine herb. If Su Mo were unable to prevent Tang San from acquiring those divine herbs, he would be quite curious to see Bibi Dong's expression upon learning the truth. Forging the soul into the weapon? Integrating the weapon into the martial soul to achieve its evolution. What a fitting appellation. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed slightly, and she smiled at Su Mo with admiration. Su Mo could distinctly sense that Bibi Dong's attitude towards him seemed to have undergone a transformation. Perhaps it was due to the realization that he might be able to assist her in awakening. Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing the implications. Sister Goddess, do you believe that my current abilities would allow me to absorb a soul ring of 1,000-year quality from my second soul ring? However, he chose not to voice his thoughts directly. Instead, he inquired of Bibi Dong. They had previously discussed this matter, and based on his original physical strength and the potency of his martial soul, the absorption limit for Su Mo's second soul ring should have been around 950 years. Yet, now that his martial soul had undergone evolution, its strength had naturally increased. Thus, could it be possible that the limit for his second soul ring could also be elevated? Su Mo's physical prowess has always surpassed that of his peers. However, he has been troubled by the inferior quality of his martial soul, which limits the potential of the soul rings he can absorb. Even though he may exceed other soul masters to some extent, it is not by much. Given your current circumstances, the limit for your second soul ring should be around 1,200 years. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled slightly as she mentally calculated and then spoke to him. Now that she knows Su Mo has the potential to break through to the soul sage level, she naturally hopes that each of his soul rings can be of superior quality. The higher the quality of the soul rings, the more advantageous it will be for Su Mo, enhancing not only the power of his soul skills but also the boost in soul power and the strengthening of his martial soul after absorbing the rings. 1,200 years. I understand. I shall endeavor to find a soul beast with a cultivation level of 1,200 years to procure a soul ring. Su Mo fully endorsed Bibi Dong's assessment. His experience with the first soul ring, absorbed in accordance with her guidance, had already proven this notion. When he absorbed the first soul ring, he realized that the quality of the 600-year ring was indeed the limit of what he could endure. However, do you still intend to hunt the 1,000-year cultivation soul beasts alone? You must understand that soul beasts of 1,000 years or more are significantly more formidable than those of just 100 years. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, but expressed her concerns for Su Mo. Although he could indeed slay 1,000-year soul beasts with traps and the power of his compound bow, she still deemed it quite perilous. However, She no longer viewed Su Mo's actions as a reckless endeavor akin to courting death, as she had in previous years. It's fine. Did the goddess not say that only soul beasts of over 10,000 years possess high intelligence? Those under 10,000 years are merely wild beasts. As long as one employs human wisdom effectively, dealing with a wild beast should be quite manageable. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's concerns, Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle confidently. 3 years ago, at the age of 10, he had the capability to independently hunt a soul beast with a cultivation of 600 years. Now, having reached level 20, he felt quite assured in facing a soul beast over 1,000 years old. Well, do exercise some caution, Bibi Dong advised, nodding appreciatively at Su Mo's self-assurance. What set Su Mo apart from others, in her eyes, was his remarkable ability to utilize his intellect. Especially after witnessing Su Mo's innovative evolution of martial spirits through the fusion of forging and soul, Bibi Dong regarded him with newfound respect. The following day, Su Mo began preparations for another expedition into the soul-hunting forest. The routine remained unchanged. First, he visited the sub-branch of the Spirit Hall to obtain the necessary documentation, securing the permit required for entry into the soul-hunting forest. However, midway through his journey to the blacksmith shop, Su Mo suddenly halted in his tracks. Su Mo made his way to the blacksmith's forge, naturally intending to commission yet another spear, one of superior quality compared to the iron spear he had previously acquired. Su Mo was determined to continue his practice of forging and infusing weapons with his soul. Before stepping out, he had already conducted a test with a spear from the Academy's armory. Following the evolution of his martial soul, he found that he could still merge it with weapons in the physical realm. To commission a higher quality spear, it was imperative to seek out a more skilled blacksmith. In the city of Notting, the most esteemed blacksmith was undoubtedly Tangan, who not only forged weapons, but also mastered the art of the chaotic wind hammer technique. With this in mind, Su Mo turned towards Tangan's forge. Although he wasn't particularly fond of Tangan, one could not deny his exceptional blacksmithing skills. Furthermore, he was prepared to pay for the service, thus it was not an act of freeloading. He was merely engaging Tangan's expertise with his financial means. P.S. The concept of infusing weapons with one's soul was something I discovered through reading reviews. It seems I did not originate it. It appears in Douluo, where Ji Juechen's martial soul is an ordinary iron sword, possessing only a level 3 innate soul power. He nurtured it with soul power from a young age, and, through the friction of his hands against a mysterious meteorite, transformed it into a sword, which ultimately became his martial soul, leading him to achieve the title of Douluo. I have not read Douluo, and the information above is sourced from Baidu. Would this situation indeed constitute the practice of infusing a weapon with one's soul? Chapter 23. The Academy of Soul Masters that only accepts monsters. Su Mo was fortunate. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop where Tangan worked, he found Tangan present at that very moment. Tangan. Su Mo arrived at Tangan's forge. Su Mo, what brings you here? Tangan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Mo. I came to commission a spear, but I didn't expect to find you here as well. Since we are classmates, I might as well have you craft it for me, a small way to support a fellow student. Su Mo gazed at Tangan with a smile and said. Regardless of his willingness to accept Su Mo's order, Tangan's fondness for him increased significantly upon hearing his words. What kind of spear would you like to custom make? I will certainly do my best to craft it for you. I wish to commission a spear, forged from the finest materials you possess. The design should be identical to that of my hunting soul spear. Upon articulating his request, Su Mo simultaneously summoned the soul hunter gun. Will you be utilizing the finest materials? He inquired. The establishment indeed possessed a modicum of mysterious iron, albeit insufficient for extensive use. It could only be employed to forge the gun's head, while the body would have to be crafted from refined iron. However, this arrangement would inevitably elevate the cost to 5 gold soul coins. Upon hearing Su Mo's demands, Tangan promptly responded, no problem. How long will it take to complete the craftsmanship? Su Mo promptly replied, it appears that the materials available in Notting City are indeed subpar. However, they suit me just fine. If the materials were of superior quality, I would not have the means to afford them. You may come to collect them tomorrow. Tangan confidently responded. Thus, Su Mo commissioned a spear from Tangan. Upon receiving it the following day, he found himself quite enamored with the weapon, which was undoubtedly superior to the previous iron spear. After merging it with his soul weapon, the power indeed saw a significant enhancement. The spear, a product of the fusion between his soul and the weapon, became Sumo's most cherished armament. He speculated on why the previous iron spear, when fully integrated with his soul, yielded diminished power. It seemed that the original iron spear had been absorbed by the soul, facilitating its evolution and becoming a part of it. Ultimately, the soul is merely the manifestation of soul power, not a tangible object, which diminishes its efficacy and penetration. Only upon attaining soul armor can one forego the necessity of merging with a physical weapon. For instance, the trident left by the sea god is derived from the soul armor of the sea god, surpassing any metallic material. With the Shintai spear in hand, Sumo then set forth towards the soul-hunting forest. He preferred not to venture into the wild soul beast forest if he could hunt in the regulated soul beast forest managed by the spirit hall. However, finding a soul beast with a millennium of cultivation, there would be a matter of luck. Sumo, have you decided where to go after graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy? On the way to the soul-hunting forest, Bibi Dong materialized from within Sumo, subtly inquiring about his plans. Upon hearing this, Sumo cast a glance at Bibi Dong, pondering why she no longer referred to him as Little One. Simultaneously, he mused over the reason behind her inquiry. Sister Goddess, I am yet to make up my mind. I am uncertain whether I wish to continue my studies at the Soul Master Academy. I have come to realize that there seems to be little that the Academy can teach me. Having you as my mentor suffices. Not fully grasping the motivation behind Bibi Dong's question, Sumo responded casually. This sentiment echoed one of his own thoughts, as he indeed felt somewhat reluctant to pursue further education at the Academy. However, he harbored a yearning for the Soul Master competition that would transpire in a few years. Who does not wish to showcase their talents? Let us not forget that in his past life, Sumo was quite the influential figure. Should he decide against joining the Soul Master Academy, participation in the competition would be impossible. Naturally, he must enroll in the Academy. Only by doing so can he compete in the Soul Master competition in the years to come, an aspiration that every Soul Master harbors. I know of an academy. You might consider exploring it. Bibi Dong exclaimed upon hearing Sumo's response. What academy? Sumo's heart stirred, and he feigned curiosity to probe further. Shrek Academy. An institution that exclusively enrolls extraordinary Soul Masters, maintains exceedingly stringent admission criteria, rejecting ordinary candidates outright. Indeed, the answer that Bibi Dong provided aligned perfectly with Sumo's suspicions. Why did this woman wish for him to join Shrek Academy? Was it to eliminate Tang San prematurely, extinguishing his potential in its infancy? Or was it merely a ploy to facilitate her frequent encounters with Yu Xiaogang? Based on Bibi Dong's previous behavior, Sumo leaned towards the latter possibility. Throughout their interactions, Bibi Dong had never indicated any intent to preemptively stifle Tang San. Rather, her desire to pursue Yu Xiaogang was markedly more pronounced. In the initial years, Sumo had been oblivious to Bibi Dong's clandestine departures from his martial soul space. However, 3 years ago, after Sumo ascended to the status of a soul master, he became aware of Bibi Dong's consciousness stealthily slipping away from him. Yet, he chose to refrain from exposing her. Is there truly such an academy? I must see it for myself. Upon realizing this, Sumo outwardly donned a facade of eager anticipation. Journeying to Shrek Academy was indeed one of Sumo's original intentions. He aimed to intercept the celestial herbs. Should that prove impossible, he would endeavor to prevent Tang San from acquiring them. In Sumo's view, the most formidable advantage in the Douluo world lay within those celestial herbs. Without them, the Shrek 7 would undoubtedly be unable to achieve the feats depicted in the original narrative. It raises a significant question regarding whether Tang San could ever obtain the Sea God's legacy. It is essential to note that Tang San's selection by the Sea God was not solely due to his unexpected acquisition of the Sea God's heart. It was also a result of his consumption of numerous celestial herbs, which had elevated his innate talent to its zenith. Therefore, Sumo was resolute in his desire to intercept those celestial herbs, even though he had already discovered a method to evolve his martial soul through the forging of weapons. Who would not desire to obtain those celestial herbs? Why toil relentlessly when one could effortlessly enhance their abilities? In Sumo's perspective, intercepting the situation appears rather challenging. The poisoned Douluo is not easily approached, especially considering his current lack of strength. However, thwarting Tang San's acquisition of those celestial herbs seems considerably more feasible. By joining the Shrek Academy, he could devise a strategy to prevent the Shrek 7 and the Tendo royal team from encountering one another in the soul arena. Yet, this plan is not entirely foolproof, as there remains a possibility of crossing paths during the Soul Master competition, which might pique Douluo's curiosity about Tang San. Thus, Su Mo concluded that the solution lies in dispelling Douluo's intrigue. Informing her in advance about the properties of Huangjiu and counteracting snake venom would suffice. As long as Douluo remains indifferent to Tang San, the poisoned Douluo will not take notice of him, thereby eliminating the risk of Tang San being abducted. If Tang San is not captured, he will not discover the celestial herbs, which will consequently remain under the poisoned Douluo's control. As long as Su Mo waits until her strength is sufficient, she will find a way to obtain it from the poisoned Douluo. Until then, no one shall acquire it. Su Mo does not require Tang San to obtain all the celestial herbs before presenting him with one. Su Mo once contemplated joining the Spirit Hall, but after some reflection, he ultimately decided against it, for he lacked the courage. Given his innate talent, unless he presented his original creations, he would likely remain unnoticed there. Moreover, he feared an encounter with the current Pope Bibi Dong. One could only speculate what might transpire if the Bibi Dong within him crossed paths with the Pope herself. It was conceivable that Bibi Dong might seek assistance from the Pope to extricate herself from him. A conventional separation would be acceptable. Yet the dread lingered that it could end in something far more sinister, even if it were discovered later that killing him would not liberate her. Who could predict whether the Pope would find it intolerable to see her future self rely solely on Su Mo, feeling insulted and deciding to eliminate him, thus obliterating the Bibi Dong within him? A woman driven to madness is unpredictable, and no one could assure what action she might take. Chapter 24. Shared vision. Upon learning of Su Mo's newfound interest in attending Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy within her heart. This meant she could continue to remain by Yu Xiaogang's side. Truth be told, when she first discovered that Yu Xiaogang had known Tang San's true identity from the outset and had taken him under his wing, Bibi Dong had experienced a wave of anger. Nevertheless, her ire was short-lived. After all, it was she who had abandoned Yu Xiaogang without knowing the full truth. Thus, he was entitled to act without regard for her feelings. Accepting Tang Hao's son was something for which she could hardly blame Yu Xiaogang. Su Mo, be cautious. It seems you have caught someone's attention. It would be wise not to venture deeper. Retreat to the periphery for now. The following day, while searching for soul beasts in the depths of the hunting soul forest, Bibi Dong suddenly cautioned Su Mo. In her spiritual form, her expression bore a weight of seriousness and concern. She had not anticipated that Su Mo would encounter such danger within the confines of the Spirit Hall's soul beast forest. Her spiritual senses had detected 3 men stealthily approaching him from behind, their intentions clearly malevolent. 3 individuals? Can Sister Goddess discern their strength? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, his expression subtly shifted, prompting him to hastily inquire with Bibi Dong. The 3 individuals were all formidable soul masters, with one of them nearing the esteemed rank of soul sovereign. Bibi Dong cast a distant glance and discerned the approximate levels of their soul power. I understand now. Su Mo nodded slightly, then discreetly changed direction and gradually quickened her pace. Su Mo resolved to heed Bibi Dong's counsel, planning to return to the periphery of the soul hunting forest where a greater number of soul masters resided. It was likely that his presence in the depths of the forest had drawn unwanted attention. Suddenly, he sensed danger. The trio pursuing him had noticed his intentions. We must go, one of the men exclaimed, realizing that Su Mo was attempting to escape. The 3 swiftly accelerated their pursuit, only to find that Su Mo's speed was remarkably swift, making it difficult for them to catch up. You 2 continue the chase. He intends to flee back to the outskirts. I will intercept him from the side. The man who had first discerned Su Mo's plan declared, evidently possessing significant authority within the group. Understood, boss. The other 2 responded promptly, resuming their pursuit of Su Mo. Bibi Dong. They've split up. The strongest among them is preparing to cut you off ahead. She quickly warned Su Mo. Am I going to be cornered? He inquired. As Su Mo ran, he inquired. It seems that you can only venture deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Your speed is quite remarkable. If you delve further, they will be unable to pursue you. Bibi Dong responded to Su Mo's words and subsequently offered her counsel anew. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Mo acquiesced and then altered his direction, delving deeper into the soul-hunting forest. However, after a brief sprint, he concealed himself behind a colossal tree, choosing not to proceed further. This was indeed the soul-hunting forest. Should he venture deeper and encounter a soul beast that actively attacks humans, Su Mo would find himself in a predicament. In a direct confrontation with a soul beast, he lacked the confidence to resolve the situation swiftly. Thus, it would be more prudent to await an opportunity to counterattack. While facing 3 grand soul masters directly might pose a challenge for Su Mo, he could potentially eliminate one or two of them unexpectedly. The adversaries would undoubtedly be caught off guard by his audacity to retaliate. Sister Goddess, inform me immediately when they approach within 20 meters. Suemo leaned against the trunk of the tree, refraining from peering out to assess the situation behind him, instead allowing Bibi Dong to assist in the observation. Simultaneously, Suemo had drawn his bowstring taut, entering a state of readiness for immediate action. Excellent. Upon witnessing Suemo's unexpected preparedness to retaliate, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of concern, yet she swiftly acquiesced, positioning herself beside Suemo to monitor the two figures advancing in the distance. Bibi Dong, feeling a degree of apprehension, honed her focus, preparing to alert Suemo the moment the adversaries entered a designated range. As the tension heightened between them, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. It seemed that Suemo had gained an additional perspective, granting him the ability to perceive the circumstances beyond the tree's bark. Could this be Bibi Dong's vision? Astonishingly, I appear to be able to share Bibi Dong's sight. A sudden shock coursed through Suemo's heart, swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. With this development, he no longer required Bibi Dong's reminders and could react more swiftly. After the initial thrill, Suemo quickly regained his composure, entering a state of focused hunting. That little rascal can't escape now. But will hiding truly be of any use? They might as well wait to be devoured by the boss. With this, the boss will break through to level 30 and become a soul master. The two soul masters chasing behind remained oblivious to their transformation from hunters to prey. Upon seeing Suemo cease his flight and take cover, they erupted into laughter from a distance. Whoosh, however, as they approached Suemo's shooting range, his figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree, and as if aiming was unnecessary, he released an arrow at one of them the moment he appeared. This unexpected turn left them momentarily stunned. Not good. Quick dodge. The two sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. Thud. Yet, Suemo's arrow struck the lead soul master squarely in the chest, piercing through with brutal precision. A scream escaped the soul master's lips as he collapsed, writhing in agony. Damn it. First soul skill, armored shield. The other soul master, startled by the scene, hastily activated his first soul skill, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Whoosh, whoosh. As he summoned the shield, Suemo's arrows followed in rapid succession, striking towards him. Clang, clang yet. After activating his soul skill, the two arrows were deftly deflected. A defensive soul skill, indeed. Seeing this, Suemo slightly furrowed his brows. With merely arrows at his disposal, it would be a formidable challenge to breach the opponent's defenses in such a short span of time, if given a moment. Suemo harbored confidence in his ability to vanquish his adversary with his arrows. However, time was of the essence as the approaching enemy, whose strength was nearly on par with the Soul Sovereign, was closing in swiftly. Then let me test the might of this Soul Hunter spear on you. Suemo immediately cast aside the roller compound bow, brandishing his spear as he charged towards his opponent. With a swift motion, he unleashed his first soul skill, Penetrate. As he surged forward, he imbued his spear with an impressive augmentation of 200 in penetration. Note, the previous text has been revised. The first soul skill indeed grants a 200 increase in penetration. Do not dispute this, as it correlates with the original work by Masterly Yu Xiaogang of Shrek, whose decade-long soul rings also enhance destructive power by 200. Suemo's, however, boasts a staggering 600 years. Chapter 25, Evil Soul Master, the Reckless Imp. Upon witnessing Suemo's audacious abandonment of ranged combat in favor of a direct assault, the Soul Master with the pangolin martial spirit erupted in a mix of fury and mocking laughter, particularly when he noticed that Suemo possessed only a single soul ring. Evidently a mere novice Soul Master of a low level, his derisive grin grew all the more sinister. Pangolin Claw. In response to Suemo's advance, the man unleashed his dual claws, meeting Suemo's charge head-on. Die, he exclaimed, his expression a blend of coldness and confidence. For his second soul skill derived from a century-old soul ring, although Suemo's first soul ring was also a yellow century ring. The opponent was merely a single-ringed soul master, while he himself was a mighty soul master. Yet, in the face of the man's attack, Suemo remained unfazed, his gaze icy as he approached. As he drew near, his spear lunged forth with chilling precision. When confronting an unarmed enemy, a direct assault is the most effective strategy. Regardless of the formidable nature of his opponent's soul skill, it relied on dual-handed strikes, which Suemo chose to disregard entirely. Moreover, the soul-hunting spear in his grasp, enhanced by the properties of the Xian iron spear and augmented with 200 in penetration, rendered the so-called mighty soul master incapable of withstanding his assault. This was precisely why Su Mo, despite being merely a soul master, dared to initiate a counterattack. To Su Mo, true combat prowess was not solely dictated by the soul power of the combatants, but rather by the potential of each to wield their strength effectively. Could a weaker individual not defeat a stronger one? Not necessarily. Is it impossible for someone wielding a stick to overcome another with a knife? Certainly not. Everything hinges on the execution in the heat of battle. Only when an adversary is utterly unreachable or impenetrable does one find themselves truly unable to prevail. Thus, the once overconfident pangolin warrior felt a tremor of apprehension as he witnessed Su Mo's assault. Under the direct thrust of Su Mo's spear, he realized that his own attacks were entirely ineffective, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. Boom. The pangolin warrior hastily employed his enhanced soul skill, directing his dual hands towards Su Mo's soul-hunting spear. Clang! The soul hunter spear in Su Mo's grasp was struck, producing a sharp sound, causing the weapon to tilt slightly in his hand. However, before the pangolin man could revel in his momentary success, Su Mo swiftly retracted the spear and executed a diagonal thrust, aiming with precision at an unusual angle towards the pangolin man once more. Such rapid reflexes startled the pangolin man, as Su Mo's combat response exceeded his expectations. In a moment of desperation, the pangolin man sidestepped to evade the vital strike, intending to utilize his first soul skill to counter Su Mo's onslaught. Yet, to his dismay, it proved futile. Su Mo's spear tip pierced through the pangolin's shield effortlessly, embedding itself into his shoulder. How feeble! Su Mo let out a cold laugh, retracting the soul hunter spear even as he lunged forward to strike at his opponent once more. With a series of piercing thrusts, the pangolin man desperately attempted to defend and evade. However, against Su Mo's relentless onslaught, he resembled a mouse cornered by a cat, utterly unable to escape. Soon, his body bore numerous wounds inflicted by the spear. This is impossible. The pangolin man was on the verge of questioning his very existence, unable to fathom his predicament. A level 25 Great Spirit Master, being thoroughly overpowered by a mere spirit master with only a single spirit ring, left him feeling utterly helpless. Stop! With a final, furious shout, Su Mo swept the soul hunter spear with great force, sending the pangolin man crashing to the ground, where he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was then that Su Mo turned his gaze toward the last arriving man, whose face was ablaze with fury. You little demon. You are finished for daring to kill my people. The man glared at Su Mo, his rage palpable. He had never anticipated that the target he had set his sights on, a spirit master with merely one spirit ring, would prove to be so formidable. Second spirit skill, Leech Clone. Without further ado, the enraged man summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his second spirit skill against Su Mo instantly. A leech-like martial spirit appeared, complete with wings. As he uttered the incantation, a total of 9 leech clones manifested before him, charging towards Su Mo. What a repulsive martial spirit! Upon witnessing his opponent's spirit, Su Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, he quickly discerned that the martial spirit was an exceedingly rare blood-sucking leech. It was said that spirit masters possessing such a spirit could augment their soul power by consuming human spirit masters, and those unable to restrain their impulses would easily tread down the path of a malevolent spirit master. It was now abundantly clear that the figure before Su Mo was indeed a practitioner of dark arts. Kill. As 2 flying leech avatars lunged towards him, Su Mo let out a cold snort and thrust his spear directly at the nearest one. The defensive soul technique of the previous pangolin man could not withstand Su Mo's assault. How much less could the current leech avatar? In an instant, he pierced through one, reducing it to soul energy that dissipated into the air. The malevolent soul master, witnessing Su Mo's effortless dispatch of one of his avatars, felt a shift in his demeanor. Realizing Su Mo was no ordinary opponent, he quickly transitioned from anger to calm, commanding the remaining 8 leech avatars to scatter and attack Su Mo. Yet, the malevolent soul master was once again met with disappointment. After dispersing, the avatars posed no significant threat to Su Mo. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The leech avatars attacking from behind were either evaded or pierced through by him. In no time, the remaining 8 leech avatars were shattered by Su Mo's prowess. How could this be? The malevolent soul master, confronted with such a spectacle, found himself questioning his existence. This young boy, was he truly so formidable in battle? Behind Su Mo, Bibi Dong observed with astonishment as he showcased his combat prowess. This was her first time witnessing Su Mo wield the soul-hunting spear in battle. Although she had previously seen his fierce practice sessions, she had not anticipated that he would excel even more in actual combat, effortlessly overcoming opponents of a higher rank. While she was taken aback, she also felt a sense of relief. The last malevolent soul master, despite nearing the level of a soul sovereign, would not be Sumo's match. With a resounding thud, as all avatars were crushed, Sumo offered the malevolent soul master no respite, swiftly impaling him to the ground. Then, amidst the pleas for mercy, he delivered a decisive kick, rendering the adversary unconscious. However, after subduing all his foes, Sumo hesitated. He had not killed any of the three, they were merely incapacitated. Kill them. If you spare them, they will only bring harm to more innocents in the future. Bibi Dong, perceiving Sumo's uncertainty, appeared at his side and spoke. Hearing her words, Sumo turned to face her. Bibi Dong met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a chilling indifference to life. You must realize, these individuals are all fallen ones. Malevolent soul masters. If you do not eliminate them, they will only continue to victimize the innocent. She continued in a calm tone, regarding the lives of the fallen as inconsequential. Understood, Sumo replied solemnly. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's persuasion, Sumo fell into a moment of contemplation before nodding in agreement. He understood the reasoning behind her words, yet the act of taking action brought forth a wave of hesitation. After all, the lives he was to extinguish belonged to humans, not spirit beasts. Nevertheless, Sumo ultimately managed to convince himself that in a world like Douluo continent, he would inevitably encounter such circumstances, and thus he must hasten his adaptation. With a determined resolve, Sumo advanced, gun in hand, and swiftly ended the lives of the three spirit masters. Once the grim task was accomplished, a sense of relief washed over him, dissolving all his inner turmoil. He did not forget to search the bodies for valuables. After all, Sumo was not affluent, and any unexpected windfall would not be overlooked. Regrettably, the treasures on the three were meager, amounting to barely 20 gold spirit coins, a modest sum, yet still a notable gain. However, in comparison to another significant acquisition, this gold seemed trivial. The true boon was Sumo's newfound ability to share Bibi Dong's vision. No longer confined to the strains of battle, he could now access her perspective at will. This capability provided immense assistance during future confrontations, as long as Bibi Dong's consciousness manifested. Sumo would possess a comprehensive field of vision. Moreover, upon sharing her sight, he realized that her perception far surpassed his own. Not only could she see further, but with greater clarity as well. After tidying the battlefield, Sumo delved deeper into the soul-hunting forest, continuing his quest for suitable spirit beasts. In the days that followed, he encountered no further dangers. Fortune smiled upon him, as this visit proved even more fortuitous than the first. Merely 3 days in, he chanced upon a fitting spirit beast, an 11th to 12th century thunder beast, a creature imbued with the power of lightning. This thunder beast, resembling a blend of cat and leopard, was larger than a cat, yet smaller than a leopard, exhibiting remarkable agility. Sumo invested considerable effort in luring the thunder beast into a trap by using its favorite delicacies. Ultimately, he succeeded in ensnaring the creature, rendering it helpless. Once trapped, the thunder beast could only succumb to Sumo's will, ultimately meeting a tragic demise beneath the sharpness of his soul hunter spear. Upon vanquishing the thunder beast, Sumo successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring that erupted from its essence, a resplendent purple ring. This second soul ring, a Millennium one, marked yet another remarkable achievement. Aside from those who have fortuitously enhanced their soul ring's quality later on, no known soul master has managed to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at the Great Soul Master level. Moreover, Sumo's acquisition of his second soul skill proved to be exceptionally advantageous, Thunderstrike. This skill augmented his speed by 200 and enabled him to launch a piercing attack with his soul hunter spear, simultaneously boosting his attack power by 200 as well. It can be described as an extraordinarily premium soul skill. Consequently, Sumo's soul power level ascended directly to level 22. A remarkable increase of 2 levels following the absorption of the soul ring. This exemplifies how the quality of the soul rings he absorbed consistently surpassed expectations. Upon returning to the Nodding Academy, Sumo found that the following day marked graduation. He was fortunate not to miss this pivotal milestone in his life. With his soul power level, it was only natural for him to graduate smoothly from the academy. In truth, achieving the status of Soul Master sufficed for graduation from a primary academy, and given that he had reached level 22, it would have been unusual for him not to graduate. However, Suemo chose not to disclose his level, as doing so would afford him the opportunity for guaranteed admission into prestigious intermediate Soul Master academies. Preferring to avoid the ensuing complications of potential refusals, he opted for silence. Besides, with Tangan and Xiaowu, both remarkable talents at level 29, standing out, no one would pay particular attention to Suemo, who had always maintained a rather unremarkable demeanor. Upon their graduation, Tangan and Xiaowu were immediately sought after by renowned intermediate Soul Master academies eager to recruit them. Until we meet again in 2 months. Suemo cast a calm glance before departing from Nodding Academy. Upon returning to her aunt's home, her relatives naturally inquired about her circumstances, asking about her current level and which intermediate Soul Master academy she intended to attend. Aunt, I have reached level 22 and am now a great Soul Master. There is no need for concern regarding the intermediate academy. I have already made my decision. Suemo did not conceal anything from his beloved aunt, revealing to her his current level, hoping to bring her some joy. What? You're already at level 22? My goodness. Xiaomo, you have become a grand Soul Master. This is truly wonderful. If your parents were to know, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Suemo's aunt was indeed pleasantly surprised, not expecting Suemo to be so resilient. Suemo did not hasten to leave Nottingham City. Instead, after spending a month at home, he finally set forth on his journey to the kingdom of Balak. A month's time was ample for Suemo to gradually make his way to his destination. Suemo allowed himself a moment of respite, taking the opportunity to appreciate the diverse customs and cultures of the world around him. As the enrollment period for intermediate Soul Master academies approached, he finally arrived at his destination, the city of Sodo in the kingdom of Barak. Upon reaching Sodo, he found that he had not encountered any of the Shrek 7 monsters, whether it was Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who were already at Shrek Academy, or Tangan, Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Qing. He had not crossed paths with any of them on the day of Shrek's enrollment. After awakening in the morning and clarifying the route, Suemo set off directly. By the time he arrived at Shrek Academy, a considerable number of students were already lined up at the entrance for their entrance assessments. Is this truly Shrek Academy? It seems rather dilapidated. Indeed, if I hadn't heard that they only accept geniuses here, I would not have come. Had I known it was in such poor condition, I would have reconsidered. It seems too good to be true. After Suemo arranged the queue, he overheard the students and parents in front of him quietly murmuring their criticisms of Shrek Academy. Suemo paid no attention to them, for at that moment, his focus was entirely captivated by the silhouette of a young girl ahead of him. My goodness, her figure is truly extraordinary. Suemo inwardly scoffed. Even if the Soul Masters in this world developed at a rapid pace, the young lady before him had matured in an extraordinarily exaggerated manner. As if sensing Suemo's gaze, the girl suddenly turned her head back coldly. Chapter 27. Zhu Qing. However, by the time she turned, Suemo had already retracted his audacious stare. Suemo was well aware that he had just acted recklessly. However, there was little he could do. As a typical man, he was inevitably drawn to the allure of a beautiful woman with an attractive physique. Unable to resist stealing a few glances. Hello? Suemo glanced at Zhu Qing, who had turned her head, and offered a faint smile. Humph. Zhu Qing merely snorted coldly, casting a frosty glance at Suemo before turning away. She was reluctant to take action, opting instead to issue a warning to Suemo. However, her initial impression of Suemo was decidedly unfavorable. Since the previous day, Zhu Qing had been in a rather foul mood. Upon arriving in Sodo City, while searching for accommodation, she had chanced upon Dai Mubai, who was frivolously accompanied by a pair of twin sisters entering a couple's hotel. Witnessing such a scene, it was impossible for Zhu Qing to remain in good spirits. She had traveled a great distance to seek out Dai Mubai, only to find him reveling in merriment. Although she was infuriated by his carefree demeanor, she found herself more troubled by the realization that his actions were indicative of avoidance, a relinquishment of the family competition. This was the source of her deepest disappointment. Yet, she refrained from making any direct conclusions, choosing instead to continue her enrollment at Shrek Academy to observe further. In the face of Zhu Qing's warning, Suemo remained unfazed, his gaze directed ahead. Why can't the gold soul coins be refunded? He pondered. Soon, he witnessed a familiar scene from an anime. Students arriving to register encountered rejection after failing their assessments, leading to parents attempting to reclaim their registration fees, only to be met with refusal, resulting in a commotion. Ultimately, Dai Mubai made an appearance, quelling the uproar with his imposing presence. The disruptive individuals retreated in defeat, and the testing resumed. However, a new issue soon arose. A student who met the age and spirit power requirements was declared unqualified due to their mediocrity, with their first spirit ring merely reaching a century's worth of quality. Li Yusong, somewhat impatient, rose from behind the desk, addressing both the youth's parents and the queue of prospective applicants behind them. When you come to register at Shrek Academy, you should be well aware of the rules. If you haven't grasped them, you're merely throwing away your registration fee. It's not too late to reconsider. Do you know the significance of the name Shrek in Shrek Academy? Li Yusong continued with an icy demeanor. Shrek refers to a type of monster, an exceptionally peculiar existence even among spirit beasts. The meaning of Shrek Academy is, therefore, Monster Academy. This implies that we only accept monsters here, not ordinary individuals. If you are over 13 years of age or your spirit power does not exceed level 21, do not waste your time here. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, many prospective students promptly exited. Well, did I deceive you? This academy is truly unique. Bibi Dong appeared by Su Mo's side without any indication of when she had arrived, smiling as she spoke to him. As for Tang Sand and Xiao Wu, who came into her line of sight, Bibi Dong chose to disregard them entirely. Over the years, she had mastered the art of ignoring their presence. It's all right, she mused. Yet, I remain uncertain about the quality of the educational resources and the level of instruction here. If both the resources and the teaching quality fall short, this place may very well become a graveyard for talent. As long as one meets the admission criteria, regardless of the academy they join, their achievements are unlikely to be mediocre. Su Mo smiled gently and responded to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Su Mo, astonished by his clarity of thought. She recognized that his words held truth. She had indeed familiarized herself with Shrek Academy and was aware that many students had faltered in their training prior to this cohort. The emergence of the Shrek 7 monsters was not solely due to their innate talent, but also significantly attributed to the guidance of Yu Xiaogang. Zhu Zhuqing, positioned ahead of Su Mo, turned in surprise upon hearing his musing, realizing that this individual behind her was distinctly different. Even his martial soul remained poised behind him. The assessment proceeded, and soon Su Mo witnessed Ning Rongrong stepping forward for her evaluation, leaving the admission instructor, Li Yusong, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that a member of the 7 treasured glazed tile school would arrive here. Following Ning Rongrong's testing, it was the turn of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Given their soul power levels, they faced no challenges whatsoever. This year had indeed brought forth an abundance of promising talent. Dai Mubai, please guide them into the next phase of testing, instructed Li Yusong, promptly allowing Dai Mubai to escort Tang San and the others inside. Shortly thereafter, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. The nether cat? Upon witnessing the martial soul summoned by Zhu Zhuqing, the admission instructor's expression shifted once more, his astonishment evident as he regarded her. Very well, you have passed. You may enter on your own or wait for someone to accompany you, Li Yusong swiftly declared, confirming Zhu Zhuqing's advancement in the initial assessment. She nodded subtly, preparing to proceed independently. Yet, suddenly recalling something, she halted and lingered, watching Su Mo approach for his evaluation. She was curious to see what results this individual, whom she found irksome yet capable of uttering such words, would yield. This is the registration fee. After Su Mo deposited 10 gold soul coins into the money box, he placed his hand on the table for the bone testing examination. What is your martial soul? What level have you attained? Li Yusong inquired while assessing Su Mo's bone age. My martial soul is the soul hunter spear behind me, and I am at level 22. Su Mo spoke softly, level 22. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who stood nearby, learned of Su Mo's soul power level. With a serene expression, she withdrew her gaze, her interest fading entirely before turning away. Soul hunting gun, level 22. Li Yusong mused as he felt his bones. Regardless of whether it was martial soul or soul power level, it merely reached the caliber of a genius, not yet approaching the realm of monsters. However, he discerned that Su Mo's soul power was quite substantial, suggesting that the quality of both the first and second soul rings was commendable. Yet, he felt no inclination to directly inquire further. After all, they would continue testing once inside, and with a level not exceeding 25, his interest was minimal. Well, you have passed. Please proceed inside for the second round of testing. Li Yusong soon released Su Mo's hand and remarked, all right. Su Mo sensed Li Yusong's disdain towards him, feeling speechless. Was it a crime to possess a lower rank? resulting in their contempt. Dai Mubai, there is another one. Let us bring him along. Just then, Dai Mubai emerged, astonished as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. While Li Yusong beckoned for him to escort Su Imo inside. All right, teacher Li Yusong, Dai Mubai replied, casting a reluctant glance at Su Imo, yet ultimately acquiescing. He contemplated inquiring how Zhu Zhuqing ended up here. Kid, follow me in. Chapter 28. The continued test. How did you arrive here? Dai Mubai inquired, leading the way while Zhu Zhuqing trailed behind him. None of your business. Zhu Zhuqing merely scoffed, displaying an unwillingness to engage with Dai Mubai. Upon hearing her response, Dai Mubai momentarily paused, turning to regard Zhu Zhuqing, his expression tinged with irritation. However, he refrained from voicing his displeasure and continued to guide Zhu Zhuqing and Su Imo deeper within. He felt a surge of joy at Zhu Zhuqing's presence, albeit puzzled by her demeanor, resolving to inquire later. Soon, Dai Mubai led Su Imo and Zhu Zhuqing into the interior. Su Imo observed Tang San and Xiao Wu standing before a sausage shop, the proprietor of which was none other than Oscar. Tang San, you must not partake in the sausages here. Dai Mubai promptly intervened, preventing Tang San and the others from purchasing the sausages managed by Oscar, insisting that he prepare a fresh one on the spot. As Oscar recited his incantation, Su Imo felt a wave of embarrassment on his behalf. While it had not seemed particularly awkward while watching the anime, witnessing it in person truly made Su Imo feel a sense of social death for Oscar. Su Imo did not rush to the second round of the test, but rather observed the unfolding scene with great interest. Su Imo, is that you? How have you found your way here? However, it wasn't long before Tang San and Xiao Wu, upon discovering the truth and abandoning their quest for sausages, turned around to spot Su Imo. Tang San, Xiao Wu, I never imagined you would also be here. It seems that Shrek Academy is indeed quite extraordinary. Having been noticed, Su Imo approached and smiled at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, do you know each other? Dai Mubai, witnessing Tang San's familiarity with Su Imo, inquired with surprise. Indeed, we all hail from the same place. Xiao Wu, Su Imo, and I are classmates. Tang San nodded, subsequently introducing Su Imo to Dai Mubai. The arrival of Su Imo astonished Tang San greatly. The fact that Su Imo was able to advance to the second round indicated that he possessed a soul power of at least level 21. This revelation took Tang San by surprise, as he had been unaware of Su Mo's capabilities during their time at the Nodding Academy. Within their entire class, only a handful had managed to break through level 10 and become soul masters. Oh, you all come from the same place, Dai Mubai exclaimed, equally astonished by Tang San's words. Even if only 3 individuals from the same location passed the first round of testing, it was still an impressive achievement. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar cast curious glances at Su Imo and his companions. Tang San, let me take you all for your test. As long as your soul power exceeds level 25, you won't need to participate in the third round of assessments. I'll lead you directly to the final 4th round. Dai Mubai then addressed Tang San, preparing to allow him and his friends to skip ahead in line. Had Su Imo not shown up, he would have taken Tang San and Xiao Wu directly to the 4th round. However, with Su Mo's presence and uncertainty regarding his soul power level, Dai Mubai speculated that Su Imo's level might not be particularly high, which is why he decided to let Tang San and the others advance for the second round of testing. That doesn't seem right, Tang San remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the situation. It's perfectly fine. This is the treatment you deserve, Dai Mubai replied with a smile, then moved forward. Tang San and Xiao Wu, recognizing his good intentions, followed suit. Teacher, please allow my friends to take their test first. Dai Mubai approached the instructor responsible for the second round of assessments and stated, Ah, if they are friends of Dai Mubai, then that is acceptable, the instructor nodded, not refusing. What? On what grounds do they get to skip ahead? Others in line protested. Exactly. We don't accept this. While the instructor was amenable, those still waiting voiced their dissatisfaction, clamoring loudly. What are you fussing about? If your soul power levels also exceed 25, you too can skip ahead, and even bypass the second and third rounds, directly entering the final assessment, Dai Mubai retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. What? Exceeding level 25? How is that even possible? The astonishment and skepticism rippled through the group. As they were all under the age of 13, Dai Mubai dismissed their incredulity, simply nodding towards Tang San. Tang San, let them see your proof. All right. Upon witnessing this scenario, Tang San no longer held back. In an effort to assist Dai Mubai in substantiating his abilities, he approached and picked up the soul power testing crystal ball resting on the table, initiating the assessment. As he infused his soul power into the crystal, it immediately emanated a blinding radiance. Level 29. The luminous feedback from the test results was promptly displayed before the onlookers. How is this possible? The incredulous exclamations erupted from the students who had previously been vociferous in their disbelief. However, it appeared they had expressed their astonishment prematurely. Following Tangan, Xiao Wu stepped forward to ascertain her soul power level, and to the surprise of all, she too achieved a level of 29. Upon witnessing the soul power levels of Tangan and Xiao Wu, both those who had infiltrated the second round only to face inevitable elimination, as well as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, were rendered utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Tangan and Xiao Wu would possess such formidable levels of soul power. Subsequently, their gazes shifted towards Su Mo, eager to ascertain the soul power level of this individual emerging from the same origin as Tangan and Xiao Wu. Except for Zhu Zhuqing, who was aware of Su Mo's level. Under the scrutiny of Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, Su Mo felt somewhat speechless. Congratulations to you all. You may proceed directly to the final round without examination. I shall join the queue for testing. Su Mo addressed Tangan and Xiao Wu, refraining from stepping forward to take the test. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Dai Mubai and the others discerned that his soul power level had not surpassed level 25, which explained his reluctance to join the queue for the test. If a mere level 25 suffices, then I believe I too could pass without examination. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, taking the testing crystal ball from Xiao Wu's hands. Level 26. The result was swiftly announced. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed forward, disregarding any pleasantries with Ning Rongrong, and snatched the testing crystal ball from her grasp. Level 27. Are these individuals truly monsters? Observing the soul power levels revealed by Tangan and the others, apart from Su Mo, the rest were struck with astonishment, questioning their own existence as so many had exceeded level 25. Did you see? 2 at level 29, 1 at level 27, and another at level 26. Dai Mubai cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, then led Tangan and the others directly inside. Watching them depart, Su Mo felt a twinge of disappointment. They had bypassed the test to enter the 4th round, while he still had to undergo the assessment in the 3rd round. Nevertheless, Su Mo remained confident that he too would reach the 4th round. Chapter 29. The astonished testing instructor let us test your soul power level. After a brief wait, it was finally Su Mo's turn to step forward, with no one else behind him. All right, Su Mo responded softly, then placed both hands upon the testing crystal ball. Level 22, barely passing. What qualities do your 2 spirit rings possess? Release your martial spirit, and let us see. Upon observing Su Mo's spirit power level, the assessment instructor spoke in a nonchalant tone, devoid of any surprise, as if fulfilling a mere formality. The second phase involves more than just testing spirit power. It also requires an evaluation of the quality of the spirit rings, and only those of exceptional merit may advance to the next stage. In Su Mo's perspective, his soul power level appeared rather commonplace. Although Dean Flender had never explicitly stated it, he was aware that throughout the years, no one had successfully enrolled unless their soul power surpassed the 25th level. The admission criterion for Shrek Academy was, in truth, set at the 25th level. The benchmark of the 21st level was merely a ploy to collect registration fees. Experiencing once more the condescending tone and demeanor of the testing instructors, Su Mo let out a faint scoff in his heart, and then proclaimed, "My first soul ring is of 500 years quality, and my second soul ring is of 1,000 years quality." Su Mo spoke in a slightly lowered tone. As he conversed, he also actively released his soul rings, which materialized around him as 1 yellow and 1 purple. His martial spirit remained on his back, requiring no summoning whatsoever. What? A Millennium Soul Ring? The testing instructor, who had been sitting calmly, was taken aback upon witnessing the 2 soul rings emanating from Su Mo, rising to his feet in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere level 22 novice would possess such a formidable configuration of soul rings. The quality of the 500-year and the 1,000-year rings far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It was truly extraordinary. May I pass? Observing the instructor's shocked demeanor, Su Mo couldn't help but smile inwardly, then inquired, "Indeed, you have successfully passed the 2nd round of testing." The instructor, struggling to contain his amazement, finally addressed Su Mo with a kind expression. This young boy was evidently a prodigy. Initially, he intended to verify whether Su Mo's soul rings met the standards. But upon seeing the purple Millennium Ring, he realized further testing was unnecessary. Even if Su Mo's first ring were less than 300 years, the mere presence of a 1,000-year ring in the second position warranted his immediate passage. Let us proceed. You shall also be exempt from the third round of testing. Noting that there were no other candidates awaiting assessment, the instructor continued to speak to Su Mo. The third round evaluates the effectiveness of soul skills. If the skills do not meet the requirements, Shrek Academy would not accept the candidate. However, given Su Mo's second soul ring was a Millennium Ring, the instructor had no doubt about the quality of his soul skills, thus granting him an exemption from the third round. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing this, Su Mo readily agreed. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the final challenge. The testing instructor smiled and then led Su Mo towards the direction of the ultimate trial. As they arrived at the last stage, Su Mo beheld Tangan and his companions engaged in a fierce assessment with Zhao Wujie, who had personally entered the fray. The testing instructor, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, approached Dai Mubai and inquired, Dai Mubai, what is transpiring here? Teacher Lu Qibin. It appears that teacher Zhao Wujie has decided to participate personally. Dai Mubai replied promptly upon noticing the instructor and Su Mo. You appear at the fourth challenge as well. Dai Mubai then turned his attention to Su Mo, visibly surprised. It was indeed a rare occurrence for someone under level 25 to reach the fourth challenge, as most were typically eliminated at this stage. Let us observe their assessment, he suggested. Remarkably, even members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have arrived. And another martial spirit is the blue silver grass, Lu Qibin remarked casually, though his focus was entirely captivated by the battle unfolding before them. Su Mo had long been observing the fierce battle unfolding on the battlefield between Zhao Wujie and Tangan. Having been classmates for 6 years, this was only the second occasion he had witnessed Tangan in action, the first being during his encounter with the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Tangan's mastery of the blue silver grass, Xiao Wu's agile soft-bone rabbit spirit technique, Zhu Zhuqing's swiftness, and Ning Rongrong's supportive spirit abilities were all on display. However, Su Mo's gaze remained predominantly fixed upon Tangan. This was not due to admiration for Tangan himself, but rather an envy for the remarkable agility he exhibited. It was none other than the ghost shadow perplexing steps. Truly a marvel to behold. Observing how Tangan could swiftly maneuver with just a few quick steps, akin to a flickering ghostly shadow, filled Su Mo with immense admiration. It was no surprise that such a technique belonged to Tangan, a figure from a world of martial arts or celestial beings in a previous life. Although Su Mo possesses some footwork skills, they merely consist of movements during combat, unlike Tangan's, which resemble soul techniques. Su Mo understood that Tangan's ghost shadow misty steps and other techniques required the alignment of mental methods to exhibit effects akin to soul skills. In other words, those abilities that Tangan mastered in his previous life, which he has now cultivated, represent his self-created soul skills in this world. Conversely, Su Mo lacked any internal cultivation methods in his past life, thus rendering him incapable of such techniques. Moreover, akin to internal cultivation methods, Su Mo was unable to devise anything original. His newly conceived cultivation technique merely evolved through the natural pathways of soul power entering the body. Distinctly different from Tangan's Shintian skill, I do not possess internal cultivation methods or skills like ghost shadow misty steps. Nonetheless, it is important to note that these abilities are currently manifested in the form of soul skills, and I can delve deeper into their development. My second soul skill inherently enhances speed through electrical stimulation, which I can fully master independently, thereby granting me a swift movement technique. Su Mo gazed upon Tangan's silhouette, the light in her eyes shimmering with intensity. Su Mo, possessing a bold spirit, dared not recklessly attempt to create his own inner strength techniques using his soul power. However, he was willing to engage in audacious experimentation based on existing knowledge. The exploration of soul skills was a common endeavor among many soul masters in this world. As Su Mo contemplated the development of a new footwork technique utilizing his second soul skill, the battle in the arena was drawing to a close. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing had already succumbed to Zhao Wujie's prowess. Tangan caught Xiao Wu, effectively conceding the match, as he was wholly absorbed in her well-being, caring only for her injuries. Little girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it seems you are the last one remaining. I suppose I need not intervene. Zhao Wujie remarked with a grin, directing his gaze at the final contender, Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujia's fierce smile, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes quivered slightly, and she promptly retracted the 7 treasure glazed tile tower, signifying her surrender. Oh, another little one has made it to the 4th round? Zhao Wujia then turned his attention to Su Mo, flashing a smile. So what do you think? After witnessing their fates, do you still wish to continue testing? Chapter 30. Su Mo's analysis indeed. Su Mo gazed at Zhao Wuji, remaining unperturbed, and calmly responded. Upon hearing Su Mo's answer, Zhao Wuji burst into hearty laughter, clearly satisfied. He then turned his attention to Tang San, who had been calling out for Xiao Wu, and reassured him, there's no need to call anymore. She is unharmed. Her charm attack was ineffective against me, a consequence of the significant disparity in soul power between us, resulting in a backlash from her soul skill. After a night's slumber, she shall awaken without issue come the morrow, Zhao Wuji casually remarked, showing no concern for Xiao Wu's fainting, as it was merely a result of her reckless use of her charm skill despite the evident gap in their powers. However, Tang San was far from appeased by Zhao Wuji's words. A surge of fury welled within him, causing his Xian Yu hand to unconsciously emanate a chilling aura. To think she must remain unconscious for an entire night, only to awaken the next day. I suppose I need not intervene further? The young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, you have been defeated. Your combined strength pales in comparison to mine. Unable to withstand even a single incense stick's duration, Zhao Wuji declared, oblivious to Tang San's unsettling demeanor. Humph. Ning Rongrong pouted in response, turning her head away with a sense of indignation. Despite their defeat, she remained unconvinced. After all, their levels were not insignificant, and achieving such results against a soul sage was commendable. At that moment, Tang San approached Ning Rongrong, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. Could you please look after Xiao Wu for me? All right. Ning Rongrong hesitated slightly, uncertain of Tang San's intentions, yet she acquiesced. After entrusting Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San stepped back before Zhao Wuji. What now? Do you wish to continue the battle? I doubt you could withstand even a single blow from me now. Tang San stated, his demeanor firm. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback by Tang San's audacity. Not at all. Tang San refuted. So you concede defeat? Zhao Wuji replied, perplexed. If you concede, there's no need to adopt such a fierce stance. I wish for the opportunity to engage you in earnest once more. Let us start afresh. If I can endure for the duration of an incense stick, please allow all 4 of us to enter Shrek Academy simultaneously, Tang San earnestly declared, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wuji. What? Upon hearing Tang San's proposition, both Zhao Wuji and Ning Rongrong were taken aback, astonished that he would voice such a request. And what if you fail to endure? You fought together just now, yet still faced defeat. Zhao Wuji harbored a profound admiration for Tang San's courage. Yet he could not refrain from delivering a rebuttal. Simultaneously, he cast a glance towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, eager to discern their reactions. Tang San remained silent, slightly tilting his head to observe Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Tang San, we are comrades. Should you falter, we shall depart together. Ning Rongrong was the first to respond to Tang San, her curiosity piqued by his audacity to face Zhao Wujia alone after their previous defeat. Yes, if we lose, we shall leave together. Zhu Zhuqing, after a brief moment of hesitation, nodded in agreement. Haha, splendid. Let me witness the extent of your abilities, young man. Zhao Wujia exclaimed with hearty laughter, addressing Tang San. This lad certainly knows how to win hearts. Su Mo observed from the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Initially, the 4 of them had not been able to endure even a single incense stick's duration, and although they faced failure in the assessment, Tang San's declaration that they could engage in one more battle and triumph to simultaneously succeed was nothing short of a bid for favor. Of course, it was also plausible that Tang San simply believed that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing possessed commendable strength and talent, making them worthy candidates to join him at Shrek Academy as his teammates. Moreover, it would be rather selfish of him to suggest taking only Xiao Wu along. So he generously included Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing as well. Be cautious, Teacher Zhao. And with that, Tang San commenced his second battle. In an instant, countless hidden weapons were summoned from the soul guide devices surrounding Tang San, launching forth like a torrential storm towards Zhao Wujia. What kind of technique is this? Such an attack method exists? Witnessing the barrage of hidden weaponry unleashed by Tang San, Dai Mubai and the others were once again taken aback. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they watched Tang San and Zhao Wujia engage in combat once more. This time, Zhao Wujia appeared to be a target. forced to remain stationary and defend himself. "Hey, do you know what kind of technique he is using?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, turning to inquire of Su Mo. She recalled that Su Mo and Tang San seemed to be from the same academy. "I am uncertain. This is the first time I have witnessed such a technique." Su Mo would naturally not admit that he was aware that Tang San's method of attack was known as a hidden weapon. "Do you think he can endure for the duration of an incense stick?" Ning Rongrong, sensing Su Mo's uncertainty, felt a tinge of disappointment and thus broached a matter that concerned her more. After all, Su Mo had known Tang San since childhood. Even if he was unfamiliar with this particular tactic, he surely had some understanding of Tang San's overall prowess. Since he dared to step forward, it must be indicative of his confidence. Moreover, rest assured, even in the event of his failure, you would not be turned away by Shrek Academy. If individuals of your exceptional talent and capability could not gain admission, it would be inconceivable for Shrek Academy to attract any students at all. The fourth round of the assessment was not originally intended for this teacher's participation, was it? With a soul sage entering the fray, the difficulty was evidently heightened. Thus, the outcome of this test became secondary, overshadowed by the abilities you exhibit during combat. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su Mo observed the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujie while calmly articulating his analysis. "Is that so? Then I shall take comfort in that." Ning Rongrong paused, momentarily taken aback by Su Mo's response, but soon recognized the validity of his reasoning. Not only Ning Rongrong, but Zhu Zhuqing also cast a surprised glance at Su Mo. This fellow certainly had a unique perspective on matters. Daimubai and teacher Lu Qibin, who had accompanied Su Mo, also heard his words and could not help but steal a sidelong glance at him. Particularly teacher Lu Qibin, who fully endorsed Su Mo's statement. This group of extraordinary individuals was precisely what Shrek Academy sought, let alone the notion of rejecting them outright. After Su Mo concluded his remarks, he refrained from elaborating further and instead focused intently on the fierce clash between Tang San and Zhao Wujing. Observing the myriad concealed weapons unleashed by Tang San, Su Mo could not help but lament internally. It was evident that defeating Tang San would prove exceedingly difficult. With such a flurry of flying projectiles, Su Mo found himself relegated to a position of defensiveness. Nonetheless, Tang San's display only deepened Su Mo's disdain for the sole masters of this world. Why should they look down upon the weapons wielded by ordinary people? After all, those concealed weapons of Tang San were merely made of common iron. Yet they compelled even Zhao Wujing, a soul sage, to adopt a defensive stance throughout the encounter. Ultimately, Zhao Wujing found himself pierced by the more exquisite weapons crafted by Tang San, leaving him with numerous wounds. However, these needle-like projectiles merely caused discomfort rather than defeat, as Zhao Wujing remained unvanquished. In the end, it was Tang San's summoning of the Haotian hammer that turned the tide, exploiting Zhao Wujing's misjudgment of the hammer as an ordinary iron tool, which led to his unguarded state. Consequently, Zhao Wujing was left battered and bruised, crashing heavily to the ground and momentarily unable to rise. One could only marvel at the prowess of a top-tier martial soul, possessing such formidable power even without any accompanying spirit rings. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mo's heart swelled with envy, eagerly anticipating the day when his soul hunter spear would evolve to its pinnacle or even divine level. "Teacher, a stick of incense's time has elapsed. I have emerged victorious. According to the conditions we agreed upon, you must allow all four of us to pass the Shrek Academy's assessment." As Zhao Wujie rose to his feet, Tang San gasped, addressing him earnestly. "I assure you, my word is my bond. All four of you have indeed passed the evaluation." Although Zhao Wujie's expression was grim, he nonetheless announced the successful completion of Tang San and his companion's assessment. "Young man, it is now your turn. Approach me. If you can endure under my supervision for a stick of incense's duration, I shall deem your assessment successful." Subsequently, with a fire ignited within him, Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted towards Su Mo. He had not forgotten that Su Mo had yet to complete the fourth challenge. Chapter 31. Confronting Dai Mubai. As Zhao Wujie directed his focus towards him, Su Mo was suddenly engulfed by the sensation of being scrutinized by a formidable beast. Su Mo was utterly speechless. At this moment, stepping forward would undoubtedly mean enduring Zhao Wujie's wrath. Despite Zhao Wujie's recent disheveled appearance, Su Mo understood that he had not revealed his true strength. Otherwise, Tang San would not have been able to last even a stick of incense's time. Having already underestimated the situation once, Zhao Wujie would certainly not make the same mistake again. Thus, Su Mo wished to avoid a confrontation with him. Teacher Zhao, I am only at level 22. There is no need for you to personally assess me, is there? Suemo chose to expose his weakness, declaring himself unworthy of Zhao Wuji's effort. You are only level 22? Zhao Wuji paused, taken aback. He had assumed that those arriving at the fourth trial would all be above level 25. He glanced at Lu Qibin, questioning why they had brought someone of such a low level into the mix. Ahem, he truly is only level 22. Lu Qibin, catching Zhao Wuji's gaze, cleared his throat and confirmed. Recognizing Zhao Wuji's desire to regain his pride through Suemo, he refrained from disclosing Sumo's spirit ring configuration, not wishing for him to become a mere outlet for Zhao Wuji's frustrations. Upon confirming Sumo's level, Zhao Wuji lost interest in further engagement. Very well, Dai Mubai. You shall assess this young man. With that, Zhao Wuji's enthusiasm waned, concerned that he might inadvertently injure Suemo. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai promptly responded, as the fourth trial was his responsibility, with Zhao Wuji merely serving as the proctor. Teacher Zhao, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. I will now assist you in removing the hidden weapons from your body. At that moment, Tangan finally regained his composure, forcing his weary form before Zhao Wuji. He then executed the Xian Yu hand, extracting the concealed crystal weapons embedded in Zhao Wuji's body. Teacher Zhao, it's done, Tangan began, but before he could finish, he swayed and slowly began to fall backward. Zhao Wuji, noticing this, swiftly grasped the collar of Tangan's garment, preventing him from collapsing. This kid truly is relentless. Zhao Wuji mused, observing the unconscious Tangan. He recognized that Tangan had exhausted both his physical strength and soul power, leading to his fainting. Despite feeling disgruntled about being made to look foolish, Zhao Wuji held a deep admiration for Tangan's determination. Dai Mubai, conclude the final assessment swiftly. We need to arrange their accommodations. Zhao Wuji instructed, hoisting Tangan up. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai replied once more. He then approached Suemo, stating, the assessment for the fourth trial is to endure my attacks for the duration of a stick of incense. Are you prepared? I am ready at any moment. Suemo merely withdrew his soul-hunting gun from behind, performing a flourish before calmly addressing Dai Mubai. Although he had successfully evaded a confrontation with Zhao Wuji, the latter's insistence on Dai Mubai achieving a swift resolution left him rather displeased. Did Zhao truly believe that Dai Mubai could easily overcome him? As Dai Mubai and Suemo prepared to engage, the others instinctively stepped back. Tangan and Xiao Wu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lu Qibin were filled with curiosity, eager to discern the extent of Sumo's abilities. While Zhao Wuji exhibited a lack of interest in Suemo, the others were quite intrigued. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai swiftly ignited an incense stick, inserting it into the ground. I am Dai Mubai, a level 37 assault system soul master. Beware. With a resounding roar, Dai Mubai introduced himself and summoned his martial soul, the ethereal image of a white tiger manifesting behind him before ultimately enveloping him. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared around Dai Mubai. Suemo, a level 22 assault system battle soul master, I humbly seek your guidance. Holding the handle of the soul-hunting gun with his right hand, Suemo slammed it onto the ground, responding with a hum. Subsequently, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around him. Ah, how is this possible? Upon witnessing the configuration of Sumo's soul rings, aside from Lu Qibin, who already knew of Sumo's prowess, Ning Rongrong and the others gaped in disbelief at him. Even Zhao Wuji, who was carrying Tangan, nearly lost his grip, almost dropping him to the ground. This little rascal is quite the monster, Zhao Wuji murmured in astonishment. Is this fellow truly that formidable? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were equally astonished, no longer daring to underestimate Suemo simply because his soul power was only at level 22. Dai Mubai stared at Suemo in shock, nearly forgetting to make his move. What a remarkable lad, truly worthy of emerging from the same place as Tangan. Here I come, be cautious. With the realization that he still had to assess his opponent, Dai Mubai managed to suppress his awe and curiosity, addressing Suemo with utmost seriousness. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai unleashed his first soul skill, augmenting his abilities before launching himself towards Suemo with claws extended. In his spirit form, his hands morphed into claw-like appendages, exuding formidable offensive capabilities. However, in the face of Dai Mubai's fierce assault, Suemo did not even resort to using his soul skills. He merely thrust the soul-hunting gun forward, effectively blocking Dai Mubai's advance. The long spear thwarted any attempts at close combat. Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly as he sensed that his movements were being anticipated by Su Mo. A simple thrust from Su Mo had disrupted his offensive momentum. He had no choice but to halt and pivot, evading Su Mo's strike. Yet, as Dai Mubai retreated, Su Mo seized the opportunity to counterattack with his soul-hunting gun. Launching a relentless barrage of strikes, each one showcasing his fierce and aggressive style as he pressed the assault upon Dai Mubai. Su Mo unleashed the formidable, a technique learned from his previous life, famously wielded by the legendary Xiong Yu. This style emphasizes a grand and overwhelming force, akin to the weight of Mount Tide descending upon an opponent. The reason for Su Mo's choice of this powerful technique lies in the nature of his, which is characterized as a robust and heavy weapon. Thus, employing the allows him to fully exploit its advantages. As Su Mo executed his commanding assault, the expression on Dai Mubai's face shifted dramatically, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. How could it be? Dai Mubai, driven back so relentlessly, was filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend his own disarray under Su Mo's onslaught. How could this be possible? Had their levels been mistakenly reversed? Witnessing the clash between Su Mo and Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and the others were equally astonished, questioning whether the soul power levels of the two had indeed been misrepresented, with Su Mo appearing to be the one of higher rank. Frustrated, Dai Mubai invoked his second soul skill, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He swiftly created distance by pushing off with his legs, immediately launching a long-range attack against Su Mo. Realizing that he would struggle to counter Su Mo at close quarters given the latter's spear, he opted for a ranged assault instead. With a roar, Dai Mubai cupped his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice and unleashed a powerful golden wave of light towards Su Mo. In response to Dai Mubai's attack, a glimmer of determination ignited in Su Mo's eyes as he swiftly activated his own second soul skill. As crackling arcs of electricity danced around him, Su Mo vanished from sight, brandishing his and striking like a bolt of lightning towards Dai Mubai, his spear aimed directly at the golden wave of light. Boom! In a swift motion, Su Mo's soul-hunting gun pierced through Dai Mubai's white tiger radiant wave. To everyone's astonishment, the collision did not yield a fierce impact. Instead, Dai Mubai's white tiger radiant wave was effortlessly shattered by Su Mo's weapon, allowing the soul-hunting gun to surge against the current of the wave and directly launch an assault on Dai Mubai himself. Impossible! Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Both were utilizing their second soul skills. How could Su Mo's soul technique be so vastly superior? Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Despite the shock coursing through him, Dai Mubai swiftly dispelled the ineffective White Tiger Radiant Wave and invoked his third soul skill to enhance himself, bracing for Su Mo's oncoming strike. In that moment, a phantom of a white tiger roared above Dai Mubai, ultimately condensing around him, bestowing a formidable buff. Under the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his resistance to adverse conditions, defensive capabilities, and offensive power received a substantial enhancement of 100. However, even in the state of White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai appeared as fragile as paper in the face of Su Mo's thunderstrike. The soul-hunting gun in Su Mo's grasp surged forward, piercing directly into the crossed arms that Dai Mubai had raised in defense. This is bad. Zhao Wujia's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene unfold before him. Su Mo's assault was entirely unforeseen. In his perspective, even if Su Mo's second soul skill were of a Millennium Soul Ring quality, Dai Mubai's third soul skill was also of the same caliber, and considering that Dai Mubai was at level 37 with a top-tier martial soul, Su Mo's attack, even if it managed to inflict damage, should not pose a lethal threat. However, upon closer observation, it became apparent that Su Mo's attack, if miscalculated, could potentially pierce through Dai Mubai, which would be perilous, resulting in severe injury at the very least. Just as Zhao Wujia contemplated intervening to prevent the impending danger, Su Mo retracted his long spear, gracefully performing a flourish before sheathing the soul hunt gun behind him. I believe there is no need to continue, he remarked, offering a faint smile to the pale-faced and visibly shaken Dai Mubai before him. With a gulp, Dai Mubai finally managed to swallow hard, his eyes momentarily glazed over. After a lengthy pause filled with astonishment and frustration, he admitted, I have lost. Despite his reluctance to concede, Dai Mubai understood that had Su Mo not held back, the outcome would have been far more severe than a mere injury to his arm. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They had not anticipated that Su Mo would so decisively accomplish the examination. Furthermore, he did not merely endure for a brief moment against Dai Mubai, but instead effortlessly triumphed over him. Teachers, may I consider this as having passed the fourth assessment? At this moment, Su Mo turned around and smiled at his teachers, Zhao Wuji and Lu Qibing. He was not the least bit surprised at defeating Dai Mubai. His current offensive power was extraordinarily formidable. Both his first and second soul skills were of exceptional quality. When used in conjunction, along with the fusion of the Xian Tai gun into his soul hunting gun, he could pose a severe threat even to soul sovereigns, let alone soul emperors. However, while Su Mo excelled in attack, he struggled against enemies who were swift and avoided direct confrontation. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Su Mo was merely a 22nd level Great Soul Master, and both his defensive capabilities and soul power were his weaknesses. For instance, had he not managed to defeat Dai Mubai swiftly, a subsequent loss would have been inevitable. Of course, you audacious lad. How dare you claim to be only at 22nd level? The strength you display far exceeds that of a typical 22nd level soul master. Pray tell, what is your second soul skill, and how is it so powerful? Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he pressed Su Mo for answers. It was not just Zhao Wuji. The others also gazed at Su Mo with intrigue, eager to uncover the secret behind his immense strength. My second soul skill is merely a notch stronger than the average soul skill. My formidable attack power stems from the fusion of my martial soul with my weapon. Su Dandan smiled gently, and then, before the gathered crowd, she once again grasped the long spear that rested behind her. With a hum, Su Mo willed forth the separation of her martial soul, the Soul Hunter Spear, from the Black Iron Spear. Upon their separation, it became evident to all that the two spears, although similar in appearance, were not entirely the same. This discrepancy arose from the transformation of Su Mo's martial soul after absorbing the soul rings. The Black Iron Spear had been forged in its original form. Hence the distinctions. This is my martial soul, the Soul Hunter Spear. I had Tang Sen assist me in crafting this spear to reflect the essence of my martial soul, with its shaft forged from refined iron and its tip from black iron. Su Mo understood that the crowd would undoubtedly be curious about the source of his formidable strength. Hence he chose not to conceal the truth. He boldly revealed that his martial spirit was, in fact, an integration of a mysterious iron spear. As long as he refrained from disclosing the secret of infusing his weapon with his spirit, he would be safe. Moreover, even if he remained silent, discerning soul masters, particularly Tang San, would eventually perceive it, especially when he activated his purple extreme magic eyes. There was no necessity for concealment, as the truth would inevitably surface over time. The notion that he could forge a weapon identical to his martial spirit and merge them together was astonishing. It was no wonder he consistently displayed his martial spirit outwardly. It was indeed a guise. Upon hearing Su Mo's explanation, everyone was utterly astonished by his ingenuity. They had never imagined such a technique existed, which clarified the reason behind Su Mo's overwhelming attack power. Despite already possessing a martial spirit as a weapon, he had gone to the extent of forging an identical weapon to fuse with it. This was a concept they had never contemplated. Ning Rongrong gazed at Su Mo with a glimmer of admiration, finding him exceedingly intriguing. His perspective on matters was astute and incisive, and he had the creativity to enhance his power by merging his martial spirit with his weapon. Despicable, you are cheating, Dai Mubai exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation upon realizing the truth. He had found it difficult to accept that he had been defeated by Su Mo. Discovering the reason only fueled his frustration, as it seemed to vindicate his sense of injustice. He believed that his defeat was due to Su Mo's alleged cheating, which had led him to misjudge Su Mo's attacking capabilities. Teachers, this can't be considered cheating, can it? After all, the weapon Tang San just used is far superior to mine. Upon hearing this, Su Mao chose not to engage in a retort with Dai Mubai. Instead, he lifted his gaze to Zhao Wuji and Lu Qibing, posing a counter-question. Ahem, this cannot truly be classified as cheating. The ability to conceive such a method indeed reflects your prowess. However, it would be prudent to refrain from employing such tactics in the future, for the Soul Master Tournament strictly prohibits the use of any external objects, weapons included. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wuji hastily cleared his throat twice before responding. Such a peculiar creature as Su Mo would naturally not be turned away. However, he also needed to consider Dai Mubai's feelings, so he simultaneously addressed Su Mo. All right, Mubai. We shall all be companions from now on, so let us not dwell on the past. This little fellow, Su Mo, is quite extraordinary even without wielding a weapon. As Zhao Wujie spoke, Lu Qibin also took the opportunity to reassure Dai Mubai through a discreet transmission. After all, the most uncomfortable one in this scenario was Dai Mubai, who had been defeated by a level 22 soul master despite being a level 37 soul sovereign. I apologize for my thoughtless words. Suemo. We warmly welcome you to Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, despite his inner displeasure, demonstrated a certain level of grace and extended an apology to Suemo, while also welcoming him to Shrek Academy. Chapter 33. Ning Rongrong. Thus, Suemo successfully entered Shrek Academy. Much like Ning Rongrong, he was assigned a separate dormitory. The dormitories here typically accommodate 2 individuals per room. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shared a room, while Tang San was paired with Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also resided together. Naturally, Suemo and Ning Rongrong could not be assigned to the same dormitory, as even sharing a room was out of the question. This was not a primary Soul Master Academy. Moreover, the boys' and girls' dormitories were distinctly separated, requiring a considerable walk to traverse from one to the other. Suemo had no objections to this arrangement. Having a room to himself was preferable. After settling in, Suemo stepped out of the dormitory, eager to explore Shrek Academy and familiarize himself with its entirety. It's you, Suemo. Suddenly, a melodious voice belonging to a young girl rang out from behind him as he wandered about. Suemo turned around and realized that it was Ning Rongrong who had called out to him. The young girl, adorned in a simple blue long dress, exuded an aura of purity. Her chestnut hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her delicate skin resembled the lustrous sheen of lychee. With a refined countenance, standing approximately 1.65 meters, her figure was exceptionally well-proportioned, and her demeanor radiated an air of noble elegance, reminiscent of an educated young lady from aristocracy. Ning Rongrong. What brings you here? Suemo also called out Ning Rongrong's name, and then inquired. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wanted to greet you. After all, we are now classmates, so it is only fitting that we become acquainted. Ning Rongrong flashed a playful smile at Suemo, intrigued by Suemo. She could not help but stop him. What are you up to? She asked directly. I'm just taking a stroll, admiring the overall appearance of Shrek Academy. Suemo smiled gently, feeling no aversion towards Ning Rongrong's approach. However, he was acutely aware that beneath her pure and sweet exterior lay the temperament of a pampered young lady. This was to be expected, for Ning Rongrong hailed from an extraordinary lineage and had been raised in indulgence, making her somewhat spoiled in disposition, quite natural. In his previous life, while watching anime, Suemo found himself quite fond of Ning Rongrong's character, which initially exuded a charmingly mischievous spirit. Yet, as time passed and she became ensnared by the manipulative dynamics of Shrek Academy, her vibrant personality gradually diminished, ultimately reducing her to a character devoid of distinction, resembling a mere fragile damsel. Nevertheless, if one were to consider which of the famed Shrek trio would be easier for Suemo to engage with, it would undoubtedly be the present Ning Rongrong. As for Xiao Wu, with Tang Hao keeping a watchful eye, any opportunity seemed implausible. Regarding Zhu Xing, any hint of interest from Suemo would surely ignite conflict with Dai Mubai. Suemo was indifferent to developing animosity with Dai Mubai. It simply seemed unnecessary. The alluring Zhu Xing was merely an object of admiration, and truly winning her over would not be a straightforward endeavor. From a young age, Zhu Xing had been educated to become a candidate for the Empress of the Douluo Empire, destined to reign with grace. Individuals of Sumo's standing were not even worthy of her consideration. Many speculated that Zhu Xing had come to Shrek Academy to defy her fate. Yet Suemo held a different perspective. Zhu Xing did not seek to rebel against her destiny. She was simply unwilling to concede defeat. Her aspiration was to emerge victorious within the competitive framework of her family, striving against what appeared to be an inevitable loss. Just like me, then. Let us embark on this journey together, shall we? Ning Rongrong replied promptly upon hearing him. Sounds splendid. Suemo exclaimed, a smile gracing his features. He sensed that engaging in conversation with Ning Rongrong would be the most effortless, though he had no immediate intention of pursuing anything further. Nevertheless, even without any particular motives, strolling alongside a beautiful maiden was undeniably a delightful experience. A flicker of pride sparkled in Ning Rongrong's enchanting eyes. She was aware that no one could refuse her invitation. Suemo, what inspired you to merge your martial soul with your weapon? And how did you manage to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for your second soul ring? After walking with Suemo around the campus for a while, Ning Rongrong quickly began to pose her inquiries. Suemo was not at all surprised by her questions. After all, if one were not curious, Why would they approach you to strike up a conversation? It's nothing special. I simply believe that as a soul master, one should not look down upon ordinary weapons. My approach has proven its worth, hasn't it? Suemo first smiled while responding to Ning Rongrong's initial inquiry, choosing to remain silent regarding Tang San's impressive collection of weapons, which were even more extravagant and formidable than his own. Concerning my second spirit ring, I based my decision on the master's theory, the very same master who proposed the 10 core competencies of spirit souls and was ridiculed by society. He mentioned that the limit of a spirit master's ability to absorb spirit rings is not only related to the strength of their spirit, but also intricately connected to the physical strength of the spirit master. My innate physique is considerably robust, and coupled with years of rigorous training, my physical strength far surpasses that of my peers. Hence, I am capable of absorbing a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for my second spirit ring. For instance, a prodigy like you, upon reaching level 20. If you were to focus on physical training for a few years before absorbing a spirit ring, would also be able to endure a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for your second one. Subsequently, Suemo articulated the rationale behind his ability to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. Before arriving at Shrek Academy, he had already contemplated how he would explain this. In fact, after acquiring his second spirit ring, he had devised a strategy for elucidation. Although he harbored a dislike for Yu Xiaogang, he found himself unable to pinpoint the source of his knowledge, thus attributing it to Yu Xiaogang. This way, Suemo felt reassured that once his second spirit ring was revealed, it would not lead to unnecessary complications. As long as he clarified and made it public, there would be no issue. Moreover, Suemo was not entirely fabricating his claims. Ordinary spirit masters could not absorb a 1,000-year quality second spirit ring, but he could justify it by asserting his innate strength and continuous training. In the case of spirit masters with top-tier spirits, if they were to follow Sumo's approach, absorbing a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for their second one would undoubtedly pose no problem. The real question remains, would a genius with a top-tier spirit be willing to invest several years to enhance their physical strength solely for the sake of a second spirit ring? So that is how it is. I thought it was quite challenging. I see now. However, you are indeed bold to attempt this. After hearing Sumo's explanation, Ning Rongrong grasped the situation and regarded him with admiration. While Suemo and Ning Rongrong leisurely strolled around the campus, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flender, returned to the academy and immediately sought out several enrollment teachers to inquire about the new recruits. Aside from Zhao Wujia, the other teachers were present. Indeed, headmaster, you may not be aware that this year, Shrek has enrolled 5 exceptional talents. Upon hearing Flender's inquiry, Lu Qibin, who was most informed, excitedly stood up to respond. Oh, what kind of talents are they? Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes brightened instantly, and he hurriedly began to inquire further. Among the group of 5, 2 were at the formidable level 29 in soul power, 1 male and 1 female, named Tang San and Xiao Wu, with their martial spirits being blue silver grass and soft bone rabbit, respectively. Do not underestimate Tang San merely because his martial spirit is blue silver grass. That young man managed to endure for a whole incense stick's duration under the formidable Zhao Wujin, leaving Zhao Wujin quite disheveled. The absence of Zhao Wujin at this moment surely stems from his embarrassment. Additionally, there was Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Qibin subsequently reported to Flander about the 5 students they had accepted this year. What a remarkable turn of events for Shrek Academy. It appears we have encountered an abundance of prodigious talents. After understanding the situation, Flander was filled with immense excitement and elation. In past years, it was a challenge for Shrek Academy to enroll even a single exceptional student, yet this year, 5 have arrived all at once. Flander then convened with several teachers to discuss the best approach to educate them. While the other students posed little concern, the issue lay with the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was said that she was their sole cherished daughter, having been pampered throughout her life, and was known as the little demoness within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If we cannot ensure her compliance, retaining her may prove to be an uncertain factor. Finally, Teacher Li Yusong expressed his worries regarding Ning Rongrong's situation. He was quite knowledgeable about external affairs and possessed certain intelligence sources, thus being aware of Ning Rongrong's background. As for the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, worry not. I will devise a plan. As long as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School does not demand her return, we have no intention of letting her go. Hearing Li Yusong's words, Flander adjusted his glasses and smiled confidently. Chapter 34, The Persuasion of Bibi Dong Suemo. It seems you have taken a liking to that girl named Ning Rongrong. Haven to you? Upon returning to the dormitory, Bibi Dong's figure suddenly appeared before Su Mo, inquiring about his affections. Not at all. Confounded by Bibi Dong's question, Su Mo was at a loss, unsure how Bibi Dong had discerned his admiration for Ning Rongrong, merely because they had strolled together earlier in the day. That is for the best. She is not merely of noble birth within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She is the sole daughter of the sect's leader, the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon encountering Su Mo's denial, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words, and thus proceeded to reveal Ning Rongrong's true identity. This was not due to any burgeoning affection Bibi Dong harbored for Su Mo. Rather, over the years, she had gradually come to appreciate the young man's remarkable qualities. Despite Su Mo's lackluster talent, it was his intellect that captivated her, particularly his ability to leverage his wisdom to surmount his deficiencies. In fact, he excelled in this regard even more than Yu Xiaogang. Consequently, Bibi Dong held high hopes for Su Mo's future. With such potential, she was naturally reluctant to see him develop feelings for the likes of Ning Rongrong. While she acknowledged Ning Rongrong's commendable attributes, they paled in comparison to her own daughter Qian Renxue and her disciple Hu Laina. Bibi Dong eagerly anticipated a future opportunity for Su Mo to meet Qian Renxue or Hu Laina, prioritizing her daughter above all. If Qian Renxue were not interested in Su Mo, only then would Hu Laina be considered, although she had once doted on Hu Laina. The events of the final battle had allowed her to set aside her biases against Qian Renxue, and she was determined to reserve the best for her daughter. This was far preferable to having her daughter develop an infatuation with Tang San. Moreover, she was resolute in preventing Hu Laina from falling for Tang San as well. Thus, regardless of the outcome, her immediate goal was to deter Su Mo from pursuing any other young women. The princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Surely, if I were truly fond of her, would that not be advantageous? However, Bibi Dong was taken aback when her attempt to dissuade Su Mo by unveiling Ning Rongrong's identity only elicited a smile from him. Do you not feel unworthy of her? After all, she is the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could she ever take an interest in you? Even if she did, her prestigious background would never allow it. Upon witnessing Su Mo's reaction, Bibi Dong hastily interjected. Su Mo's reaction truly took her by surprise. When Yu Xiaogang faced her in the past, he was exceedingly insecure and sensitive. Even though he harbored feelings for her, he lacked the courage to express them, ultimately relying on her to take the initiative. Thus, she assumed that Su Mo, with his lack of innate talent and humble background, would mirror Yu Xiaogangs demeanor when confronted with Ning Rongrong. To her astonishment, Su Mo exhibited no trace of insecurity. Instead, he appeared even more elated. None of this matters. If I genuinely like someone, I shall strive to pursue them, even if the outcome is not as I hope. At least I will have made an effort and shall not harbor regrets. As Su Mo faced Bibi Dong's words, he remained unfazed and remarked, "You speak rightly. I merely believe she is not suited for you, and it is well that you do not harbor feelings for her." Bibi Dong's admiration for Su Mo deepened. Yet he had not confessed his affection for Ning Rongrong, leaving her unable to further persuade him. Subsequently, Bibi Dong returned to Su Mo's martial soul space, though before departing, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within her. The events of the day felt oddly familiar. The following day, all gathered on the academy's playground. Daimubai, the eldest of the seniors, introduced everyone, whether newcomers or veterans, allowing them to become acquainted, albeit temporarily. Shortly thereafter, Dean Flandre arrived, albeit fashionably late. Indeed, this year, our Shrek Academy has welcomed 5 more prodigies. However, regardless of your past identities, upon entering Shrek, you must adhere to its rules. Each individual here is equally formidable. You possess no grounds for arrogance. Dean Flandre, after delivering a lengthy discourse on the opening ceremony, emphasized the Academy's unique characteristics and regulations, outlining the day's curriculum. The instruction for Battle Spirit Masters was scheduled for the evening, while the Auxiliary Spirit Masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar were called forth first. Auxiliary Spirit Masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, step forward. The foremost duty of an Auxiliary Spirit Master is to ensure their own safety. Thus, the ability to escape is paramount. Commence running 20 laps around the academy. Oscar, upon hearing this directive, managed a wry smile. Yet, the prospect of running alongside Ning Rongrong filled him with joy, prompting him to begin his slow jog. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong followed suit. Observing their retreating figures, Flandre couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was aware that Ning Rongrong would likely falter. It was precisely this failure that he intended to exploit to teach her a lesson. Initially, he had harbored concerns. But the previous night, just before retiring, he received a letter from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The sect's leader, Ning Fingxi, assured him not to worry excessively and requested that he correct Ning Rongrong's pampered disposition. With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, what did he have left to fear? It was time to unleash his methods. Everyone else may disperse. Tang-san, come with me. Subsequently, Flander dismissed the remaining individuals, leaving only Tang-san behind. Upon noticing the soul guide device at Tang-san's waist, he deduced the young man's identity and summoned him, merely seeking to confirm his suspicions. After Tang-san was called away, only Su Mo and a few others remained. With Tang-san's departure, Xiao Wu found herself unable to recite his name any longer, and thus she reluctantly took Zhu Zhuqing along to leave. Dai Bai, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, appeared as though he wished to pursue her, yet ultimately refrained, opting instead to depart with Ma Hongjun. This truly exemplified a hands-off approach to teaching. Su Mo let out a sigh of disdain. An early morning assembly followed by classes scheduled for the evening left the entire day open for students to engage in their own activities. Surprisingly, Su Mo found this arrangement quite fitting for herself. Su Mo originally required no additional resources, aside from the materials needed for forging weapons. His primary aim in entering Shrek Academy was to prevent Tang San and his companions from acquiring the celestial herb. As for Ning Rongrong, adapting to this laissez-faire style of education proved somewhat challenging. It was not that she struggled with the concept itself, but rather that she needed to be taught a lesson, to be subjected to a bit of psychological manipulation. In Chapter 35, titled Prohibition of Weapon Use, even though Su Mo was aware that Ning Rongrong would soon be targeted, he had no intention of intervening. While her spoiled and headstrong nature was indeed distinctive and delightful to observe, the truth is that from an audience's perspective, it was entertaining. Yet in reality, such a temperament would be insufferable in close quarters. Therefore, Su Mo chose not to impede Flinder's attempts to temper Ning Rongrong's disposition, though he deemed it necessary to step in at an appropriate moment to ensure she did not suffer excessively. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong was subjected to such harsh criticism that it shattered her pride, utterly dismantling the enchanting persona of the little witch within her. Consequently, as time progressed, her vibrant character gradually faded from view. When evening assembly arrived, Ning Rongrong was publicly called out by Flinder for failing to complete her 20 laps due to her laziness. Flinder, disregarding her embarrassment, asserted with authority, "Now, you have two choices. 1. Gather your belongings and leave immediately. You do not deserve to be a part of this place. The other, prove to me that you are worthy of staying here and that you possess the determination to abide by the rules henceforth." Flinder, who do you think you are? Merely a soul saint. You think you can drive me away? It won't be that simple. Since I have come, I have no intention of departing early. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Flinder, do you dare? In all my life, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. In response to Flinder's confrontation, Ning Rongrong revealed her spoiled and arrogant side for the first time before everyone. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback. They never anticipated that such a seemingly gentle girl could utter such defiant words. At that moment, the gentleness had vanished from Ning Rongrong's expression, replaced by disdain and an air of superiority. Oscar, who had previously been knocked down by Ning Rongrong during their run, looked on in disbelief. Knowing her difficult temperament, he was astonished that she dared to stand up to Dean Flinder in such a manner. It was truly remarkable. As for Su Mo, he remained largely unperturbed. Having long understood the nature of Ning Rongrong, "Your father may be reluctant to discipline you, but that does not mean I am," he remarked. "You are not my daughter." Following this, Flinder proceeded to deliver a scathing critique of Ning Rongrong, mercilessly dismantling her character and abilities in a comprehensive assault. Ultimately, he declared her the weakest among all the students. In contrast, he extolled the virtues of Dai Bai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, including Su Mo in his praise. As for Su Mo, despite his soul power being merely at level 22, his combat prowess is formidable. Even Dai Bai is no match for him. Flinder's mention of Dai Bai only served to discomfort the latter, who had been observing the spectacle. Upon hearing Flinder's words, aside from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had witnessed Su Mo's victory over Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San turned their gazes towards Su Mo. They were aware of the event but still struggled to believe that Su Mo had truly defeated Dai Bai. as Flinder highlighted the merits of Dai Mubai and others. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words, fully aware that she could not counter Flinder's assertions. In the end, her frustrations shifted towards Oscar, who had been assigned to run as punishment. Unsurprisingly, when Flinder pointed out Oscar's innate talent of possessing full soul power, Ning Rongrong was struck with a profound sense of self-doubt, realizing that among Shrek's many students, she might indeed be the most inadequate. Overwhelmed by this realization, she ultimately burst into tears and fled. In the wake of Ning Rongrong's departure, the others exchanged glances, feeling a mix of sympathy and discomfort. While her temperament was undoubtedly challenging, Flinder had been rather harsh, having driven her to tears. "Director, should I assist her in packing?" Dai Mubai ventured tentatively. "What is there to pack? Do you wish for her to leave?" Flinder replied sharply. Though Ning Rongrong was spoiled and headstrong, her intrinsic nature was not malevolent. She merely needed to sort things out for herself. "Go inform Oscar that his punishment is rescinded and instruct him to console Ning Rongrong. We are preparing to depart." Flinder shot an annoyed glance at Dai Mubai before continuing. "Yes, Director, I shall do so immediately." Dai Mubai responded promptly, unwilling to see Ning Rongrong leave. "Wait for a moment, Dai Mubai. We shall soon set forth to Soto City. Your first lesson will take place there," Flinder announced to Su Mo and the others. Naturally, they had no objections and remained in place, awaiting Dai Mubai's return. "Director, I have notified Oscar." Dai Mubai soon reappeared. "All right, then let us depart." Flinder nodded and then led the group towards Soto City. "Today, I shall take you to the renowned Soul Arena in Soto City. Dai Mubai, why don't you introduce the newcomers to them?" Along the way, Flinder elaborated on the course content and prompted Dai Mubai to describe the so-called Soul Arena. Dai Mubai, of course, did not dare to refuse and proceeded to explain the situation of the Soul Arena to Su Mo and the others. "It turns out we are going to engage in combat. How delightful." Upon realizing this, Xiao Wu became instantly excited, brimming with eagerness. However, Tang Xin immediately pondered the potential dangers involved. Dai Mubai felt compelled to clarify that there are two types of competitions in the Soul Arena. One is for sparring, which poses minimal risk, while the other is a life and death duel, which is considerably perilous. They would only participate in the first type. By the way, Su Mo, suddenly recalling something, Flinder turned back and called out to Su Mo, "Dean, what is it?" Su Mo gazed at Flanders. "Indeed, I have enlisted you for the Grand Soul Arena to hone your practical combat skills. As for you, refrain from utilizing your Xian Tai spear, otherwise, you shall find few adversaries of the Great Soul Master rank capable of challenging you, thus diminishing the exercise's efficacy. And you, Tang San, likewise. You are to ascend to enhance your mastery over your martial soul, hence, please temporarily set aside those so-called hidden weapons." Flanders promptly articulated his intentions, prohibiting Su Mo from employing the martial soul fusion with the Xian Tai spear, while also advising Tang San against using his concealed arms. "Understood, no problem." Su Mo aspired to accumulate more combat experience, and upon hearing this, he readily agreed. Indeed, if he were to wield the Xian Tai spear, it would be excessively daunting for his opponents. "Certainly, Dean." Tang San also expressed his concurrence. Within approximately half an hour, Su Mo and his companions arrived at Soto City, swiftly making their way to the Grand Soul Arena. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, Su Mo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu efficiently completed their registration. Su Mo soon encountered his inaugural soul battle. Chapter 36, Sumo's Victory. It is Su Mo versus Xiao Wu. What a remarkable coincidence. Upon hearing that Su Mo would face Xiao Wu, Tang Xin expressed his astonishment. However, he also felt a sense of relief, for regardless of the outcome, there was little danger in Xiao Wu competing against Su Mo. In the past, he would have undoubtedly believed that Su Mo was no match for Xiao Wu. But now he found himself unable to fathom Su Mo's true capabilities, leaving him uncertain about the result. This was a perfect opportunity to observe Su Mo's prowess. This is no mere coincidence. You are all newly registered participants, each with zero match experience, making it quite easy for you to be paired together. Perhaps, Tang San, you might soon encounter Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai chuckled, offering an explanation to Tang San and the other newcomers. Now it makes sense, Tang San realized. Under their watchful gaze, Su Mo and Xiao Wu had already entered their designated arena. Both formidable soul masters were newcomers with no prior matches. Let us now witness which of these great soul masters shall claim their first victory. The competition begins with the announcer's declaration. The soul battle between Su Mo and Xiao Wu officially commenced. Soul Summon. Soul Manifestation. Su Mo and Xiao Wu simultaneously summoned their respective martial souls. Su Mo wielded the soul hunting spear, adorned with 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, encircling him. Xiao Wu, embodying her martial spirit, was enveloped by 2 yellow soul rings. Although Su Mo preferred not to draw excessive attention, he found himself unable to conceal his soul rings during battle. What? A Millennium Soul Ring? How could that be? Isn't that a second soul ring? Indeed, the moment Su Mo's soul ring configuration was revealed, the spectators erupted in astonishment, each one taken aback by the revelation. This fellow truly possessed a Millennium Soul Ring as his second. Remarkable. Ma Hongjun, witnessing Su Mo unveil his soul ring for the first time, was deeply impressed. Even though he had been informed beforehand, Tang San, too, was left in awe upon seeing Su Mo's second soul ring in person. Amidst his surprise, Tang San felt a pang of worry for Xiao Wu, uncertain if she could prevail against Su Mo, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Xiao Wu made the first move in the arena. Swiftly, she darted forward, her prowess as either an assault-type or agility-type soul master difficult to categorize. For she excelled in both speed and attack. Xiao Wu's figure flickered as she attempted to close the distance to Su Mo, ready to unleash her waist bow to defeat him. Even a soul master at the soul ancestor level would succumb if struck by her. Your speed is commendable, but beyond 7 steps, the gun is swifter. In response to Xiao Wu's assault, Su Mo, with his soul hunting gun in hand, smiled slightly. With a swift thrust, he aimed directly at Xiao Wu as she charged forward. Humph! Faced with the obstruction of his attack, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and quickly evaded, intending to launch a side attack on Su Mo once more. However, regardless of the angle from which Xiao Wu attempted to approach, she was met with the precise tip of Su Mo's gun. The phrase "the gun is swifter beyond 7 steps" implied that his strikes would be quicker than his adversary could close in, and Su Mo executed this flawlessly. How impressive! Xiao Wu could not get anywhere near Su Mo. His reflexes were astonishing. How had he achieved such prowess? Ma Hongjun and the others were astounded by the clash between Su Mo and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, who had already noted Su Mo's skillful marksmanship during his match with Dai Mubai, found this display even more direct and vivid. Upon contemplating her own abilities in comparison to Xiao Wu's, she realized that her speed was not significantly superior. She, too, would struggle to approach Su Mo. Truly remarkable. Tang San regarded Su Mo with a serious expression, recognizing that despite Su Mo being only at level 22, his physical capabilities were alarmingly formidable, even surpassing his own. No wonder he could absorb the essence of a Millennium Soul Ring. If Xiao Wu could not find an opportunity to strike Su Mo, defeat would be inevitable. Tang San began to worry for Xiao Wu. Although her speed was impressive, it was derived from her explosive power rather than an innate agility like Zhu Zhuqing possessed. If the stalemate continued, Xiao Wu would inevitably tire, providing Su Mo the opportunity to launch a counterattack and secure victory. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit on Su Mo, Xiao Wu glared at him, feeling as though he were an impenetrable hedgehog, difficult to approach and prone to inflicting injury at the slightest misstep. With a cold huff, she activated her second soul skill, enchantment, after retreating. A pink glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes as an invisible mental force surged towards Su Mo. Enchantment, you say? Unfortunately, it holds no effect on me. Observing Xiao Wu's attempt, a subtle smirk curled at the corner of Su Mo's mouth. He was well aware of his formidable resistance to mental attacks, a truth imparted to him by Bibi Dong, who had noted his mental prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Consequently, soul skills of the same rank wielded by opponents were unlikely to affect him. Indeed, Su Mo faced Xiao Wu's second soul skill, enchantment, with unwavering composure, not even experiencing a moment of disorientation as he effortlessly disregarded her mental assault. However, Su Mo's soul power did not surpass Xiao Wu's, which meant that her failure to enchant him would not lead to any backlash against her. How is this possible? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that her second soul skill had proven ineffective against Su Mo. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, Thunderstrike. As Xiao Wu momentarily lost focus, Su Mo's eyes sparked with electricity, and arcs of lightning danced around him. With a thunderous roar, Su Mo, wielding his spear, surged forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Xiao Wu in an instant. The next moment, he halted, his figure transitioning from blinding speed to a poised stillness. The tip of his hunting spear aimed directly at Xiao Wu's chest. Xiao Wu, Tang San, observing the battle from the sidelines, gasped in alarm, only to exhale in relief as Su Mo's attack came to a halt. You have lost. Su Mo gazed at Xiao Wu and smiled. I concede. Xiao Wu bit her lip, reluctantly choosing to surrender despite her dissatisfaction. The victor had been determined. Xiao Wu has conceded defeat, granting Su Mo triumph in this match. The host, observing the outcome, promptly announced Su Mo's victory. Congratulations to Grandmaster Su Mo. After you descend, be sure to update your score. The host continued, addressing both Su Mo and Xiao Wu, and you too, Grandmaster Xiao Wu, make sure to promptly update your score information after your loss. As Su Mo and Xiao Wu exited, the next competitors were swiftly announced. Truly, it was Tang San facing off against Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 37. You are not suitable. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Upon emerging, Su Mo and Xiao Wu were immediately approached by Tang San, who, despite not witnessing Xiao Wu's injuries, felt compelled to ascertain her well-being. I'm fine, I merely lost to Su Mo. Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head, a hint of discontent lingering from her defeat. During their time at Notting Academy, she had believed that only Tang San was exceptional, dismissing the abilities of others. Today, however, she found herself bested by Su Mo, a reality that left her somewhat perturbed. Thank goodness you're all right. It's my turn now. I must go compete. Tang San exhaled in relief. It was not the moment for comforting Xiao Wu, so he affectionately ruffled her hair. Yes, go quickly, Sangu. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly from Tang San's gesture, causing her to cast aside all her previous gloom. Soon, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing entered the arena, invoking their martial spirits as they prepared for battle. As Zhu Zhuqing assumed her combat stance, her remarkable physique was accentuated to stunning effect. Wow, look at Zhu Zhuqing! Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration for her impressive form. However, before he could fully express his awe, a piercing gaze directed at him silenced his enthusiasm. Upon recognizing it as Dai Mubai's, he was instantly intimidated, understanding that Zhu Zhuqing had caught Dai Mubai's eye. Glancing at Xiao Wu, who was fixated on Tang San in the arena, Ma Hongjun realized that he had no chance with her either. His thoughts then drifted to Ning Rongrong, and he sighed inwardly. Knowing she was drawn to Oscar, he recognized the futility of competing for her affections. Turning his attention to Su Mo, he pondered whether Su Mo might also vie for Ning Rongrong's attention. Su Mo, among the girls in our academy, is there anyone who catches your interest? Ma Hongjun inquired discreetly, curious to glean some insight for his good friend Oscar. Women only slow down my draw. Su Mo cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and remarked, impressive, your words resonate with such eloquence. It's no wonder that the formidable Dai Lauda is no match for you. Upon hearing Su Mo's praise, Ma Hongjun immediately expressed his admiration, his eyes solely focused on the path of cultivation. It was clear why he was able to triumph over Dai Mubai. This revelation assured Oscar that no one would contest for Ning Rongrong's affections. Subsequently, with a cunning glint, Ma Hongjun divulged Oscar's interest in Ning Rongrong, effectively dispelling any notions Su Mo might have entertained. You speak of Oscar? He is ill-suited for Ning Rongrong. It would be prudent for him to relinquish such aspirations. Only then did Su Mo comprehend Ma Hongjun's intentions, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. Why? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, unable to fathom Su Mo's reasoning. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School upheld a long-standing tradition. Its members were to choose partners who were battle soul masters. This was a norm for all within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, let alone for the little princess of the sect. Thus, dear friend, it would be wise for Oscar to come to terms with reality and relinquish any illusions he may harbor. Su Mo explained calmly. Is it true that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has such a rule? Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, and a wave of sorrow washed over him for his good friend Oscar. If Oscar has no chance, does that mean I might? Soon, Ma Hongjun found himself intrigued. He had previously hesitated to compete with Oscar, but if there was no hope for him, he had no intention of holding back. Although he doubted that Ning Rongrong would take an interest in him, it was worth a try. You can't possibly be thinking of going for it yourself, can you? I advise you to dismiss that thought quickly if you value your life. Upon observing the expression on Ma Hongjun's face, Su Mo instantly comprehended his thoughts and decided to pour a bit of cold water on the situation. Why? Ma Hongjun inquired, looking at Su Mo with confusion. Oscar is a support-type soul master with no opportunities. You, on the other hand, are a battle soul master. Perhaps you should first address the flaws in your martial soul before contemplating such matters. Otherwise, a mere Ning Rongrong will never suffice for your desires. If, by chance, you were to win Ning Rongrong's affections, do you truly believe you could still find the means to release your excess fiery passions? Suemo kindly reminded Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing Sumo's admonition, Ma Hongjun was rendered speechless. Reflecting on his own circumstances, he recognized the truth in Sumo's words. If he did not wish to perish consumed by his own desires, he must forsake Ning Rongrong and seek an outlet for his excess passions. The mere thought of betraying Ning Rongrong, given the formidable forces behind her, sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps it would be wiser to prioritize his own life. He was grateful for the reminder. Until he resolved the deficiencies in his martial soul, he was unworthy of love. Ma Hongjun quickly reconsidered, expressing gratitude for Sumo's warning. While feeling a profound sorrow for his own plight, the previous day, Suehua had ended their relationship. Unable to bear the burden of his martial soul's flaws and the turmoil it brought. Enjoy your moment, for countless men would covet the abilities you possess. Suemo gently patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, offering a silent consolation. The flaws in Ma Hongjun's martial spirit were a source of envy for countless men. What do men desire most? Undoubtedly, it is the boundless energy to engage in protracted battles. Haha. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Ma Hongjun scratched his head and burst into a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, in the Soul Arena, the confrontation between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly reached a conclusion. Ensnared in the blue-silver grass cage created by Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately could not evade his control and was captured by the blue-silver grass. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to concede defeat. Following the outcome of the match between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, it was soon time for Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio to take the stage. Suemo and the others could only wait for Tang San and Xiao Wu to finish before returning. Suemo, why don't we form a duo team? What do you think? With our combined strength, no one at the Great Soul Master level stands a chance against us. This way, we shall swiftly attain the rank of Silver Soul Master. While continuing to spectate, Ma Hongjun suddenly proposed the idea of teaming up with Suemo. There is no need for a partnership. I can ascend to silver rank just as swiftly on my own. With a confident smile, Suemo subtly declined Ma Hongjun's invitation. Indeed, teaming up with two men lacked any excitement. Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun abandoned his hopes of riding on someone else's coattails. While Suemo conversed with Ma Hongjun, Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio swiftly secured their first victory as a duo. In the Soul Arena, each participant is allowed only one match per day unless they form a team. So after Tang San and Xiao Wu's triumph, everyone prepared to return to Shrek Academy. Flinder had long since vanished, leaving Suemo and the others to find their own way back. Big Brother Dai, Tang San, and Suemo, since it's still early. How about we unwind a bit? Ma Hongjun suggested with a mischievous grin as they exited the Soto City Soul Arena. Unwind? What do you mean by that? Why not invite me and Zhu Zhuqing along? Xiao Wu inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Cough, cough, Xiao Wu, don't ask. I'll pass. You all go ahead. Tang San quickly interjected, gripping Xiao Wu's arm before turning to Ma Hongjun. Big Brother Dai? Ma Hongjun looked towards Dai Mubai. Cough, cough, I'll pass as well. I do not share your taste. Dai Mubai hastily declined, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's icy glare, while emphasizing his refined preferences, subtly hinting that he had never participated in such outings before. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not inclined to believe Dai Mubai's words, having witnessed him with a pair of twin sisters on the very first day in Soto City. Disgusting. Zhu Zhuqing shot Dai Mubai a cold glance before turning to leave. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's attitude ignited Dai Mubai's fury, nearly pushing him to the brink of explosion. For the past few days, he had sought opportunities to converse with her, but she consistently evaded him or offered no response. The initial surprise of her arrival had long transformed into frustration and irritation, which had now reached a boiling point. Zhu Zhuqing, wait for us. Xiao Wu called after her, hastening to catch up. Tang San had discreetly informed her of Ma Hongjun's meaning behind unwind, and she was eager to escape the situation. Naturally, she intended to drag Tang San along as well. Did I say something wrong? Ma Hongjun suddenly realized, belatedly recognizing that he might have stirred up trouble. I'll head back first. Fatty, you go alone. Suemo smiled silently before departing. Upon returning, it seemed that an intriguing spectacle awaited, the collective manipulation of Ning Rongrong by the Shrek team. After Tang San and the others had collectively influenced Ning Rongrong, I would step forward to ensure she was not overly disheartened. Chapter 38. Collective. As Su Mo and his companions arrived at Shrek Academy, they spotted Ning Rongrong and Oscar outside the gates. After Zhu Zhiqing disregarded Ning Rongrong's greeting and entered, Ning Rongrong noticed that Dai Mubai appeared to be at a disadvantage against Zhu Zhiqing, prompting her to mock him, which only incited Dai Mubai's already simmering rage. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Ning Rongrong, do not test my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. While others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me, and you shall face dire consequences. Ning Rongrong chuckled mischievously. Oh, how frightened I am. Do go ahead and make your move. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power, sending Ning Rongrong hurtling through the air, landing on the ground. Mubai. Tangan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Rongrong and restraining Dai Mubai. We are all classmates. Let's not escalate this. Having never experienced such humiliation, Ning Rongrong was taken aback that Dai Mubai dared to strike her. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she glared at him, speechless. Dai Mubai regarded Tangan, who stood before him, and slowly exhaled, suppressing his unleashed soul power. Fine. Xiao-san, I will grant you this favor. He cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong. Remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your status. With that, he strode away into the academy. Tangan. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and suddenly called out his name. Tangan turned to her. Ning Rongrong declared fiercely, help me eliminate him. Use your special weapons to take him down. If you succeed, you will be honored as a distinguished guest of our seven-treasure glazed tile school, and I will reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? You will also receive our unconditional support in the future. Although Su Mo was present, Ning Rongrong still believed Tangan to be formidable. Given that he had previously defeated Zhao Waoqi, Tangan approached Ning Rongrong, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ning Rongrong. Not everything in this world can be exchanged for money and power. This is an academy, and we are merely students here. If you continue to harbor such an attitude and the inflated sense of superiority that your seven-treasure glazed tile school affords you, I would advise you to leave. Do you even comprehend the true strength of our seven-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong cast a defiant glare at him. Tangan smiled indifferently, having lived 2 lifetimes. He was far beyond the comprehension of this 12-year-old girl. What did it matter whether she understood or not? He turned to Xiao Wu and said, let us go. With a hint of regret, he shook his head and entered the academy alongside Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu merely glanced at the disheveled Ning Rongrong. Showing no intention of offering her concern, Tangan's demeanor dictated her own. Watching their departing figures, Ning Rongrong felt utterly frozen. If Dai Mubai's dominance had incited her anger, the pity reflected in Tangan's eyes as he left struck her even deeper. Throughout her life, she had been pampered by the influential figures of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and her self-centered mindset had long been established. Yet today, after enduring 3 powerful shocks, she found herself questioning, why do they treat me this way? Have I truly erred? Oscar, unwilling to believe that she was at fault, turned to him and asked, will you help me? Oscar's eyes revealed a faint sense of disappointment. When I first saw you, you captivated me. I believed that as you matured, you would become an unparalleled beauty. The tenderness you exhibited then was precisely what I cherished. Hence, I resolved to pursue you relentlessly, regardless of my humble origins. While you belong to the esteemed seven-treasure glazed tile school, yet, I have come to realize my mistake, a grievous one at that. Mistake? Why? Ning Rongrong gazed at him in confusion. With a slight smile, Oscar responded, because you are not my type. You are not the tree I would forsake an entire forest for. I am unworthy of the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Even if I were willing to assist you, what would that matter? You see me as merely your servant. I would prefer to remain true to myself. I believe there are many within the seven-treasure glazed tile school eager to help you. My absence will make no difference. As Oscar turned to walk towards the academy, Ning Rongrong shouted in frustration, don't you like me? Even you refuse to support me? Oscar paused, but did not turn back. Tangan was right. If you continue with this mindset and character, you should leave. This place is truly unsuitable for you. Furthermore, with such an attitude, the concept of friendship will forever remain an unattainable luxury for you. Oscar departed. Su Mo. Ning Rongrong quickly glanced at the last person still lingering. Please, rise. Su Mo stepped forward, extending her hand towards Ning Rongrong, softly speaking. If she did not offer some warmth, Ning Rongrong would truly begin to doubt her existence and completely reject herself. Oh, how wonderful. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Su Mo's hand before her, initially believing that Su Mo would also disdain her and ignore her. The thought of even Su Mo turning her back filled her with trepidation, prompting her to grasp Su Mo's hand and rise to her feet. Do you too despise me like they do? Have I truly erred? Ning Rongrong finally lifted her gaze to meet Su Mo's. Her hands delicately folded before her as she inquired with utmost caution. Is everything all right? Su Mo smiled faintly. Is it still too late for me to change? Upon hearing Su Mo's response, Ning Rongrong immediately spoke up, observing the pitiable figure of Ning Rongrong before her. Su Mo recognized that Ning Rongrong truly understood the necessity for her transformation. Su Mo did not oppose this realization. However, she believed it was unnecessary to completely negate one's former self. Of course, I must admit that the little enchantress Ning Rongrong is quite charming in her own right. After all, you are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. What harm is there in having a bit of spirit? Su Mo gazed at the pitiable Ning Rongrong and, unable to resist, placed his hand atop her head, delivering a comforting pat. Is it truly so? He inquired. As she felt the warmth of Su Mo's hand, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. She yearned to shy away, but found herself reluctant to part from his touch, thus suppressing her embarrassment. She feared that if she distanced herself from Su Mo, he might abandon her as well. Enough of your sorrow, he continued. In the future, be a bit more astute. Refrain from provoking others when their spirits are low. Knowing that Dai Mubai was in a foul mood and still choosing to jest with him was rather foolish. He paused, then added, Come, let us return. A good night's rest will suffice. Do not overthink things. After offering a few more words of comfort while gently patting Ning Rongrong's head, Su Mo withdrew his hand and proceeded inward. Su Mo, wait for me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hastily following him. Although her heart remained heavy, she felt a glimmer of hope as she kept pace with him. The following morning, during the assembly at the playground, when the others noticed Ning Rongrong had chosen to stay rather than leave, Tang San and the others were taken aback. They had expected her to depart after their remarks the previous day. Humph, Ning Rongrong thought to herself, smirking at their astonishment. Did they wish for her to leave? She had no intention of doing so. Though she had resolved to transform herself, it was still a challenge for her to lower her guard. So she refrained from greeting Tang San and the others. Good morning, Su Mo. Ning Rongrong merely approached Su Mo to exchange pleasantries before taking her place beside him in line. Good morning, he replied. Su Mo responded with a smile. When Tang San and the others saw Ning Rongrong, they merely greeted Su Mo, their expressions subtly shifting, as if lost in thought. Soon, Dean Flender arrived. Where's Oscar? Upon Flender's arrival, he noticed Oscar's tardiness, and his expression instantly soured. Dean, I'm here. Just as Flender's words fell, he caught sight of Oscar joyfully sprinting from a distance, his exuberance betraying no concern for the reprimand that might await him for his lateness. This fellow, Oscar, has indeed surpassed the 30th level. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mo's heart stirred, and he realized that Oscar had broken through to level 30. Su Mo couldn't help but scoff at this. In the early stages, Oscar was not only timid but also lacked diligence in his training. Otherwise, he would not have reached level 30 at the age of 14. It is noteworthy that Oscar possessed innate full soul power. Dai Mubai, who was merely 1 year older at 15, had already surpassed Oscar by a full 7 levels. Not to mention Su Mo's own level. Even Ning Rongrong, whose talent paled in comparison to Oscar's, and who had previously been quite negligent in her training, had now reached level 26. In 2 years, it was certain that Ning Rongrong would also break through to level 30. Dean, I have just broken through to level 30. Oscar exclaimed excitedly as he rushed before everyone. The previously stern-faced Flandre transformed into a beaming visage upon learning that Oscar was late due to his breakthrough. Excellent. Oscar, you are the second among you to reach level 30. In light of this, tomorrow, your teacher Zhao Wujia will take you to the Soul Beast Forest to assist Oscar in hunting for soul rings. This will also serve as your training. Flandre then cast a meaningful glance at Oscar, signaling, Now, let us continue with today's lesson, young Oscar. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, as they began to comprehend the nature of the lesson ahead. Understood, Dean, Oscar replied, promptly commencing the creation of his restorative sausages. In no time, he had produced a plethora of them. At this point, even Tang San and Xiao Wu could deduce what was to come, their faces immediately reflecting discomfort. Today's lesson is to consume at least one of the restorative sausages crafted by young Oscar. Flandra's subsequent words confirmed the foreboding feelings of Tang, San, and the others. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Su Mo, wore a distressed expression and quietly inquired, Su Mo, will you eat one? P.S. This is the longest chapter so far. Chapter 39. Gun Tower Combination. It's nothing. The creations of food-type martial souls are inherently edible. Pay no mind to how peculiar their incantations may sound. They are merely the culinary concoctions of food-type soul masters. Su Mo addressed Ning Rongrong with a few words before taking the initiative to step forward. Allow me to go first, he declared. Subsequently, Su Mo approached Oscar, took a sausage from his hand, and promptly bit into it. The taste was delightful. Su Mo took a bite and offered a compliment. Su Mo was not so pretentious as to oppose Flinder merely for the sake of avoiding a single sausage. After all, whether now or later, he would inevitably have to consume it, unless he chose to withdraw from Shrek Academy. Very well, who is next? Flinder observed Su Mo's unwavering demeanor as he devoured the sausage crafted by Oscar, growing increasingly appreciative of him. I shall. Everyone turned in surprise at the voice. Realizing that it was Ning Rongrong, the second to step forward. I will demonstrate to everyone that I am capable of staying at Shrek. After declaring this to Flinder, she consumed a recovery sausage. Excellent. Your determination is commendable. Flinder nodded in satisfaction. He held no excessive expectations for Ning Rongrong. As long as she remained obedient and did not cause trouble, he was content. The collective psychological manipulation of Ning Rongrong by Tang San and the others the previous night had not been part of his plans. Now, seeing her willingness to adhere to his curriculum, he felt pleased. And upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's bravery, Zhu Zhuqing, unwilling to lag behind, promptly stepped forward and consumed a recovery sausage herself. Subsequently, Tang San and Xiao Wu, too, had no choice but to follow suit and complete the day's lesson. Once everyone had consumed Oscar's recovery sausages, the day's curriculum came to an end, allowing Flinder to grant them the freedom to engage in their own training. Su Mo turned and departed, heading for her training. Su Mo, did I perform well just now? Upon seeing Su Mo leave, Ning Rongrong hurriedly caught up with her, boasting about her recent performance, seemingly seeking Su Mo's approval. You were magnificent. You set a fine example for the ladies. Su Mo praised without hesitation. Hee. They all want me to leave, but I have no intention of going. Are you going to cultivate, Su Mo? May I join you? Upon hearing Su Mo's compliment, Ning Rongrong instantly felt elated. Of course, the sight of the two departing together puzzled the others, who seemed to sense an unspoken situation. Only Oscar, watching their retreating figures, felt a pang of discomfort. When did Ning Rongrong and Su Mo become so close? Although he had resolved to give up on Ning Rongrong the previous night and found her personality unappealing, seeing her getting along well with someone else still caused him distress. Wow, this guy Su Mo told me that women only slow him down, yet here he is, getting along so well. Ma Hongjun was equally astonished by the scene before him. Unaware of the previous night's group dynamic that had pressured Ning Rongrong, he mistakenly believed that she had truly become involved with Su Mo. Brother, don't be sad. Ning Rongrong isn't right for you. Noticing Oscar's troubled expression, Ma Hongjun approached him and offered a comforting pat on the shoulder. What do you mean she's not right for me? Oscar responded, slightly indignant. You probably don't know. Do you? There's a rule in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Your partner must be a battle spirit master, so you have no chance. Ma Hongjun reassured him with another pat on the shoulder, explaining further. Is there really such a rule in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School? Oscar sighed with a hint of regret, then quickly came to terms with it. Well, I suppose it's for the best. I had already decided to stop pursuing Ning Rongrong last night, and knowing about this rule only clarifies my lack of hope, so I shall abandon my expectations. Having had a few girlfriends in the past, he could resign himself to this outcome. After all, they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. How could he claim to have deep feelings? Exactly. Today you've broken through to level 30. Why don't we celebrate together in Soto City? Let us unwind. Seeing Oscar's demeanor, Ma Hongjun draped an arm around his shoulder, suggesting with enthusiasm. That sounds great. Let us hurry. Oscar's face lit up with a beaming smile at Ma Hongjun's proposal. The two exchanged delighted glances before heading off to Soto City, ready for a lively daytime adventure. Meanwhile, aside from his cultivation, Su Mo did not forget to participate in a soul fighting match each day. Upon learning this, Ning Rongrong naturally decided to accompany him. Su Mo, the dean said that to graduate, one must obtain the silver medal as a soul fighter. Do I need to do that too? But I'm an auxiliary spirit master. On the journey, Ning Rongrong reflected on her status as a student of Shrek Academy and began to inquire about it from Suemo. I wonder if it is necessary, she mused. Although auxiliary system soul masters cannot participate in soul battles independently, they can form pairs or entire teams to engage in combat. Suemo had forgotten about this detail. Oscar had not been present the previous day, leaving him uncertain. However, based on his analysis, it seemed indeed essential. Shall we form a team then? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of teaming up. Regardless of the Academy's requirements, she yearned to participate in soul battles, finding the idea exhilarating. Please. Without waiting for Sumo's response, she approached him, playfully walking backward, her large eyes pleading as she sweetly implored him. This was Ning Rongrong's forte. Her charm had always been irresistible, particularly during her time in the sect. All right then. Faced with her endearing antics, Suemo conceded, unable to withstand her pleas. Moreover, he had no intention of declining, and forming a duo with Ning Rongrong would provide him with valuable combat experience, especially since battles often turned into 1 against 2. Yay. It's settled then. By the way, don't we need a name for our duo? What shall we call ourselves? How about the Beautiful Girls duo? No. That 1T duo. Perhaps the Su Ning duo? Or the 7 Treasure duo? Or Gun Tower duo? Upon hearing Sumo's agreement, Ning Rongrong beamed with delight, turning to walk alongside him as they chattered animatedly about potential names. Stop. Let's just go with Gun Tower duo. The following morning, Suemo and the others were personally led by Zhao Wuji to the Star-Do Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his 3rd spirit ring. Shortly after their departure, Shrek Academy welcomed a long-lost friend of Dean Flinder, Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence, Flinder exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he welcomed Yu Xiaogang into the academy. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Yu Xiaogang replied, reflecting on his time away while gazing upon Shrek Academy. By the way, where is Tang-san? He inquired directly. His visit was primarily to continue mentoring Tang-san. Flinder chuckled heartily. Ah, Xiaogang, you arrived at an unfortunate time. One of our students has just surpassed level 30. And Zhao Wuji has already taken all the students to the Star-Do Forest early this morning. Is that so? It seems I have come a bit too late. With a faint smile, Yu Xiaogang remained unperturbed, for he understood that his arrival meant he would eventually reunite with Tang-san. Xiaogang, this year our Shrek Academy has welcomed numerous exceptional talents. I assure you, you shall be quite astonished, Flinder remarked, guiding Yu Xiaogang into the academy. Suddenly, Flinder paused in his stride, reflecting aloud. However, to speak of prowess, it is your previous institution, Nodding Academy, that stands out. Among the 5 new students we have admitted to Shrek Academy this year, 3 hail from your esteemed Nodding Academy. What? 3 students from Nodding Academy? Upon hearing Flinder's words, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, disbelief evident in his gaze as he looked at Flinder. He was unaware of any students at Nodding Academy who possessed the caliber to enter Shrek Academy. You are not aware? Flinder, noticing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, was equally surprised. It seemed Yu Xiaogang had no inkling of the remarkable reputation of his former academy. Aside from Tang-san and Xiao Wu, who might the other be? Yu Xiaogang inquired. His curiosity piqued. A little prodigy named Suemo, who is of the same age as Tang-san. Flinder divulged without reservation. What? Suemo? Are you certain of this name? He is from Nodding Academy? What is his martial soul? As Flinder spoke, Yu Xiaogang's astonishment deepened. Memories flooded his mind of a child named Suemo, who, 6 years prior, had sought him out to become his disciple, only to be regretfully turned away after Yu Xiaogang discerned the child's remarkable talent. In the ensuing years, Yu Xiaogang had devoted himself entirely to mentoring Tang-san, neglecting to follow Sumo's journey after his entrance into Nodding Academy. How could he divert his attention away from Tang-san? Nevertheless, Suemo was indeed a distinctive student at Nodding Academy, and even without actively inquiring, Yu Xiaogang had learned that Suemo had diligently honed his skills over the 6 years, dedicating almost all his time to cultivation. Yet, despite knowing of Sumo's relentless efforts, Yu Xiaogang had not anticipated hearing Sumo's name in the context of the monstrous talents at Shrek Academy. Indeed, he comes from Nodding Academy. Both Tang-san and Xiao Wu are acquainted with him, and his martial soul is the soul-hunting spear. Flinder observed the increasing intensity of Yu Xiaogang's astonishment. Why was Yu Xiaogang so taken aback? Did Suemo possess a formidable background? Indeed, who was he now? And what level had he attained? Upon hearing that Su Mo's martial soul was the soul-hunting spear, Yu Xiaogang immediately recognized him as the boy who had once sought to apprentice under him but was gently declined. A level 22 soul master. What? You seem quite astonished? Flinder was equally intrigued by Yu Xiaogang's surprise. After all, he was a student from your own nodding academy. Are you aware of Su Mo's innate soul power level? Yu Xiaogang did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question back to Flinder with a hint of astonishment. To be frank, Yu Xiaogang was quite taken aback. He could not fathom how Su Mo had progressed so swiftly. What is his innate soul power level? Observing Yu Xiaogang's unusual demeanor, Flinder's curiosity intensified. It is level 2. Yu Xiaogang finally divulged, raising his gaze to Flinder and speaking slowly. What? How is that possible? Indeed, upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flinder exclaimed in disbelief. An innate soul power level of 2. How could one advance so rapidly? Yes, how could it be? After all, this Su Mo once wished to become my disciple. But upon learning of his talent, I respectfully declined. I, too, am astonished at how he has cultivated so swiftly. Witnessing Flinder's shock, Yu Xiaogang empathized and continued. I truly did not expect his innate soul power to be merely at level 2. Flinder murmured, contemplating Su Mo's circumstances, and then speculated, Xiaogang. Do you think this could be related to his inherently robust physique? After all, his physical strength is such that he can endure even a 1,000-year soul ring for his second soul ring. It would not be unreasonable for him to cultivate at a faster pace, would it? As Su Mo entered Shrek Academy, he learned that Su Mo's second spirit ring was a Millennium Spirit Ring, which piqued his curiosity. Thus, on that fateful day, while journeying to Soto City with Su Mo and others, he inquired about it. Su Mo recounted the words he had previously shared with Ning Rongrong. Consequently, Flinder recognized that Su Mo possessed an inherently powerful physique, further enhanced by rigorous training, far surpassing that of his peers. What? A Millennium Spirit Ring? Upon hearing Flinder's words, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, unable to fathom that he would hear such a revelation regarding Su Mo's second spirit ring. You were surprised too, aren't you? Aha. Observing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, Flinder chuckled heartily and proceeded to elaborate on Su Mo's circumstances. He discerned that, although Su Mo hailed from Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaogang seemed to know very little about him. To his astonishment, it was unexpected that Su Mo possessed such remarkable talent. After listening, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but express his amazement. There had indeed been soul masters with innate divine strength and robust physiques in the past. However, he had never paid attention to this, for those endowed with such gifts often focused solely on the cultivation of their martial souls rather than leveraging their inherent advantages. A strong physique could indeed facilitate the absorption of spirit rings beyond one's limits. The notion that a powerful physique enhances the pace of cultivation is a theory I have previously mentioned. Given that his physique is strong enough to withstand a millennium-quality spirit ring for his second spirit ring, it is only reasonable that his cultivation speed would be accelerated. I truly did not anticipate such a display from him. Chapter 41. A soul master who dares not cause trouble is not a good soul master. Yu Xiaogang marveled incessantly, simultaneously grasping the reason behind Su Mo's accelerated cultivation speed. A hint of regret passed through his mind. Had he initially agreed to Su Mo's request, he could have studied the cultivation patterns of individuals endowed with such formidable innate physiques. But that was not all. You are unaware that this lad is also exceptionally intelligent. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, Flinder chuckled again, sharing the details of Su Mo's fusion of spirit tool and martial soul, as well as his remarkable feat of defeating the 37th level Daimubai. The fusion of spirit tool and martial soul. Upon hearing Flinder's final revelation, Yu Xiaogang was indeed taken aback once more, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This discovery is extraordinary. The emergence of this theory is bound to transform the landscape of the Soul Master realm, enabling weapon-type spirit masters to receive a powerful enhancement, thereby surpassing their beast martial soul counterparts of the same level. While Yu Xiaogang was captivated by Su Mo's concept of the integration of soul tools, he swiftly contemplated the profound implications this philosophy would hold for the world of soul masters. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He felt that he could embrace death in the pursuit of knowledge. Yu Xiaogang had always possessed a passion for studying and collecting various theories and knowledge. Now, Su Mo's theory of soul tool integration ignited his enthusiasm, prompting him to prepare for an in-depth analysis. Once he refined the theory, he envisioned the possibility of merging Tang San's Haotian hammer with soul tools. In the future, he hoped to present his findings, further establishing his own credibility. Unbeknownst to Su Mo and his companions, not long after their departure, Yu Xiaogang arrived at Shrek Academy. After a day's journey, they found a small town to settle in before nightfall. Su Mo and her 8 students swiftly found a hotel and ordered a sumptuous meal. Due to the self-funded nature of the students' expenditures, Zhao Wuji refrained from joining them, wishing to avoid taking advantage of the students. The atmosphere at the dining table was rather tense, a sentiment that had lingered since their journey. Zhu Zhuqing maintained a frosty demeanor, refraining from engaging with anyone. While Ning Rongrong spoke only to Su Mo fortunately, with Ma Hongjun providing light-hearted banter, the ambience did not remain excessively awkward. At that moment, a boisterous group suddenly entered from outside, brazenly pushing aside any passers-by in their path. The restaurant owner hurriedly approached them, bowing and scraping in deference. Who were these individuals? So audacious in their demeanor? Noticing this, Ning Rongrong, who was seated beside Su Mo, couldn't help but quietly express her disdain towards him. Observing their attire, it was evident that they belonged to Tsanghui Academy. Su Mo glanced over and spoke. The impending scene was quite familiar to him. However, his knowledge of the opponent's academy did not stem from a sharp memory, but rather from the uniforms they wore, emblazoned with the emblem of Tsanghui Academy. Indeed, it was Tsanghui Academy. Hey, look at that girl. She's quite attractive. Ma Hongjun interjected, his gaze fixated on the only female student in the opposing team, offering an exaggerated compliment. Due to the flaws in his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun had been compelled to indulge in lewd thoughts. And with the esteemed ladies of Shrek being somewhat intimidating, he seized the opportunity to ogle at the beauty before him. Such a trivial institution as Tsanghui Academy. How arrogant. Dai Mubai refrained from commenting on the other girls in front of Zhu Xing, but chose instead to ridicule the group across from them. Neither he nor Ma Hongjun had made any effort to lower their voices, and the Tsanghui students naturally overheard, their expressions turning furious. Haha. Indeed, just a mere Tsanghui Academy. How audacious. Ma Hongjun realized that Dai Mubai's tone was deliberate, indicating an intention to stir trouble, and promptly joined in the mockery. How infuriating. The Tsanghui students grew even angrier. One student, unable to contain himself, stood up, only to be restrained by their teacher. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like we're in for an entertaining spectacle. What sort of spectacle? Tang San could not help but glance at Oscar. In hushed tones, Oscar explained to Su Mo and the others, this is part of our cultivation. Dean Flandra has said that a soul master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who fear conflict are mediocre. Tang San chuckled. Our esteemed Dean's quotes could form a rather peculiar anthology. Hearing Oscar and Tang San's words, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong wore expressions of inexplicable pride and amusement. Shrek Academy is truly formidable, isn't it? Su Mo? Ning Rongrong, excited by such quotes, couldn't resist sharing her enthusiasm with Su Mo. That statement is somewhat misguided. However, Su Mo shook his head, refusing to endorse this so-called Dean's quote. Why not? Ning Rongrong looked at Su Mo in astonishment. It depends on what we are facing. If it is merely to teach the students of Tsanghui Academy a lesson today, that is acceptable. They have indeed been excessively arrogant, pushing others around without care. But instigating trouble is inherently wrong. The Dean's words should be revised to reflect that one should aid those in distress. Su Mo had long wished to critique this particular quote from Flandra, and now could not help but voice his perspective. Upon hearing Su Mo's remarks, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, they found some truth in Su Mo's words, yet felt something was lacking. While the sentiment was valid, the revised version seemed to lack the same vigor. Still as domineering as ever, I shall do as I please, Ma Hongjun remarked somewhat dismissively. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others grasped that Su Mo's words came with preconditions, lacking the freedom they had hoped for. Consequently, each held their own opinions. I believe Su Mo spoke wisely. When witnessing injustice, one should rise to the occasion with valor. Ning Rongrong resolutely expressed her support for Su Mo. She genuinely believed this, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glint of brilliance. Everyone felt invigorated by Flanders' inspiring words, yet only Su Mo remained composed, discerning the inaccuracies within Flanders' remarks. Truly remarkable. Before anyone could respond, a student from Tsanghui Academy approached them. Seemingly by chance, as he passed by, he collided with a waiter carrying a tray, sending the exquisite dishes soaring towards Su Mo's table. With the precision of a master, Tangan deftly caught the flying platter just before it could crash down. Be careful. Wasting food is a grave matter. Tangan scoffed lightly, addressing the waiter, though his gaze remained fixed on the Zhonghui student. Yes, thank you, esteemed guest. The waiter hurriedly accepted the platter from Tangan's hands and bowed as he departed. Humph. The Zhonghui student, realizing his scheme had failed, could only snort in frustration and continue on his way, seemingly deterred by being seen through. However, as he passed by Dai Mubai, he kicked out with his right foot, intending to break one of the legs of Dai Mubai's chair. Crack. Yet Dai Mubai had anticipated this, swiftly intercepting the attack and crushing the student's foot, eliciting a cry of agony. Humph. I knew you would not play fair. Dai Mubai stood, casting a cold smirk at his opponent, before delivering a forceful kick that sent the student stumbling backward. This is bad. We should leave. Observing the commotion, the other patrons in the restaurant began to flee in panic. You dare to act so boldly. At this moment, the group of Zhonghui Academy teachers and students rose in unison, their faces filled with anger. P.S. Let the discussion commence. Chapter 42. The soul beasts are impossible to extinguish. Your performance last night was commendable. A team must work in harmony to unleash its fullest potential. The following day, as they continued their journey towards the starry forest, Zhao Wujia expressed his admiration for Su Mo and the others' performance the previous night. Undoubtedly, although Zhao Wujia had not revealed himself, he had been discreetly observing the confrontation between Su Mo and the students of Zhonghui Academy. After the clash erupted, the formidable Xiao Wu single-handedly subdued the members of Zhonghui Academy. Subsequently, their leading instructor, Yi Zhiqiu, stepped in to defend his students, yet ultimately succumbed to the combined efforts of Su Mo and his companions, retreating in disgrace. In the original narrative, the Shrek 7 devils faced Yu Xiaogang, who possessed the strength of a soul king and specialized in defense, proving impenetrable to Tangan and his group. It was only when Zhao Wujia intervened that they found relief. However, last night unfolded differently, with Su Mo's involvement altering the dynamics. Initially, even in the integrated state of his soul tool, the soul hunter gun could not breach Yi Zhiqiu's defenses. However, after Ning Rongrong provided her supportive enhancements, Tangan and his team launched the initial assault, allowing Su Mo to ultimately shatter Yi Zhiqiu's defenses. Su Mo's prowess was undeniable. Without his decisive strike, they surely would not have penetrated that tortoise shell of a defense. Ning Rongrong giggled, still exhilarated by their triumph over a soul king. Credit was also due to Tangan's effective leadership. Dai Mubai praised Tangan, asserting that his contributions were the most significant. Indeed, it was Brother San's excellent command. Xiao Wu naturally stood firmly in support of Tangan. Ma Hongjun and Oscar remained silent, indifferent to the accolades. Only Zhu Zhuqing retained a chilly demeanor. Despite Su Mo's lower rank, his combat effectiveness far surpassed hers, fueling her dissatisfaction with her own abilities. As the group pressed onward, Zhao Wujia declared, "Unless we encounter a soul beast over 1,000 years old, I shall not intervene. This is your trial." They commenced their entry, with Dai Mubai and Tangan leading the way, responsible for clearing the path, while the others followed closely behind, with Zhao Wujia ensuring their rear guard. Upon entering the starry forest, Zhao Wujia instructed Tangan and Dai Mubai to lead the way. Although Zhao Wujia acknowledged Su Mo's formidable combat prowess, he believed that without the integration of soul weapons, Tangan and Dai Mubai remained the strongest. Furthermore, with Su Mo wielding the soul weapon integration, and Tangan possessing his hidden weapons, Zhao Wujia considered Tangan's arsenal to be even more potent. Had Tangan utilized the hidden weapon that had previously struck him, the battle would have been far less arduous. Su Mo harbored no objections to Zhao Wujia's arrangements, relishing the opportunity for ease. Observing the jubilant and exuberant Xiao Wu bouncing within the group, Su Mo contemplated the encounters that lay ahead. Deep within the starry forest, the Titan giant ape would likely have sensed Xiao Wu's presence and would soon emerge to capture her. During the pursuit, Tangan would be intercepted by a faceless demon spider, leading to his acquisition of his first treasure, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, which was as valuable as a 100,000-year soul ring. This 8 spider lance would suit me perfectly, with Bibi Dong as my martial spirit. The Resetsa god Bibi Dong can still utilize the abilities of the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. In the future, if I were to awaken the Resetsu god martial spirit, I should also be able to harness their powers. Thus, the 8 spider lance is indeed a fitting acquisition for me. Suemo felt a stirring within, having resolved to seize the 8 spider spears from Tang San's grasp. After all, that coveted weapon did not yet belong to Tang San. Had he already obtained it, Suemo would not have dared to snatch it from him. However, since it remained unclaimed, he would not hold back. A few hours later, as they passed through a thicket of low shrubs, Tang San suddenly called out to Daimubai. "What is it?" Daimubai, puzzled, halted his steps. It soon became apparent that beneath a leaf just ahead of Daimubai, a small soul beast, resembling a squirrel, was trembling in fear. Had Tang San not stopped Daimubai, who was in his martial spirit state, and clearing the path with tiger claws, he might have inadvertently harmed the little creature. Xiao Wu, noticing the plight of the small squirrel, rushed forward to embrace and soothe it before gently releasing it. "There are many low-level soul beasts in this area. Let us take a detour," she suggested. "Soul beasts mature slowly, so we should avoid them whenever possible. If we accidentally injure or kill one, it wouldn't be long before this forest is devoid of soul beasts. Moreover, in the event of a skirmish, the noise could attract more formidable soul beasts, so caution is prudent." Tang San subsequently proposed. "Then let us take a detour." Daimubai praised Tang San. "You have quite the insight." "It's all thanks to my teacher," Tang San humbly replied. After the group altered their course and continued on their journey, they soon encountered a situation. On high alert, Zhu Zhuqing ascended to scout the area. "There's a flying snake." Upon hearing her words, Suemo recognized that they had indeed come across the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake from the original narrative. After a fierce battle, they ultimately subdued the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake, which lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Just as Oscar prepared to deliver the final blow, Snake Lady Xiang appeared with her granddaughter, Meng Yiran. Everything unfolded just as depicted in the original story, with little alteration due to Suemo's presence. After all, it was not Suemo leading the team, but rather Tang San and Daimubai, with Oscar having just reached level 30. Thus, the events naturally progressed as expected. Despite a brief interlude involving Meng Yiran, Oscar ultimately achieved his long-desired 3rd spirit ring. "Teacher Zhao, I have just broken through to level 30. As Zhao Waoqi prepared to lead the group back, Tang San suddenly revealed that he had achieved a breakthrough to level 30. Consequently, everyone had no choice but to remain in the Stardow Forest to assist Tang San in his search for a suitable soul beast. Regrettably, despite their efforts, they found nothing by nightfall. The group could only find a safe spot in the Stardow Forest to rest, intending to continue their search the following day. It was disheartening. Even on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, there used to be many soul beasts of 1,000 years of age. Now, it was uncertain whether they had retreated deeper into the forest or if there were other reasons for their absence. While the group rested, Zhao Waoqi suddenly sighed, feeling that the search for soul beasts had become more arduous than in times past. Regardless of the reason, it was a result of human actions. Although soul beasts are fierce, humanity is even more formidable. The teacher once stated that although the number of soul masters is limited, the journey from novice to powerful master takes merely a few decades. Within these decades, a formidable soul master requires at least 6 soul rings, implying the need to hunt 6 or more soul beasts, which may include those of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. The cultivation of soul beasts is far more challenging than that of humans. Otherwise, their strength would not be categorized by age. Despite their abundance, if the slaughter continues, the number of soul beasts will only diminish, especially the powerful ones. Each slain beast represents one less in existence. Years from now, it may become increasingly difficult to encounter beings over 1,000 years old. The more significant impact stems from indiscriminate killing. A soul master requires no more than 9 soul beasts in their lifetime. However, the number of soul beasts they must hunt throughout their lives is staggering. Not to mention others. Even on this journey, when encountering aggressive 10 and 100-year-old soul beasts, one cannot help but strike back. Those who rely on hunting soul beasts for sustenance multiply their kill counts exponentially. If this continues, the profession of soul master may one day reach a point where no soul rings are left to use. After hearing Zhao Waoqi's lament, Tang San, who had gleaned knowledge from Yu Xiaogang on this subject, shared all he knew. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Waoqi, Daimubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others fell silent, seemingly mourning for the future. Xiao Wu, in particular, clenched her fists, feeling even more despondent than the others for the fate of the soul beasts. It is impossible, no matter how many years pass. Soul masters will never find themselves without rings to wield. Observing the somber expressions of the group, Su Mo smiled faintly, countering Tang San's assertions. Oh, why is that? Tang San had just articulated his thoughts quite clearly, had he? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Zhao Wuji gazed at him in astonishment. Tang San and the others followed suit, casting puzzled looks at Su Mo, uncertain of the reasoning behind his statement. I concede that much of what Tang San articulated holds truth. However, I cannot acquiesce to his final point. In my view, soul beasts are destined to persist. Soul masters shall not descend to a state devoid of soul rings. It is merely that future soul masters may find themselves limited to utilizing only lower-tier soul rings. Take the blue-silver grass, for instance. The blue-silver grass on the Douluo continent is innumerable, far beyond counting. Such soul beasts, akin to blue-silver grass, are forever immune to extinction. Even if high-ranking soul beasts are recklessly slain, the soul rings that remain unabsorbed will not be wasted. Instead, they will dissipate into the cosmos, returning to the embrace of nature. Additionally, when a soul master meets their demise, the soul power they possessed will also revert to the natural world. Once this soul power returns to nature, it will inevitably give rise to a plethora of new soul beasts. And those creatures that initially lacked soul power will find it far easier to evolve into soul beasts. Should the number of high-ranking soul beasts diminish significantly in the future, a surge of lower-tier soul beasts will ensue, even if there is a period when the abundance of human power leads to a decline in soul beasts. It suffices to wait until the human stronghold perishes. Hence, I assert that future soul masters cannot find themselves devoid of soul rings. At worst, they may simply lack high-quality soul rings. However, in a scenario where everyone faces the same limitations, it will ultimately balance out. In the future, we may witness a proliferation of white-ringed soul masters, each adorned with solely white soul rings. They shall gaze upon us, the progenitors, with profound envy. Su Mo swiftly articulated his insights, and when he spoke of future soul masters adorned solely with white soul rings, he couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, all white soul rings. How utterly amusing. At his words, Ma Hongjun and the others erupted in laughter as well. Chapter 43. The man-faced demon spider. After absorbing Su Mo's analysis, the laughter subsided, giving way to a profound sense of reflection among the group. For even within Su Mo's interpretation, it was evident that future soul masters would not be devoid of soul rings. However, their existence would become increasingly solitary. Ultimately, they might find themselves only able to absorb white soul rings, and the emergence of a yellow soul ring would incite fierce competition and conflict. The most disheartened among them was Xiaowu, who had hoped that Su Mo's words would illuminate a promising future for soul beasts. Little did she know that such a fate would render soul beasts mere remnants of their former selves, weak and vulnerable to exploitation. Everyone, be cautious. Suddenly, sensing an unusual presence, Zhao Wujin rose to alert the group. At that moment, they all felt the oppressive air surrounding them, their expressions turning grave. Oscar, prepare the mushroom sausages, Zhao Wujin instructed. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Oscar promptly replied, hastening to craft the mushroom sausages. Once the first was ready, he immediately handed it to Su Mo, who stood beside him. Roar. Before Oscar could continue his task, the terrifying silhouette of the Titan giant ape materialized amidst the chaos. Oscar, hand me a mushroom sausage. Consider it a favor owed to you. I beg of you, Tang Sen exclaimed, witnessing Xiao Wu being seized by the Titan giant ape. And he could not possibly refrain from intervening. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Su Mo possessed a mushroom sausage, and Oscar had momentarily forgotten about it. Consequently, after consuming a mushroom sausage crafted by Oscar, Tang San soared towards the direction in which the Titan giant ape had vanished. I'll go assist Tang San. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mo swiftly consumed the mushroom sausage in his hand and promptly pursued Tang San. Wu Xiao Wuji and the others beheld as the figures of Tang San and Su Mo vanished in an instant. Damn it! If we are to rescue them, we must all act together. Oscar, hasten to prepare mushroom sausages for everyone. Zhao Wuji exclaimed in frustration, then commanded Oscar to produce the mushroom sausages. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch up with Su Mo and the others. Although the mushroom sausage only allowed for a flight of 1 minute, it granted the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for that brief duration. Understood, Teacher Zhao? Oscar replied, not daring to delay, and immediately set to work. However, having just endured a series of challenges, Oscar required some time to produce a sufficient quantity of mushroom sausages. Su Mo. Ning Rongrong gazed anxiously at the vanishing silhouette of Su Mo, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She had not anticipated that Su Mo would charge ahead. Meanwhile, Tangan had also noticed Su Mo closely trailing behind. Su Mo, why have you come as well? He inquired in surprise while continuing forward. It's nothing. Xiao Wu is also my teammate. Su Mo refrained from providing excessive explanations. After all, he could not possibly disclose to Tangan that he was there to intercept his 8 spider lances. Thank you. Tangan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, he continued to pursue ahead, with Su Mo trailing closely behind. The duration for the use of the mushroom sausage soon elapsed, leaving the two to chase on foot. Fortunately, after the Titan giant ape had passed, they encountered no soul beasts obstructing their path. However, an exception arose when a humanoid spider, approximately 2 meters in height, suddenly blocked their way. It was none other than the human-faced demon spider, a formidable creature that had undoubtedly lived for over a millennium, proving to be quite a challenge. Upon witnessing this, Tangan's frustration surged, angered by the obstruction that hindered his quest to rescue Xiao Wu. Leave this human-faced demon spider to me. You must pursue Xiao Wu first. I will catch up shortly. Su Mo interjected, urging Tangan to proceed while he held the rear. As he spoke, Su Mo brandished his soul-hunting gun, confronting the human-faced demon spider with icy resolve. Tangan felt a wave of emotion wash over him upon hearing Su Mo's words. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the human-faced demon spider alongside Su Mo, hoping to absorb its soul ring before resuming his pursuit of Xiao Wu. However, upon reflecting on Su Mo's advice, he reconsidered. Prioritizing the chase for Xiao Wu was paramount, as defeating a soul beast and absorbing its soul ring would consume precious time, likely preventing him from catching up to her. Be careful. Here is the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It will aid you in dealing with the human-faced demon spider more effectively. Thus, Tangan ultimately acquiesced, retrieving the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and swiftly explaining its usage to Su Mo. I understand. You must hurry and pursue Xiao Wu. Otherwise, you may lose her. As Su Mo confronted the human-faced demon spider, he took the Zhuge Divine Crossbow handed to him by Tangan. Wielding a spear in one hand and the crossbow in the other, both aimed at the menacing creature. All right, I shall take my leave. Do take care. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Tangan dared not linger any longer and promptly pressed onward in pursuit. The human-faced demon spider, noticing Tangan's retreat, swiftly moved its legs in an attempt to intercept him. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mo swiftly unleashed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, intercepting the monstrous arachnid with a human visage. To evade Su Mo's assault, the grotesque creature had no choice but to allow Tangan to escape. Turning back, it glared at Su Mo with a menacing gaze, baring its fangs and letting out a chilling scream. In an instant, the creature deftly maneuvered its 8 spider legs, transforming into a shadow that lunged towards Su Mo. Sister Goddess, come forth and lend your assistance. Su Mo simultaneously wielded the Zhuge crossbow to strike at the human-faced demon spider while retreating and called out to the air. Su Mo requires Bibi Dong to emerge and provide him with a shared perspective. As Su Mo's voice faded, the silhouette of Bibi Dong materialized, the face-devouring spider, a formidable soul beast aged 2 millennia. How could you possibly provoke such a creature? Where are the others? Upon her emergence, Bibi Dong immediately beheld the adversary confronting Su Mo, and she gasped in astonishment. For the moment, there is no one else. Simply assist me in broadening my perception and identifying its vulnerabilities. Su Mo quickly exclaimed. Just then, the faceman demon spider lunged towards him, and the arrows of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow had all been expended. Discarding the crossbow, Su Mo unleashed the Overlord Spear technique to engage in combat with the faceman demon spider. Clang, clang, clang. The 8 legs of the demon spider transformed into razor-sharp blades, relentlessly slashing at Su Mo, who struggled to fend off the onslaught. After only a brief exchange, Su Mo began to find himself at a disadvantage, as the creature's attacks were both swift and incessant. Su Mo could only advance and retreat cautiously. At this moment, Bibi Dong did not dare to be negligent. While assisting Su Mo in broadening his perspective, she meticulously observed the humanoid demon spider. This creature bore fresh wounds on its abdomen, and it had yet to expel any silk, indicating that it had recently engaged in battle elsewhere. Its ability to unleash web attacks, limited to 3 times a day, had likely been exhausted. The eyes located beneath its abdomen constituted its vulnerability. Bibi Dong hastily relayed her observations to Su Mo. In truth, even without her prompting, Su Mo, having shared Bibi Dong's vision, had already discerned the injury. A wound? Suemo was taken aback as he recalled that this human-faced demon spider was the very creature Mangyuran had been pursuing earlier. With this realization, Suemo immediately turned and fled. It was unwise to confront the demon spider in this location, for the inevitable arrival of the Dragon Lord and the Snake Matron would spell trouble. Moreover, with the demon spider's ability to spit webs rendered ineffective, he felt considerably less apprehensive. Previously, he had been on high alert for its web attacks. Seeing Suemo escape, the human-faced demon spider was unwilling to relent and swiftly gave chase. In the starry forest, a figure wielding a spear dashed through the underbrush, pursued relentlessly by a towering human-faced demon spider. The demon spider's speed was evidently superior to Suemo's, forcing him to rely on the trees to create obstacles in his path. As Suemo traversed the terrain, numerous trees that obstructed the demon spider were swiftly severed by its razor-sharp legs. Once he sensed the moment was right, Suemo began to decelerate, intentionally feigning fatigue to present a discernible vulnerability to the pursuing demon spider. Upon noticing its prey's apparent exhaustion, the demon spider became invigorated, emitting a series of excited, chittering sounds. Eventually, it observed Suemo reaching an open area devoid of obstacles, and, with a powerful leap, lunged toward him. Yet, Suemo never glanced back, creating the illusion that he was oblivious to the spider's approach. When you raise your sickle and draw near, you have already entered my domain of harvest. As Suemo awaited the approach of the humanoid demon spider, he discerned that its impending assault would provide the perfect opportunity for his counterattack. With a swift motion, he executed the technique known as Overlord's retrospection. In an instant, without turning to face his adversary, the Soul Hunter's spear emerged abruptly from beneath his left armpit, aimed directly at the creature's vulnerable underbelly. Though the name of the technique exuded grandeur, it was merely a swift maneuver akin to a backhanded thrust. Suemo refrained from employing his soul rings and soul skills, as the fluctuations in soul power they generated could easily alert the man-faced demon spider. After thrusting partway, he pivoted to face backward due to the movement's necessity. At that moment, the soul-hunting gun in his grasp was perilously close to the creature. Only when faced with imminent peril did the man-faced demon spider react, but it was too late to evade. With a decisive thrust, the soul-hunting gun pierced through one of the creature's eyes in its lower abdomen, shattering the protective membrane and penetrating deeply. Just as the legendary Zhuge Divine crossbow wielded by Tangan could pierce through, so too could Suemo's integrated soul weapon. The true challenge lay in striking the target. The massive form of the man-faced demon spider quivered violently before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing the demise of the creature, Suemo exhaled in relief. Without his wits, defeating such a formidable opponent would have been exceedingly difficult. Its swift movements and the rapid frequency of its 8 spider legs rendered direct confrontation a mere exercise in defense. Shortly thereafter, a purple thousand-year soul ring materialized above the head of the fallen man-faced demon spider. What a pity, if only you were above level 30. Otherwise, the quality of the soul ring would have been quite exceptional. Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of regret upon seeing the soul ring that emerged from the man-faced demon spider. Alas, the soul ring is not suitable for my soul-hunting gun either. Suemo did not feel a sense of regret. While absorbing the soul ring of the faceless demon spider might enhance the toxicity of his soul-hunting gun, such an increase in poison was not what he desired. His soul-hunting gun sought nothing less than absolute destructive power. As he spoke, Suemo also scrutinized the corpse of the faceless demon spider, eager to discern whether the external soul bone had materialized. Suemo's adventurous spirit in assisting Tangan was not merely for the sake of the external spirit bone. Regarding the inability to absorb the spirit ring, Suemo expressed that it was of little consequence. Bibi Dong had revealed the truth to her. Under normal circumstances, external spirit bones are indeed absorbed alongside spirit rings when a spirit master assimilates them. The notion that one must first absorb a spirit ring to acquire an external spirit bone has thus proliferated. However, if one does not absorb the spirit ring, the external spirit bone, like any other spirit bone, can still be unleashed. Since it can be unleashed, it must surely be absorbable. Otherwise, why would those spirit masters who obtained external spirit bones refrain from revealing them in their weaker states? They fear the strong might seize them. The very fact that they can be taken indicates that the individual capturing them does not need to absorb them alongside the spirit ring. In the original narrative, the poisoned Douluo once contemplated seizing Tangan's 8 spider lances, but upon realizing that Tangan had completely fused with them, he refrained from taking further action. Once a complete fusion has occurred, the death of the external spirit bone's owner will no longer result in its emergence. What could this mean? Indeed, Suemo soon discovered an anomaly on the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. The 8 spider legs exhibited a flow of spirit power, emanating a faint purple glow. This is an external spirit bone. Astonishingly, it is an external spirit bone. Upon hearing Sumo's exclamation, Bibi Dong turned her gaze, gasping in astonishment. Could this possibly be Tang San's 8 spider lances? Bibi Dong felt a surge of excitement within her heart. Suemo entered the starry forest with a clear understanding, though she had not paid much attention to what followed. Thus, when she had just fled, she inquired of Suemo why only one person remained by her side. Consequently, Bibi Dong was aware that Suemo had assisted Tang San in becoming entangled with the human-faced demon spider. Upon witnessing the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances before her, Bibi Dong could easily deduce that had Suemo not joined the Shrek Academy and aided Tang San in restraining the demon spider, it would have undoubtedly been Tang San himself who vanquished the creature, thereby acquiring the 8 spider lances. There were no other possibilities. External spirit bones were not so readily obtained. Excellent. Suemo, you have performed remarkably. Upon realizing this, Bibi Dong could not suppress her excitement and began to praise Suemo. This was akin to snatching a treasure from Tang San's grasp, a prize comparable to a 100,000-year spirit ring. Quickly, absorb this spirit bone. It is an invaluable external spirit bone. Subsequently, Bibi Dong urged Suemo to absorb the 8 spider lances, fearing that time might lead to it falling back into Tang San's possession. Suemo did not hesitate. He directly sat on the ground and reached out to touch one of the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider. As he made contact, a radiant light enveloped the corpse of the creature, particularly illuminating its 8 spider legs. Subsequently, the bones from these legs floated away, contracting into a small spear known as the 8 spider spear, which then penetrated into Suemo's body. The process of absorbing the soul bone was akin to that of absorbing a soul ring, and Suemo diligently began to refine it. The 2,000-year-old soul bone was well within Suemo's capacity to endure. After half an hour of meticulous refinement, the 8 spider spear was completely absorbed and integrated into Suemo, with the spider legs extending gracefully from his back, ultimately displaying a magnificent array behind him. Suemo attempted to manipulate the 8 spider lances and found it remarkably adept, as if it were an extension of his own body, presenting no difficulties whatsoever. Unlike Tang San, he did not encounter any loss of control. This was likely because Suemo directly absorbed the 8 spider lances, while Tang San merely absorbed the spirit ring, unknowingly incorporating the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, without fully refining it. Furthermore, Suemo discovered that his soul power level had risen significantly. At this moment, his soul power had reached the remarkable level of 25. The absorption of the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, had directly elevated him by 3 levels. However, the increase in levels was secondary. The more crucial aspect was that his overall strength had enhanced. When utilizing the 8 spider lances, Suemo's entire state could be augmented by 50. Moreover, the 8 spider lances possessed a potent venom, capable of not only absorbing toxins, but also devouring energy, transforming all absorbed energy into his own soul power. This is precisely why external spirit bones are deemed invaluable. The mere enhancement of one's state by 50 is exceedingly formidable. Unlike spirit rings and spirit skills, this enhancement can synergize with other amplification spirit skills. The most precious quality of external spirit bones is their ability to evolve alongside the soul master, growing ever more powerful. Suemo, strive to avoid utilizing your external spirit bone until you become truly formidable. He was cautioned. Until your external spirit bone is completely integrated with you, be sure to conceal its existence, even within Shrek Academy. Having ascended 3 levels, Zhao Wujia and the others would likely sense the change. However, given Suemo's naturally robust soul power, he could simply state that he had leveled up without disclosing the extent of his advancement. If no testing were conducted, they would remain unaware of his 3-level increase. Concealment is paramount, as external spirit bones are exceedingly precious. Upon witnessing Suemo's successful absorption of the 8 spider lances, Bibi Dong, who had been vigilantly guarding from outside, solemnly warned him. She was indeed considering Suemo's well-being. Within Shrek Academy, she only trusted the yet-to-arrive Yu Xiaogang. She harbored doubts regarding the others. Thus, she advised Suemo to maintain discretion, affirming, "Yes, I share the same sentiment." Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. After glancing at the lingering purple soul ring hovering above the corpse of the faceless demon spider, he chose not to linger any longer and turned to depart. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had not been apprehended by the Dragon King and the Serpent Queen. With the 8 spider lances now in his possession, it was imperative for Suemo to reunite with his team. Being alone in the Stardow forest was undeniably perilous. Shortly after Sumo's departure, approximately half an hour later, 3 figures arrived at the site of the faceless demon spider's corpse. "This is my faceless demon spider. How despicable! Who has dared to steal my faceless demon spider?" Meng Iran exclaimed, her frustration boiling over upon discovering the lifeless creature. She had not anticipated such ill fortune. 2 soul beasts she had coveted were snatched away from her in succession. The surrounding area was rich in soul energy, a residue from the dissipated soul rings. "This is the result of senseless slaughter. How infuriating," Dragon King Meng Shu muttered, feeling the surrounding soul energy and gazing at the carcass with ire. It was one thing to have her prey stolen, but the reckless waste of a high-quality soul ring was a source of deep vexation. Those who needed it were deprived, while others carelessly squandered it. "Let us go, dear granddaughter. I shall continue to assist you in seeking other soul beasts. Rest assured, I will help you find a suitable and powerful soul beast." Ultimately, Dragon King Meng Shu could do little more than offer comfort to Meng Iran. The trio departed, having only recognized the waste of the soul ring's dissipated energy, entirely oblivious to the invaluable external soul bone that had formed upon the faceless demon spider's body. This was largely because the carcass showed no signs of damage after the 8 spider lances had been released, making it impossible for them to detect the treasure. After sending Bibi Dong into the air to provide him with a vantage point, Suemo swiftly located Zhao Wujie and the others. Given that they were not too far apart, and with Bibi Dong's exceptional perception, it was only a matter of time. Upon discovering Zhao Wujie and his companions, Suemo naturally joined them. Suemo, the most exhilarated upon seeing him, was Ning Rongrong, who immediately leapt into his embrace. Among the members of Shrek, she had been most concerned for his safety. "Thank goodness. We couldn't find you, and I was worried something had happened to you." After a moment of excitement, Ning Rongrong quickly withdrew from Suemo's arms, her cheeks flushed. "Well, it seems there truly was a situation." Ma Hongjun chuckled, observing the scene with a mischievous grin. The others smiled faintly, though Oscar's expression bore a hint of bittersweetness. "Suemo, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Tang San and Xiao Wu have returned as well, and they are safe." At that moment, Zhao Wuji smiled and addressed Suemo. It turned out that before Sumo's return, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already arrived together. All the students were safe, and the one most delighted was none other than their team leader. "Suemo, I am grateful for your assistance earlier." Tang San stepped forward to express his heartfelt thanks. "Suemo, I too thank you for rescuing me." Xiao Wu followed suit, stepping forward to convey her gratitude. "It's nothing. We are all teammates, and it is only natural to help one another. However, I must admit, I did not expect you, Tang San, to truly bring her back. You are remarkably impressive." Suemo first waved his hand, then feigned a look of astonishment as he addressed Xiao Wu and Tang San. It was indeed remarkable that Tang San managed to rescue Xiao Wu from the clutches of the Titan Great Ape. It would be quite unnatural for Suemo not to express his shock. "Hiki, I was just lucky," Xiao Wu chuckled, echoing the same reasoning as in the original narrative, mentioning that she too had reached level 30 and had conveniently absorbed a soul ring. "Your luck is truly extraordinary." What can Suemo say? He can only marvel at Xiao Wu's fortune. Well, since everyone is unscathed, that is most fortunate indeed. Now, the only thing left is to locate Tang San's soul ring. So let us continue our search. Though we should refrain from exploring this area any further, let us change our location. At this moment, Zhao Wujie spoke up. The quest for Tang San's soul ring must go on. However, he was reluctant to continue in this region, fearing another encounter with the Titan giant ape. Thus, the group prepared to move to a different area to assist Tang San in finding a suitable soul beast. Along the way, Zhao Wujie keenly noticed the increase in Sumo's soul power, and Suemo confirmed that he had leveled up as well. However, he did not specify how many levels he had gained, nor did he mention the matter of the external spirit bone. Zhao Wujie harbored no suspicions regarding this. It was not unusual for 1 or 2 individuals to level up, especially with Sumo's example. After relocating, it took another 2 days for the group to finally discover a suitable soul beast for Tang San, a 900-year-old cave spider. Although this surpassed the theoretical age by over 100 years, with Sumo's precedent and Tang San's confidence in his own physical capabilities, he promptly chose that cave spider. Tang San successfully absorbed it, acquiring his third soul skill, which, remarkably, was the same as in the original text, the web binding. The difference lies in its enhanced binding capability, though its toxic effect is not as potent as that of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. Tang San has indeed established a connection with the spider. Nevertheless, given that blue silvergrass is inclined towards control, absorbing spider-type soul beasts is indeed the most suitable choice. Suemo could only smile quietly at this. After Tang San acquired his soul ring, the group prepared to return home. Unbeknownst to Suemo, the Shrek Academy was about to welcome a new instructor. Chapter 46. Farewell to the Master upon returning to Shrek Academy. Suemo and his companions encountered the Master at the entrance. Tang San, filled with joy, called out excitedly and rushed forward. Suddenly, the silhouette of Bibi Dong appeared. Seemingly out of nowhere, emerging from behind Suemo was left speechless, deciding to act as if he had not seen anything. "Who is that?" asked Xiaowu, intrigued by the curious glances of Ma Hongjun and the others towards Tang San. He is indeed Sanji's teacher, the renowned master we all know." Xiaowu replied with a cheerful smile. "So, he is the master." Upon hearing Xiaowu's introduction, the eyes of Dai Mubai and the others lit up. They had always been aware that Tang San had a formidable mentor, but they were astonished to discover he was the legendary master. "Allow me to introduce him. This is the teacher I have been speaking of." After Suemo and the others approached, Tang San formally introduced Yu Xiaogang to everyone. "Greetings, master," they all exclaimed in unison. "It has been a long time since we last met." Suemo greeted with a smile. Although he harbored no fondness for Yu Xiaogang, it was entirely unnecessary to harbor animosity simply because the latter had declined to accept him. "Indeed, the last time we met was 6 years ago. I never anticipated that you would grow so swiftly and even join the Shrek Academy. I confess that I underestimated you back then." Yu Xiaogang, upon seeing Suemo, expressed his sentiments, acknowledging that he had indeed underestimated him. Now that Suemo had joined the Shrek Academy, he would be part of the same team as Tang San and the others. Yu Xiaogang hoped that Suemo would not hold any grudges against him, hence his willingness to speak openly. For the sake of Tang San, he was prepared to humble himself. For instance, when Tang San revealed his twin martial souls in the future, Yu Xiaogang would hasten to the Spirit Hall, eager to extract the secrets of cultivating twin martial souls from the Pope, Bibi Dong, before she received any news. It's true, in comparison to Tang San, I am indeed far behind. Suemo wore a faint smile, both self-deprecating and carefree. He acknowledged that his talent paled in comparison to Tang San's. Yet the future remained uncertain. Thus, there lingered a palpable air of pride and confidence in Sumo's demeanor. It was precisely this confidence that allowed him to maintain his nonchalance. Yu Xiaogang, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Suemo, compelled to recognize once more that Suemo was indeed unlike anyone else, just as he had turned Suemo away in the past. Suemo had not pleaded for anything further, but had resolutely turned and walked away. Yu Xiaogang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead took Tang San and departed. "Do tell us, what truly transpired between you and the master?" Ning Rongrong and the others inquired eagerly, unable to suppress their curiosity as soon as Yu Xiaogang and Tang San left. From the earlier conversation, they had discerned that there was indeed some intriguing story behind it. "Well, it's quite simple. 6 years ago, I approached the master to seek his guidance before Tang San did. However, upon learning that my innate soul power was merely at level 2, he declined my request. Upon witnessing the curiosity of the crowd, Suemo candidly revealed the truth. He bore no obligation to shield Yu Xiaogang from scrutiny. "Ah, the master actually rejected you? You mean to say your innate soul power is merely at level 2? How can this be?" Upon hearing Sumo's words, the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others shifted dramatically, astonished by the unexpected revelations regarding the relationship between Suemo and Yu Xiaogang. They were further astounded by the revelation of Sumo's innate soul power level, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded him. It was the first time they learned of the unexpectedly low level of Sumo's innate soul power. "You are truly a prodigy, aren't you? With such mediocre talent, you have made such rapid progress, and your combat prowess is remarkably strong. You even conceived the idea of soul tool integration." The crowd was left in awe by Sumo's capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing was particularly taken aback. Her own talent could hardly be deemed exceptional, merely that of an average genius. Yet, when compared to Su Mo, her own abilities seemed extraordinary. The fact that Su Mo had achieved so much despite his low innate talent filled Zhu Zhuqing's gaze with a newfound respect, for she understood the immense effort he had invested. What Zhu Zhuqing pondered, Ning Rongrong also contemplated, her eyes reflecting a touch of sympathy as she looked at Su Mo. I never imagined the master to be such a person. Knowing of Su Mo's lack of talent, he chose to reject him. How foolish of me to have thought highly of him. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong let out a soft huff, criticizing Yu Xiaogang. The master is indeed skilled, otherwise he could not have produced such an outstanding disciple as Tang San. However, I truly did not expect him to reject Su Mo. Just now, the master admitted he misjudged the situation. He must surely regret not accepting Su Mo back then. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun chimed in one after another, affirming their support for Su Mo in that moment. Is the master all right? Third brother mentioned that the master accepted him to validate some of his hypotheses and knowledge, and only talents like third brothers can fully benefit from his guidance. Xiao Wu spoke a kind word for Yu Xiaogang, although slightly embarrassed. She did not believe that Yu Xiaojiang's initial rejection of Su Mo was a mistake, given Su Mo's original lack of talent. All right, everyone, there is no need to discuss this further. I myself have not taken it to heart, so let us not bring it up again. Su Mo smiled and urged everyone to cease their chatter. Subsequently, he returned to his dormitory. Upon entering his room, Su Mo activated his shared vision, and indeed, he soon beheld the figures of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. It became evident that Bibi Dong had gone to seek out Yu Xiaogang. As he overheard the conversation between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, Su Mo realized that, in addition to visual sharing, he had also acquired auditory perception from Bibi Dong. It dawned on him that he had once sought mentorship from a teacher. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired about the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Su Mo, only to discover that Su Mo had previously sought to be apprenticed by the master, but was turned away due to his innate soul power being a mere level 2. To be candid, the teacher had indeed misjudged him. However, this was due to my lack of research into the realm of physical aptitude, which led to this oversight. If he truly possessed only a level 2 innate soul power, he would be utterly incapable of bearing my wisdom. Many of my philosophies and studies could not be manifested through him. Chapter 47. Entering the blood pool. Moreover, despite his current successful admission into Shrek Academy, it was merely due to his physical talent facilitating a slightly accelerated cultivation speed. The fundamental issues remained. With his innate talent, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to progress further. Although I cannot precisely predict the trajectory of his future, a level 2 innate soul power ensures that, regardless of how rapidly he advances now, he will find it utterly hopeless to break through to level 70 and become a soul sage. As for you, little San, your future is boundless. You can traverse far along the path to becoming a titled Douluo. Of course, do not relay my words to him, for you will soon be a cohesive team, and in the near future, he will prove to be quite beneficial to the group. It must be said that your current companions are commendable. They can form a powerful team with you. This team will aid you in shining brilliantly on the grand stage of the Soul Master Tournament in 2 years. Given your age, you will still be eligible for the next Soul Master Tournament, and by then, you shall be unstoppable. Thus, what you must do, little San, is to unify this team. I shall be the guiding teacher for your group, and I will assist you. Yu Xiaogang conveyed this with a serious demeanor to Tang San. Yes, teacher, I understand. Tang San replied respectfully after listening to Yu Xiaojiang's earnest counsel. Teacher, I have already reached level 31. Following this, Tang San recounted his recent breakthrough and the successful hunt of a 1,900-year-old cave spider. You have already made a breakthrough? In the year 1900, I have indeed transcended the limits of my previous theory. It is commendable that my disciple dares to shatter the boundaries that others deem insurmountable. However, caution is paramount. One must possess certainty before undertaking such endeavors. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang was filled with exhilaration, subsequently prompting Tang San to summon the evolved blue-silver grass for analysis. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong observed Yu Xiaogang imparting wisdom to Tang San, and for reasons unknown, the joy she initially felt upon seeing him began to dissipate. Perhaps it was due to Yu Xiaojiang's disparagement of Su Mo, whom she regarded as exceptionally talented. The comparison between Tang San and Su Mo struck her as particularly jarring. Yet, after such a prolonged separation from Yu Xiaogang, She was reluctant to depart hastily. Thus she lingered. Humph, little did you know, Xiaogang, that the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which rightfully belonged to Tang San, has been claimed by Su Mo. One of Tang San's treasures has now been lost. Bibi Dong smirked inwardly. How dare he look down upon anyone? In the dormitory. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's remarks directed at Tang San, Su Mo was instantly seized by a surge of indignation. However, he swiftly quelled his ire. Recognizing that dwelling on such matters was futile, instead, he resolved to elevate himself and ultimately confront his detractors. Noticing that Bibi Dong showed no intention of returning, Su Mo felt a flicker of determination. He then closed his eyes in meditation, allowing his consciousness to enter his martial soul space. Indeed, within this realm, I am still able to share Bibi Dong's perspective. Upon entering, Su Mo immediately confirmed his ability to perceive Bibi Dong's view before daring to delve further into the Azura space. Long ago, Su Mo had contemplated venturing into the Azura space to investigate, particularly the blood pool within, hoping that through deeper engagement, he could gain a clearer understanding of his second martial soul. Previously, Su Mo had speculated that Bibi Dong would not dare to act against him. Yet that remained mere conjecture. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. What Su Mo yearned for was absolute certainty. In the past, although Bibi Dong had occasionally slipped away to visit Yu Xiaogang, Su Mo remained oblivious to her return, which prevented him from taking rash actions. Now, having gained access to share Bibi Dong's perspective, he felt emboldened to delve deeper into the matter. Should Bibi Dong return, he merely needed a fleeting thought to extricate himself from the situation. With a swift motion, Su Mo traversed through the blood-colored mist from his martial soul space, entering the concealed realm of the Rakshasa, divine martial soul. Upon reaching the edge of the blood pool, he once again beheld Bibi Dong, who lay in slumber within its depths. Without hesitation, he plunged into the blood pool. As he immersed himself in its depths, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing his eyes to gradually turn crimson, while dark emotions surged within his heart. Upon sighting Bibi Dong peacefully resting at the center of the pool, a wave of desire surged through him, fueling an intense urge to torment her. Yet, at that critical moment, Su Mo bit his tongue, the pain jolting him back to clarity. His purpose was to uncover the secrets of the Rakshasa, divine martial soul, not to indulge in reckless abandon. Moreover, even if he were to engage in such play, he preferred not to be under the sway of external influences. Unbidden, a pure and innocent smile surfaced in his mind. The realization struck him that the blood pool harbored overwhelming negative emotions. He needed to act swiftly. Prolonged exposure would render self-control increasingly difficult. In his heart, Su Mo silently mused. First, he continued to share the vision of Bibi Dong, observing that even as he entered the blood pool, the external consciousness of Bibi Dong remained oblivious to his presence. Only then did Su Mo cautiously approach the center of the blood pool where Bibi Dong resided. Before long, he found himself standing before the breathtakingly beautiful Bibi Dong within the blood pool. At a loss for how to proceed, he tentatively placed his hands upon her form. The moment Su Mo's hands made contact with Bibi Dong's body, an indescribable wave of energy surged from her, transmitting directly to him. Su Mo soon came to a profound understanding of many things. Through his experiences, he has completely grasped the essence of his second martial soul. Indeed, in the relationship between him and Bibi Dong, it is he who holds the reins. Upon this realization, Su Mo could not help but smile with satisfaction. As he had previously surmised, he is the true master of the Rakshasa, divine martial soul. Both the Rakshasa, divine martial soul, and Bibi Dong's consciousness are entirely under Su Mo's command. The reason he was previously expelled from the Rakshasa realm at Bibi Dong's mere gesture was not due to her prowess, but rather a subconscious alignment with her actions on his part. It was Su Mo who chose to leave. Upon discovering this truth, Su Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. It turns out that his previous reluctance stemmed from his own timidity. Chapter 48. A joyful breakfast at the same time. Su Mo also realized that he was not inherently a twin martial soul wielder. Bibi Dong had inadvertently entered his body to become his second martial soul at the moment he awakened his martial soul. Su Mo came to understand that his Rakshasa divine martial soul was merely a remnant of the divine consciousness left behind by the deceased Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. It could be said that, apart from Bibi Dong's relatively complete memory, the Rakshasa divine martial soul could hardly be regarded as a divine-level soul. It was merely a fragmentary spirit. Nonetheless, it still brought Su Mo a sense of surprise. Previously, he had believed that before awakening the Rakshasa divine martial soul, Bibi Dong was of little significance. It was only when Bibi Dong offered to impart martial soul knowledge that Su Mo began to see some value in her. Furthermore, when he discovered the ability to share vision and, more recently, auditory sensations, he began to perceive Bibi Dong, whom he had previously doubted could be considered his auxiliary power, as increasingly substantial. Now, having fully comprehended his second martial soul, Su Mo unearthed a fact that even Bibi Dong herself might be unaware of. He realized that without awakening the Rakshasa divine martial soul, he could, by igniting Bibi Dong's consciousness, temporarily acquire the power of the Rakshasa god, divine strength, indeed. However, once consumed, Bibi Dong's consciousness would cease to exist entirely, leaving behind a martial soul akin to Poseidon's sea god martial soul. Had he understood this immediately after awakening his martial soul, Su Mo would have unhesitatingly ignited Bibi Dong's consciousness whenever necessary. Now, however, he could sense Bibi Dong's regard for him. Over the years, she had devoted herself to imparting martial soul knowledge to him. Therefore, unless faced with a life-threatening situation, he could not bring himself to consume Bibi Dong's consciousness. Nevertheless, even without resorting to this option, the awareness of having such a trump card brought Su Mo considerable ease. Though he remained relatively weak, he was no longer a defenseless target, vulnerable to manipulation. When provoked, he could retaliate. However, Su Mo still hoped to avoid utilizing it. Time to depart, otherwise, he would risk losing control. As the weight of negative emotions intensified, he withdrew his hands from Bibi Dong's body, swiftly leaving the blood pool and subsequently returning his consciousness to his body. In his dormitory, Su Mo opened his eyes. After closing the shared vision, he pondered a matter. Should he compel Bibi Dong to refrain from fixating on Yu Xiaogang? Ultimately, he decided against confronting her. After all, Bibi Dong had treated him well over the years, so he would hold off on revealing his thoughts for now. Besides, her vigilance over Yu Xiaogang could serve as a means of monitoring him. Most importantly, if Bibi Dong could discern Yu Xiaogang's true nature for herself, it would indeed be a positive development. After careful consideration, Su Mo ultimately decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Knowing that he could completely control Bibi Dong had alleviated his concerns. He wished to preserve her consciousness, as he anticipated that its existence would significantly enhance the prowess of his second martial soul, the Rakshasa divine martial soul, once awakened. Su Mo even suspected that his Rakshasa divine martial soul might possess the capability to be summoned for battle, akin to Yu Xiaogangs third spirit, thus underscoring the necessity of retaining Bibi Dong's consciousness. The following morning, Su Mo and his companions were greeted with an exceedingly lavish breakfast. They indulged heartily, especially considering that the previous dining conditions at Shrek were far from satisfactory, merely sufficient to stave off hunger, with nutritional value often uncertain. Has the dean struck it rich? One might wonder. This was undoubtedly the most sumptuous meal Su Mo had experienced since his arrival at Shrek. It was almost unbelievable. From the astonished remarks of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, it was apparent that the culinary offerings in previous semesters had also been quite lacking. Su Mo, this chicken leg is for you. As Su Mo was enjoying his meal, a chicken leg was unexpectedly presented to him. Without needing to raise his head, Su Mo knew that only Ning Rongrong would be the one to offer him the chicken leg. Turning to the charming Ning Rongrong seated beside him, Su Mo smiled gently. Yes, Rongrong, you should eat quickly too. Okay, she replied sweetly, enchanted by Su Mo's warm smile. Across from them, Ma Hongjun murmured about his chicken leg, uncertain whether he felt genuine sorrow over the last piece being claimed by Ning Rongrong for Su Mo, or if he was merely envious of Su Mo for having someone to snatch his food. Third brother, this egg is for you, Xiao Wu exclaimed, quickly grabbing an egg from the table and placing it in Tang San's hands. Thank you, Xiao Wu, but I'm already quite full and can't eat so much. Let's share it, Tang San said affectionately, smiling at Xiao Wu. All right, sounds good, she replied with a delighted squint. Witnessing this scene, Ma Hongjun suddenly found his sumptuous breakfast rather unappetizing, a sentiment echoed by Oscar. After exchanging glances, Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and handed an egg to Oscar. Here, Oscar. Take one. Oscar, holding the egg, was caught in a dilemma of whether to eat it or not. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight and kindly suggested, Oscar, you should quickly give one to Ma Hongjun too. We are teammates after all, and should be a bit more supportive of each other. Ignoring the mischievous glint in Ning Rongrong's eyes, her suggestion was indeed well-intentioned. Dai Mubai observed the unfolding scenes at the table with a mix of bemusement and longing, glancing towards Zhu Zhuqing's position, seemingly wishing to win her favor. However, upon noticing his gaze, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly finished her food, set down her bowl, and declared, "I'm full, you all enjoy your meal." With that, she left the table. Dai Mubai felt a wave of frustration. Yet he noted that Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor towards him had softened since his return, which kept his anger at bay. "Rongrong, let us share too. I'll be full after just half." Suemo paid no mind to the others. After devouring the chicken leg in hand, he picked up another egg, deftly cracked it open, and split it in half, offering one half to Ning Rongrong. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gratefully accepted the gift. After indulging in a delightful feast, Suemo and the others finally gathered on the playground, where one person had already been waiting for them for quite some time. "Has everyone had their fill?" Yu Xiaogang began, his voice steady as he addressed the assembled group. "From now on, I shall prepare breakfast every morning at 5 o'clock. If you fail to arrive within half an hour, you shall go without." After Ma Hongjun and the others confirmed their satisfaction, Yu Xiaogang solemnly laid down the rules for the future. "Understood." Ma Hongjun, the most food-conscious of the group, promptly responded. "Excellent. Now, I shall commence your intensive training." Dai Mubai stepped forward. Noticing that everyone was paying attention, Yu Xiaogang refrained from further elaboration and called Dai Mubai to the forefront. "I have a task for you. From this moment forth, defeat each of the 7 without causing any serious injury." Quickly, Yu Xiaogang set his plans in motion, instructing Tang San to engage with Dai Mubai while imposing restrictions on Tang San, prohibiting the use of his third spirit ability and hidden weapons. Dai Mubai bristled at the implication, feeling it belittled his capabilities. While he indeed struggled against Tang San's hidden weapons, excluding the third spirit ability seemed excessively patronizing. "Very well. If that is the case, Tang San shall not be limited in his spirit abilities." Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's descent, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yu Xiaogangs eyes, and he acquiesced to Dai Mubai's request. This cunning strategist. It was abundantly clear that he intended to bolster Tang San's reputation, claiming he would not allow the use of the third spirit ability merely as a provocation. Suemo observed intently, inwardly exclaiming at Yu Xiaogangs' cunning strategy. If Dai Mubai truly acquiesced, it would undoubtedly be Yu Xiaogang who would be flustered. "Dai, you have lost." Indeed, following the clash between Dai Mubai and Tang San, Dai Mubai found himself ensnared by Tang San's third soul skill, the spiderweb, and could not break free. Next, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, you two shall join forces. Yu Xiaogang then directed Oscar and Ma Hongjun to collaborate against Dai Mubai. The ensuing battle was intense, making it difficult to determine a victor in such a short span. "Tang San, since you have employed your third soul skill against Dai Mubai, you shall now assist in neutralizing one of his adversaries." Upon witnessing the fierce struggle between Dai Mubai and the duo of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, Yu Xiaogang turned to Tang San with this arrangement. "Yes, teacher." Tang San readily complied. "Suemo, you will face Tang San and let me witness the true strength of your soul hunting gun." Naturally, both Tang San's unique weapon and his third soul skill will be restricted, as will your own soul tool integration. Dean Flinder's stipulations regarding your abilities were indeed prudent. It is essential to refrain from relying on soul tool integration when unnecessary, to maximize training efficacy. Yu Xiaogang then turned to Suemo, intrigued by the combat prowess of one who possessed a Millennium Soul Ring at the second soul level. "Very well." Suemo remained silent, stepping forward resolutely. This marked his inaugural confrontation with Tang San. Without uttering a word, Suemo summoned his soul hunting gun prior to the battle. Observing Suemo's actions, Tang San likewise called forth his blue silver grass. "Suemo, third brother." Upon witnessing the impending clash between Suemo and Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu abandoned their previous engagement and turned their attention towards the battlefield where Suemo stood. Zhu Zhuqing, finding Dai Mubai's fight somewhat tedious, believed that the encounter between Suemo and Tang San would prove to be more exhilarating. Thus, she joined Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Let the battle commence. Upon seeing that both combatants were prepared, Yu Xiaogang swiftly announced the start of the match. Boom. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. The moment Yu Xiaogang declared the commencement, Suemo sprang into action, a flurry of electricity crackling around him as he charged at Tang San with his spear. After a period of exploration, Suemo had successfully unraveled the potential of his second soul skill, yet it remained limited to merely its initial form. unable to perform further feats with this thunderbolt technique. Swish Sumo's speed was already impressive, and with the enhancement of his first soul skill, Thunderbolt, his velocity surged by 200 as he swiftly approached Tang San. This was alarming. The first soul skill, Bind. Tang San was taken aback as Sumo unleashed his most formidable second soul skill right from the outset. An unexpected display of full force. Caught off guard, Tang San could only attempt to use his first soul skill, Bind, summoning blue-silver grass from in front of him in an effort to intercept Sumo. However, his movements proved to be a fraction too slow. The blue-silver grass failed to ensnare Sumo, who barreled forward in an instant. Boom. Upon closing the distance, Sumo unleashed his tyrant spear technique. Shadowy steps. Tang San dared not withstand Sumo's onslaught directly and hastily employed his shadowy steps to evade the attack, leaving Sumo's strike to miss its mark. Indeed, Tang San's shadowy steps was astonishingly formidable in the early stages, demonstrating an unparalleled capacity for evasion. Witnessing his attack go awry, Sumo felt a chill of realization. He was envious of Tang San's shadowy steps, yet lamented the impossibility of acquiring it, for Tang San would undoubtedly refuse to impart such knowledge. In the early days of Douluo, no one had managed to land a hit on Tang San, as his evasion skills were nothing short of invincible. The reason Sumo chose to utilize his second soul skill in a fragmented manner was due to his awareness that he could not land a hit on Tang San. Humph. With a cold snort, Sumo deftly spun his Soul Hunter spear and launched an attack directly towards Tang San's current position. Although Tang San's Ghost Shadow Phantom steps were formidable, excelling in evasion with rapid short-distance movement, he was still unable to create sufficient distance from Sumo instantaneously, allowing Sumo's assault to maintain its relentless pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, the confrontation between Tang San and Sumo unfolded as a relentless barrage of attacks, with Sumo unleashing a continuous onslaught of the Overlord Spear technique upon Tang San. How infuriating! Faced with Sumo's incessant advances, Tang San seethed inwardly, regretting his earlier carelessness that allowed Sumo to seize the initiative right from the start, closing the distance and leaving him in such a passive predicament. Entangle, entangle, entangle. Tang San could only incessantly deploy his blue-silver grass to impede Sumo. However, under the effect of his first soul skill, the blue-silver grass was utterly ineffective in restraining Sumo's assaults, serving merely as a slight hindrance. Sumo had also activated his first soul skill, augmenting his Soul Hunter spear with a penetration enhancement of 200. Nonetheless, the combination of blue-silver grass and Ghost Shadow Phantom steps prevented Tang San from being struck by Sumo, leading to a temporary stalemate in their battle. Yet, from an observer's perspective, it was evident that Tang San was at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat under Sumo's relentless onslaught. How impressive Sumo is! Watching from the sidelines, Ning Rongrong gazed at the dashing Sumo with wide-eyed admiration. Brother San. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, witnessing Tang San's precarious situation, was filled with concern. Additionally, Yu Xiaogang wore an expression of dismay. Chapter 50. I surrender. Yu Xiaogang had not anticipated that his most esteemed disciple, Tang San, would be thoroughly suppressed by Sumo, a mere level 23 soul master. He understood the underlying reason. Tang San had initially underestimated his opponent, allowing Sumo to close the gap. Had he maintained distance, the number of blue-silver grasses Tang San could summon would have multiplied, rendering it impossible for Sumo to approach him, ultimately leading to Sumo's entrapment, much like Dai Mubai had experienced earlier. However, Sumo's performance still astonished Yu Xiaogang. His spear technique was grand and fluid, each move seemingly instinctual, flawlessly showcasing his full combat prowess. The strength of an individual's abilities often hinges on how effectively they can be manifested. Otherwise, possessing the strength of a soul sovereign while only exhibiting 50 of one's combat potential would lead to being overwhelmed by a soul master capable of wielding their full 100 effectiveness. Fortunately, Xiao San's self-created soul skill was remarkably powerful. Despite appearing beleaguered, Sumo was unable to land a hit on him. As long as the situation continues to drag on, either exhausting Sumo's soul power or finding an opportunity to counterattack, victory will ultimately belong to Tang San. Observing that Tang San consistently evades Sumo's assaults without being struck, Yu Xiaogang felt a modicum of satisfaction. Perched upon the eaves of a certain attic at Shrek Academy, Tang Hao watched the clash between Sumo and Tang San. Noticing Tang San being suppressed, he furrowed his brow slightly. However, it was not long before his expression relaxed. It would be beneficial for Tang San to learn a lesson, for he had enjoyed an easy journey thus far. Subsequently, Tang Hao dismissed his concerns and continued to relish the unfolding battle between Su Mo and Tang San. As for harboring resentment towards Su Mo for overpowering Tang San and causing his son to face setbacks, or secretly intervening to teach Su Mo a lesson, Tang Hao would never stoop to such dishonorable tactics, as that would amount to bullying the weak. His previous reprimand of Zhao Wujie was warranted because Zhao Wujie had initiated the bullying. Su Mo and Tang San's confrontation could not persist in this manner. Under the relentless pressure imposed by Su Mo, Tang San swiftly altered his strategy. With a flourish, he unleashed the Xianyu hands, his hands transforming into a resplendent jade hue. Following this, he invoked the purple extreme demon eye, allowing him to discern the trajectory of Su Mo's impending assault with remarkable clarity. With precision, his jade hands swiftly ensnared the soul-hunting spear that was aimed at him by Su Mo, truly impressive. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Mo was taken aback. The formidable combination of Tang San's purple extreme magic eye and the Xianyu hand proved to be extraordinarily powerful, leaving him with little time to alter his strategy. The tip of the soul-hunting spear was swiftly seized by Tang San. "I've caught you," he exclaimed. First soul skill, entanglement. Upon successfully grasping Su Mo's soul-hunting spear, Tang San couldn't help but smile. He held onto the spear tightly with both hands while simultaneously unleashing his first soul skill. It was not that he refrained from using his second soul skill. Rather, he had yet to find the opportunity to scatter the seeds of the ghost vine upon Su Mo. Suddenly, a multitude of blue-silver grass surged around Su Mo, intertwining and ensnaring him. With such a number of blue-silver grasses restraining him, Su Mo, who had already expended a significant portion of his soul power during the prolonged battle, would find it exceedingly difficult to break free. Even if he managed to extricate himself, Tang San would merely create distance between them. Furthermore, if he were to be doused with the ghost vine seeds, once Tang San activated his second soul skill, Parasite, Su Mo would face even greater confinement, making escape nearly impossible. "Excellent!" exclaimed Yu Xiaogang, unable to contain his excitement at the sight. He had initially believed that Tang San would only be able to turn the tide at the very end. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to see Tang San seizing the opportunity to counterattack ahead of time. Second soul skill, Tyrant Strike. While most would succumb to despair in such a dire situation, Su Mo was not one to cower defensively. Instead, he resolutely abandoned all thoughts of defense. The purple hue of his 1,000-year soul ring shimmered brilliantly as he unleashed his second soul skill. The Tyrant Strike, in essence, was the manifestation of Su Mo's second soul skill, unfurled in its full glory. In this scenario, Su Mo unleashed his prowess without the necessity of approaching the enemy, for the Soul Hunter gun was firmly grasped in Tang San's hands. Suddenly, Tang San felt a tremendous force erupting from the Soul Hunter gun he held. Despite the weapon being imbued with a destructive power of 200, it failed to penetrate Tang San's Xianyu hand. However, the immense strength accompanying it proved too much for Tang San to withstand, causing him to emit a muffled groan. Subsequently, he was propelled backwards, unable to endure the overwhelming force. Surrounding Su Mo, the originally ensnaring blue-silver grass suddenly halted. The second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Observing Tang San being sent flying, still suspended in midair, Su Mo promptly unleashed the Thunderbolt chase once more. "This is bad." Realizing Su Mo was hot on his heels, Tang San, whose body was trembling from the impact, internally panicked. In this predicament, utilizing his ghost shadow mistranslation to evade became exceedingly difficult. The third soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. Without a moment's hesitation, sensing imminent danger, Tang San instinctively activated his third soul skill. In an instant, from all directions, above and below, left and right, front and back, countless strands of blue-silver grass intertwined to ensnare Su Mo within their grasp. Faced with Tang San's third soul skill, Su Mo found himself at a loss. Tang San's third soul skill was nearly instantaneous, its speed surpassing that of his first soul skill, which required the grass to grow from the ground before entangling the enemy. "I concede." In light of the circumstances, Su Mo decisively chose to surrender. His soul power had been severely depleted, making it impossible to break free from Tang San's web. In response to Su Mo's capitulation, Tang San's expression turned awkward. He had contravened the rules by employing his third soul skill. "It is not my defeat." With a wry smile, Tang San acknowledged his loss while simultaneously dispelling the web that ensnared Su Imo Yu Xiaogang, who had been smiling moments ago, now wore a stiff expression, emotionless. He cast a glance at Tang San and Su Imo before coldly stating, "Your performance shall be addressed later." He then turned to the trio of Dai Mubai, still engaged in battle, and commanded, "Enough. You may cease hostilities." Yu Xiaogang had discerned that the outcome of their skirmish was already determined. Further conflict was unnecessary. Dai Mubai and his companions halted, though a deep frown marred Dai Mubai's countenance. He understood that if the battle continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Refusing to accept defeat, Dai Mubai hastily defended himself. If my soul power were at its peak, they would stand no chance. Losing to Tang San was one thing, but succumbing to Oscar and Ma Hongjun was a blow to his pride. Yu Xiaogang shot a dispassionate glance at Dai Mubai, retorting, "Do you expect your foes to only attack when your soul power is at its strongest?" Dai Mubai was rendered speechless. Subsequently, due to his dissatisfaction with Tang San's loss, Yu Xiaogang delivered a stern reprimand to Dai Mubai. P.S. First update. Chapter 51, Ning Rongrong's Defiance. Knowing full well that Oscar had mushroom sausages to provide, why did you allow Ma Hongjun the opportunity to consume them? Had you initially thwarted him or conserved your soul power, the victory would undoubtedly have belonged to you. Yu Xiaogang then cast a cold glance at the elated Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Are you feeling quite proud? Ma Hongjun, I inquire, when Oscar's flying mushroom was rendered ineffective. Why did you allow him to plummet to the ground? If Dai Mubai had possessed the strength for one final strike and had defeated him, what would you have done? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Yu Xiaogangs tone was calm and steady, incisively pinpointing their previous blunders. Master is truly remarkable. The trio of spectators, including Xiaowu, were visibly shaken by Yu Xiaogang's admonishments, feeling that his insights were both astute and profoundly reasonable. Tang San. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang summoned Tang San. Teacher. Tang San stood forth, somewhat remorseful. Share your reflections on the recent battle. In addressing Tang San, Yu Xiaogang refrained from directly criticizing him, opting instead to encourage Tang San to articulate his own shortcomings, thereby ensuring a more lasting impression. Teacher, I should not have been complacent. I should not have allowed Su Imo to close the distance so early. Tang San earnestly reflected on his actions. Indeed, your oversight is the most severe. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Had you established distance from the outset, Su Imo would have had no opportunity to approach you. Nevertheless, you still had a chance for redemption. With your skills, Su Imo would have been unable to strike you. Your soul power level surpasses his, and you possess greater reserves. You simply needed to prolong the encounter until Su Imo's energy was depleted, ensuring your victory. Yet, you rushed to achieve success, recklessly accepting Su Imo's attack, which forced you to resort to your third soul skill. Yu Xiaogang chastised Tang San sternly. Then, he turned to Su Imo and remarked, "Your performance genuinely astonished me. Your responses were nothing short of exemplary. However, I must emphasize that until the final moment, one must never concede defeat. Even in the face of inevitable loss, one must strive valiantly." Yu Xiaogang first commended Su Imo, then critiqued him for surrendering too readily. His intention was to establish authority among his students. So even though Su Imo's performance was outstanding, he felt compelled to highlight a flaw. Shameless, sacrificing one's dignity for the sake of authority. Bibi Dong, who had been observing from outside, could not help but exclaim in anger upon hearing Yu Xiaogang criticize Su Imo. Despite her admiration for him and understanding of his intentions, she felt irked to see Su Imo, whom she regarded as having performed exceptionally, being reprimanded, especially since he had triumphed over Tang San. Master, if I had not strived earnestly, I would not have achieved the results I have today. In response to Yu Xiaogang's words, Su Imo remained composed and replied indifferently. You may assert your authority, but you must provide a compelling reason that earns my respect. Initially, Dai Mubai and the others found Yu Xiaogangs argument quite reasonable. However, upon hearing Su Imo's retort, they were momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, they realized that it was indeed unjust to claim Su Imo lacked determination. After all, given that Su Imo possessed only a second-level innate soul power, achieving his current accomplishments was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, it was Tang San who had violated the rules by using his third soul skill earlier. Ning Rongrong promptly voiced her support for Su Imo. Confronted with Su Imo's calm counterargument and Ning Rongrong's endorsement, Yu Xiaogangs expression faltered slightly, quickly transitioning to a look of displeasure. What I referred to was in the context of battle, not mere training. On the battlefield, one must never trust the words of the enemy. If the enemy claims not to use their third soul skill, would you genuinely believe them? But this is merely training, not an actual battlefield. Ning Rongrong boldly defended Su Mo, asserting that his recent performance had been exemplary. Training is indeed a battlefield. That is the essence of training. Are you suggesting we should wait until we reach the battlefield to begin our training? Yu Xiaogang asserted gravely. In light of this statement, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, though her expression remained defiant. Indeed, the teacher is correct. Training serves as a battlefield, and that encapsulates its purpose. At a crucial moment, Tangan also stepped forward to resolutely support his mentor. Teacher, shall we continue the training? He swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring whether they should proceed. Absolutely. However, both Dai Mubai and you have already exhausted your combat capabilities. Yu Xiaogang replied, then turned to Xiao Wu, stating in the final match. You shall face Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. I wish to witness your prowess after breaking through to Soul Sovereign. He further addressed Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. I trust you both heard my earlier comments regarding Oscar and Ma Hongjun. I hope to see a more refined cooperation from you in this upcoming match. Despite his words, Yu Xiaogang remained skeptical about the synergy between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, confident that he could identify their shortcomings regardless of whether it was Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing competing. Best of luck. Give it your all. Su Mo retrieved the black iron spear he had previously plunged into the ground, slinging it across his back before stepping forward to encourage Ning Rongrong. He understood the prowess of Xiao Wu. Even if Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing joined forces, they would surely be outmatched, leaving him with no choice but to offer encouragement, as any advice would be futile. Observing Su Mo's actions, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flickered with interest, and she sweetly responded with an affirmative sound. The battle among the three women commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Having learned from the earlier reprimand of Tangan and his companions by Yu Xiaogang, the trio approached the duel with utmost seriousness. Thus, Xiao Wu initiated the confrontation by employing her third soul skill, instant teleportation, which allowed her to swiftly incapacitate Ning Rongrong. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing proved no match for Xiao Wu, who dispatched her with ease. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong coordinated their efforts, with Ning Rongrong enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's abilities from the outset and Zhu Zhuqing positioning herself to protect Ning Rongrong, their strategy was rendered ineffective against Xiao Wu's teleportation. Faced with such a result, Yu Xiaogang felt quite disheartened. While he had anticipated the outcome, the manner in which it unfolded was beyond his expectations. The disparity in strength was so great that there was hardly anything to critique in their performances. They had indeed performed admirably, despite the defeat. They left no room for fault-finding. Seeing this, Su Mo suppressed a smile, stepped forward to help Ning Rongrong up, and offered her some praise. Su Mo was indeed curious about what reason Yu Xiaogang could possibly have for uttering such a statement. Is this what is referred to as a monstrous genius? Chapter 52. Ning Rongrong's gift indeed. Xiao Wu, you have given me a tremendous surprise. Your third soul skill is teleportation, correct? I surmise that it must have been acquired from the soul beast known as the lightning rabbit. However, Yu Xiaogang refrained from uttering that particular statement or offering any criticism. Instead, he praised Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, he confidently deduced the soul beast from which Xiao Wu had obtained her third soul ring. Indeed, it is the lightning rabbit, master. You are truly remarkable. Xiao Wu responded immediately, filled with admiration upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words. Dai Mubai and the others also recognized Yu Xiaogang's extraordinary abilities. Recalling Tangan's performances in the Stardow Forest, where he effortlessly demonstrated his extensive knowledge of various soul beasts, all of which he had learned from Yu Xiaogang. You few truly qualify as monstrous geniuses, yet in my view, it is still insufficient. Starting today, I shall commence a 3-month intensive training regimen for all of you. You are all aware of the reasons behind Su Mo's rapid progress. The most significant factor is that his physical constitution surpasses that of any of you. The stronger the physical constitution, the swifter the cultivation, while also allowing the absorption of higher quality soul rings. Therefore, for the next 3 months, I will conduct specialized physical training with you. Now, I want each of you to gather at the village entrance, where I have prepared weighted loads for you. After strapping on the weights, you are to run 10 laps around the village. Those who do not complete the laps shall go without dinner. Now off you go. Thus, Yu Xiaogang finally articulated his physical training plan involving weighted running. Unlike the original narrative, this time it did not commence with punishment, but rather directly addressed Su Mo's prowess. clearly stating his intention to enhance everyone's physical capabilities. Consequently, the intensive training for the group commenced. Although Su Mo held a certain disdain for the burdensome training of weighted running, he refrained from voicing any protests or opting out, as such actions would appear decidedly out of place. After all, it was merely a 3-month intensive training program, and a little endurance would see it through. Unless Su Mo was inclined to employ his superior standing meditation practice, which would exempt everyone from the arduous runs, he was unwilling to do so. Thus, the grueling training commenced. In the initial week, aside from Su Mo, the others found themselves devoid of any excess energy, rendering participation in the Soul Arena at Soto City an impossibility. Only Su Mo, with remarkable vigor, ventured daily to the Grand Soul Arena. Even if not for the pursuit of the Silver Soul Badge, he yearned to engage with various Soul Masters to amass a wealth of combat experience. After a week, Ning Rongrong finally found the strength to accompany Su Mo to Soto City. Su Mo, please wait for me at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. I shall join you shortly. Upon their arrival in Soto City, Ning Rongrong instructed Su Mo to wait for her at the arena's entrance. All right. Although uncertain of Ning Rongrong's intentions, Su Mo acquiesced. However, after she departed, he discreetly followed her. Though Ning Rongrong was unlikely to encounter danger alone within the city, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Oblivious to Su Mo's stealthy pursuit, Ning Rongrong soon arrived at the auction house in Soto City. Sister Goddess, please assist me in ascertaining Ning Rongrong's intentions. Once Ning Rongrong entered the auction house, Su Mo summoned Bibi Dong to aid him since he was barred from entry. Without substantial wealth or a valuable item to auction, entry was prohibited. Very well. Bibi Dong appeared before Su Mo, reluctant yet compliant, and soon entered the auction house. Quickly locating Ning Rongrong, you must be the manager of this auction house. Present to me your finest storage soul tools. I wish to select one. Upon entering, Bibi Dong found Ning Rongrong, who was brandishing a golden card with an air of superiority as she addressed the auction house manager. Esteemed Diamond member, please hold on a moment while I procure the finest options for you. Upon seeing the gold card in Ning Rongrong's possession, the manager's demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence. Upon reaching this point, Su Mo could easily surmise the intentions of Ning Rongrong. This girl, Su Mo murmured inexplicably, feeling a warm sensation enveloping her heart. Su Mo comprehended that Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly preparing to acquire something as a gift for him. If it were not intended for him, she could have simply asked Su Mo to accompany her directly. By instructing him to wait at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena in Soto City, she was clearly orchestrating a surprise for him. This little girl, much like Su Mo, was evidently moved, as was Bibi Dong, who had already entered. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing Ning Rongrong's demeanor evoked memories of her own past. Thus, she easily discerned that Ning Rongrong had genuinely developed feelings for Su Mo. This revelation left Bibi Dong in a state of inner turmoil, torn between the desire to intervene and the reluctance to see Su Mo and Ning Rongrong together. As she was still hoping to introduce Qian Renxue or Hulaina to him, if Su Mo were truly to be with Ning Rongrong, it would irrevocably bind him to Shrek. No, I cannot allow Su Mo to remain at Shrek any longer. If this continues, he will undoubtedly become involved with that young girl. Furthermore, he will be completely entwined with Shrek, and in the future, it would be impossible for him to assist me in rescuing Schwer and Nana. He may even join forces with Shrek against the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong suddenly trembled, as a terrifying realization struck her, a notion she had never contemplated before. Until now, her sole focus had been on remaining as close to Yu Xiaogang as possible, which is why she had persuaded Su Mo to seek guidance from Yu Xiaogang and encouraged his enrollment in Shrek. Yet, Bibi Dong had overlooked a crucial detail. After Su Mo joined Shrek, would he still be willing to assist her? While being by Yu Xiaojang's side was her heartfelt desire, she had not forgotten her obligation to aid her present self, Bibi Dong, the current pope, along with her daughter Qian Renxue and her disciple Hulaina. However, she had consistently neglected this aspect. No, I cannot allow Su Mo to remain at Shrek. With this thought, Bibi Dong's expression darkened considerably. Her own happiness was paramount. But Schwer and Nana were equally significant. Most importantly, by persuading Su Mo to leave, she could prevent him from forming a bond with Ning Rongrong. But how can I convince Su Mo? Having regained her clarity, Bibi Dong soon furrowed her brows tightly. In the past, she would have believed she could easily influence Su Mo's decisions, but over the years, she had come to understand that he would not be swayed so readily. Chapter 53. Spirit Resonance, Su Imo, this is for you. At the entrance of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong held out a bracelet with both hands, her face beaming with joy as she presented it to Su Imo. Is this for me? What is it? Su Imo feigned ignorance as she picked it up to examine. This exquisite bracelet was crafted from a high-quality, unidentified metal, composed of numerous delicate links, each flawlessly interconnected, adorned with several distinctive patterns and engravings. The surface was accentuated by a frosted finish and shallow etchings that enhanced the bracelet's texture and recognizability. This is a soul-guiding tool capable of storing items. It possesses a three-dimensional space measuring 3 by 3 by 3, allowing you to securely stow your mysterious iron spear instead of leaving it aside. Ning Rongrong beamed with pride as she introduced it. Surely, this must be quite costly? Su Imo held the soul guide in his hand, feeling its substantial weight. The spatial capacity of Tang San's 24 Bridges Moonlit Night was still less than that of the soul guide he possessed. Tang San's soul guide boasted a total of 24 1 cubic meter storage spaces, amounting to a mere 24 cubic meters. In contrast, although Su Mo's guide contained only a single storage space, it offered an impressive 27 cubic meters. Remarkably, it was not expensive at all. Priced at merely 200,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong, seemingly oblivious to the concept of money, blurted out a casual remark. Su Imo, one can only say that she truly embodies the essence of a top-tier affluent beauty. If Flanders and the others were to discover that Ning Rongrong bestowed such a precious gift upon Su Imo, they would undoubtedly be envious and filled with heartache. To them, the abundance of gold soul coins could have been invested in Shrek Academy, which seems to be on the brink of financial distress. Su Imo contemplated, yet did not hesitate to accept the soul-guiding bracelet from Ning Rongrong, saying, "Very well, I shall take it." With a playful grin, she urged, "Now, do put it on quickly." Upon witnessing Su Mo's acceptance, Ning Rongrong felt not a hint of regret. Instead, her delight grew, prompting her to hasten Su Imo to adorn the bracelet. All right. Su Imo, with unwavering decisiveness, adorned his left wrist with the soul-guiding bracelet. Upon donning it, he effortlessly attuned to the spatial storage, realizing its location. Let us proceed. You have not participated in the soul arena for several days, and your score has significantly lagged behind mine. He naturally entwined his fingers with Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, leading her into the grand soul arena of Soto City. Startled by the sudden grasp of her hand, Ning Rongrong's body quivered slightly. Her fingers tightened momentarily before she relaxed and reciprocated the hold. Her cheeks flushed as she walked alongside Su Imo. Su Imo, why haven't you stored your mysterious iron spear? She inquired curiously, noticing that he still bore the weapon on his back as they approached the arena. I am cultivating a particular soul skill. You shall understand in due time, he replied. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they reached the registration desk, where they signed up and awaited the arena's arrangements. Before long, Su Imo and Ning Rongrong's spear tower formation faced their adversaries for the day. Their opponents posed a considerable challenge. Being a duo of agility-focused soul masters who launched a vigorous assault on Ning Rongrong from the onset, leaving Su Imo to defensively shield her. Despite the difficulties encountered throughout the match, their spear tower formation ultimately triumphed. However, upon descending from the platform, both Su Imo and Ning Rongrong bore expressions tinged with unease. Su Imo, did you sense that as well? Ning Rongrong was the first to break the silence, pausing to turn and inquire. Indeed, it seems you have perceived it too. Thus, it cannot merely be my imagination. Su Imo nodded slightly, his expression tinged with a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, amidst the fierce combat on the arena, he had suddenly sensed a remarkable connection between his martial soul and Ning Rongrong's. He understood that if two soul masters' martial souls could resonate, it indicated the potential for a martial soul fusion, allowing them to unleash a combined martial soul technique, akin to the soul fusion technique of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing in the original narrative. Yay, that's wonderful. So you felt it too, Su Imo? Does this mean we can perform our own martial soul fusion technique? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her joy palpable, as this seemed to affirm that fate was conspiring for her and Su Imo to be united. Evidently, Ning Rongrong was well-versed in the intricacies of martial soul fusion techniques. She recognized that those capable of executing such a fusion were ideally suited to be together. However, it was essential that only two individuals participated, one male and one female, and they must not be related by blood. Yet, it was not so simple. The mere fact that our martial souls could resonate merely indicated that the prerequisites for a martial soul fusion existed. Whether we could ultimately execute, it would require experimentation and training. Nevertheless, we are both geniuses, and I am confident that this will pose no challenge for us. Let's dedicate some time to explore this together when we return. Suemo smiled as he spoke. Meanwhile, he pondered why his martial soul had suddenly resonated with Ning Rongrong's. Indeed, we shall prevail. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Observing her joyful and sweet expression, Suemo suddenly comprehended the reason behind the connection between their martial souls. The fusion technique of martial souls requires a complementary relationship between two or more souls, necessitating a certain degree of affinity, along with mutual understanding and trust, to be executed. The resonance of martial souls can only occur between two souls that possess a significant degree of compatibility. The martial spirits of Suemo and Ning Rongrong possess a certain degree of affinity, and it is precisely due to the mutual trust they have cultivated over time that the phenomenon of martial spirit resonance has emerged. Suemo could discern Ning Rongrong's affection for him. It was evident that she held a profound trust in him. As for Sumo's feelings, it would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no fondness for Ning Rongrong. Rather, his sentiments may simply not match the intensity of her admiration for him. Let us return and delve into this matter, he proposed, and with this realization, Suemo promptly took Ning Rongrong's hand and led her back. Eager to explore the intricacies of their relationship, Suemo was equally curious about what kind of martial soul fusion technique he and Ning Rongrong might cultivate together. Of course, Ning Rongrong had no objections. Ever since she sensed the bond with Suemo's martial soul, she would heed his every word. Thus, they strolled back hand in hand, completely oblivious to the figure that emerged from the shadows after their departure, casting a furtive glance in their direction. The young lady has actually found someone she likes. I must hasten to report this to the sect master. Chapter 54, Bibi Dong. This master does not seem all that impressive. Suemo, I have exhausted all I can teach you regarding martial soul knowledge. You are remarkably intelligent, able to draw inferences and insights that even astonish me. Thus, you are ready to embark on your journey. The rest will come with practice in the days to come. Within the realm of the Rakshasa, after imparting the day's lessons, Bibi Dong suddenly addressed Suemo. Over the years, she had indeed conveyed all she knew about martial souls to him. While there may be some details she had overlooked, she could not recall anything further that she had yet to teach him. Any gaps could be filled in as they arose. Thank you, Sister Goddess, for your guidance over these past years. Suemo sincerely expressed his gratitude to Bibi Dong. Suemo, if I ever require your assistance in the future, would you be willing to help me? Bibi Dong gazed at Suemo with her enchanting eyes and suddenly posed the question. What is it that Sister Goddess wishes for my help with? Suemo cast a curious glance at Bibi Dong, understanding the trials Bibi Dong had endured. He was certain she must have a request for his assistance. However, he found it peculiar that she chose this moment to inquire. Wasn't she solely focused on remaining by Yu Xiaogang's side? Could she not agree first? Bibi Dong gazed at Suemo with a hint of melancholy. Rest assured, Sister Goddess, I shall certainly assist in any way I can. Observing Bibi Dong's sorrowful expression, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, knowing that agreeing outright was not an option. After speaking, Suemo concentrated his thoughts and departed, his consciousness returning to his true self. As he vanished from sight, Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly conflicted. Suemo's response was anticipated, and while Bibi Dong was not overly disappointed, she found herself in a quandary. Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she was not yet ready to reveal her true identity to Suemo. Her life had been fraught with hardship. Bibi Dong preferred to postpone sharing her story with him, perhaps also reluctant to hasten his departure from Shrek Academy, as her feelings were quite conflicted. Fortunately, time was on her side. To persuade Suemo to leave Shrek, she needed him to realize that it was, in fact, not a favorable place. This task was quite manageable, for aside from the knowledge imparted by Xiaogang, Shrek lacked any substantial resources and was inherently not an ideal environment. She pondered how. In 2 years, this group of youngsters would all reach the spirit master level. Everything Xiaogang could teach had already been conveyed to Suemo, and there was little more he could learn from him. Furthermore, much of what Xiaogang taught during this period lacked rigor, which was a significant flaw in his scholarship. While it was not a major issue, to facilitate Suemo's departure, she felt compelled to speak ill of Xiaogang. ensuring he understood that Shrek was genuinely not a commendable place. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes shimmered as she quickly arrived at a decision, albeit one she was somewhat reluctant to embrace, feeling a twinge of self-reproach. After all, it was she who had initially suggested that Su Mo attend Shrek Academy, and now she was the one to convey that it was not as beneficial as it seemed. Master, I believe there are better methods for physical training. The effects of weighted running are not the most effective. The following morning, as Su Mo and his companions gathered on the playground, he suddenly stepped forward and addressed Yu Xiaogang. Oh, what method? Yu Xiaogang inquired with curiosity upon hearing Su Mo's words. Tang-san, Xiao Wu, and the others also turned their attention to Su Mo, eager to discover what effective solution he might propose. Gravitational training. I recall that teacher Zhao Wujia's third soul skill is gravity enhancement. If we could train under teacher Zhao's gravity enhancement, we would achieve the same physical conditioning effects, and the results would surpass those of weighted running. However, this method might be a bit demanding for teacher Zhao. Su Mo did not hesitate and quickly revealed his method. Having witnessed Zhao Wujia's soul technique previously, he had contemplated this approach before, but it had slipped his mind until yesterday's battle against the agile duo of soul masters. When he suddenly remembered, training under gravity would undoubtedly yield far superior results compared to running with weights. Now that the thought had resurfaced, Su Mo was naturally reluctant to continue with the burdensome running. Gravity training would be immensely beneficial for him, likely surpassing even the effectiveness of his standing meditation practice. After successfully dissecting his second soul skill, Thunder Strike, Su Mo endeavored to explore whether he could harness the lightning produced by this technique to refine his body. Much like the protagonists found in numerous novels or anime, who utilize electricity to temper their physical forms, Su Mo regrettably faced failure. This setback may have been attributed to the absence of a lightning attribute within his martial soul. He could only summon lightning while employing his second soul skill, and without its activation, he was entirely incapable of unleashing the power of electricity. This unsuccessful attempt left Su Mo feeling disheartened for a time. However, upon contemplating the idea of utilizing Zhao Wujia's gravity training, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Gravity training. Indeed, what a splendid idea. This method would allow our bodies to experience gravity in a comprehensive manner, far superior to weighted running. Upon hearing Su Mo's suggestion, Dai Mubai and the others' eyes lit up, eagerly expressing their agreement. The three girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, were particularly enthusiastic. Although gravity training might prove more arduous than running with weights, it spared them the need to run. It was undeniably an excellent approach. Su Mo, you are truly remarkable for devising such a solution. It seems that even the master is not as astute. Zhao Wujia, who is clearly present at Shrek Academy, failed to conceive of this method. Among those praising Su Mo was Bibi Dong, who had come out of boredom to observe the scene. She stood beside Su Mo, showering him with compliments while, perhaps inadvertently, belittling Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing this, Su Mo cast a surprised glance at Bibi Dong, yet refrained from responding, feeling hesitant to speak in the presence of others. Indeed, this was an excellent method for body training. I had contemplated it previously, but I feared that your frail physiques might not withstand the initial gravitational exertion. However, after a week of rigorous physical training, you have all significantly improved, making this approach feasible. Therefore, from today onward, we shall transition from weighted running to gravitational training. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaogang, who was oblivious to Bibi Dong's disparagement of him, he smiled faintly upon hearing the group's comments, as if he had genuinely conceived this idea beforehand. So that was it. The teacher had indeed anticipated this. Tang-san was the first to step forward and commend Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 55. Who was the substitute observing Yu Xiaogan's earnest fabrications? Su Mo might have been deceived had he not known that in the original narrative, Yu Xiaogang had never initiated gravitational training for Tang-san and the others. Yet, lacking evidence, Su Mo could say little more. This version of Yu Xiaogang undoubtedly made him hold him in even greater contempt. What? You want me to oversee the gravitational training for the little monsters? Zhao Wujia's face was a picture of reluctance upon learning that he was to be responsible for providing gravitational enhancement daily. However, he ultimately acquiesced, choosing to heed the words of Flinder and Yu Xiaogang. Thus, on that day, Su Mo and the others transitioned from their previous weighted running to gravitational training. As Zhao Wujia unleashed the gravitational enhancement, Su Mo and the others were immediately enveloped in a tremendous pressure that bore down from all directions. causing their bodies to feel as if they had sunk heavily. Aside from Tang San, who had previously experienced this during his battle with Zhao Wujia, it was the first encounter for the others. Suemo experienced this for the first time, although he felt as if his body were ensnared in a quagmire, making movement rather arduous. He did not find it overly uncomfortable. After all, Zhao Wuji's initial application of enhanced gravity was not excessively powerful. Instead, it was gradually calibrated to allow Suemo and the others to acclimatize. Zhao Wuji was unable to tailor the gravitational enhancement for each individual, thus treating everyone equally. Consequently, under this gravitational force, Suemo found himself the most at ease. Following him were Tang San and then Dai Mubai among others. Undoubtedly, the most discomforting experience belonged to Ning Rongrong. Her body felt exceedingly heavy, and under the influence of the enhanced gravity, merely standing became a challenge, let alone moving. Adapting gradually is essential. Being able to endure standing is already a form of training. At this moment, Suemo approached Ning Rongrong and offered her a word of comfort. Yes, I understand. I will certainly persevere. With Sumo's encouragement, Ning Rongrong felt warmth in her heart and quickly responded. Clang. After uplifting Ning Rongrong, Suemo walked to the side and began to practice his marksmanship within the enhanced gravity zone. Standing still was far too effortless for him, so he compelled himself to move. Wow, this freak Suemo is even able to practice shooting. Upon witnessing Sumo's actions, Oscar and the others nearly bulged their eyes in astonishment. They finally comprehended the stark contrast in physical prowess between themselves and Suemo. After observing Suemo, Tang San felt a spark of determination and gradually began to move as well. Under the augmented gravity, he practiced his elusive footwork, the ghostly shadow. These two little monsters. From a distance atop the loft, Flinder, standing beside Yu Xiaogang, couldn't help but marvel at the performances of Suemo and Tang San. Indeed, both Xiao San and Suemo possess formidable physiques. Yu Xiaogang nodded with a smile. Sigh. It seems you are still the more adept teacher when it comes to guiding disciples. Flinder cast a glance at Ma Hongjuan's performance and couldn't help but sigh. Ma Hongjuan was considered his prized disciple, and he had high hopes for him, previously taking great pride in him. Yet, when compared to Tang San, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Although Flinder and Yu Xiaogang were good friends, there was still a competitive spirit between them. Haha, you finally admitted it. Wasn't that always quite evident? Upon hearing Flinder's words, the normally stoic Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Flinder, hearing Yu Xiaogang's laughter, felt a mix of helplessness and frustration, resigning himself to Yu Xiaogang's delight. I must say, the idea of using Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement for training was something you never anticipated. It was that little rascal Suemo who conceived it, right? You still have the same thick skin as ever. However, unable to counter Yu Xiaogang regarding the excellence of their disciples, Flinder had to retort based on Yu Xiaogang's audacity instead. He had been standing there all along, so he had witnessed Suemo stepping forward with his proposal. In response to Flinder's comments, Yu Xiaogang's previously cheerful expression slightly stiffened. One could only say that years of brotherhood had made Flinder very perceptive. Do you have any evidence? Yu Xiaogang replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying the claim. You win. Flinder's eyes widened in exasperation, nearly choking on Yu Xiaogang's words. Xiaogang, are you planning to form a team for them? Although a team is composed of 7 to 10 individuals, only 7 can officially take the field, while the remaining 3 serve as substitutes. Presently, among the small creatures below, there are 8 participants. Who do you intend to designate as the substitute? After a considerable pause, Flinder finally composed himself, refraining from further indulging in trivial matters, and instead observed Suemo and the others inquiring about serious matters from Yu Xiaogang. Who shall be the substitute? Upon hearing Flinder's inquiry, Yu Xiaogang gazed at Suemo and the others, his eyes beginning to shimmer with wisdom. Suemo. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang uttered a name that astonished Flinder. What? Suemo as the substitute? Xiaogang, what are you thinking? Although Suemo possessed the lowest rank, his combat prowess was by no means lacking. Despite his surprise, Flinder placed great faith in Yu Xiaogang and thus curiously inquired about the rationale behind selecting Suemo as the substitute. Given their current spirit power levels, even if they were to participate in the Soul Master competition 2 years hence, they would likely not achieve commendable results, as they were still quite young. Hence, our true objective lies in the Soul Master competition 7 years from now. With Tang San and the others' innate talents, coupled with my guidance, I am confident that at least 3 of them will attain the rank of Soul King, while the remainder will undoubtedly reach Soul Sect. However, Sumo's innate talent remains considerably low, even though his physique is formidable, allowing him to cultivate at a speed comparable to prodigies in the early stages. The ultimate determinant of how far a Soul Master can ascend is their martial spirit talent. In this regard, Sumo falls short compared to others, even failing to match half of their capabilities. 7 years from now, considering his innate soul power of level 2, what level do you believe he could attain? Yu Xiaogang calmly analyzed, ultimately posing a rhetorical question to Flander. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's retort, Flander found himself momentarily speechless, his expression turning grave. I do not know. Finally, Flander furrowed his brow and shook his head, genuinely unable to make a judgment. The utmost he could hope for was Soul Sect, and even that would require ensuring his cultivation speed did not lag behind. However, as a Soul Master's rank increases, their cultivation speed diminishes, especially given the low talent of his martial spirit, which would only exacerbate the situation. This aspect, even with a strong physique, could hardly compensate. The higher the rank, the lesser the impact of physical factors. If he could advance to Soul Sect, it would greatly benefit the team. But what if he cannot reach Soul Sect? If he remains merely a Soul Master, the team is not lacking in strong attack-type Soul Masters. The uncertainties surrounding him are too significant. It is better to have him as a substitute. Chapter 56. The Shock of the Sword. Douluo. You make a valid point. Let us designate Sumo as the substitute. But will he be willing? After listening to Yu Xiaogang's words, Flander found them reasonable as well. There is no need to discuss this with him for now. Once my second phase of training begins, I shall implement a rotation strategy in team battles, ensuring that he participates as little as possible. When they have all coalesced into a true collective, genuinely willing to contribute to the team's success, I will seize the opportunity to speak with him. Yu Xiaogang smiled knowingly and spoke with confidence. Nonsense. Sumo is not that weak. Unbeknownst to Flander and Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong had overheard their conversation and was now filled with indignation. If she could reveal herself and speak, she would have relished the chance to reprimand Yu Xiaogang, enlightening him about Sumo's exceptional abilities and his groundbreaking achievement in the field of forging. The limitations of innate talent were no longer a significant issue for Sumo. However, Bibi Dong was unable to manifest and voice her thoughts, leaving her to stew in her frustration. After a while, she managed to compose herself, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of delight. She realized that if Yu Xiaogang proceeded with his plan, it would make it easier for her to persuade Sumo to leave Shrek later on. Ironically, Yu Xiaogang's actions could assist her. Observing Yu Xiaogang's confident demeanor, she should have felt grateful for the unintentional help he provided. Yet, for reasons she couldn't fathom, she found it difficult to cultivate gratitude towards him. Bibi Dong began to perceive that Yu Xiaogang was not as admirable as she had remembered. She even sensed, albeit faintly, that he seemed somewhat resistant to Sumo's growth, though she questioned whether this was merely her own misconception. No, that cannot be. Xiaogang is not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Sumo, engaged in gravity training, remained unaware that he had been relegated to the role of a substitute in the team. He had not been continuously sharing Bibi Dong's perspective, as the constant presence of Yu Xiaogang in her view would have been quite bothersome. Nevertheless, even if Sumo were to discover this, it would not concern him. His primary objective in joining Shrek was to thwart Tang San from obtaining the celestial herb. Once he accomplished that, he had no desire to linger at Shrek. The education provided there offered him little benefit. What he truly needed was to seek rare materials and continuously forge higher quality spears while honing his skills in the art of soul forging. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, it took Sumo 3 years to complete the soul forging of his first weapon. This time, with the improved quality of the Shen Iron Spear, the refining difficulty had increased, yet the speed of refinement was significantly quicker than before. Sumo felt that he could complete the second soul forging within just 6 months. Of course, when the time came for him to leave, he would undoubtedly take Ning Rongrong with him. The 7-treasure glazed tile school received news from its disciples in Soto City, while Sumo was contemplating how to abduct Ning Rongrong. However, the information was first seized by Sword Douluo. Fengji, this is your brilliant idea. Rongrong has already been taken away. Sword Douluo slammed the letter on the table in front of Ning Fengji, his voice laced with anger. What? Ning Fengji was taken aback and hurriedly picked up the letter to read. Upon discerning its contents, his expression darkened. The letter detailed that Ning Rongrong had grown close to a boy named Sumo, even gifting him a storage soul guide and holding hands. He found it hard to believe that there was nothing amiss between them. No, I must bring Rongrong back. Sword Douluo, without waiting for Ning Fengji to finish reading, prepared to head to Shrek Academy to retrieve Ning Rongrong. He could tolerate her venturing into the world, but was unwilling to see her so swiftly deceived by another man. Wait, Uncle Jian, allow me to assess the situation regarding this Su Mo first. Naturally, Ning Fengji halted Sword Douluo, insisting that they should at least wait until he finished reading the letter. He needed to understand more about this boy named Su Mo, trusting that the disciples who returned with the letter had thoroughly investigated him. Indeed, the latter part of the letter meticulously detailed information about Su Mo. With the resources of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, gathering intelligence on an individual was a rather straightforward task, particularly for someone from an ordinary background like Su Mo. Innate soul power, level 2, current soul power level, 23, first soul ring, 100-year soul ring, second soul ring, 1,000-year soul ring. He and Rongrong had formed a gun tower combination at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, boasting an undefeated record of 4 victories. His personal battle record in the Spirit Arena stood at 11 victories without a single defeat. Initially seated, Ning Fengji found it increasingly difficult to remain still as he absorbed the information. Upon reading that Su Mo's second soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring, he could no longer contain himself and stood up. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Uncle Jian, you must not have seen the latter part, have you? Take a closer look at his profile. Struggling to suppress his shock, Ning Fengji then handed the letter to Sword Douluo. What is happening? Sword Douluo had indeed overlooked the latter part, having been compelled to confront Ning Fengji after the initial contents. He now had no choice but to suppress his urge to immediately retrieve Ning Rongrong upon seeing Ning Fengji's expression. He took the letter handed to him and began to read. How could this be possible? The second soul ring turned out to be a 1,000-year soul ring. Indeed. Upon discerning the information regarding Su Mo, Sword Douluo was also visibly astonished. At present, Su Mo's strength is rather feeble, appearing to him as insignificant as an ant. Yet, the developments surrounding Su Mo have indeed left him profoundly astonished. Whether it is his innate soul power at level 2, his remarkably swift cultivation speed, the second soul ring being a millennium grade, or his flawless record in the soul arena, each aspect seems exceptionally remarkable in his eyes. The fact that the second soul ring is of millennium quality is particularly breathtaking. How has he accomplished this? With such thoughts in mind, the Sword Douluo continued to observe. It soon became evident that Su Mo's achievements stemmed from his naturally robust physique, coupled with continuous physical enhancement training. By integrating Yu Xiaogang's theories, he daringly ventured to surpass his limits, ultimately succeeding in absorbing a millennium-quality soul ring at the second level. This matter has already ceased to be a secret in Soto City. This young lad named Su Mo appears to be quite extraordinary. Upon seeing that the Sword Douluo had finished reading, Ning Fengji could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. To cultivate so swiftly with merely innate soul power at level 2, even accounting for his gifted physique, it undoubtedly reflects his relentless effort. His flawless victories in the soul arena further indicate his formidable combat prowess, rendering him nearly unmatched among peers. The second soul ring being of millennium quality is the most astonishing aspect. However, his innate soul power remains at a mere level 2, which is still rather insufficient. The Sword Douluo wholeheartedly agreed with Ning Fengji's assessment. Given Su Mo's innate talents and current accomplishments, one could glean that he is an exceptionally diligent individual. Such a person earns his profound admiration. However, considering a potential relationship with Ning Rongrong, Su Mo's innate soul power of merely level 2 presents a significant hindrance. Thus, while he holds respect for Su Mo, the Sword Douluo does not concede that he is worthy of being with Ning Rongrong. That is indeed the case. Upon hearing the Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow. Based on the available information regarding Su Mo, he also held great admiration for him. Viewing him as an exceptional individual, he even felt as though his daughter had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, the singular drawback lies in Su Mo's low soul talent, which limits his future potential. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji resolved, well then, Sword Douluo, you should pay a visit to Shrek Academy and meet this young man named Su Mo. Very well, I shall make the journey. The Sword Douluo nodded in agreement, having already intended to do so. However, he inquired further, how do you plan to approach this? This young man has achieved significant results. He may possess some unique abilities that you have noticed. This young lad is merely a child from an ordinary family, and he has even lost his parents, finding refuge in the home of his aunt. His first and second soul rings were acquired solely through his own endeavors, without any assistance from others. It is evident that he possesses some unique abilities. Uncle Jian, I implore you to assess whether he has the potential for growth. If so, we should not hinder his relationship with Rongrong, but it is imperative to advise him to exercise caution. Conversely, if it is determined that he lacks the potential for development, we should expel him from Shrek Academy or bring Rongrong back. I leave that decision in your capable hands. Ning Fengji swiftly made arrangements. Upon learning of Su Mo's situation, others might conclude that there are no issues with him. In light of Yu Xiaogang's theories, everything appears normal. Perhaps Su Mo was simply a bit audacious, which fortuitously led to success. However, Ning Fengji, with his understanding of Su Mo's background, keenly sensed that there might be other secrets hidden within him. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the glimmer of insight flashed in Jian Doluo's eyes. Had it not been for Ning Fengji's observations, he might not have considered that angle. I understand now. Jian Doluo nodded in affirmation, summoning the 7 kills sword. With a deft motion, he stood upon the blade, soaring into the sky with a graceful flight. I hope this little fellow will surprise me, he murmured softly, watching Jian Doluo's receding figure. He wished to spare his daughter any sorrow. Thus he earnestly hoped Su Mo could indeed deliver a pleasant surprise. Outside Shrek Academy, a long sword pierced the air, upon which stood the figure of Jian Doluo. He had no intention of clandestinely meeting Su Mo elsewhere. Since he was here, he would present himself openly. This would also serve to indicate his presence, ensuring that the faculty and students of Shrek understood that there was someone standing behind Ning Rongrong. However, before Jian Doluo could approach Shrek Academy, a hammer suddenly soared from the ground, launching an attack towards him. With a dismissive snort, Jian Doluo effortlessly conjured a blade of sword energy, repelling the hammer with ease. Come forth, he called out to the ground while standing atop the 7 kills sword. The earlier attack had been a mere attempt to obstruct him. Hence he had refrained from escalating the confrontation. Moreover, the presence of the Haotian hammer was another reason for his restraint. Senior Qinshin, I apologize for the earlier offense. As Jian Doluo's words echoed, a disheveled figure emerged from below. As he spoke, he gestured, summoning the distant Haotian hammer back into his grasp. Subsequently, he stored the hammer within his being and raised his gaze towards Jian Doluo, revealing his countenance. Who are you? As the sword Doluo's feet sank, he descended gracefully. Gazing upon Tang Hao's disheveled figure, the sword Doluo hesitated, uncertain of the identity before him. Tang Hao. Tang Hao spoke his name in a low voice, tinged with a sense of desolation. It seemed that others could hardly recognize him in his current state. The Haotian Doluo Tang Hao. It is indeed you. The sword Doluo regarded Tang Hao with astonishment, truly failing to recognize him. The once spirited Haotian twin stars had now fallen into such disarray. It is I. You may call me Tang Hao, Senior. May I inquire what brings you to Shrek Academy? Tang Hao nodded silently, then proceeded to question the elder. I have naturally come to seek our sect's little princess. But tell me, why did you impede my path? The sword Douluo regarded Tang Hao with curiosity. I suspected as much, Tang Hao sighed. If it were not necessary, he would prefer to remain concealed. He continued, in light of this, there is something I must convey to you first. You do not mean to allude to Su Mo, do you? The sword Douluo's gaze sharpened as he suddenly realized that Tang Hao's appearance was likely connected to Su Mo. This implied that the soul rings Su Mo had acquired were indeed facilitated by Tang Hao's assistance. Su Mo and Tang Hao share a connection? No, Senior Qinshin. What I wish to convey is unrelated to Su Mo. He and I have no ties. Tang Hao shook his head, bemused. Realizing that the sword-fighting Douluo had misconstrued the situation, it is the individual known as Tang San from Shrek Academy who is my son. Furthermore, what I intend to discuss with you, Senior, pertains not to my son but to someone named Xiao Wu. Without further ado, Tang Hao swiftly articulated his concerns, primarily regarding the matter of the 100,000-year spirit beast. He harbored a strong desire to prevent the sword-fighting Douluo from taking action against Xiao Wu. Given that he had revealed Xiao Wu's identity, Tang Hao felt compelled to disclose that Tang San is indeed his son, thus clarifying why he wished to protect Xiao Wu. Moreover, concerning the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he was unperturbed about exposing Tang San's identity. As per Tang Hao's request, the sword-fighting Douluo ultimately refrained from entering Shrek Academy. Although a transformed 100,000-year spirit beast is exceedingly rare, it rightfully belongs to Tang Hao. as he was the first to discover it, in accordance with the conventions of the Spirit Master community. Thus, whether Tang Hao intended to keep her for his son or pursue another course of action, it was solely his prerogative. Additionally, Tang Hao's formidable strength. Having recently attained the rank of title Douluo and having bested the former pope, assured that his capabilities had only grown stronger over the years. The sword-fighting Douluo had no desire to provoke such a formidable adversary for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Despite the closure of the Haotian School, the sword-fighting Douluo was keen to avoid instigating discord between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Haotian School. Securing a favor from Tang Hao was a considerable gain. The reason the sword-fighting Douluo abstained from entering Shrek Academy was also due to his promise to Tang Hao, rendering his presence unnecessary, lest he frighten away the 100,000-year spirit beast named Xiao Wu. As evening descended, at a precipice behind Shrek Academy, Suemo arrived here alone. Upon his arrival, he beheld a figure standing at the edge of the precipice, as straight as a sword. It was the Sword Douluo. Junior Suemo pays his respects to the esteemed Sword Douluo. Suemo stepped forward, a hint of nervousness evident as he called out to the Sword Douluo. Suemo arrived here solely because he received a summons from the Sword Douluo, who communicated with him in secrecy, urging him to come alone. Suemo had indeed prepared himself to some extent. From the moment he held hands with Ning Rongrong, he understood that he would inevitably confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. He just did not expect it to come so swiftly. However, Suemo was not overly concerned. As long as he demonstrated sufficient potential, coupled with the fact that he was genuinely cherished by Ning Rongrong, there would be little danger. Nonetheless, he anticipated that he might have to reveal certain secrets this evening. Upon hearing Suemo's voice, Sword Douluo slowly turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping over Suemo. Suemo immediately sensed a sharp spiritual pressure bearing down on him. Humph. Suemo let out a soft grunt, his figure quivering slightly before he quickly regained his composure. Standing firmly in place, his gaze calmly fixed upon the Sword Douluo. Indeed, the Sword Douluo offered a subtle compliment, then withdrew the soul pressure emanating from him. "Do you understand why I have summoned you?" he inquired, regarding Suemo with a hint of admiration, continuing to speak in a tone befitting an elder. "I understand, esteemed Sword Douluo, that you have come for Rongrong." Suemo did not feign ignorance, nor did he display fear or concern. Instead, he calmly articulated the intention of the Sword Douluo. Observing Suemo's composed demeanor in the face of his presence, devoid of even a hint of trepidation, the Sword Douluo felt an increasing admiration for him. Setting aside other considerations, this alone indicated that Suemo possessed a commendable character, one that is unyielding in the face of formidable opponents. Furthermore, it appeared that he was quite astute, capable of discerning his purpose. "Come forth, attack me, and let me witness your prowess before we engage in further discourse." Subsequently, the Sword Douluo summoned the Seven Killing Sword, brandishing it with the blade pointed towards Suemo. Very well. Upon witnessing the Sword Douluo's stance, Suemo recognized the necessity to showcase his own capabilities. With a flicker, the soul guide bracelet on his left wrist shimmered, and the Shiantai spear materialized in his grasp. Buzzing with energy, Suemo then clenched his right hand, summoning forth his martial soul, the soul gun, which he held firmly. Utilizing both a martial soul and a weapon simultaneously, the Sword Douluo regarded Suemo's actions with a tinge of surprise. "Is it through the use of dual long spears that you maintain your undefeated streak in the soul arena?" He furrowed his brow slightly. If that were the case, Suemo would be relying on external means to secure victories. He had no objection to such a strategy, but it would imply that Suemo's achievements were not solely attributable to his inherent strength. That is not the case. In the Douluo arena, I solely employed my martial soul without the aid of any weapon. Senior, this is a combat mode I have devised that enhances the combat prowess of a weapon-wielding soul master, which I have dubbed soul weapon integration. Suemo calmly shook his head. Then before the Sword Douluo, he skillfully merged his dual guns, demonstrating the fusion of soul weapons. The fusion of soul weapons. What an excellent concept. Upon witnessing Suemo's actions, the Sword Douluo's eyes lit up, recognizing the intricacies of this combat mode. However, this fusion can only be executed when the quality of the weapon surpasses that of the martial soul, right? The Sword Douluo quickly discerned the inherent flaw in the fusion of soul weapons. Indeed, for instance, it would be exceedingly challenging to find a weapon capable of merging with the Seven Killing Sword held by the esteemed Sword Douluo. Suemo nodded and remarked, "Even so, The emergence of this combat model and philosophy is sufficient to disrupt certain dynamics within the Soul Master realm. Come, let me witness your true strength. The Sword Douluo, filled with anticipation, eagerly awaited the display of Su Mo's capabilities. Be cautious, Senior Sword Douluo. A resonating hum filled the air. Su Mo no longer held back. His soul rings illuminated, one yellow and one purple, radiating brilliance. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his second soul skill, Thunderous Charge. Boom. He then lunged forward with his spear to assault the Sword Douluo. Clang. The Sword Douluo effortlessly raised his 7-killing sword to parry Su Mo's strike. First soul skill, Penetration. The Tyrant Spear Technique. Witnessing his attack thwarted by the Sword Douluo, Su Mo felt no surprise. After enhancing his soul weapon with an additional 200 points of penetration, the Tyrant Spear Technique began to manifest in his hands, relentlessly targeting the Sword Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. The Sword Douluo, who had previously been able to remain stationary, was now compelled to shift his footing under the weight of Su Mo's relentless assault. Nevertheless, he continued to deftly deflect Su Mo's strikes with precision using the 7-killing sword. Such remarkable mastery of spear techniques, coupled with the integration of his soul weapon, even a soul master would find it challenging to withstand. Indeed, he possesses exceptional skill. While parrying, the Sword Douluo quietly marveled at Su Mo's prowess. Subsequently, Su Mo executed 2 distinct second soul skills in rapid succession, showcasing his adeptness in mastering his abilities, even innovating upon them. It was evident that Su Mo's demeanor and capabilities were beyond reproach. Enough. Clang. After the Sword Douluo deflected Su Mo's final attack, he came to a halt. To be candid, your performance astonishes me. At your age, I certainly did not possess your level of strength. The Sword Douluo first expressed his admiration for Su Mo. Then his expression shifted as he solemnly inquired, however, do you believe that with your innate soul power of level 2, you can adequately protect Rongrong? Chapter 59, Extremely Satisfied. The Sword Douluo did not question whether Su Mo felt worthy of Ning Rongrong. Rather, he asked if he could safeguard her. He understood that Su Mo comprehended his underlying message. In truth, I have always believed that as long as 2 individuals genuinely care for one another, everything else is secondary. However, I also understand the concerns of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You undoubtedly wish for Rongrong to encounter someone who can protect her rather than someone who needs her protection. Su Mo initially expressed his perspective on emotions and acknowledged the considerations of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He revealed that both he and Rongrong possessed martial souls capable of generating a martial soul resonance. Martial soul resonance? Are you truly speaking the truth? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Sword Douluo could not help but react with astonishment. It appears that a martial soul capable of resonating with the 7-treasure glazed tile school has never been recorded in its illustrious history. If Senior Sword Douluo harbors any doubts, simply inquire with Rongrong. He continued, however, our martial soul resonance has only recently surfaced, and we have yet to develop a unique martial soul fusion technique of our own. Su Mo spoke calmly, haha, splendid. You have once again surprised me. Jian Douluo could not help but chuckle softly. Yet, upon recalling that Su Mo's innate soul power was merely at level 2, Jian Douluo quickly fell silent. He was thoroughly pleased with Su Mo, save for his talent, which left much to be desired. Is the esteemed Jian Douluo concerned about my innate abilities? Observing Jian Douluo's expression, Su Mo realized that concealing his secret of merging weapons with soul was no longer an option. However, if he had to reveal it, so be it. The truth would eventually surface, and he would require the resources of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Are you not worried? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Jian Douluo's heart jolted. It seemed that Su Mo indeed harbored secrets. Yes, esteemed Jian Douluo. In addition to inventing a combat mode that merges soul tools, I have also discovered a method to evolve martial souls, which I have named weapon integration into soul. With Ning Rongrong's affection for him, and their ability to employ a martial soul fusion technique, Su Mo was confident that as long as he demonstrated sufficient potential, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would not turn him away. If they did, it would only signify their short-sightedness and lack of discernment. However, given that Ning Fengji had managed to win over both Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo in his youth, Su Mo could hardly believe that Ning Fengji was devoid of vision. Thus, he dared to unveil this secret, unafraid of the 7-treasure glazed tile school silencing him to monopolize the knowledge. If it came to that, Su Mo would simply resign himself to misfortune and choose to ignite his spirit. Evolving martial souls. Are you speaking the truth? You would not deceive an old man. would you? If Sumo's prior displays had evoked astonishment and delight, his current revelation truly left Douluo in a state of shock. No. How could I dare deceive the esteemed Douluo? Sumo smiled and said, please elaborate on what you mean by infusing a weapon with soul. As the sword Douluo spoke with excitement, he simultaneously raised his hand, using his soul power to conjure a soundproof barrier around them. The so-called infusion of a weapon with soul is. Upon witnessing the astonishment of the sword duelist, Sumo felt an inner sense of pride. He subsequently elaborated on the intricate details of his weapon forging and soul-binding process to substantiate the authenticity of his claims. Sumo personally demonstrated the subtle connection he had established with the Xian iron spear after a period of refinement, right before the sword duelist. Esteemed sword duelist. Prior to this moment, I have successfully completed the soul binding of a weapon, which has consequently enhanced the quality of my martial soul. With the evolution of my martial soul, my innate talents have also experienced a significant augmentation. As I continue to refine and bind weapons, my abilities will further ascend. Thus, I am confident that I will be able to safeguard Rong in the future. His tone brimmed with unwavering confidence as he concluded. Haha, splendid, my dear child. The surprises you have bestowed upon me today are truly remarkable. Rest assured, as long as your affection for Rong is genuine, the 7 treasures glazed tile school shall not hinder your union. Seeing Sumo's self-assured demeanor, the sword duelist, having recovered from his initial shock, finally revealed a reassuring smile. He was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the day. Sumo's every aspect filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it transcended mere satisfaction, evolving into an overwhelming delight. He possessed both character and capability, but most importantly, Sumo was endowed with an astute mind. Douluo was utterly astonished. While the invention of the soul weapon integration was not entirely unexpected, the innovation of infusing the weapon with one's soul truly left him in awe. By the way, is this infusion of the weapon soul a practice accessible to all weapon soul masters? Douluo pondered for a moment before inquiring. No. It requires a certain innate talent and mental strength, enabling one to resonate with the weapon, or alternatively, possessing sufficiently formidable mental power to achieve this. Sumo shook his head. With the enhancement of his abilities and familiarity with the art of weapon forging, he had come to realize that forging a weapon with one's soul also necessitated certain prerequisites. Fortunately, due to his reincarnated soul, he possessed sufficiently potent mental prowess. This was splendid. Indeed, the best outcome. Upon hearing that there were further requirements, Sword Douluo felt a surge of delight. Very well. I am now entirely convinced of your capability to protect Rong. From this moment forth, you shall be her guardian within Shrek Academy. As for my past endeavors, refrain from mentioning them to Rong. I shall take my leave shortly. Sword Douluo continued with a smile, preparing to return and relay the news to Ning Fingxi. Rest assured, Senior Sword Douluo, I will take good care of Rong. Sumo assured him. Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, you may address me as Grandpa Jian, just like Rong does. Yes, Grandpa Jian. With the fortunate alliance with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sumo felt elated. He held no aversion to relying on others, particularly since he genuinely cherished Ning Rong. Haha, splendid. Then I shall take my leave, Grandpa Jian. Sword Douluo laughed heartily, as the 7 killing swords soared into the air. He leapt onto it, ready to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave, Sword Douluo paused, suddenly recalling something. By the way, young one, how did you go about hunting for soul rings? Grandpa Jian, the intelligence of 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts is not significantly higher than that of ordinary wild animals. I merely need to set traps in advance and lure them into those traps. It becomes quite effortless thereafter. Sumo smiled and said, well done, young man. I thought someone was assisting you, but it turns out you accomplished it all on your own. Upon hearing Sumo's response, Douluo felt even more pleased. This lad not only possessed intelligence, but also understood how to leverage his cleverness to his advantage. Wait a moment. Did you truly absorb a Millennium Quality Soul Ring based on the Master's theories? Douluo quickly connected the dots, gazing at Sumo with astonishment as he probed further. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen perception of Grandfather Jian. Haha, splendid. P.S. Today, I received news from the editor that this book has passed the initial review at Sanjiang. If all goes well, it will be published under Sanjiang. So to celebrate, there will be 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 60. 3 months later, haha, splendid. This implies he is aware of how to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring and is merely attributing the credit to the master intentionally. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji burst into hearty laughter after hearing about the interaction between Jian Douluo and Suimo. Much like Jian Douluo, he was exceedingly pleased with Suimo, the prospective son-in-law. His temperament, capabilities, and remarkable wisdom were all commendable. Moreover, at such a tender age, he demonstrated the humility to conceal his prowess and willingly share the accolades with others. This effectively diverted the attention of many away from himself. Suimo hails from an ordinary background, which is perhaps the wisest course of action. With the theoretical endorsement of Yu Xiaogang, the significance of Sumo's second soul ring, imbued with a millennium's worth of quality, seems trivial. It is something others can also achieve. Although many have ridiculed Yu Xiaogang, no one from the major sects and powerful factions dares to truly underestimate the theories he has synthesized. Much of the knowledge contained within stems from various sects and the Spirit Hall. The mockery and suppression are merely strategies to dissuade others from believing in the aforementioned theories. Yu Xiaogang, unfortunately, has become an object of derision. Had he merely compiled existing knowledge on spirit abilities, there would be no grounds for criticism. However, in his youthful exuberance, he felt the need to incorporate his own conjectures and theories, believing that merely integrating existing knowledge would not showcase his intellect. It is precisely these unverified and somewhat nonsensical speculations that have provided ammunition for the various factions to vehemently attack and ridicule him. Ning Fengji perceives a starkly different manifestation of wisdom in Suimo. Indeed, this young lad's potential is boundless. He remarked with a nod and a smile. Thus, Sir Douluo, you are aware of the design of Sumo's soul-hunting gun. Please have one forged from the finest materials, and I shall ensure it is delivered to him. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement before addressing Sir Douluo. However, it would be prudent not to use the best materials just yet. The higher the quality of the weapon, the slower the refining process. It is better for him to evolve step by step. Sir Douluo replied, shaking his head in dissent. Oh yes, I nearly overlooked that. Very well. Let us first forge a weapon of improved quality. Once he completes his evolution, we shall provide him with even better weaponry. Ning Fengji chuckled, reminded by Sir Douluo. Regarding the relationship between Suimo and Ning Rongrong, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is quite satisfied, yet one individual remains discontent. How can that little girl compare to Shrek and Nana? Murmured Bibi Dong from the realm of Azura, visibly dissatisfied. However, Bibi Dong could only express her dissatisfaction in this setting, refraining from belittling Ning Rongrong in front of Suimo. As someone who has experienced similar situations, she understands the importance of refraining from speaking ill of Ning Rongrong in Sumo's presence. In truth, since learning of the soul fusion skill between Suimo and Ning Rongrong, Bibi Dong has found herself at a loss as to how to separate them. The existence of the soul fusion technique confirms their mutual affection. Therefore, she cannot be the one to drive a wedge between them. She previously despised Qian Xuanji for such actions and has no desire to become like him. Well, I shall leave it for another time. Finally, Bibi Dong let out a sigh. Despite her dissatisfaction, she ultimately relinquished her attempts to separate Suimo and Ning Rongrong. It is truly laughable. I find myself somewhat understanding the despicable nature of Qiang Sunji. Nevertheless, a scoundrel remains a scoundrel, and I could never stoop to engage in the same abhorrent actions as that wretch. 3 months later, Suimo and his companions completed their final day of gravity training. Over the course of these 3 months, including Ning Rongrong, everyone had grown adept at adapting to the enhancements provided by Zhao Wujia's gravity training. Suimo, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, endowed with remarkable physical prowess, were able to move freely and engage in sparring even under Zhao Wuji's augmented gravity. Well then, today's gravity training comes to an end. The 3-month physical conditioning program I devised for you is also concluding. Upon Zhao Wuji's cessation of his soul skill, heaving a sigh of relief, Yu Xiaogang addressed Suimo and the others. Really? Is it finally over? That's wonderful. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's announcement, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others erupted in cheers. Although the gravity-enhanced training spared them from the previous grueling runs, the exhaustion was no less intense. In fact, as Zhao Wuji gradually increased the gravitational pressure, it became even more taxing than their prior weighted sprints. Thus, the conclusion of the training elicited such jubilance from Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Haha, it's finally over. These past few months have been utterly exhausting. The one most delighted, however, was none other than Zhao Wuji, who had been responsible for their gravity augmentation. Master, you may continue. I shall take my leave. I also require a respite for a while. so please do not seek me out. After delivering this message to Yu Xiaogang, Zhao Wuji departed with a speed that suggested he was eager to escape. Hee, the way teacher Zhao Wuji runs away is simply adorable. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Suemo, could not help but chuckle at the sight. Haha, it truly is, responded Xiao Wu and the others, joining in the laughter. Suemo smiled silently at this, and he did not comment on Ning Rongrong's jest regarding Zhao Wuji. Such harmless humor required no response. It was precisely this audacity to jest about Zhao Wuji that delighted him most. As he watched Zhao Wuji's silhouette fade away, a sense of regret washed over him. Contrasting with the excitement of others, he realized that training under enhanced gravity yielded commendable results, albeit at the expense of Zhao Wuji's efforts. Well, although the physical training session has concluded, you must not neglect your own exercise moving forward. Tomorrow will be a rest day, and the day after, we shall commence the second phase of our specialized training. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang intervened to halt further jokes at Zhao Wuji's expense and issued his directive. Ah, indeed. There is a second phase. Master, what does our second phase of training entail? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Ma Hongjun and the others, who had just relaxed, suddenly wore expressions of dismay. Enjoy your rest for now. You shall find out the details the day after tomorrow. Yu Xiaogang chuckled, refraining from divulging more. With that, he turned and departed. Come on, let us heed the master's words. Oscar, let us venture to Soto City to unwind. Ma Hongjun, seeing the situation, refrained from further inquiries and suggested to Oscar with a pat on his shoulder. Sure, it's great that you understand me, fatty. Oscar accepted without hesitation, and the duo left with arms around each other's shoulders. They did not invite Su Mo, Tang San, or Dai Mubai, well aware that their invitation would be futile. With the departure of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the rest quickly dispersed. Suemo, can you guess what the second phase of training the master mentioned entails? Ning Rongrong, who left with Suemo, was curious about the nature of the second phase and inquired. Chapter 61, Concealed Talents on the Rear Mountain of Shrek Academy. Suemo lay on a massive stone with Ning Rongrong in his arms. From this vantage point, the entire Shrek Academy was laid out before them, along with distant vistas. During this period, after each specialized training session, Suemo would come here to relax with Ning Rongrong. Initially, she would feel shy, but after several months, her shyness had long dissipated. Of course, this intimacy was reserved for secluded places. In public, she dared not be so close to Suemo, limiting their affection to hand-holding. What do you think the second phase of training will entail? Rongrong, what resources do you think our academy possesses? Suemo held Ning Rongrong close, relishing the warmth of having the girl he adored in his embrace, before returning to their earlier conversation. The resources of our academy? Ning Rongrong shifted slightly, allowing herself to nestle more comfortably against Suemo. Initially, I too believed our academy was woefully impoverished, lacking in resources. However, I later discovered that it is, in fact, quite decent. The accommodation is rather mediocre, resulting in restless nights. I initially struggled to adjust, but I've gradually acclimatized. The food was originally quite subpar, yet it improved considerably after the arrival of our esteemed master. Additionally, since his arrival, we have also been introduced to medicinal baths. As for obtaining soul rings, our academy boasts 3 soul saints. In terms of education, we are fortunate to have the master. Compared to other institutions, our Shrek Academy is primarily lacking in environmental simulation training. As Ning Rongrong lamented, she enumerated the resources of Shrek Academy, concluding that the most significant deficiency lies in the realm of environmental simulation training. Haha, it was only after the master arrived that our meals and medicinal baths were enhanced. The former Shrek Academy did not possess such amenities. Suemo smiled faintly and offered a subtle critique of Shrek's issue without elaborating much further. You are indeed correct. What we lack the most is environmental simulation training. However, this type of training can be achieved through alternative methods that may yield similar, if not superior, results, albeit with a degree of risk involved. As Suemo spoke, he teasingly inquired, "What method, you rascal?" Ning Rongrong, her delicate face flushed, retorted with a playful scold. It did not deter Suemo. When couples share time together in private, it is inevitable that they will gradually engage in intimate moments. Moreover, Suemo had assured her that with his assistance, her growth might one day rival that of Zhu Qing. Just a hint for you. It's something we almost partake in daily. Suemo began to move his hands, aiding Ning Rongrong in her growth. He once believed that Ning Rongrong was rather modest in scale. However, upon closer engagement, he realized that appearances could be deceiving. Ning Rongrong's attire was misleading, for she truly possessed remarkable depth. Are you suggesting that our second phase of specialized training will take place in the spirit arena? With Sumo's hint, Ning Rongrong quickly deduced his meaning. Upon reflection, she recognized the validity of his assertion. Training through environmental simulation in the spirit arena would yield comparable results. Yet, the spirit arena posed greater dangers, with a potential risk to life itself. Just wait and see. Master S arrangement must surely be this. Sumo smiled with confidence. All right. Judging by everyone's condition, it seems you have rested sufficiently. Now, I shall commence the second phase of your specialized training. Can anyone guess what this training will entail? On the playground of Shrek Academy, Sumo and the others gathered once more. Yu Xiaogang observed the spirits of the group, nodding in satisfaction before feigning profundity as he spoke. Master, I know, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, raising her hand upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words. Very well, Ning Rongrong. Please share your thoughts. Yu Xiaogangs expression stiffened slightly, yet he maintained a smile as he invited her to respond. Out of the corner of his eye, he cast a glance at Sumo, regretting his decision to pose the question. It is the soul arena. What our Shrek Academy lacks the most is environmental simulation training. And in the soul arena, we can achieve the same effect as such training, Ning Rongrong declared with an air of pride, articulating the analysis Sumo had shared with her. Her confidence stemmed from her trust in Sumo's judgment, as well as her own understanding. For after hearing Sumo's analysis, she felt it was indeed correct. Tang-san, what do you think? After listening to Ning Rongrong, Yu Xiaogang neither affirmed nor denied her statement, but turned to inquire of Tang-san. Teacher, I also believe our next phase of specialized training will take place in the soul arena. Tang-san stepped forward, affirming Ning Rongrong's conjecture. Excellent. Both Ning Rongrong and Tang-san are correct. The second phase of your specialized training will indeed occur in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. However, unlike the previous arrangements made by the Dean, I have additional requirements this time. Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction and began to outline his plans. Everyone from Shrek Academy will not only participate in individual soul battles to earn the title of Silver Soul Master, but they will also engage in team soul competitions. Watching Yu Xiaogang speak at length, Sumo felt somewhat disheartened. It became evident that Yu Xiaogang would go to great lengths to elevate Tang-san's status within the group. For instance, despite Ning Rongrong being the one to guess the answer, he insisted on involving Tang-san. Such subtle actions had occurred more than once or twice. Furthermore, during the training over the past 3 months, apart from the gravity training, Yu Xiaogang had also arranged for Sumo and the others to engage in mutual battles to foster understanding. The matchups were largely designed to enhance Tang-san's prominence among the group, frequently placing him in scenarios where he faced 2 or even 3 opponents at once. Despite knowing that it would be challenging for Sumo to defeat Tang-san in a limited one-on-one setting, he still arranged for them to battle multiple times. Soon, it should not be long before they encounter the royal battle team of the Heavendo Empire. Before this, I must publicly disclose the knowledge that burning arsenic wine with a fierce flame can neutralize snake venom. This way, even if the Shrek team manages to counter the snake venom, it will not pique Dong Guyan's interest in Tang-san. Furthermore, when the time comes to employ that particular technique, it shall be I who executes it. If it indeed stirs Dong Guyan's curiosity, then let it be me who takes the lead. Sumo contemplated the preparations he was making for the impending arrival of the Tendo royal team. Previously, he had no hidden cards to play, which rendered him hesitant to engage with Douluo. However, the situation had changed. He now possessed his own advantages and had influential allies. As for the decision not to collaborate with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and enlist the assistance of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to seize the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, it stemmed from his desire to avoid excessive reliance on the sect. Even if they managed to jointly acquire the divine herbs from the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, Sumo was uncertain whether he would be able to retain control over their distribution. Of course, all of this hinged on his success in preventing Tang-san from attracting Doguyan's attention. Should Doguyan remain intrigued by Tang-san, there was still a chance that Douluo would approach him. In that case, Sumo would promptly ally with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect to secure the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Sumo was genuinely reluctant to see Xian Chao fall into the hands of Tang-san, allowing Yu Xiaogang to surpass his limitations. There was a considerable interval between Tang-san's encounter with Doguyan and Douluo's abduction of Tang-san. Chapter 62. Flander, are you targeting Sumo? Xiaogang, I can't shake the feeling that you've been somewhat antagonistic towards Sumo lately. Flander remarked as he and Yu Xiaogang engaged in casual conversation within the Shrek Academy's director's office. Upon hearing Flander's words, Yu Xiaogangs right hand, which held a teacup, momentarily paused. After sipping his tea, he gradually smiled. Your intuition remains remarkably sharp. Indeed, I have been targeting him, but it is a necessity. In Flander's presence, Yu Xiaogang did not feel the need to conceal his intentions. Moreover, he owed Flander an explanation. Oh? Why? Flander inquired, not displaying anger, only curiosity. Contrary to others outside of Tangan, Sumo's performance had consistently shone brightly. In a team, possessing a singular brain and unequivocal core suffices. Our current team is structured around Tangan as the nucleus. I am not targeting Sumo. I am merely ensuring Tangan's absolute centrality. Yu Xiaogang elucidated slowly. I see you're correct. Given Sumo's talent, he is unlikely to become the core of the team in the future. Flander responded with a laugh, quickly endorsing Yu Xiaogang's explanation. After all, in his estimation, no one's talent could surpass Tangan's. It is only right for Tangan to be the team's undeniable core, especially given his dual martial souls. Feeling the unwavering trust and support from Flander filled Yu Xiaogang's heart with warmth. Do you recall what I once said? He ventured, his emotions surfacing. What did you say? Flander asked, completely in the dark. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Yu Xiaogang spoke solemnly. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flander's smile faded, and he looked at Yu Xiaogang with a tinge of sympathy. Do you believe that Sumo's performance makes you feel? He hesitated, unable to finish his thought. Indeed, it may seem laughable, but I find it disheartening to witness Sumo shine so brightly. It not only highlights how blind I was in rejecting him, but also makes me feel like a true failure. Yu Xiaogang admitted, bitterly acknowledging his feelings without reservation. You remain as perceptive as ever. Who are you? You are a master well-versed in countless theories. Our success in forging the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle was primarily due to you. Xiaogang, you are certainly not a failure. How could a failure possibly mentor such an exceptional disciple as Tangan? Upon witnessing the demeanor of Yu Xiaogang, Flander could no longer contain himself and began to admonish him. You are correct. I have been overly sensitive. How could I possibly be a failure? Hearing Flander's words, Yu Xiaogang quickly rallied his spirits, not allowing himself to dwell in despondency for long. Over the years, he had often questioned his own worth, but he had developed a resilient mindset. Moreover, his diligent efforts to instruct Tangan were, in essence, a testament to his capabilities. His earlier sentiments were merely a fleeting moment of reflection. It is inconceivable. Xiaogang could never be such a person, Bibi Dong mused. Observing the exchange between Yu Xiaogang and Flander, struggling to reconcile her thoughts. She had previously harbored suspicions regarding Yu Xiaogang's reluctance to support Sumo's growth, and to hear him implicitly acknowledge it today was disheartening. Bibi Dong found it difficult to accept that Yu Xiaogang could embody such traits, and her heart ached for his evident self-doubt and sensitivity. In her eyes, Yu Xiaogang had always been a paragon of excellence, save for his lack of innate martial spirit talent. Yet, he had deftly compensated for this shortcoming with his intellect. However, as her acquaintance with him deepened, particularly after he joined Shrek Academy, her perception of him had undergone a profound transformation. But perhaps this is the true nature of Xiaogang? Every individual harbors their own self-interests. It is not entirely misguided for Xiaogang to act in favor of his disciple. After reluctantly attempting to justify his actions, Bibi Dong decided to take her leave. Departing so soon? Perhaps she could not bear to witness any further. Sumo, who was diligently practicing, happened to witness the recent scene. Upon noticing Bibi Dong's swift exit, a smirk crept across his face. As for the reality of Yu Xiaogang's predispositions towards him, Sumo had long since discerned the truth and did not require Yu Xiaogang as personal acknowledgement. Sumo felt a greater sense of joy upon witnessing Bibi Dong's swift departure, as it was evident that her impression of Yu Xiaogang had undergone a transformation. A worthless individual remains worthless. Without Tangan, you are nothing at all. Sumo let out a cold snort before resuming his cultivation. That evening, the Shrek team was set to be officially established. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Shrek team. To maintain confidentiality, you must no longer use your original names. Instead, you will adopt titles. Here are the masks I have prepared for you. From now on, you must wear them at all times within the soul arena. As for your titles, let them reflect your unique characteristics. For instance, Daimobai shall be known as the Evil Eye White Tiger. Zhu Qing, you may simply use your martial spirit as your title. That night, Yu Xiaogang brought Su Mo and the others to the Soto City Soul Arena. After securing a team-specific room, he began to make arrangements for the group. Master, this seems unnecessary, one of them remarked. Aside from Oscar, we have all been seen at the Soto City Soul Arena. Anyone with a discerning eye could still uncover our identities with a little investigation. As Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Su Mo raised his hand and spoke. Su Mo acknowledged that it was indeed after hearing those words from Yu Xiaogang through Bibi Dong during the day that he felt compelled to retort. Naturally, this was precisely the aspect he wished to critique. In the original narrative, Yu Xiaogangs arrangement bordered on treating others as fools. You make a valid point. However, those who will investigate are but a minority, aren't they? I merely request that you maintain an air of mystery in front of the public. Furthermore, do you not find it rather splendid that the entire team dons masks and uses aliases? Upon hearing Su Mo's remarks, Yu Xiaogangs expression momentarily stiffened, yet he quickly responded. Ultimately, the last point is what you desire, is it not? What a fade of mystery. It is merely a desire to be more ostentatious. Indeed, master. This arrangement is splendid. I, Fatty, wholeheartedly agree. After hearing Yu Xiaogangs explanation, Ma Hongjun was the first to step forward in agreement. Wearing masks and using aliases is undeniably cool. I too find it quite agreeable. The teacher's arrangement is rather commendable. Yes. Tang San and the others also voiced their approval, each donning a mask upon their faces. In this regard, I certainly concur. Su Mo refrained from confronting the master any further and calmly donned the mask upon his face. His earlier remarks were merely intended to diminish Yu Xiaogangs' authority. Henceforth, I shall bear the title of the Soul Hunter Spear. In due course, the name of our battle team was swiftly determined, the Shrek team. Given that only 7 members could participate in the matches, it would be inappropriate to call ourselves the Shrek 8 Monsters, as it would imply one member's absence. Yu Xiaogang mandated that each team member partake in at least 2 soul combat matches daily. This entails one obligatory team match, accompanied by an additional personal or duo match. Considering that one individual would inevitably be absent from the team match, that member could forego one of their match requirements. For Battle Spirit Masters, this was manageable. However, for support-type Spirit Masters, who cannot engage in solo matches, they must form a duo with another participant. Ning Rorong would undoubtedly partner with Su Mo, while Tang San and Xiao Wu would constitute another duo. Oscar, left with no choice, paired up with Dai Bai, as he was the only other Spirit Master of the same rank. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun could potentially team with Zhu Zhuqing, yet both displayed reluctance to partner with one another. Zhu Zhuqing had never been fond of Ma Hongjun, while Ma Hongjun hesitated due to his respect for Dai Bai. Otherwise, he would have eagerly partnered with Zhu Zhuqing. The results were announced. Your opponents will be the Berserk team. This formidable squad comprised members all at level 35 or above, boasting an impressive 6 consecutive victories. In this team match, Tang San's control would be indispensable, with Ning Rorong enhancing their status, Oscar providing aerial support, and Dai Bai alongside Su Mo executing strong assaults. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun would prioritize supporting while ensuring the safety of the auxiliary, while Zhu Zhuqing was designated to observe from the sidelines this time. Upon registering for the competition, the results emerged swiftly, prompting Yu Xiaogang to assign roles for the team. Zhu Zhuqing found herself relegated to the bench by Yu Xiaogangs' decision. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing the arrangement, did not object, though her expression bore a hint of reluctance. Dai Bai, upon realizing Zhu Zhuqing would not be participating, exhibited a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. The others remained largely unresponsive. Here are the profiles of the Berserk team members. Please take a moment to review them. Once at the arena, Xiao San, as a control-type Spirit Master, you shall be responsible for directing our combat strategy. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang presented the Berserk team's member profiles once more and entrusted the command of the team to Tang San. Yes, teacher. Tang San unhesitatingly assumed command of the team. As the competition began, he swiftly devised a strategy for the impending battle and briefed Su Mo and the others. All right, no problem. Understood. Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the rest nodded enthusiastically, their excitement palpable as this was their inaugural team competition, a blend of exhilaration and apprehension evident in their demeanor. With the announcer's proclamation, the Shrek team's first team match commenced promptly. In this encounter, Su Mo stepped in for Zhu Zhuqing, yet the overall dynamics of the battlefield remained largely unchanged. Tang San capitalized on the Berserker's tendency to target support-type Soul Masters. orchestrating traps and subsequently employing blue silvergrass to restrain the two berserkers who were attacking Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Su Mo faced a formidable soul master of level 37. Despite his overwhelming strength, he was unable to vanquish his opponent instantly, ultimately defeating him after a prolonged struggle. Without resorting to the fusion combat mode of his soul weapon, Sumo's performance was already remarkable, having triumphed over an adversary of a higher rank. The members of the frenzied battle team were left astounded by this display. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun launched an assault on the auxiliary soul master wielding the wishful disc martial soul. However, before they could subdue him, he unleashed his third soul skill, the frenzied halo. Under the influence of the frenzied halo, all members of the frenzied battle team, save for the woman with the human face spider martial soul, succumbed to a state of frenzied excitement, experiencing a surge in all attributes and a complete insensitivity to pain. The drawback, however, was a gradual loss of rationality, leaving them solely focused on aggression. The member previously defeated by Su Mo rose once more, bolstered by the frenzied halo's enhancement. In light of the frenzied battle team's manic state, Tang San instructed everyone to consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and ascend into the air, temporarily avoiding a direct confrontation. Upon witnessing the Shrek team members airborne, the frenzied battle team sought every means to attack. Yet Su Mo and his companions deftly evaded their attempts. Soon, the members of the frenzied battle team lost their rationality entirely, relying solely on the woman with the human face spider martial soul to control them with her silk threads. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a standstill. Oscar, how many more mushroom sausages can you produce? Tang San inquired while observing the situation of the frenzied battle team. I don't have much soul power left. I can only make one more mushroom sausage at most. Oscar replied solemnly. Then please, produce one last mushroom sausage. After your flying time ends, you all must descend immediately. I anticipate that the frenzied battle team's frenzied state will not last much longer. Once it dissipates, they will undoubtedly be weakened. Aside from the controlling female soul master, the others should possess little combat capability. I can handle them alone. Tang San swiftly orchestrated his plan. Let me take charge. Dai Mubai interjected, stepping forward. No, it should be me. I still have means of self-protection. Since the battle is under my command, you shall heed my instructions. Rest assured, I am confident, Tang San asserted, shaking his head. Su Mo, who had initially intended to voice his opinion, chose silence upon hearing Tang San's declaration. Subsequently, when the duration of Su Mo and his companion's flight expired, apart from Tang San, who consumed another mushroom sausage to remain airborne, the others descended. Su Mo, do you think Tang San can win? After the crowd descended, Ning Rongrong, with a hint of concern, inquired about Su Mo while watching Tang San still locked in a stalemate with the frenzied battle team in the air. The situation of the frenzied battle team should align closely with Tang San's assessment. Given Tang San's formidable strength, he should be more than capable of handling it. Su Mo calmly analyzed. Is that so? How wonderful. Upon hearing Su Mo's assessment, Ning Rongrong immediately brightened with joy. Dai Mubai and the others, after considering Su Mo's insights, gazed expectantly at the ongoing match. Their trust in Su Mo's analyses was unwavering. Past experiences had consistently affirmed the accuracy of his observations. Observing the eager expressions on Xiao Wu and the others after he spoke, Su Mo felt a touch of exasperation within. Even if they emerged victorious, what significance would it hold for us? The match was indeed disheartening. Your performance in this competition has been nothing short of abysmal. At that moment, Bibi Dong, seated beside Su Mo, continued to voice her criticisms incessantly. Su Mo cast a glance at Bibi Dong, urging her to elaborate. Su Mo naturally noticed the issues at hand. Yet he chose not to voice them in front of the others, as he had grown indifferent towards the team. However, the frustration of recognizing problems without expressing them compelled him to let Bibi Dong articulate his grievances instead. Chapter 64. Su Mo's resistance. Your cooperation is utterly deplorable. For instance, after Tang San ensnared those two members of the frenzied squad, the little chubby one and the petite rabbit could have swiftly eliminated them had they struck at the right moment. This would have made your subsequent battles significantly easier. The little chubby one and the petite rabbit failed to deliver the finishing blows. Even after Tang San subdued them, he could have easily thrown them off the stage. It remains unclear whether he trusted his teammates to finish the job or simply forgot. This demonstrates a complete lack of synergy within your team. Moreover, Tang San's decision to have all of you withdraw from the match was the worst possible choice. while it is understandable to remove those who are incapacitated. Both Dai Mubai and the petite rabbit still had fighting potential. Why not keep them in the fray? Even if you ultimately couldn't defeat your opponents, exhausting their soul power would have been advantageous, especially that petite rabbit. If she chose to evade, those frenzied opponents would hardly lay a finger on her, and she could seize the opportunity to counterattack. You and Dai Mubai could have continued to wear down their soul power as well. With Tang San providing aerial support, victory would have been within your grasp. It seems to me that Tang San was merely eager to showcase himself and sought to steal the limelight, leading to such a ludicrous decision. Bibi Dong offered her candid critique without reservation, immediately launching into a tirade. Indeed, you are absolutely right in your observations. Suemo found himself at a loss for words in response to Bibi Dong, merely nodding silently, as the attention of the others was fixated on the arena. Even if he were noticed, it would likely be assumed that he was merely expressing approval of Tang San's performance. At that moment, Tang San had already embarked on his solo exhibition. Once Tang San vanished from the skies, the fervent state of the Shrek team dissipated, leaving them in a state of weakness, all ensnared in midair by Tang San's blue-silver binding. The female control system Soul Master was also captured by Tang San's skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, her neck firmly held, her life hanging by a thread. In light of such circumstances, the host promptly declared the Shrek team the victors. Upon descending, Tang San immediately sought out Oscar for an antidote, as he could not ignore the spider venom from the female Soul Master who wielded the human-faced demon spider martial spirit. Having absorbed a third soul ring that was not from the same source, victory had come at a cost. Splendid. Tang San, you truly achieved it, exclaimed Dai Mubai and others, showering him with praises, all in awe of Tang San's prowess. However, they cautioned against premature celebration, acknowledging that their previous performance had been far from satisfactory and they should brace themselves for reprimands. At this moment, Suemo spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the others fell silent, for they were aware that their performance had been rather poor. Let each of you share your thoughts on our performance in this match, Yu Xiaogang inquired as they returned to their makeshift team room. Teacher, the shortcomings in our team match stemmed largely from my lack of effective leadership. Tang San was the first to step forward and reflect upon his shortcomings. However, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand to halt Tang San's continuation and, with a smile, surveyed the group. You all thought I was going to criticize you today, didn't you? You are mistaken. Today, I wish to commend you. Your performance was truly commendable. He continued, considering this was your first team competition against a formidable team like the Frenzied Squad, achieving victory is a significant accomplishment. Especially you, Xiao-san. Your judgments were remarkably astute, predicting that the Frenzied Squad would weaken after their fervent state. Yu Xiaojang's demeanor was uncharacteristically positive today. Instead of reprimanding them, he offered heartfelt praise. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. I will strive to continue assisting the team in securing more victories. Tang San, relieved that he was not being criticized, promptly expressed his gratitude. The others, hearing Yu Xiaojang's commendation, were equally elated. Such praise was indeed a rare occurrence. Thus, they collectively set aside their previous poor performance in the arena. Bibi Dong, observing this scene, felt an impulse to confront Yu Xiaogang but ultimately refrained from speaking. Vanishing into Su Mo's body. Out of sight, out of mind. It's truly remarkable that Master has not only refrained from criticizing us, but has also praised us. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement as she left with Su Mo to register for the duo soul battle. Her joy stemmed not only from winning the team match, but also from the unexpected praise from Yu Xiaogang. After being consistently criticized by one person, receiving praise can indeed be quite astonishing, especially since the one who had the most significant errors in this team match was Tang San. Su Mo gently patted Ning Rongrong's head, prompting her with a question. Is that so? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, slightly bewildered and not entirely comprehending. Su Mo leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear, softly articulating the erroneous decisions made by Tang San during the recent team competition. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong realized that the reality indeed appeared to be as he described. If Su Mo had remained silent, she would have perceived nothing amiss, merely believing that Tang San's judgment was remarkably astute and that he was indeed formidable. However, reflecting upon it now, summoning a teammate with remaining fighting capacity to withdraw from the fray is, in any regard, an incomprehensible action. Is the master seeking to protect Tang San? Ning Rongrong is no fool. On the contrary, she is quite astute, and thus she quickly grasped the ulterior motive behind the master's unexpected praise for everyone. What do you think? Suemo playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's delicate nose. Humph, I thought Master was genuinely complimenting us. But it turns out he was merely defending his precious disciple. Ning Rongrong huffed disdainfully, the joy from Master's praise instantly dissipating. She chose not to dwell on Yu Xiaogang's actions, understanding the situation well enough, and swiftly shifted her focus to the upcoming duo soul battle with Suemo. Suemo, shall we employ our martial soul fusion technique in the upcoming duel? Ning Rongrong eagerly inquired, shaking Suemo's arm with childlike enthusiasm. Perhaps we should forego the martial soul fusion technique, Suemo replied, his expression tightening slightly, revealing his reluctance. Is that so? Please. Ning Rongrong continued to shake Suemo's arm, employing her most beguiling charms. Despite her fervent persuasion, Suemo hesitated, feeling averse to utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, which was predominantly orchestrated by Ning Rongrong. If you agree to my proposal. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she leaned in closer, whispering something softly in Suemo's ear after biting her lip. Gulping, Suemo felt a rush of warmth within him upon hearing her proposition. All right, I'll do as you wish. Suemo decided to yield to Ning Rongrong, for the happiness of the girl he cherished was of utmost importance. He chuckled. Then it is settled. Let us hasten and register. Upon hearing Suemo's agreement, Ning Rongrong was filled with joy and eagerly took his hand to lead him to the registration desk. After they completed their registration, approximately half an hour passed before Suemo and Ning Rongrong's gun tower combination was notified that it was their turn to take the stage. Suemo and Ning Rongrong swiftly appeared on the central arena. Here they come. It is the silver-ranked turret combination. The turret ensemble has yet to suffer a defeat. One wonders if they can maintain their winning streak this evening. Upon their arrival at the arena, a resounding cheer erupted from the surrounding audience. After several consecutive months of victories, the formidable duo of Suemo and Ning Rongrong, known for their gun turret combination, had ascended to the esteemed rank of silver in their partnership. Suemo and Ning Rongrong both hold the rank of Silver Soul Masters. Compared to Ning Rongrong, Suemo has also participated in individual competitions and remains undefeated to this day, nearing the prestigious rank of Golden Soul Master. From the outset, the soul battles between Suemo and Ning Rongrong have taken place in the Central Soul Arena. Now, in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, their matches are among the most captivating for the audience. In the audience section, along the western corridor, Zhu Zhuqing observes Suemo and Ning Rongrong below, her expression cold and detached. It is evident that her mood is quite dismal. One could say that ever since she was relegated to the sidelines by Yu Xiaogang and unable to participate today, her spirits have been low. Still feeling down? A figure approached Zhu Zhuqing, speaking with a note of gentle concern. No, Zhu Zhuqing replied without turning around, recognizing the voice belonged to Dai Mubai. Are you worried that you might be assigned to the reserve position permanently, with little chance of taking the field? Dai Mubai, aware of Zhu Zhuqing's contradictory sentiments, continued unabated. Rest assured, among the 8 of us, you are certainly not the one most likely to be placed on the bench. Then who is? Given the personal nature of the subject, Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to maintain her icy demeanor. She turned to Dai Mubai, curious about his apparent insight. Someone you might find quite surprising, Suemo. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to showcase his understanding, speaking with an air of confidence. Suemo, how is that possible? Zhu Zhuqing's immediate reaction was one of disbelief upon hearing Dai Mubai's assertion. Nothing is impossible. I acknowledge that Suemo possesses formidable combat abilities. Yet one undeniable fact remains. His martial soul talent is the weakest among us. Wouldn't you agree? After several months of intensive gravity training, each of us has advanced by 1 level, while Suemo has shown no improvement. The higher the level, the more challenging it becomes to level up, requiring even greater martial soul aptitude. With such a rate of advancement, do you truly believe he can keep pace with us moving forward? As Dai Mubai observed Suemo from the sidelines, he analyzed the situation with a hint of disdain directed at Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, upon discovering that Suemo possessed merely a 2nd-level innate soul power, yet managed to enter Shrek Academy and exhibit formidable combat prowess, Dai Mubai, like others, was profoundly astonished. However, after the initial shock subsided, he discerned that Suemo's remarkable abilities stemmed solely from his exceptional physical talents, which allowed him to keep pace with them during their earlier stages of development. As their levels continued to rise, it was clear that Suemo would inevitably lag behind. In truth, Sumo's soul power had never truly caught up with theirs. It was merely the case that Sumo's first two soul rings had exceeded the limits of absorption, paired with his personal capabilities, which rendered his combat strength seemingly formidable. With this understanding, Dai Mubai's attitude towards Su Mo within the academy remained rather indifferent. Were it not for Su Mo being favored by Ning Rongrong, he would likely have paid him even less attention. The dean had indeed mentioned to me that our true objective as a team is the Soul Master competition in 7 years. You are already aware of everyone else's talents. 7 years from now, our Shrek team is bound to have at least 3 Soul Kings, and apart from Su Mo, the rest will surely reach the rank of Soul Ancestor, making us highly competitive for the championship. Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, Dai Mubai continued. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing reflected carefully and realized the truth of his statement. With this realization, her gaze towards Su Mo shifted from admiration to a hint of pity. He was merely an oddity, one who would never be able to catch up to them, the true geniuses, in terms of soul power. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Dai Mubai recognized her understanding and chuckled, adding, moreover, even if things aren't as I described, the two of us can execute a martial soul fusion technique. When faced with genuinely formidable opponents, Master would not hesitate to utilize this trump card. You wish for my forgiveness, do you? Zhu Zhuqing shot Dai Mubai a cold glance, fully aware of the true intent behind his last remark. If she were to withhold her forgiveness and allow any resentment to linger, the two of them would never be able to perform the martial soul fusion technique together. Ever since you arrived, I have refrained from indulging in frivolity, have I not? Dai Mubai responded candidly, unperturbed by Zhu Zhuqing's penetrating gaze. Hearing his explanation, Zhu Zhuqing offered no reply, but instead turned her attention to the central arena, where the duo of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong had commenced their soul fighting match. Whether to forgive Dai Mubai was still a matter she needed to contemplate. What are they attempting to do? However, as the match began, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished to discover that Su Mo and Ning Rongrong were not fighting as they had previously. Instead, they held hands and simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. A martial soul fusion technique? Could it be? Besides Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment as he witnessed the movements of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong on the arena. The spirit fusion technique. The 7 treasure soul hunting spear. With the audience captivated by the spectacle, Su Mo and Ning Rongrong promptly unleashed their spirit fusion technique following the host's announcement to commence. The two spirits of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong converged, and a radiant spectrum of colors erupted between them. In an instant, their forms vanished within this kaleidoscopic light. As the shimmering brilliance dissipated, only Ning Rongrong remained visible on the stage, while Sumo's presence had completely faded. However, the soul-hunting spear of Su Mo had materialized in Ning Rongrong's grasp, entwined by 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple. Moreover, the appearance of the soul-hunting spear had undergone a transformation, now enveloped in a lustrous glaze. The most significant alteration was at the spear's tip, which had been replaced by the 7 treasure glazed pagoda, seamlessly merging with Su Mo's original weapon. Though the tip was no longer identical to the original form of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda, it was unmistakably a metamorphosis of that shape. I can now fight like a battle master, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, mimicking Su Mo as she brandished the 7 treasure soul hunting spear, her excitement bubbling over into laughter. Enjoy yourself, and when you find it too challenging, just surrender control of your body back to me. In a concealed corner, unseen by others, a miniature figure of Su Mo sighed from above Ning Rongrong's head. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spirit fusion technique resulted in their transformation into a colossal netherworld white tiger. In contrast, the spirit fusion technique of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong manifested in their current form, with Ning Rongrong leading due to the superior quality of her spirit. Su Mo's current demeanor resembles that of Yao from the game Honor of Kings, as he seems to be dependent on Ning Rongrong, though others cannot perceive this. Had it not been for the overwhelming allure presented by Ning Rongrong, Su Mo would have been reluctant to showcase this martial soul fusion technique in the open. Even though Ning Rongrong granted him control over her body, it felt somewhat awkward to engage in combat while wielding a woman's form. Nonetheless, Su Mo is confident that once his soul-hunting gun continues to evolve, he will eventually reclaim dominance over the martial soul fusion technique. Moreover, it must be noted that the martial soul fusion technique shared between him and Ning Rongrong is indeed formidable. Chapter 66, Graceful Ning Rongrong in the state of the martial soul fusion technique. An enhancement of 200 in both strength and speed is achieved. This is currently derived from Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile, which possesses only 2 soul rings. As additional soul rings are acquired, other attributes will also experience an augmentation. Thus, under the martial soul fusion state, the original supportive amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile becomes permanently solidified. Compared to the initial enhancement of 30 that Ning Rongrong could provide, this is exponentially greater. Furthermore, in this state, Sumo's soul hunting gun techniques remain available for use. First soul technique, penetrate. Second soul technique, thunderstrike. At this moment, Ning Rongrong eagerly brandished the 7-treasure soul hunting gun and launched an assault towards the opposing duo. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong's figure vanished from sight, truly as swift as lightning. Alarmed by Ning Rongrong's speed, the opposing duo quickly braced themselves for defense. Bang! Ning Rongrong's strike soon collided with the united defense of the opposing team, forming a formidable energy shield. Bang! With Ning Rongrong's powerful assault, the energy shield conjured by the opponents shattered effortlessly, unable to withstand the might of the 7-treasure soul hunting gun. It was indeed a martial soul fusion technique. The two competitors from the gun tower combination astonishingly executed a martial soul fusion technique during the match, a rare sight to behold. The Iron Shield duo, under the onslaught of the supportive soul master from the 7-treasure glazed tile, was swiftly overwhelmed. Such strength suggests that the Iron Shield duo cannot possibly contend with the gun tower combination. At this moment, the 7-treasure glazed tile contestant seems to embody anything but a mere support role. Let us prepare to cheer. The host began his commentary in cheers, his voice brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. The audience erupted in applause, thrilled to witness the martial soul fusion technique, a spectacle that was enough to ignite their fervor. It truly was a martial soul fusion technique. At this moment, Dai Mubai gazed in astonishment at the striking figure of Ning Rongrong on the arena, a sight he had not anticipated. If that were the case, then his previous analysis with Zhu Zhuqing would be rendered uncertain. Yu Xiaogang must undoubtedly be aware that Su Mo and Ning Rongrong could utilize their martial soul fusion technique. It was inconceivable that he would overlook it. Zhu Zhuqing, observing the scene on the stage, felt a flicker of urgency in her eyes. Even the opponents of the gun tower combination, the Iron Shield duo, believed their defeat was inevitable. However, Ning Rongrong's subsequent performance left them utterly astounded. After employing her soul skill, her offensive capability diminished drastically during the cooldown period of her second soul skill. The 7-treasure hunting gun, wielded by Ning Rongrong, faltered in both momentum and precision, to the extent that she nearly injured herself. She could not handle the gun. We still have a chance. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's predicament, the two great soul masters of the Iron Shield combination instantly reacted, their eyes lighting up as they charged towards her. Startled by their simultaneous advance, Ning Rongrong gasped and swiftly retreated. Rongrong, leave the rest to me. At this rate, I fear you will become the subject of ridicule among the audience. In the future, I shall teach you the art of marksmanship, and once you have mastered it, you may take over. At that moment, the diminutive figure of Su Mo, invisible to others, spoke up just in time. Very well, it is yours. Ning Rongrong acquiesced to Su Mo's words, albeit with reluctance. After her recent attempt, she recognized that she was indeed inept with the 7-treasure hunting gun, aside from utilizing her soul skill. It felt as though the weapon was merely a piece of wood in her hands, possibly even harmful to herself. Nevertheless, upon returning, Ning Rongrong resolved to diligently learn marksmanship from Su Mo. Although their interaction had been brief, she found it exhilarating. Being a battle soul master was indeed far more entertaining. With Ning Rongrong's consent, Su Mo's small figure swiftly seized control of her body. A miniature version of Ning Rongrong replaced Su Mo's previous position. Once in command of Ning Rongrong's form, Su Mo rose onto his toes and casually wielded the 7-treasure hunting gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Su Mo discovered that although various attributes were enhanced in this state, he felt a certain awkwardness in his movements, far from the ease he experienced in his own body. However, even so, it was more than adequate to contend with the two opponents before him. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. The thunderous might unleashed by Su Mo, crafted from his own soul skills, was beyond the reach of Ning Rongrong. However, it posed no challenge for Su Mo. Consequently, with Ning Rongrong's body under his control, she advanced boldly, unyielding in her pursuit of the Iron Shield duo. Upon approaching her adversaries, The formidable tyrant spear technique was executed with fervor in Ning Rongrong's hands, delivering a fierce onslaught. The once clumsy opponents were taken aback by her sudden ferocity, momentarily stunned by the transformation. Yet, possessing considerable combat experience, they quickly regained their composure and coordinated their efforts to counter Ning Rongrong's relentless assault. Alas, despite their best efforts, the Iron Shield duo found themselves overwhelmed by Ning Rongrong's might. The Iron Shield, under the pressure of the Seven Treasures' glorious halberd, crumpled under the first strike and shattered completely under the subsequent blow. They could scarcely withstand a few moves of the tyrant spear technique before being forcefully repelled from the arena, ultimately tumbling off the stage. Victory belonged to the Gun Tower duo. Let us extend our congratulations to them for yet another triumph, perpetuating their undefeated legend. The host erupted in cheers, and the audience, too, was exhilarated to witness the once delicate Ning Rongrong transform into a figure of valor. The stark contrast in her demeanor provided a captivating spectacle. At that moment, a radiant kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Ning Rongrong, and as the hues dissipated, Sumo's form re-emerged. How delightful! Though the victory was not solely her own, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Let us descend and update our scores. Sumo grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and made her way down from the arena. Come on, let us hasten. Master and the others will surely discover our soul fusion technique, and I believe they will be utterly astonished. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with joy, bouncing ahead while holding Sumo's hand. Do not forget what you promised me. Sumo paid no heed to the astonishment of Yu Xiaogang and the others. Instead, he promptly reminded Ning Rongrong. The originally lively Ning Rongrong, with her enchanting silhouette, suddenly stiffened slightly, her delicate profile visibly flushed. I know, you big pervert. Chapter 67. The astonished crowd. Sumo, Rongrong, I heard that you utilized a martial soul fusion technique in the competition. Is that true? Indeed. You both are simply astounding. Pray, tell us, what is your martial soul fusion technique? Upon returning to the team, Sumo and Ning Rongrong found that the others were already aware of their martial soul fusion technique, each person brimming with curiosity as they bombarded the duo with inquiries. Of course it's true. You cannot imagine how formidable I was just now. Excitedly, Ning Rongrong shared her joy with everyone, divulging the details of their martial soul fusion technique. When the crowd learned that the combined power and speed of Sumo and Ning Rongrong had surged by 200, they were utterly astonished. This was an enhancement of two attributes simultaneously, solidified within them until the fusion state was dissolved. As Ning Rongrong's soul rings continued to augment, the potential for greater terror was undeniable. Sumo smiled gently as he observed Ning Rongrong, refraining from interrupting her as she disclosed details about their martial soul fusion technique. It was certain that they would once again showcase this skill in the upcoming arena battles. Based on the combat prowess displayed during the matches, Yu Xiaogang could accurately deduce their capabilities. He possessed that talent. Furthermore, the effects of everyone's soul skills were inherently meant to be communicated to Yu Xiaogang, the team leader. In the future, Sumo will not rely entirely on the martial soul fusion technique with Ning Rongrong, and with the evolution of his martial soul, the effects will undoubtedly transform. Presenting such fundamental data at this point seems rather inconsequential. Much like Sumo's soul weapon integration, there are many elements that are transparent and do not warrant concealment. I am determined to master the art of marksmanship. I shall showcase my prowess to all of you in due time. Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering resolve. Excellent, splendid. Sumo and Ning Rongrong, both of you have astonished me immensely today. Your martial soul fusion technique is indeed remarkable. After Ning Rongrong finished her introduction, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, his face adorned with a broad smile as he praised Sumo and Ning Rongrong. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath Yu Xiaogang's cheerful facade, a shadow of gloom loomed in his heart. Sumo's situation effortlessly evoked memories of his own soul fusion technique with the golden triangle. Upon gaining the martial soul fusion technique, Sumo and Ning Rongrong suddenly attained combat prowess that far surpassed their own levels. It was akin to how he could summon the golden holy dragon while in the state of the golden iron triangle martial soul fusion technique. He had just discerned that although Ning Rongrong led the martial soul fusion technique, Sumo also possessed the right to wield it. Thus, given Sumo's innate combat talent, regardless of Ning Rongrong's diligent study of martial arts, the ultimate command would rest with Sumo. Both shared a low innate martial soul talent. yet could achieve extraordinary combat strength surpassing their soul power levels through this fusion technique. Yu Xiaogang felt a profound resemblance between himself and Su Mo. However, this realization deepened his internal resistance, as it starkly highlighted how short-sighted he had been in initially rejecting Su Mo's apprenticeship. Moreover, with Su Mo and Ning Rongrong able to utilize the fusion technique, Yu Xiaogang found it increasingly difficult to relegate Su Mo to a secondary position. Ning Rongrong, after you enter the combined state, can your 7 treasures glazed tower still assist others? Yu Xiaogang suddenly inquired, struck by a thought. No. The assisting effect of the 7 treasures glazed tower is now fixed upon us, so it can no longer aid others. Ning Rongrong replied candidly, not wishing to conceal the truth. Is that so? Upon hearing her response, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of joy within, though his expression grew somewhat grave. Then, the martial soul fusion technique you and Su Mo possess comes with both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that you gain enhanced combat strength. But the downside is that it leaves the team without a powerful support. The importance of support in a team is self-evident, especially considering that Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement is arguably the most crucial role within the group. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent for you both to refrain from utilizing the martial soul fusion technique in team competitions, Yu Xiaogang articulated in a tone tinged with resignation and regret. It does seem to be the case, Ning Rongrong acknowledged, realizing that her attribute enhancement was indeed vital for the team. If they resorted to the martial soul fusion technique, they would be unable to provide that assistance. The others shared a moment of contemplation, recognizing the soundness of Yu Xiaogangs reasoning. They were acutely aware of how significant Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement was to their success and were reluctant to consider a future without her support. Let us depart. You have all completed your matches for today, and it is time to return, Yu Xiaogang noted with satisfaction as he observed their agreement with his perspective. Leading the way outside. Come, let us go home. Daimubai was the first to follow suit. Subsequently, Tangan, Xiaowu, and the others also joined in. What is going on? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration as she stamped her foot, her expression marred by displeasure. Initially, she had felt elated witnessing everyone's astonishment, but she had not anticipated that it would culminate in such a manner. No worries if it cannot be utilized in the team competition. We shall employ it in the duo soul battle instead. Su Mo stepped forward and gently patted Ning Rongrong's head, smiling as he offered words of comfort. Indeed. You said so. With Su Mo's reassurance, Ning Rongrong's gloom dissipated instantly. Yes, I did. Did you not mention your intention to diligently master marksmanship? Upon our return, I shall teach you. With a smile, Su Mo took Ning Rongrong's hand and joined the others, observing the silhouette of Yu Xiaogang. A faint smirk played on Su Mo's lips. The combination of their martial souls indeed presented both advantages and disadvantages for the team. However, with a well-devised tactical arrangement, significant issues could be mitigated. After all, the fusion technique between him and Ning Rongrong constituted a formidable weapon. While some opponents might prove insurmountable, even with Ning Rongrong's support, the tide could potentially turn in their favor if he and Ning Rongrong chose to act. Su Mo increasingly sensed that Yu Xiaogang was targeting him. However, it mattered little. He would simply follow Yu Xiaogangs lead. As for the fate of the battle team, he had long ceased to be concerned. Su Mo is currently preoccupied with a singular thought, Ning Rongrong's promise. Chapter 68. Leave it to the Spirit Hall. The Soul Arena in Soto City is abuzz with excitement. However, once one steps outside the arena, one will discover that the entirety of Soto City has descended into a profound silence, as it is quite late. Just as Su Mo and his companions are nearing the city gate, a shadow suddenly darts past from a dimly lit alleyway nearby. Su Mo cast a fleeting glance and noticed that the figure before him appeared to be carrying someone. It was a soul master bearing the unconscious form of a little girl. Su Mo failed to discern the situation clearly, yet at that moment, Tangan spoke of what he had observed. What? Are you truly serious, Tangan? Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. At such a late hour, the sight of someone carrying a girl inevitably conjured sinister implications. I shall pursue and investigate, Zhu Zhiqing proclaimed, immediately dashing forward. We shall follow, Daimubai exclaimed, hastily trailing behind. Su Mo and the others had little to say and swiftly pursued the figure ahead. Yu Xiaogang considered advising caution. Uncertain of the opponent's strength, but upon realizing their own numbers, he felt reassured. The figure in front moved with considerable speed, yet burdened by the weight of another. It could not escape for long, soon overtaken by Zhu Zhiqing. Who dares to meddle? Nodal, initially displeased at being interrupted, became captivated upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's appearance. Particularly struck by her youth, he grew even more excited. He promptly set down the young girl he was carrying, summoned his martial spirit, and turned to grasp Zhu Zhuqing. As 4 soul rings emerged around Nodal, signifying him as a 4-ringed soul master, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted dramatically. Pervert, let me go. Yet, before she could flee, Nodal's controlling soul technique ensnared her. Do not fret, my delicate beauty, I am coming. Nodal drooled, inching closer to Zhu Zhuqing, his hands reaching out, eager to seize her. Stop. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Just as Nodal was about to close in on Zhu Zhuqing, Daimubai arrived. Damn it, another meddler. Nodal cursed upon seeing Daimubai, but upon realizing he was merely a soul sovereign, he dismissed him. With a resounding crash, Daimubai's attack was narrowly evaded by Nodal. Confident in his superiority as a 4-ringed soul master. My dear, is this your little lover? Fear not. I shall ensure he witnesses your delightful predicament. Nodal taunted Zhu Zhuqing before preparing to deal with Daimubai. Third soul skill, Web of Binding. However, before Nodal could act, Su Mo and the others arrived, with Tang San immediately launching an attack. Damn it, why are there so many busybodies? After deftly avoiding Tang San's soul technique, Nodal's expression darkened further upon seeing even more opponents. Despite the absence of a soul master among them, he felt the need to retreat. Whoosh. Second soul skill, Thunderclap Strike. Yet, as Nodal attempted to flee, Su Mo and the others were determined to prevent his escape. Su Mo launched a direct and forceful attack. Douluo had no choice but to evade. With a swift motion, she employed her second soul skill, Enchantment. However, the direction in which Douluo sought refuge was already obstructed by Xiao Wu, who had used her teleportation to block his escape. With a resounding crash, she executed her self-created soul skill, Explosive 8 Slams, accompanied by Douluo's agonizing screams. The impact resonated through the air as he was forcefully slammed to the ground by Xiao Wu's decisive kick. Douluo lay twisted on the ground, his body contorted. Bone shattered and displaced beyond reckoning, and he had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. As others approached to inspect Douluo's dire state, Sumo's attention was drawn to the unconscious little girl abandoned by him. Damn it! Upon seeing the girl, Sumo emitted an angry huff. It was not merely because he discovered that the girl had been mistreated by Douluo. Rather, it was the stark reality that she was truly just a child. Even younger than Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong by a year or two. Truly, she deserved vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong had appeared at Sumo's side. Her expression frozen in a frigid demeanor. Clearly, the plight of the little girl had evoked memories of her own harrowing experiences. Sumo said nothing, merely cradling the little girl as she returned to the group. Sumo, are you all right? Ning Rongrong immediately approached, expressing her concern. I am fine. This is the little girl he abducted. Sumo shook his head and then handed the little girl in his arms to Ning Rongrong. How despicable. Such individuals abuse their power as soul masters to commit heinous acts. Upon receiving the little girl, Ning Rongrong could not help but feel a surge of fury upon seeing her condition. I recognize this person. He is none other than Douluo, one of the infamous trio from Soto City. At this moment, Ma Hongjun also recognized Douluo upon seeing him unconscious. Subsequently, he informed the others present about Douluo's identity. Such a person is truly abhorrent. What kind of skill is it to bully the weak? Xiao's actions were justified. After hearing Ma Hongjun's account, Ning Rongrong and the others began to vocally condemn the unconscious Douluo once more. Teacher, what should we do now? Tang Sen inquired of Yu Xiaogang, glancing at the unconscious Douluo to seek guidance on how to handle the situation. In his mind, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. However, with Yu Xiaogang present, he refrained from voicing this thought. Indeed, what should we do? Are we to simply let him go? The others also turned their gazes toward Yu Xiaogang, none of them considering the option of directly killing him. Let us dispose of him. Such a person will only bring more harm to innocent lives. However, before Yu Xiaogang could respond, Sumo coldly interjected. In Sumo's eyes, Douluo's crimes were unforgivable, deserving of the most severe punishment. What? Kill him? The others were taken aback by Sumo's words. There is no need for that. This kind of person only dares to bully the weak and fears the strong. A lesson suffices. Yu Xiaogang was startled by Sumo's murderous intent. He had not anticipated such a fierce stance. Nevertheless, he found merit in Sumo's suggestion, yet observing Ma Hongjun and the others' reactions, he felt that this was not the appropriate moment for bloodshed. Indeed, While this person is certainly wicked, he has never taken a life. Ma Hongjun quickly interjected. For those who had never killed, the thought of committing such an act was still daunting. The master is correct. And according to the laws of both the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, his actions do not warrant a death sentence. Dai Mubai chimed in calmly. Yes. Killing is wrong. Oscar, I think Su Mo has a point. Among those present, only Ning Rongrong supported Su Mo's view. Tang San, like Yu Xiaogang, secretly wished to agree with Su Mo's suggestion, but since Yu Xiaogang had spoken, he could not openly oppose his teacher. Noticing the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others, Su Mo fell into a brief silence. This was the first time he felt the disdain with which soul masters or aristocrats in the Douluo world regarded ordinary citizens. What is there to discuss? Such a person deserves to die? If such a person were to fall into the hands of the spirit hall, even if they were to survive, they would inevitably be sent to the city of slaughter. Su Mo, do not heed them. Take action and eliminate him. At this moment, Bibi Dong, filled with indignation, urged Su Mo to kill the unconscious Douluo. However, Su Mo refrained from doing so, as the consensus among the others was against it. To act against their wishes would not be judicious. If there were to be a killing, it should be carried out discreetly behind closed doors. Thus, let him be delivered to the spirit hall, where a place known as the City of Slaughter is designated for the confinement of individuals such as he. Bibi Dong's words stirred something within Su Mo, prompting him to propose an alternative to Yu Xiaogang. Nonsense. Since when have matters within the borders of the Tendo Empire required the intervention of the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall has consistently overreached its boundaries. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 69. Eradicate evil to the fullest. Upon hearing Su Mo's suggestion to hand Douluo over to the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaogang immediately admonished him. Su Mo appreciated the suggestion to eliminate Douluo, yet he found it utterly unacceptable to hand Douluo over to the Spirit Hall. Ever since being forsaken by Bibi Dong, he harbored not only resentment towards her but also a profound dislike for the Spirit Hall. Over the years, he had discerned the Hall's malevolent ambitions, which continually meddled in the affairs of the two great empires, further tarnishing his perception of them. The City of Slaughter? What manner of place is that? While Ma Hongjun and the others seemed oblivious to the Spirit Hall's overreach, they were nonetheless captivated by Su Mo's mention of the City of Slaughter. Apart from Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Xing, and even Ning Rongrong were unfamiliar with the City of Slaughter, with only Dai Mubai possessing a modicum of knowledge, though the moment for him to speak had yet to arrive. The City of Slaughter is a den of iniquity, a place that ought not to exist. It is a gathering ground for nearly all malevolent soul masters in this world, a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Within its confines, aside from a few who entered voluntarily, the majority are criminals and wicked soul masters captured by the Spirit Hall. What could the Spirit Hall possibly intend by congregating such wickedness in one location? Their motives are undoubtedly far from pure. In summary, henceforth, regarding anything related to the Spirit Hall, you must exercise caution and refrain from placing your trust in them too easily, cautioned Yu Xiaogang as he succinctly elucidated the nature of the City of Slaughter. His words carried an unmistakable undercurrent of animosity towards the Spirit Hall. Whether the others reacted to this, Su Mo could not ascertain. However, he noted that Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly frigid upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's remarks. She understood his resentment, for it was she who had rejected him, albeit under duress. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Yu Xiaogang had been spurned by her. While she could empathize with his grievances, it was undeniable that the Spirit Hall had provided him with vast knowledge of soul techniques. Thus, he had no legitimate cause for such enmity. Bibi Dong deemed Yu Xiaogan's hostility towards the Spirit Hall as excessively petty. Previously, she had believed his relentless opposition to the Spirit Empire stemmed solely from her destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Little did she realize that he had harbored animosity towards the Spirit Hall from such an early stage. Though she too yearned to obliterate the Spirit Hall, she felt it was an entirely different matter. I'm not angry. It is only natural for Xiaogang to harbor hatred towards me and the Spirit Hall alike. After silently justifying Yu Xiaogang's feelings, Bibi Dong's emotions began to stabilize. She then swiftly redirected her focus back to Su Mo, opting for a deliberate avoidance of visibility. Su Mo secretly felt amused. It seemed that there was indeed some effect. Su Mo deliberately mentioned the Spirit Hall in front of Yu Xiaogang, fully aware of Yu Xiaogang's sentiments towards it. Based on the original narrative, It could be argued that Yu Xiaogang harbors a stronger desire to obliterate the spirit hall than Tang Hao and Tang San combined, as evidenced by the fervor and descriptors he employs when discussing it. Given that the spirit hall cannot be entrusted with certain matters, it seemed more prudent to consider an alternative approach. After heeding Yu Xiaogangs words, it was ultimately Tang San who stepped forward, proposing a solution akin to that found in the original text. They placed a sign around the unconscious Douluo, inscribing on it a confession filled with disparaging remarks about his innate development and moral deficiencies. The scene was indeed comical, eliciting laughter from the onlookers, though Sumo's expression remained a mere cold smirk. Such mockery, aimed at someone like Douluo, who thrived on bullying the weak, would hardly inflict any significant damage. Rather, the humiliation he endured would likely incite him to retaliate against more innocent individuals. Nevertheless, Sumo refrained from voicing further objections. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he stealthily made his way to a secluded spot on the back mountain. "Come down, senior. I am aware of your presence up there." Sumo approached a tree and spoke aloud. With a swift motion, a figure leapt down from the branches immediately after Sumo's words. "How did you discover my presence?" The individual inquired, disbelief etched across his features. He was a soul Douluo, after all, yet he had been so effortlessly located by Sumo, esteemed senior. "There is a matter on which I seek your assistance." Sumo naturally could not reveal to the other party that it was Bibi Dong who had assisted him in locating her. "Very well, please proceed." The soul Douluo gentleman did not hesitate much in the face of the esteemed partner of the acknowledged sect master and swiftly acquiesced. "I trust you are aware of the soul master we apprehended in Soto City before our return? I hope you will consider making a visit." Sumo gazed at the other party and spoke. "What do you desire?" The soul master, taken aback, regarded Sumo with a hint of uncertainty, unsure of the implication behind Sumo's words. "Indeed, we must eradicate evil completely. If you find it difficult to take action, it would suffice to hand him over to the Wuhuan Hall for judgment," Sumo affirmed with certainty. Originally, Sumo had intended to return personally, but upon reflecting on the presence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school secretly dispatched to protect Ningrongrong, he decided to let them undertake the task instead. "Very well. No problem." Upon realizing Sumo's true intent, the soul Douluo regarded him with admiration before consenting. In an instant, the figure of the soul Douluo vanished before Sumo. "I had thought you were like everyone else, willing to let that scoundrel go," Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Sumo. She had not anticipated that Sumo's request for her assistance in locating someone was, in fact, to eliminate that soul sect member. How could that be? In my eyes, his actions are utterly unforgivable, Sumo coldly remarked. "Very well. It appears you have indeed taken my words to heart." Upon hearing Sumo's statement, Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh, genuinely feeling a sense of relief. For her, it was equally evident that scoundrels like Douluo, who forcefully tarnish a woman's purity, deserved nothing but condemnation. For the first time, Bibi Dong found Sumo far more agreeable than Yu Xiaogang. Not only did Yu Xiaogang disregard the vile deeds committed by such scoundrels, but he also exhibited a petty jealousy towards Sumo's growth. This reflection suddenly illuminated the numerous flaws within Yu Xiaogangs character. Bibi Dong's mood darkened instantly. With her spirits dampened, she once again vanished back to Sumo's side. Sumo remained unconcerned and returned to his dormitory with a cheerful spirit. After freshening up, he began to cultivate in his room while awaiting the arrival of someone special. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door creaked open quietly, and a figure slipped inside. The intruder was none other than Ningrongrong. Her promise from earlier in the day was to serve as Sumo's pillow for the night. The following morning, refreshed from a good night's sleep, Sumo sought out Tang San and requested that he forge a lightweight soul-hunting spear for Ningrongrong to practice her marksmanship. Ningrongrong displayed remarkable enthusiasm for honing her shooting skills, diligently seeking Sumo's guidance for private lessons. One day, Yu Xiaogang approached Flinder with a serious demeanor, discussing the situation involving Sumo and Ningrongrong. "Flinder, I believe we must inform the 7 treasure glazed tile school about the developments between Sumo and Ningrongrong." "Oh, what do you mean?" Flinder, noticing Yu Xiaogangs grave expression, became serious in return, though he was unclear about the specifics. "How do you think the 7 treasure glazed tile school would react if they discovered their little princess had taken a liking to Sumo?" Yu Xiaogang refrained from stating his thoughts directly, instead posing a question to Flinder. "What concern is it of ours how the 7 treasure glazed tile school reacts?" Flinder responded. still not grasping the implications, convinced that Ning Rongrong's affections were of no consequence to their academy. Is that so? Do you truly believe the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be pleased to see Ning Rongrong develop feelings for Su Mo, ultimately supporting their union? If Su Mo possessed the same talents as other members of Shrek, I would not be the slightest bit worried, for any of them would be worthy of Ning Rongrong. But do you think Su Mo can measure up? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School demands that a partner not only be a battle soul master, but also capable of protecting their beloved. Currently, Su Mo can safeguard Ning Rongrong, but who can predict the future? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School certainly values the future, especially now that Su Mo and Ning Rongrong have gained their unique martial soul fusion technique. Informing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School of this situation is ultimately their prerogative. However, should we neglect to inform them and allow Su Mo and Ning Rongrong's relationship to progress unchecked? It will not be so simple for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to separate them later on. Do you think they might blame us at Shrek for pairing their little princess with someone of such modest talent? Upon encountering Flinder, Yu Xiaogang found it necessary to elucidate his points one by one. As Yu Xiaogang spoke, Flinder's expression gradually grew grave. You are indeed correct. I nearly overlooked this matter. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to hold us accountable, we could not bear the consequences. Alas, had I known it would come to this. I should never have admitted Su Mo. If Ning Rongrong had developed feelings for Ma Hongjun, there would be no issues at all. After hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Flinder finally expressed his agreement. In any case, you must inform the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School of the situation. Upon witnessing Flinder's recognition of the issue's gravity, a flicker of a smile crossed Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he replied, "Of course, I shall write to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School immediately." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Flinder wasted no time and promptly began to write on a sheet of paper. "Xiaojing, are you intending to use the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to expel Su Mo?" Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder, Bibi Dong observed them with a subtle smile on her face and let out a soft scoff. "Unfortunately, you are unaware that Su Mo has already gained the recognition of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ultimately, your efforts will be in vain." Bibi Dong mocked. To be frank, her feelings towards Yu Xiaojiang were now quite complex. In the past, she had loved him with fervor, and he had become her obsession. However, as she gradually recognized some of his shortcomings, while she could not entirely let go of her feelings, her adoration was no longer so blindly devoted. How intriguing. Bibi Dong has finally begun to shift her perspective on Yu Xiaojiang, even resorting to mockery. Meanwhile, Su Mo, who was watching the scene unfold and overhearing Bibi Dong's derision, felt a sense of amusement. He had been keenly aware of Bibi Dong's transformation. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret that despite recognizing Yu Xiaojiang's numerous flaws, she remained unable to release her attachment, still preoccupied with thoughts of him. One could only wonder if there would ever come a day when Bibi Dong would fully change. Days later, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School received Flinder's letter. Indeed, it seems the people from Shrek Academy are quite considerate, knowing to report Rongrong's situation to us. However, they are evidently unaware that Su Mo, whom they perceive as lacking talent, is, in fact, an extraordinary genius. Ning Fingji chuckled upon finishing Flinder's letter. Subsequently, he penned a response to Shrek Academy. What does this mean? Xiaojiang, you are usually quite astute. What do you think the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School intends by this? The brevity of his response is rather perplexing. In the office of Dean Flanders, he gazed at the message from Ning Fengji in his hand, utterly bewildered. Let me take a look. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Yu Xiaojiang confidently snatched the letter from his grasp. The reply contained merely a single, succinct sentence. Thank you for the information from Shrek. However, its brevity left Flanders uncertain about the true implications from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, when Yu Xiaojiang beheld the short reply, his confident smile faltered. At that moment, Bibi Dong also caught sight of the content and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. Ning Fingji's response is quite amusing. I never expected that he had such an endearing side. Bibi Dong burst into laughter, while Ning Fingji's reply was indeed formal and composed. Aligning with his character, it struck Bibi Dong as irresistibly funny, especially when she observed the expressions on Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang's faces, which nearly sent her into fits of laughter. Perhaps it was the nonchalant nature of Ning Fingji's response that rendered it so entertaining. Xiaojiang, what do you suppose Ning's response truly signifies? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, Flanders felt compelled to inquire further. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and, suppressing his confusion and reluctance, finally spoke. It simply indicates that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is already aware of the situation we need not be concerned any longer. In fact, it's possible that before we even informed them, Ning had already known about Su Mo and Ning Rongrong. In any case, since the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has not requested anything from us, we can just disregard it. To ensure Flanders comprehended, Yu Xiaogang elaborated further. I see. Then I can rest easy. After listening to Yu Xiaojiang's explanation, Flanders burst into hearty laughter, feeling reassured. Observing Flanders' jovial demeanor, Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of frustration. While Flanders was elated, he found it difficult to share in that joy. Yet, he could not voice his inner turmoil to Flanders and was left to bear it alone. Su Mo, too, was attentive to the content of his future father-in-law's response, and upon learning of it, he chuckled. Following that, the second phase of the specialized training continued. And it wasn't long before Su Mo earned the golden badge for individual soul masters. He no longer resisted using the soul fusion technique with Ning Rongrong during the duo competitions, besides having promised Ning Rongrong. This powerful technique was genuinely a significant asset for him. Therefore, he needed to master it thoroughly, particularly in mastering Ning Rongrong's physique to enhance his combat efficiency. When facing weaker adversaries or when only one opponent remained, Su Mo would relinquish control of their body back to Ning Rongrong, allowing her to practice. Remarkably, after some time honing her marksmanship, and with Su Mo offering guidance, Ning Rongrong made swift progress, becoming capable of competently handling opponents of her own level. This improvement thrilled her, prompting her to occasionally reward Su Mo with secret gestures of affection. In team matches, however, Su Mo found himself frequently relegated to the sidelines by Yu Xiaogang. According to Yu Xiaogang, the primary objective of the second phase of training was to elevate the skills of all participants. Therefore, it was essential for everyone to have ample opportunities to compete. Zhu Zhiqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were all involved. The former two could not participate in the duo matches, while the latter two, being support-type soul masters, were ineligible for individual competitions. Thus, ensuring their daily participation in team matches was crucial for maintaining a routine of 2 soul battles each day. Tangan, being a control-type soul master, was indispensable in team matches. Consequently, Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, and Su Mo rotated in their participation, with decisions made based on situational needs. Ultimately, this led to Su Mo being benched more frequently than anyone else. Master, why not have Zhu Zhiqing and the Fat One form a duo? Ning Rongrong proposed a better suggestion, boldly confronting Yu Xiaogang. How could she allow Su Mo to be benched? Especially after Su Mo's counsel. Ning Rongrong became increasingly unafraid of Yu Xiaogan's biases and spoke her mind freely. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. But you all are aware of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing's current situation. They are still in the process of harmonizing their soul fusion technique. Thus, Zhu Zhiqing is not suited to team up with Ma Hongjun at this time. Yu Xiaogang casually offered a rationale that resonated with everyone, particularly the trio of Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhiqing and Ma Hongjun promptly expressed their agreement with his words. Su Mo, I can't shake the feeling that the master is reluctant to let you participate in the team competition. Ning Rongrong later expressed her discontent to Su Mo. Whether others felt the same, she was acutely aware of it. Isn't this quite natural? The master must be concerned that my soul power level will lag behind yours. Hence this arrangement. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong's awareness of the situation, Su Mo timely imparted certain details to her. How could the master behave in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. On what grounds does he look down upon you? After hearing Su Mo's explanation, Ning Rongrong comprehended the gravity of the matter, her delicate face flushing with indignation. She had never anticipated that Yu Xiaogang harbored such thoughts. This cannot stand. I must confront the master and reason with him. You possess such remarkable abilities. How dare he belittle you? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she immediately resolved to seek out Yu Xiaogang for a discussion. In her eyes, Su Mo was the most formidable member of the Shrek team. With merely a level 23, he had managed to defeat Dai Mubai and Tangan. Were Su Mo to be of the same level as them, then Dai Mubai and his companions would stand no chance against him. No, it would be futile for you to argue. The fact remains that my martial soul talent is indeed lacking. Su Mo promptly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, conveying that it was not his intention for her to confront Yu Xiaogang. Rather, he wished to preemptively inform her of his thoughts regarding leaving Shrek Academy, thus allowing her to mentally prepare for the possibility. No, Su Mo, your talent is far from inferior. You are indeed more formidable than any of us. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong turned around, her expression resolute yet filled with concern. unwilling to accept such self-deprecation from him. Deep down, she was aware that Sumo's talent was lacking, which would inevitably lead to a slower progression in his training, potentially causing him to lag behind. Nevertheless, she did not wish him to confront this harsh reality, so she steadfastly insisted in his presence that he was the strongest. Ah, so you have always been aware. Observing the emotions etched on Ning Rongrong's face, Sumo felt a surge of gratitude fill his heart. Without uttering much more, he firmly pulled her petite frame into his embrace, holding her closely. In that moment, he felt as though he was cradling the rarest treasure in the world, a girl who, despite recognizing his limitations, was willing to stand by his side. If Ning Rongrong had previously considered their connection out of mere affection, her willingness to remain with him now, in light of his talent, signified a profound resolution. She must have contemplated the potential opposition from her family in the future. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. Nor will I feel inferior or fear that I am unworthy of you. After enveloping Ning Rongrong in his arms, Sumo whispered gently in her ear. And let me share a secret. Your man has already devised a way to address his talent issues. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Upon hearing Sumo's words, Ning Rongrong immediately lifted her head from his embrace, her face alight with astonishment. Of course. I will tell you all about it when we return. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to witness the unfolding of a miracle. Sumo smiled confidently, exuding an air of assurance. It has been nearly 6 months since Sumo completed the forging of his first weapon. He could sense that tonight he would successfully refine his second weapon, imbuing the mysterious iron spear with his spirit, thereby elevating his martial soul once more. Sumo intended to allow Ning Rongrong to witness the events firsthand, thereby alleviating her lingering concerns. As for the acknowledgement from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he deemed it unnecessary to disclose this information to Ning Rongrong for the time being, as he had made a promise to the Sword Douluo. Moreover, the revelation of his secret regarding the fusion of weaponry and spirit was sufficient to reassure her. Oh, that little girl. Within the soul space of Sumo, Bibi Dong observed the interaction between Sumo and Ning Rongrong, her eyes filled with emotion. Ning Rongrong's demeanor effortlessly evoked memories of her own past. She, too, had once harbored deep affections for Yu Xiaogang, tending to his feelings and fearing that his insecurities would lead him to believe he was unworthy of her love. In an effort to alleviate his self-doubt and instill confidence within him, she had advised Yu Xiaogang to fully embrace his intellect and pursue the path of a theoretical master. Thus, when Qian Xuanji insinuated that Yu Xiaogang approached her with ulterior motives, she dismissed the notion entirely. After all, it was she who had encouraged Yu Xiaogang to explore the information regarding the Spirit Hall, and she who had accompanied him, rather than the other way around. Regardless of how Qian Xuanji portrayed Yu Xiaogang's intentions, she remained steadfast in her belief. Even upon discovering numerous flaws in Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong continued to cherish him. Her initial attraction had prompted her to pursue him earnestly. To love someone entails embracing their imperfections. Unless, if only Xiaogang had found a way to transcend his innate limitations, akin to Sumo. In that scenario, Qian Xuanji would not have obstructed their union. Much like the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Alas, life offers no what-ifs, and Qian Xuanji, that scoundrel, was not Ning Fengji. Observing Sumo and Ning Rongrong together filled Bibi Dong with envy. They bore a striking resemblance to her former self and Yu Xiaogang, yet their circumstances diverged entirely. Creaking open the door upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong swiftly made her way to Sumo's dormitory, locking the door behind her. Upon entering, she found Sumo in the midst of his cultivation. Only when he sensed her presence did he open his eyes and cease his practice. You have arrived. Sumo smiled faintly and then rose to her feet. Yes, Sumo, please share with me how you resolved your talent dilemma. Ning Rongrong, eager for the answer, urged Sumo to disclose her method without delay. I understand your impatience. I shall reveal it to you at once. Sumo approached and affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, then said, Come on, speak up. Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in impatience, her demeanor suggesting that if Sumo delayed any longer, she might just resort to biting him. You're driving me crazy. Just say it already. She continued, Behold, this is my mysterious iron spear. It's the mysterious iron spear without the fusion of martial souls, correct? Watch closely as I demonstrate. In the presence of Ning Rongrong, Sumo summoned his martial spirit, the soul-hunting spear, back into his body, leaving behind a simple weapon, the Qian iron spear. With a swift motion, He hurled the Shin iron spear towards Ning Rongrong's side, and, with a gentle flick of his fingers, summoned it back into his grasp. How is this even possible? Ning Rongrong gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. This was a weapon, not Sumo's martial spirit. She immediately turned her sparkling eyes towards him, eager for an explanation. This is what I previously mentioned to you, a soul skill I have been cultivating. In truth, it is not merely a soul skill, but rather a method of martial spirit evolution that I refer to as infusing the weapon with the soul. Observing Ning Rongrong's adorable expression of surprise, Suemo began to elaborate on the concept of infusing the weapon with the soul. He also revealed that his martial spirit had already undergone an evolution, enhancing his cultivation talent. In essence, his martial spirit talent was no longer confined to the limitations of a mere innate soul power of level 2. It had significantly improved. Wow, Suemo, that is truly remarkable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming her as she leaped into Sumo's arms, wrapping her slender legs around his waist and tightly embracing his neck. She was utterly thrilled and ecstatic. With this newfound ability of infusing the weapon with the soul, she was certain her father and the sect would no longer oppose her relationship with Suemo. Suddenly, Suemo found himself being kissed passionately, and he instinctively retaliated. Ahem, please let me down. I have something even more important for you to see. After a while, he gently placed the fervently enthusiastic Ning Rongrong back on the ground, realizing that continuing this way would not be prudent. What is it? Ning Rongrong, blushing, took a few steps back, recognizing her own exuberance. Martial spirit evolution. Suemo spoke as he summoned his martial soul, the soul-hunting spear. Then, before Ning Rongrong, he proceeded to merge with the soul weapon once again. Ah, Suemo, are you saying that you can undergo the second evolution right now? Indeed, upon hearing Sumo's words, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him with immense delight. She truly did not anticipate that today she would witness the evolution of Sumo's martial soul with her own eyes. Of course, I will demonstrate it for you now. Suemo smiled confidently. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. Eager to witness the moment herself, she could hardly contain her excitement. Without further ado, Suemo settled into a cross-legged position and, before Ning Rongrong's very eyes, swiftly reabsorbed the soul-hunting gun in its unified state into his being. A hum resonated as Suemo closed his eyes, diligently engaging in the process of refinement. It truly is possible, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, fearful that an exclamation might disrupt Sumo's concentration. Despite having heard Suemo speak of it before, she found the spectacle before her utterly incredible. The existence of such a method for martial soul evolution, integrating a weapon into one's martial soul to facilitate its advancement, seemed as simple as watering a sapling. Yet such a phenomenon had never occurred before. It must succeed, she thought, clenching her hands tightly, her heart racing as she watched Suemo. Even though she was aware of his previous success, her anxiety for him remained palpable. In the realm of Sumo's martial soul, the soul-hunting gun, summoned back into his body, trembled slightly, emanating waves of soul power. After approximately half an hour, the evolution of his martial soul finally culminated. The Xian Tai gun was entirely refined into a part of Sumo's essence. Simultaneously, Suemo experienced a breakthrough in his soul power level, ascending from level 25 to 26. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was merely at level 27, and Suemo was closing in on her. Did it succeed? She eagerly inquired as soon as Suemo opened his eyes. Yes, following the second evolution, the quality of my martial soul has improved, he replied. Though it has yet to reach the standard of a high-grade martial soul, I believe another evolution will bring me there. Suemo exclaimed with excitement as he summoned the evolved Soul Hunter gun. In terms of appearance, the evolved Soul Hunter gun bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to its predecessor. It was only upon closer inspection that one might notice a subtle enhancement in texture. The most significant alteration lay in its weight, a difference that only Suemo, holding it in his grasp, could truly appreciate. This was advantageous, as it rendered the changes nearly imperceptible to others. When Suemo typically combined his firearm with its soul form, it became even more challenging for anyone to discern the transformation. Give it a try, he urged. Suemo handed the soul-hunting gun to Ning Rongrong. Indeed, it felt considerably heavier, a true testament to its evolution. Suemo, you are truly remarkable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, immediately sensing the transformation of the weapon in her grasp. She gazed at Suemo with sheer admiration. Honestly, she swore she had never held such respect for anyone before. Yet Su Mo had effortlessly earned her devotion. The thought that such an impressive individual was the one she cherished only deepened her joy. I truly have an exquisite eye for talent. Thankfully, my relentless spirit inspired me to devise such a method. Feeling the admiration of the girl he fancied, Su Mo was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. In my eyes, you are the most exceptional. Even Yu Xiaogang, who prided himself on being a master, had failed to conceive such a solution. Previously, he had proclaimed that there were no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters. Yet, I believe he embodies the very definition of ineptitude. After all these years, he had not envisioned a means to transcend his inherent limitations, rendering him utterly inferior to you. Ning Rongrong continued to gaze at Su Mo with unabashed admiration. Her perception of Yu Xiaogang had undoubtedly shifted. Upon realizing his disdainful treatment of Su Mo, she privately resolved to no longer refer to him as master. That insufferable girl. Within Su Mo's martial spirit realm, Bibi Dong, upon hearing Ning Rongrong disparage Yu Xiaogang, felt an immediate surge of displeasure. Although Ning Rongrong's statements bore a semblance of truth, it seemed she simply could not abide others speaking ill of him. Furthermore, Xiaogang ultimately did discover a method to break through the limitations of his talent. Indeed, what Rongrong says is correct. Now you need not worry any longer, right? Su Mo could not resist stepping forward to embrace Ning Rongrong, smiling as he spoke. Ning Rongrong pressed her head tightly against Su Mo's chest, softly responding with a blissful and sweet sound. But why haven't you informed anyone about the evolution of your martial spirit? That way, no one would dare to underestimate you. However, after a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong lifted her head and began to question Su Mo again. Silly, do you think such a secret can be casually revealed? Su Mo playfully scratched Ning Rongrong's nose and said with a smile, well, go ahead and mock me, and I shall nibble you to death. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong blushed slightly, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and playfully attempted to bite Su Mo. Ah, Rongrong, are you a dog? Su Mo feigned a cry of anguish. Let's see if you dare to speak ill of me again. Only then did Ning Rongrong relent. Such secrets are ones I can only dare to reveal in the presence of those I trust. I had contemplated sharing this secret only after we became more familiar with one another. Yet now, as you can see, our Shrek team is entirely at the mercy of Master. Su Mo continued to elucidate, yet was abruptly interrupted by Ning Rongrong. Yu Xiaogang is not a master. You are not permitted to refer to him as such in private. Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent with Su Mo's designation of Yu Xiaogang, asserting that, at the very least, it was unnecessary in a private setting. Very well, he is Yu Xiaogang. As you can see, this team has been entirely crafted by Yu Xiaogang for Tang San. With all strategies meticulously arranged around Tang San. This is indeed Tang San's team. Su Mo chuckled in silence, then continued, So, Su Mo, do you wish to depart? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes gradually widened as she realized Su Mo's intentions. Indeed, for I do not wish to reveal the secret of forging and soul integration to Shrek. Since Yu Xiaogang believes I am superfluous, then I shall take my leave. Su Mo acknowledged calmly. Of course, by that time, I will undoubtedly take you away, but I am uncertain about Rongrong. Of course I will. Ning Rongrong eagerly responded before Su Mo could finish. Would you not feel reluctant to part with the others from Shrek? Su Mo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Although he was aware that she would undoubtedly choose to leave with him, he was nonetheless deeply touched by her unequivocal response. The others from Shrek Academy felt a tinge of reluctance. However, I have never been particularly fond of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, or Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun and Oscar frequently frequent disreputable places, while Dai Mubai exhibits a facade of virtue, pretending to be pure in front of Zhu Xing. Despite having undoubtedly visited such places before, I must admit, I do feel some reluctance toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Xuqing. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, wherever you go, I shall follow. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong thought of the others from Shrek and felt a hint of reluctance as well. Rest assured, even if we must depart, it shall not be in haste. The current pace of our cultivation is exceedingly efficient for us, and the daily team battles at Shrek are immensely beneficial to your progress. Therefore, let us first complete the second stage of our special training before making any decisions. Su Mo chuckled, acknowledging that he could not reveal to Ning Rongrong that his intentions remained unfulfilled, thus necessitating his current stance. Moreover, this was indeed the truth. At least for Ning Rongrong, both the first and second phases of the specialized training had yielded remarkable results. Achievements that might not be replicated even at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. I shall heed your every word. Whenever you decide to depart, I shall follow. And when the time comes, let Yu Xiaogang fret. I find it hard to believe he could discover a support soul master superior to me. Ning Rongrong declared her unwavering trust in Suemo. Oh, you silly fool. Suemo gazed at Ning Rongrong's charming face, unable to restrain himself any longer as he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 74. The arrival of the Tendo royal battle team. After an intense exchange of words not meant for outsiders, Ning Rongrong remarked, Suemo, your Shintian spear is currently absent. Do you not require a superior long spear? I shall write home immediately and request them to send a top-quality weapon. She continued, recalling that Suemo's ascension of his martial soul necessitated a weapon of higher caliber. That is not an immediate concern. I have already acquired a better one. Suemo smiled faintly. Just as her words fell, she retrieved a long spear from the storage soul guide bracelet. This spear bore a striking resemblance to her soul-hunting gun, featuring a deep black-purple hue, entirely forged from purple gold. Purple gold, renowned for its exceptional quality, surpassed the mere use of mysterious iron found in her previous spear, which had only employed mysterious iron at its tip. This new spear, crafted entirely from purple gold, represented a significant enhancement in quality. Having received this spear and set it aside for some time, she was finally able to make use of it. Moreover, the letter from the sword Douluo mentioned that once she was nearing the stage of infusing this purple gold soul-hunting spear with her essence, the seven-treasure glazed tile school would deliver an even higher quality spear to her. Suemo now finds himself eagerly anticipating his next firearm. Indeed, aligning himself with Ning Rongrong, a top-tier heiress, has proven to be quite advantageous. His life has become considerably more affluent, both materially and otherwise. What a stunning weapon. Oh, how heavy it is. Ning Rongrong has also developed a fondness for firearms. Upon seeing the purple gold soul hunting gun that Suemo produced, she was immediately captivated and eagerly grasped it. However, its weight nearly caused her to lose her grip. This gun is of far superior quality compared to the previous black iron gun, and it will serve me well for a considerable time. The next time I wish to acquire a new weapon, it will surely be at least 6 months to a year from now. Suemo smiled and said, I don't care. Since you have something better, I shall gift you an even finer one. Ning Rongrong, indifferent to Suemo's current needs, was certain that he would require it in the future. That evening, in her exuberance, Ning Rongrong decided to reward Suemo with an additional night of cuddling, opting not to return home. As for the affectionate display between Suemo and Ning Rongrong, Bibi Dong dared not linger too long in observation. Little did she anticipate that Suemo was already contemplating his departure from Shrek Academy. How foolish of me to think that I should persuade him to leave only after Xiaogang confirmed his position as a substitute. Yet, Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised to learn that Suemo had long harbored thoughts of leaving Shrek Academy. She had previously worried about being unable to convince him, but it seemed he had made his decision without her intervention. That sly fellow, concealing his intentions so well, even from me. Though she verbally chastised Suemo, a smile graced Bibi Dong's face. Especially upon realizing that Suemo intended to take Ning Rongrong with him, her joy intensified. She could not fathom Ning Rongrong daring to depart from Shrek Academy without consent. Such a scenario would render the original Shrek team incomplete. Moreover, with Tang San's 8 spider lances having been seized by Suemo, the Shrek team would undoubtedly falter against the Spirit Hall team in 2 years' time at the Soul Master competition. Had Hulaina not faced defeat, she would not have ventured to the City of Slaughter, nor would she have encountered Tang San or developed feelings for him. Contemplating these matters, Bibi Dong felt immense delight. She realized that even without explicitly requesting Suemo's assistance, the course of history had already shifted due to his inclusion in the Shrek team. Truly, I am astute for having brought Suemo into Shrek Academy. Unavoidably, Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction with her previous decision. In her elation, she unconsciously glanced at Suemo and Ning Rongrong, their exquisite visages causing her cheeks to flush, prompting her to avert her gaze. How shameless of her to act so brazenly, despite being the daughter of a sect leader. The following day, upon discovering that Suemo had leveled up once more, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that, although he lagged slightly behind, he would still ascend to a higher level with such swiftness. Yu Xiaogang was also somewhat surprised, but upon realizing that Suemo's level was still relatively low, merely transitioning from level 23 to 24, he did not dwell on it too much. The second phase of special training for the Shrek team continued as scheduled. In a few days, the Shrek team would advance to silver rank and receive their silver badge. The Tendo royal team should be arriving soon as well, wouldn't they? Silently calculating the combat spirit points of the Shrek team, Suemo began to pay attention as they neared the threshold for promotion to silver rank. Prior to this, Suemo had already prepared a considerable amount of yellow wine and several small ignition soul devices within his soul guide. These ignition soul devices, akin to lighters, had initially surprised Suemo upon discovery. However, recalling the lighting soul devices used in the combat arena to illuminate the stage, he soon found it quite ordinary. Given the practicality and affordability of such soul devices, Suemo decided to purchase a few more for safekeeping. Nonetheless, utilizing the ignition soul devices directly on the arena proved impractical. They needed to be combined with Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave and Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fireline to ignite the yellow wine in a widespread inferno, thereby countering Du Guyan's snake poison. The arrival of the Tendo royal team did not catch Suemo off guard. With keen observation, he swiftly noticed their entrance into the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. However, they were not known as the Tendo royal team here. They had assumed the alias of the Huangdo team. Suemo then watched the first team match of the Tendo royal team, and in terms of strength, they were indeed formidable. The entire team boasted optimal soul ring configurations, and their martial souls were renowned as top tier. Upon discovering that the Tendo royal team's second match would be against the Frenzy team, Suemo intentionally orchestrated an encounter with them, engaging in casual conversation. He found that the Frenzy team was aware of his reputation, although they had been defeated by Tang San. Sumo's popularity in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena was also significant, and they were eager to converse with him. Your opponents seem quite strong. You might consider igniting the yellow wine to neutralize the poison from their control-type Soul Master. As their discussion progressed, Suemo mentioned the Huangdo team that the Frenzy team would face the following day, offering them this piece of advice. What? Igniting yellow wine can counteract snake poison? The captain of the Frenzy team's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Indeed, I can assure you, it will definitely work. Suemo assured confidently that it was indeed possible. This was also a glimmer of hope for the Mad Warriors to vanquish the Royal Fighting Team, even if they did not succeed. Du Guyan would first learn from the Mad Warriors that the burning of Xionghuang wine could neutralize her snake venom. By the time the Shrek team faced them, Du Guyan would not be so astonished. Suemo aimed to make her realize that this was merely a matter of common knowledge. Even if he ultimately failed, he would divert Du Guyan's attention towards himself. The following day, Suemo attended the match between the Frenzied Battle Team and the Imperial Duel Team. As anticipated, the Frenzied Battle Team employed the strategy that Suemo had provided them. However, the area ignited by their approach was insufficient to entirely neutralize Du Guyan's venom. Nevertheless, it was enough to astonish the members of the Imperial Duel Team. What was that just now? How could it counteract my venom? Du Guyan inquired, astonished, as she pressed the Frenzied Battle Team for answers. Isn't it common knowledge that burning yellow wine can neutralize snake venom? Many people are aware of it. The captain of the Frenzied Battle Team replied, scratching his head in response to Du Guyan's question. Suemo conveyed this to him quite clearly. Of course, the captain of the Mad Warriors could not be a fool. He believed what Suemo said, yet found it hard to accept that this was common knowledge, at least. It was something he had never heard of before. However, since Suemo had informed him in such a manner, he decided to respond accordingly. Perhaps he could even gain some recognition from this incident. It was somewhat regrettable, though, that he had already discovered a method to counteract the opponent's snake venom, but failed to execute it flawlessly. Ultimately, the Mad Warriors succumbed to the Royal Battle Team. How did you come to know that the Xionghuang liquor could neutralize snake venom? Speak, or I shall take your life. After the Mad Warriors were defeated and before they could concede, Du Guyan brandished a phosphorescent snake, formed from snake venom, and menacingly threatened the captain of the Mad Warriors. The phosphorescent snake coiling around his neck flicked its tongue ominously, indicating its readiness to strike should it be displeased. I will tell you. In such a dire situation, the captain of the Mad Warriors dared not continue to conceal the truth and revealed that it was the soul hunting gun of the Shrek team that had provided him with the information. Shrek team, soul hunting gun. Du Guyan's emerald eyes sparkled slightly, marking Suemo in her memory. Well, I wonder if this counts as a success. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Even if Du Guyan was now intrigued, her attention had shifted towards me. Observing this scene from above, Suemo felt a sense of relief. After all, he had already informed Du Guyan that igniting the Xionghuang liquor could dispel the toxic miasma of snake venom. Subsequently, Su Mo turned and departed. Su Mo. Do you know? Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai have successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique. Upon returning to Shrek, Su Mo learned this news from Ning Rongrong. Is that so? That is indeed a good thing, at least for the Shrek team. Upon hearing this, Su Mo was not overly surprised. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique while battling against the Tendo royal team. However, I can't shake the feeling that Zhu Zhuqing seems somewhat different. The ability to perform a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai should undoubtedly bring her joy. Yet she appears rather unenthusiastic. Lately, there has been something amiss with Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong. Instead of pondering the implications of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion technique on the Shrek team, shifted the conversation towards Zhu Zhuqing's condition. What could be different about her? Su Mo felt a flicker of curiosity at Ning Rongrong's words. He genuinely had no insight into the recent changes surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, for he had seldom directed his gaze her way. It was only during their initial encounter that he had been momentarily captivated by her extraordinarily striking figure. I cannot quite articulate it. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. If pressed to elaborate, she found herself at a loss. Well, perhaps it's best to let it be. After all, it is ultimately their affair. Su Mo gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, for she was his utmost concern. He soon shifted his focus. His mind now preoccupied with the impending clash between the Shrek team and the Tendo royal team. This anticipated battle did not keep Su Mo waiting long. The following evening, Yu Xiaogang solemnly summoned all members of Shrek, announcing that they were to engage in a silver-level team match the next day. This was the roster of their team members. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang presented the roster of the Tendo royal team for everyone's perusal, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their opponents in advance. A point of particular interest was their captain, Yu Tianheng, whose martial spirit was the blue lightning tyrant dragon. While Su Mo and the others scrutinized the Tendo royal team's roster, Yu Xiaogang began to analyze and offer insights. Essentially, each member warranted attention. For every individual in the Tendo royal team possessed optimal soul ring configurations and high-quality martial spirits. Special caution was advised regarding a certain Yi Lingling, whose martial spirit was the nine-heart Sea Tang. All her soul skills shared a singular purpose: mass healing. Upon discovering Yi Lingling's presence among the members of the Tendo royal team, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to alert everyone. Thanks to her introduction, the group realized that the opposing support-type soul master bore significant pedigree. Not only was she associated with the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the upper three sects, but she was also the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, endowed with a top-tier Xuanwu martial spirit, and her nine-heart Sea Tang rivaled the Seven Treasures glazed tower. All while boasting a team of soul masters and optimal soul ring configurations. How formidable! Could we truly emerge victorious against them? After a thorough analysis, Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his despair, feeling overwhelmed by the seemingly insurmountable strength of the Tendo royal team, leaving him devoid of hope for victory. Indeed, the disparity in strength felt insurmountable. Oscar also expressed his pessimism. Without having fought yet, how can we allow their prowess to diminish our own spirit? At this crucial moment, Tang San rose to bolster everyone's morale. He then turned to Yu Xiaogang, inquiring, "Teacher, you mentioned that the woman with the biling snake martial spirit is a control-type soul master. What soul skills does she employ for control?" Poison. Yu Xiaogang had already ascertained this detail and responded promptly. "If that is the case, we may indeed have a chance to win. I have a method to counter her snake poison." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San smiled confidently, as his suspicions were confirmed. "Oh, what method?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he turned to Tang San for clarification. "With Realgar wine, it can counteract snake poison. Furthermore, if we incorporate the White Tiger's radiant light wave from Douluo and the Phoenix fire line from the Fatty, we could instantly create a massive inferno, obliterating all of the enemy's snake poison." Tang San swiftly articulated his strategy, evidently unaware of the prior encounters between the frenzied battle team and the Imperial fighting team. Is this method truly viable? Yu Xiaojiang seemed equally uninformed, perhaps due to the fact that the proposed solution had ultimately proven ineffective, thus rendering the audience silent on the matter. "I can assure you," Tang San declared with conviction. "Haha, splendid. We shall employ Tang San's method then." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing burst into laughter, generously praising Tang San. "Master, did you not impose restrictions on our use of external aids?" However, as Yu Xiaojing's laughter subsided, Su Mo interjected. Upon hearing Su Mo's remark, Yu Xiaogang's smile abruptly faltered. The prohibition against the use of external aids was a regulation he had instituted. Now, however, he found himself acquiescing to Tang San's request, which felt somewhat like a slap in the face. Indeed, I previously restricted both you and Tang San from utilizing external aids. However, given the current circumstances, the adversaries you face are significantly more formidable. Without employing certain tactics, victory will be elusive. Therefore, I hereby permit you to use external aids. Yet, with his characteristic thick skin, Yu Xiaogang quickly formulated a justifiable rationale. In that case, there is no need to use Xionghuang wine to counteract the opponent's snake venom. In the match 2 days prior, the frenzied battle team also employed Xionghuang wine against the Imperial fighting team, with minimal effect. Moreover, we need not worry. Once Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing take the stage tomorrow, they will utilize their martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger. When Rongrong and I enter the arena, we shall deploy our martial soul fusion technique, the 7 treasures soul-devouring spear, complemented by the integration of my soul tool, rendering us nearly unstoppable on the platform. Not to mention Tang San's hidden weapons, we will undoubtedly overpower our opponents. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Su Mo immediately smiled with confidence, articulating the advantages of their Shrek team. It truly seems feasible. Of course, Su Mo, wielding weapons in a soul tool combined state, was already formidable. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's fusion state, their power would be even more extraordinary. Yes, and let us not forget Sanji's hidden weapons, which can even injure teacher Zhao Wujie. Su Mo's assertion rang true. Their strength could indeed completely dominate their opponents. Isn't that simply wonderful? Haha, it turns out that our Shrek team is truly formidable. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the eyes of the other members of the Shrek team brightened with realization. They discovered that, indeed, as Su Mo had articulated, once the restrictions on Tang San's hidden weapons and Su Mo's own armaments were lifted, their team's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Within the same rank, there were simply no rivals. Particularly for Su Mo, they were already aware that he had acquired an even more powerful weapon, the purple-gold soul-hunting spear. However, in contrast to the excitement radiating from Ma Hongjun and the others, Yu Xiaojiang's smile appeared somewhat strained. He had merely sought to mask his disapproval of Tang San's use of external objects, which contradicted the regulations he had previously established. Yet, if Su Mo's assertions held true, then the Imperial battle team would indeed be no match for the Shrek team, which would undermine the training outcomes he aspired to achieve. Furthermore, it was not Tang San who proposed this strategy, but Su Mo, making Yu Xiaojiang even less inclined to endorse it. Nevertheless, having already announced that there would be no restrictions on Su Mo's use of soul tools for tomorrow, retracting that statement would also be inappropriate. In summary, Yu Xiaojiang felt quite vexed. Meanwhile, Tang San was equally astonished, realizing that there were indeed individuals in this world who understood how Huangjiu could counteract snake venom. The limited effectiveness was likely due to the world's differences, wasn't it? I think we should proceed as Su Mo suggested. Xiaojiang, don't you agree? Our acceptance of the invitation from the head of the Soto City Great Soul Arena was primarily motivated by the substantial rewards. Following Su Mo's approach would ensure our success. Before Yu Xiaojiang could express his agreement, Dean Flinder had already stepped forward to endorse Su Mo's proposal, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He was not overly concerned about achieving training outcomes. It was merely a match, and further training could follow. However, should they win tomorrow's competition, the rewards would be extraordinarily lucrative. Very well, we shall adhere to Su Mo's plan for tomorrow. This means that our Shrek team strategy will focus on rapid attacks, swiftly resolving the conflict, whether through the spirit fusion techniques of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong or those of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, all aimed at quickly defeating their opponents. Thus, for tomorrow's team competition, Oscar will not participate initially. Seeing that Flinder had taken such a stance, Yu Xiaojiang could not possibly disregard his authority and subsequently affirmed Su Mo's proposal before announcing the personnel arrangements for the next day. Yes, teacher. All right, master. Tomorrow, let us see how we shall dominate our opponents. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San and the others eagerly responded. It was settled. Upon hearing that Yu Xiaojiang ultimately consented to his battle strategy, Su Mo felt a profound sense of relief. Consequently, there would be no need to resort to the use of Xionghuang wine to counteract Dugu Yan's snake venom in the impending battle. Dugu Yan would certainly lose her curiosity towards Tang San. Had he known that matters would unfold so smoothly, he would have refrained from providing suggestions to the mad warriors. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Should Douluo dare to confront him, he remained unperturbed. He had the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as his formidable backing. If Douluo truly captured him and unveiled the might of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Suemo had no doubt that Douluo would think twice before inflicting harm upon him. For the sake of a mere poison, it was entirely unnecessary. Unless Douluo had truly lost his mind. In that case, he would be left with no choice but to reveal his final trump card. Meanwhile, as Suemo and his companions analyzed the information regarding the Imperial Fighting Team, the members of the Imperial Fighting Team were engrossed in studying the data of the Shrek team. Yanzi, Tianheng. You may indeed be facing a formidable opponent this time. Here is the information on the Shrek team. Take a look. Qin Ming, the team leader, handed over the collected information on the Shrek team to Yu Tianheng and the others. Upon hearing the name Shrek team, Yin immediately began to sift through the documents, and soon found the individual she was searching for, the Soul Hunting Spear. The Soul Hunting Spear, a level 24 Great Soul Master, currently recognized as a Golden Soul Master, boasts an impressive streak of 107 consecutive victories in individual matches. Alongside the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they have formed a formidable gun tower combination, having already secured a silver badge with 35 consecutive wins. In team matches, they have achieved 26 consecutive victories. They possess a martial soul fusion technique with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Initially, when Yin observed Sumo's soul power level, she wore an expression of disdain. However, upon fully comprehending the entirety of Sumo's soul data, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How is it possible that someone has achieved such an extraordinary number of consecutive victories at the Great Soul Master level? This is utterly outrageous. Seeing Yin's astonished reaction, the others leaned in to inspect the information, and one by one, they were left in a state of shock. It seems you have also taken note of the Soul Hunting Spear. Indeed, this Soul Hunting Spear is exceptionally powerful, remarkably so. However, there is no need for excessive concern. No matter how strong he may be, he is merely a Great Soul Master. Perhaps he is invincible among Great Soul Masters, but you are all already Soul Sages. So there is no need to fret unduly. The only aspect to be wary of is their martial soul fusion technique with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You must ensure they do not succeed in executing it. Observing the astonished expressions of his team members, Qin Ming interjected promptly. Chapter 77. Overwhelming Victory. Let us welcome both teams to the stage. To the left, the formidable Silver Battle Team, comprised entirely of Soul Emperors, makes its entrance. To the right, the illustrious Shrek Team, undefeated in the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City for the past month, steps onto the stage. Under the graceful introduction of the enchanting host, Douluo, the members of both teams ascend to the arena. They are granted 1 minute to unleash their soul abilities. Once both teams are present, the captivating host Douluo continues, stating that, without a doubt, both Suemo and Yu Tianheng promptly summon their respective soul abilities. The beast martial souls opt for a manifestation of soul possession, while the weapon martial souls call forth their spirits. A resounding hum fills the air as various soul rings radiate across the arena. The audience, witnessing the optimal configurations of soul rings possessed by both teams, is filled with exhilaration. Indeed, these are two formidable teams. The presence of a second purple soul ring is astonishing. Within the ranks of the Huangdo team, Yu Tianheng and his companions gaze in astonishment at the soul rings adorning Suemo, their shock palpable despite having perused Sumo's profile. Now, I declare the match to commence, proclaims the beautiful host, having observed both teams fully manifest their soul abilities. As the match begins, Suemo turns to Ning Rongrong, taking her hand in his. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nods in agreement, and together they unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Buzz. As the scene unfolded, Suemo and Ning Rongrong unleash their formidable powers, sending shockwaves of astonishing soul energy reverberating between them. Alarmed, Yu Tianheng of the Imperial Fighting Team's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly dashed towards Suemo and Ning Rongrong in an attempt to thwart their actions. The other members of the Imperial Fighting Team shared a similar look of concern. They were utterly unprepared for Suemo and Ning Rongrong to commence with their ultimate abilities right from the outset, an approach that defied all expectations. It is well known that while the martial soul fusion technique is immensely powerful, it also depletes soul power at an alarming rate. Who would initiate with their strongest move immediately? They realized it was too late to intervene. Martial soul fusion technique, Netherworld White Tiger. However, as Yu Tianheng charged towards Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also opted to employ their own martial soul fusion technique. Cursed be it, another fusion technique. The revelation that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were also executing a martial soul fusion technique left Yu Tianheng and the other members of the Imperial fighting team astonished. Once they regained their composure, they surged towards both Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, as well as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. If they could disrupt the martial soul fusion techniques, the disrupted would waste considerable soul power, and they certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. Moreover, with two pairs of martial soul fusion techniques in play, they envisioned a challenging battle ahead. Yet, as Yu Tianheng and his companions attempted to impede Su Mo's group, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Ma Hongjun sprang into action as well. Tang San skillfully scattered a multitude of hidden weapons like celestial flowers, blocking Yu Tianheng and his allies' advance. What kind of assault is this? The thwarted Yu Tianheng and his comrades were once again rendered speechless, bewildered by the seemingly endless array of tactics from their opponents. Roar. Clang. Once Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing successfully manifested the netherworld white tiger, and Su Mo and Ning Rongrong executed the 7 treasure soul hunting spear. The subsequent match devolved into a complete rout. They could withstand the assaults of the netherworld white tiger to some extent, but the combined state of the 7 treasure soul hunting spear and the purple gold soul hunting spear was utterly insurmountable. It was akin to a single spear dispatching a child, leaving the members of the Imperial fighting team in a daze, coupled with Tang San's hidden weapons. The Imperial fighting team swiftly succumbed to the might of the Shrek team. After the match, Flinder brought Su Mo and his companions to meet Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial fighting team. Following introductions, they discovered that Qin Ming was, in fact, an alumnus of Shrek Academy. Now I understand why the younger students wear masks. They are simply too young and too exceptional. Had they not been students of Shrek Academy, I would have done everything in my power to recruit them into our Tendo Royal Academy. Upon seeing Su Mo and the others without their masks, Qin Ming could not help but marvel at their brilliance. Who could assert that, merely because they were students of Shrek Academy, they could not be brought back to Tendo Royal Academy? No one present anticipated that after Qin Ming expressed his sentiments, Yu Xiaogang would utter such words. Xiaogang, what do you mean by this? The children are the essence of Shrek, and I will not permit you to act in such a manner. Flinder stood up, visibly agitated, and immediately voiced his opposition. I am doing this for the future of the children, Yu Xiaogang countered, leaving Flinder momentarily speechless and unable to rebut his arguments. This was because Shrek Academy was not a formal institution and thus could not participate in the forthcoming Soul Master Tournament. In order for the Shrek team to secure a place in the competition, they must affiliate with another academy that possesses official credentials. Master, Dean, I shall await your arrival at the Tendo Royal Academy in 2 months, Qin Ming exclaimed with great joy, ultimately solidifying the invitation for the Shrek team to join the Tendo Royal Academy. As for the conditions proposed by Yu Xiaogang, Qin Ming agreed to them all without hesitation. This sudden turn of events left everyone, except for Su Mo, who had been mentally prepared, utterly astonished, especially Ning Rongrong and the others. They could hardly believe that they were on the verge of disbanding Shrek Academy and joining another Soul Master institution. 2 months from now? Very well. After we go to the Tendo Royal Academy, we shall part ways with Shrek. Su Mo resolved in his heart to leave Shrek Academy at a planned time. To ensure all was well, he intended to accompany his companions to the Tendo Royal Academy. Witnessing with his own eyes that Dugu Bo had not abducted Tang San before departing from Shrek. Come, let us drink. In the evening, Flinder dragged Yu Xiaogang into a drinking spree. Although he had come to understand and support Yu Xiaogang's decision, the dissolution of Shrek Academy still weighed heavily on his heart. All right, I shall drink with you. Yu Xiaogang, aware of Flinder's discomfort, naturally kept him company in his libations. As the night progressed, Flinder suddenly mentioned, by the way, I received another letter from Lu Erlong yesterday. She inquired once more about your whereabouts. With this, Flinder brought up Lu Erlong, causing Yu Xiaogang to pause momentarily before turning to Flinder with a tone of frustration. How can you even ask? She is my cousin, my blood relative. What thoughts could I possibly entertain? I have been away for so many years. Have I not been creating opportunities for you? Yet, you have failed to win her over all this time. Flinder's expression faltered at Yu Xiaogang's words, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Do you think I don't desire that? Yet all my efforts have proven futile. If only I possessed half your charm with women. Flinder harbored immense envy towards Yu Xiaogang's ability to attract women. What capabilities do I have? Even inebriated, Yu Xiaogan's expression stiffened slightly. The thought of pursuing his cousin could not be openly discussed. Is it not true? Apart from Lu Erlong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall once found you appealing. Did she not? To be honest, Xiaogang, I have always wanted to ask you how you managed to win her over. Flinder, emboldened by the wine, straightened himself and posed the question he had long contemplated. Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Flinder's inquiry, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Yu Xiaogang's slightly intoxicated eyes. Seeing Flinder's genuine curiosity and recalling that he had effectively dissolved Shrek Academy today, a pang of guilt prompted Yu Xiaogang to indulge Flinder's curiosity. Well, I will share it just this once. You may speak. Flinder straightened up in anticipation at Yu Xiaogang's willingness to divulge. Likewise, Bibi Dong, present in the room, also adopted a serious demeanor. P.S. This is the second update. It will be available at noon tomorrow. I hope for everyone's support. I will commence stockpiling manuscripts. The release will occur at 12:05, with currently 12,000 words in reserve. I aim to write an additional 8,000 today, striving to provide a total of 20,000 words upon release. There seems to be little else to articulate. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the editor from Polai for their attentive care. This book has even facilitated my application for a recommendation from Sanjiang. It is particularly challenging for fan fiction of Douluo to gain such recognition. The author's previous 3 works were all acknowledged as excellent during their serialization, not merely accumulating accolades post-completion. I must sincerely thank all my readers, especially those who have supported me since my earlier works. However, the updates for those 3 preceding books encountered issues, and none managed to exceed the million-word mark. For this current book, I shall strive diligently to achieve a substantial update and break the curse of the million-word barrier. Well, that is that. I have never been one to indulge in self-pity and must return to my writing. By the way, I still humbly request monthly votes and rewards. Please feel free to contribute as you see fit. Chapter 78. Bibi Dong sees through Yu Xiaogang. To be honest, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Although she firmly believed in Yu Xiaogang's integrity, she had nonetheless observed numerous flaws within him over time. Insecurity, arrogance, shamelessness, narrow-mindedness, and cunningness. Her mind raced with unsettling revelations, and she was startled to discover the extent of Yu Xiaogang's shortcomings. It's impossible. When Xiaogang first met me, there was no problem. I was the one drawn to him, the one who approached him first. Bibi Dong forced herself to remain composed, yet as she gazed at Yu Xiaogang, who was about to recount their past, an unfamiliar tremor coursed through her, a fear of what she was about to hear. She had defied the entire Spirit Hall to be with Yu Xiaogang, even contemplating elopement, because she had always believed that she was the one pursuing him, not the other way around. Is it truly happening? At that moment, Suemo, who was meditating in the room, was instantly invigorated, momentarily halting his practice. He had never anticipated that Flander and Yu Xiaogang would broach such a topic after a drink. Suemo was uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. However, he was convinced that Yu Xiaogang had initially approached Bibi Dong with the intention of exploiting her. This inference was rather straightforward. Given Yu Xiaogang's haughty disposition, he would undoubtedly find it intolerable to bear the flaw in his martial soul. Therefore, after exhausting all avenues within his sect and elsewhere in search of a remedy for his martial soul deficiency, it was only natural for Yu Xiaogang to set his sights on the Spirit Hall. Thus, it was evident that Yu Xiaogang had deliberately sought to get close to Bibi Dong, though it remained uncertain whether she was aware of his true intentions. Nonetheless, Suemo believed that Bibi Dong was likely oblivious to this ulterior motive. Otherwise, it would be implausible for her to develop feelings for someone who approached her with such ulterior motives. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. The truth would soon be revealed through Bibi Dong's reaction. Suemo did not dwell on the matter any longer, swiftly redirecting her focus onto Yu Xiaogang, eager to discern what he would articulate next. Meanwhile, the inebriated Yu Xiaogang remained oblivious to the 2 individuals stealthily poised to absorb his reminiscences. Observing the expectant expression on Flander's face, Yu Xiaogang, with a gaze tinged by nostalgia, began to recount his tale. Flanders, you are aware that my martial soul is inherently flawed due to its mutation. Yet, as the son of the esteemed leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, how could I resign myself to being a mere waste? I possess a remarkable memory and intellect that surpasses that of others. Why should I be relegated to mediocrity? If my martial soul is inherently deficient, it is my task to discover a means to compensate for its shortcomings. History has shown that soul masters have serendipitously found ways to amend their own deficiencies. Since others have accomplished it, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall undoubtedly succeed as well. With this ambition fueling me, I immersed myself in literature. After exhausting the texts of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, I sought the repositories of knowledge from other sects. And due to my lineage, I was generally welcome to explore their collections. However, after perusing the texts of both the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and various other sects, I still found no solution to rectify my martial soul-less inadequacies. Thus, I turned my attention to the Spirit Hall, renowned for its extensive reservoir of martial soul knowledge. Through diligent inquiries, I fortuitously learned of the former saintess of the Spirit Hall, now the Pope, Bibi Dong. Her prodigious talent and innocence were evident, and she held a particular admiration for the astute. Perhaps her unparalleled gifts rendered her appreciation for intelligence even more pronounced. This presented an opportunity for me. I deliberately positioned myself in a locale frequently visited by Bibi Dong, a place where spectators speculated on the soul skill's birth from designated soul rings. There, I showcased my intellect and ingenuity. True to my expectations, Bibi Dong was captivated by my brilliance and began to draw closer to me. Consequently, we forged a friendship. However, I refrained from overtly requesting access to the Spirit Hall's archives, as it would reveal my ulterior motives too transparently. Thus, I opted instead to subtly imply my desires during our interactions. Bibi Dong, in her naivety, soon fell into my trap. Concerned for my self-esteem, she proactively suggested that I pursue the path of a theoretical master and encouraged me to join the Spirit Hall. She believed that she was extending her assistance to me, entirely unaware that I had orchestrated her decisions. Everything unfolded as I had planned, nay, even more favorably than I had envisioned, for by then, I had already accepted Bibi Dong's affections. Yu Xiaogang spoke slowly, imbued with nostalgia, yet tinged with a sense of pride and flaunting as he recounted his past with Bibi Dong. It was only in the presence of Flander that he dared to share such tales. Before Lu Erlong, he would never utter a word. The influence of alcohol played a role, for otherwise, he would have remained silent. Remarkable, my Xiaogang. You are truly extraordinary. Indeed, upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's narrative, Flander not only refrained from belittling him, but instead applauded with a thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive he was. Yu Xiaogang laughed heartily, fully aware of Flander's character, which emboldened him to share these stories. However, while Yu Xiaogang basked in his prideful laughter, Bibi Dong's eyes burned crimson with fury. Her gaze fixed on him with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring him whole. If looks could kill, Yu Xiaogang would have been mercilessly slain by Bibi Dong's glare. She felt an unprecedented hatred, one she had never directed at anyone before. Her inability to let go of Yu Xiaogang stemmed from her belief in the purity of their love, one she had pursued with unwavering conviction, deeming it perfect. Regardless of what others, including her mentor Qiang Sunji, had said, she steadfastly believed in him. Yet today, she realized that what she had perceived as her initiative was nothing more than Yu Xiaogan's cunning manipulation. Ah, Yu Xiaogang, you are despicable. I will kill you. I demand your death. Bibi Dong furiously clawed at the air, yearning to rend Yu Xiaogang apart, yet her spiritual essence could not reach him. All her efforts were in vain. How could you have parted ways with her? Surely it was not by your own volition. With such a remarkable woman, why would one let go? Did she uncover the truth? In the director's office, Flander curiously pressed on, eager to learn how Yu Xiaogang had separated from the current pope. Bibi Dong. No, it was I who was deceived, Yu Xiaogang replied, the pride and self-satisfaction that once adorned his face dissipating into a bitter smile. Oh, what exactly transpired? Flander's curiosity intensified at Yu Xiaogang's revelation. He found it impressive that Yu Xiaogang had won Bibi Dong's affection. Yet if there were a twist in the tale where Yu Xiaogang faced adversity, he would be equally keen to hear it. Upon realizing that she could not inflict harm upon Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong momentarily regained her composure, casting a cold gaze upon him. Observing the bitter smile on his face, she surmised what he would articulate, yet she remained unmoved, consumed instead by her own anger, for she was the true victim in this narrative. Just as you previously mentioned, having ensnared a woman of Bibi Dong's caliber, it would be illogical to relinquish such a prize. With her assistance, I could more effectively seek resolutions to my own martial soul deficiencies. Furthermore, who could resist the allure of a woman endowed with unparalleled talent, beauty, and unwavering devotion? Indeed, I found myself gradually drawn to Bibi Dong. As Flander urged him to continue, Yu Xiaogang pressed on with his tale. However, Bibi Dong's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing his words. To her, his affections felt akin to the acquisition of a trophy. Ultimately, I discovered that I was the one being exploited. That woman coveted my intellect, utilizing it to consolidate the vast knowledge amassed by the Spirit Hall, including information I had gathered from various sections. Once I had accomplished this monumental task, she cast me aside. Ironically, I believed I had manipulated her, only to realize, in the end, that I was the one who had been used. Although I discerned the conflict and reluctance in her eyes when she revealed the truth, I surmised that the Spirit Hall's influence played a role in her actions. She was merely fulfilling a mission, thus showing me pity. Nonetheless, my hatred remains. I loathe that contemptible woman and detest the Spirit Hall that stands behind her. Should the opportunity for retribution against the Spirit Hall arise, I would ensure that both that wretched woman and the institution regret their actions. Initially, Yu Xiaogang wore a bitter smile, but as he spoke, his words became imbued with a deep-seated hatred towards Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall. May your brother find peace. Flander, having learned the truth, felt a mix of schadenfreude and empathy for Yu Xiaogang's plight, promptly offering words of consolation. It is no wonder that throughout the years, whenever Yu Xiaogang mentioned the Spirit Hall, his tone was rife with animosity. Yu Xiaogang, you deserve your fate. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs words, Bibi Dong was nearly driven to the brink once again, her eyes aflame with rage and her heart burdened with regret. She loathed herself for having been so blind as to have ever taken a liking to someone as insidious as Yu Xiaogang. It was he who had approached her with ulterior motives, yet he had the audacity to cast blame upon her. Even if she had indeed turned his intentions to her advantage, he deserved it. Yet the truth was far more tragic. She was the one who had suffered the most profound wounds, especially when Yu Xiaogang, at the moment of their parting, discerned the turmoil and reluctance in her eyes. He failed to grasp that she was compelled by circumstance, instead choosing to believe she was allied with the Spirit Hall. For Yu Xiaogang, she had once disregarded the opposition of the entire Spirit Hall. The more Bibi Dong pondered, the deeper her regret spiraled, fueling her desire to rend apart the image of the man who once seemed so perfect in her eyes. I shall kill you, Yu Xiaogang. With her eyes ablaze, Bibi Dong erupted once again, heedless of whether she could even reach him, as she lunged at him with wild abandon. By heavens, this Yu Xiaogang is truly remarkable. Alongside Flinder, another listener, Suemo, marveled at Yu Xiaogang's prowess. He could not deny that Yu Xiaogang was indeed adept in this regard. He had skillfully exploited his own disadvantages to play the victim card, all the while yearning to walk the path of a theoretical master and seeking entry into the Spirit Hall's library, prompting Bibi Dong to willingly propose and facilitate his induction into the Spirit Hall. Truly impressive and undeniably shameless. It was no wonder Bibi Dong remained unwaveringly infatuated with Yu Xiaogang. It turned out that she had been the one pursuing him all along, while Yu Xiaogang believed he had been outmaneuvered by Bibi Dong. The reality was that his scheme had been remarkably successful. However, Suemo no longer cared for Yu Xiaogang's cleverness. His wish for Bibi Dong to see Yu Xiaogang's true nature had finally come to fruition. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang had voluntarily exposed himself. Otherwise, no matter how well Bibi Dong understood his flaws, it would have made little difference. What a woman cannot abide is a man's deceit. Everything else pales in comparison. With a sigh, Suemo closed his eyes to enter a state of meditation. He was acutely aware that Bibi Dong would soon return. After realizing that she could not inflict harm upon Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong hastened back. Indeed, mere moments later, her figure materialized before Suemo. As Suemo opened her eyes, she beheld the fierce countenance of Bibi Dong, her eyes a fiery crimson, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Sister Goddess, what has transpired? Suemo feigned ignorance as she inquired. Kill, Suemo, help me eliminate Yu Xiaogang. Help me take his life. Bibi Dong grasped Suemo's shoulders tightly, imploring her to assist in the assassination of Yu Xiaogang. Why? Surely, Sister Goddess, you must provide me with a reason. Suemo furrowed his brow as he looked at Bibi Dong, directly inquiring into the matter. Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback by Suemo's question, paused slightly before finally regaining her composure. Yet, despite her awakening, her fervent desire to eliminate Yu Xiaogang remained unabated, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, fierce and turbulent. She understood that if she wished for Suemo's assistance in vanquishing Yu Xiaogang, she would need to reveal the truth. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to assist in an act of murder. This led Bibi Dong to waver, uncertain whether to divulge her intentions to Suemo at that moment. P.S. This chapter has faced considerable criticism for its overly contrived plot arrangements. I acknowledge my misstep. as I was eager to resolve the issue with Bibi Dong before departing from Shrek Academy, resulting in inadequately laid plans. Chapter 79. Bibi Dong's Revelation, Su Mo. There is something I must disclose to you. After a deep breath, Bibi Dong resolved to lay her cards on the table with Su Mo, abandoning pretense. She recognized that he would inevitably uncover the truth. The Soul Master competition had always been the most significant event on the Douluo continent, and she believed that Su Mo would certainly participate. After all, any Soul Master with the requisite strength would aspire to join the competition. Once Su Mo arrived at the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly encounter her, who at that time still held the title of the Hall Master. He would discover that her appearance mirrored that of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It would not bode well for her to explain herself at that juncture. Thus, she seized this opportunity to reveal her true identity to Su Mo's sister goddess. You must tell me. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Su Mo realized she intended to disclose something significant. He pondered how far she would go in her revelation. As for him, was there a need for him to reveal his own truths? Concealing his identity from Bibi Dong seemed unnecessary, given that she was his spirit and wholly under his command. He could even extinguish her consciousness at any moment. Let us discuss this within your spirit realm, Bibi Dong suggested, and with a flicker of her figure, she entered Su Mo's body. After all, his spirit realm was the safest and most concealed place for such discussions. Su Mo smiled lightly, then sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes and focusing his mind, subsequently entering his spirit realm. Su Mo, today I wish to reveal my origins to you. Upon his arrival, Bibi Dong spoke earnestly, her expression serious. Isn't Sister Goddess my spirit? Su Mo habitually pretended to be oblivious and inquired, I am indeed your martial soul, but before I took on this role, I possessed another identity and experiences. Speaking of her transformation into Su Mo's martial soul, Bibi Dong still felt considerably vexed, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Sister Goddess, what do you say? Su Mo seemed to have come to a realization, her expression suddenly turning serious. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment, then slowly began to speak. Let me tell you a story about a woman. Not knowing how to articulate her thoughts, Bibi Dong simply recounted her own tale, as if it were a narrative. She began to narrate the journey of a woman who transformed from an innocent girl into the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, encountered Yu Xiaogang, and ultimately faced betrayal from her own mentor, culminating in her untimely demise. The truth is, that woman named Bibi Dong is indeed me. I cannot fathom why I returned after death, nor why I have become your spirit. At the conclusion of her story, Bibi Dong made it clear to Su Mo that she was, in fact, Bibi Dong herself. After finishing, she gazed at Su Mo, eager to see how she would react. However, Su Mo's response was unexpectedly calm. Sister Goddess, I must also apologize to you for something. She then uttered a statement that took Bibi Dong by surprise. Su Mo gazed at Bibi Dong, having resolved to lay all cards on the table. He could no longer endure the pretense, and since Bibi Dong was entirely within his grasp, there was no need for further concealment. However, despite having previously watched the anime Douluo in his past life and being aware that it was adapted from a novel, Su Mo chose not to disclose this information to Bibi Dong. He feared that she might struggle to accept the reality of being a character brought to life from someone else's imagination. Su Mo is well-versed and open-minded, readily accepting all manner of novel experiences, whereas Bibi Dong may not be as accommodating. However, certain matters do not require elaborate explanations, as long as there is no deceit. That suffices. Why are you apologizing to me? Bibi Dong inquired, perplexed as she gazed at Su Mo. Because I have always been aware of your identity as Bibi Dong, the future founder of the Spirit Empire. It was merely that, in the past, I was uncertain whether you would pose a threat to me. Hence my reluctance to reveal my true feelings. Su Mo candidly remarked, What? You have always known about me? How is that possible? Who exactly are you? Indeed. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Su Mo had been aware of her identity all along. It then dawned upon her that Su Mo might not be an ordinary individual either. In truth, I am much like you. A person who has traversed time and been reborn. Hence, I possess knowledge of certain figures and their deeds, your accomplishments, Tang San's exploits, and even those of Yu Xiaogang. I am aware of events yet to unfold. However, in my previous life, I was merely an ordinary person devoid of soul power, completely ignorant of cultivation. For instance, I know nothing about martial souls, and I still require your guidance, Su Mo candidly confessed. However, he concealed the fact that he had traversed from another realm, and his knowledge of the plot stemmed from his experience with anime and novels. Suemo did not elaborate on this point, yet everything he stated was undeniably true. Leading to a singular conclusion, Bibi Dong might mistakenly believe that he, too, had traversed from a future era. However, since this was not a claim made by Suemo, it cannot be deemed deceitful. It is merely Bibi Dong's own misunderstanding. Upon hearing Suemo's words, Bibi Dong was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Suemo's identity was so akin to her own. Gazing into Suemo's sincere eyes, coupled with her long-standing acquaintance with him, Bibi Dong recognized the veracity of his statements. Particularly striking was Suemo's knowledge of her role as the founder of the Spirit Empire, which could not possibly be false. She had foolishly believed that all of Suemo's achievements were a direct result of her influence, only to discover that this was not the case. Yet, upon learning that Suemo was merely an ordinary individual devoid of spirit power, Bibi Dong felt that his current accomplishments were still significantly attributed to her assistance. The knowledge of martial souls possessed by Suemo is imparted by her teachings. However, let us not dwell on such matters any longer. Since you are aware of my identity, I implore you to assist me in eliminating Yu Xiaogang. Would you be inclined to do so? After hearing Suemo's words, Bibi Dong reluctantly acquiesced, as she momentarily wished to set aside any convoluted thoughts. Her singular focus now was on the desire to rid herself of Yu Xiaogang. No, I am unwilling. As Suemo gazed into Bibi Dong's expectant eyes, he slowly shook his head. Bibi Dong had finally seen through Yu Xiaogang's true nature and even contemplated taking his life. Suemo felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he had no intention of slaying Yu Xiaogang at that moment. Why? Bibi Dong shot an indignant glare at Suemo, astonished that he would refuse such a seemingly simple request. It was merely the act of eliminating a level 29 Soul Master, and she was confident that Suemo possessed the strength to accomplish it. Furthermore, since Suemo had already planned to depart from Shrek Academy, eliminating Yu Xiaogang before his departure seemed inconsequential. It is because I fear I may not withstand the wrath of your fury, Suemo began to explain. What do you mean? Are you referring to the current Pope Bibi Dong, whom you want me to kill? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, and only then did she realize that Suemo was speaking of the current Pope Bibi Dong's fury at this very moment. Indeed, you are well aware of how absurdly fond you are of Yu Xiaogang. Even after having died once, and at the hands of his disciple, you continue to pursue him. Moreover, you have previously mentioned that the current Pope Bibi Dong secretly keeps an eye on Yu Xiaogang. If Yu Xiaogang were to fall victim to my actions, do you think the current Pope Bibi Dong would remain oblivious? Can I withstand her wrath? Furthermore, even disregarding Pope Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang is the son of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's leader and the mentor of Tang San, who is backed by Tang Hao. Regardless of whose wrath it may be, I cannot bear it. Thus, I shall not assassinate Yu Xiaogang for you at this juncture, unless the day comes when I am powerful enough to withstand their ire, at which point I would consider aiding you in eliminating Yu Xiaogang. Surely, you do not expect me to risk my life to exact revenge for you? Suemo earnestly explained the situation to Bibi Dong, as he wished to avoid any potential discord between them, ensuring that she would continue to trust him. The mere fact that Bibi Dong was willing to lay her cards on the table indicated her growing acceptance of Suemo. After hearing his sincere explanation, Bibi Dong calmed down. The possibilities he presented compelled her to acknowledge that his concerns were indeed valid. She was acutely aware of her past self, and if something were to befall Yu Xiaogang, the current Bibi Dong, now the Pope, would undoubtedly trace the clues back to Suemo. The fact that Suemo had once sought to be taught by Yu Xiaogang, only to be rejected, was sufficient to arouse the Pope's suspicions regarding him. Furthermore, the instances of Suemo being targeted by Yu Xiaogang at Shrek Academy were not particularly elusive should Bibi Dong choose to investigate. Thus, the foundation for suspicion was established. For Bibi Dong, mere suspicion would suffice to justify avenging Yu Xiaogang, as she would not feel compelled to seek concrete evidence. In fact, she might not even bother to investigate the circumstances surrounding Yu Xiaogangs' troubles at Shrek Academy. Instead, she could simply eliminate anyone associated with it. Bibi Dong was fully aware that she was capable of such actions. Coupled with the latter two reasons Suemo provided, she could comprehend why he had declined her offer. Could she truly allow a petty individual like Yu Xiaogang to roam free? She could not tolerate it. Bibi Dong clenched her fists, filled with resentment. The depth of her past affection for Yu Xiaogang had now transformed into profound hatred. There would be future opportunities, and she pondered whether it would be too merciful to simply kill someone like him. Did he not seek to prove himself through Tang San? Then they would defeat Tang San. To shatter his greatest hopes, to ruin his reputation, to inflict a fate worse than death upon him. Such would be the most fitting retribution. Would it not? Su Mo consoled and guided. In truth, his reluctance to kill Yu Xiaogang at present compelled him to advise Bibi Dong in such a manner. Otherwise, true to Su Mo's character, the notion of utter disgrace and suffering would pale in comparison to the swift satisfaction of eliminating his adversary directly. To see his greatest hopes dashed? To witness his reputation utterly ruined? Indeed, simply taking his life would be too lenient. Our intent is to transform all his aspirations into despair. What, then, shall we do? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong considered this perspective as well. Directly killing Yu Xiaogang would indeed be too merciful. He yearned to inflict suffering upon Yu Xiaogang. Setting aside other matters, let us first ensure that the Shrek team, led by Yu Xiaogang, faces a crushing defeat in the Soul Master competition over a year hence, delivering him a profound blow. Su Mo articulated a most feasible proposition. So, when do you intend to depart from Shrek? Perhaps you should consider joining the Spirit Hall. Given your talents, becoming a member would undoubtedly pose no issue. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement and subsequently began to advocate for Su Mo's inclusion in the Spirit Hall. No, I shall not join the Spirit Hall. Su Mo resolutely declined Bibi Dong's suggestion. Why not? With my presence in the Spirit Hall, and should you meet the Pope, I am confident I can ensure her comprehensive mentorship for you, facilitating your rapid growth. Although the Spirit Hall faced obliteration in the future, at present, it is undoubtedly the most formidable force. With your assistance, the Spirit Hall shall not succumb to the same failures as before. Upon hearing Su Mo's unwillingness to join the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong became quite anxious. She was counting on Su Mo to aid her current self. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, as well as Qianrenxua and Hulaina. She hoped for Su Mo to swiftly resolve the misunderstandings between the Pope and Qianrenxua, allowing them to recognize each other's significance sooner rather than later. As for Hulaina, she seemed less of a concern. For Bibi Dong believed that the current Shrek team could no longer triumph over the Spirit Hall team. Yet, the primary reason for her urgency stemmed from you, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. You tell me, what would the Pope do if she were to discover your association with me? Su Mo shook his head and promptly articulated the crux of the matter. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by a question she had never contemplated. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that Su Mo was indeed ill-suited to meet the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Had she not discovered the potential for her own future self to manifest through Su Mo, the situation might have been more manageable. However, if it were to be revealed, she could not guarantee the outcome for Su Mo understanding herself better than anyone. She knew that the present Pope of the Spirit Hall would never allow a future iteration of herself to materialize within another. If the truth were uncovered, measures would be taken to either extricate her from Su Mo or to obliterate both him and her together. Bibi Dong was certain that the current Pope was capable of such ruthlessness. This realization left Bibi Dong in a state of confusion. She had always intended to persuade Su Mo to distance himself from Shrek Academy and subsequently lead him to the Spirit Hall. However, it now appeared evident that Su Mo must not set foot in the Spirit Hall at all. P.S. This is the second update, still a 4K chapter. Chapter 80, Bibi Dong. Is Yu Xiaogang breaking limits through grazing? Bibi Dong. At this moment, I cannot agree to your request to eliminate Yu Xiaogang or to join the Spirit Hall. I could still manage to confront the Shrek team, led by Yu Xiaogang. Given today's events, you should take some time to rest. Observing the perplexed Bibi Dong, Su Mo bid her farewell before withdrawing his consciousness from his spirit realm. His address towards Bibi Dong had shifted to a more direct form, as there was no longer a need to resort to the somewhat servile title after laying everything bare. Cursed brat, I won't call you that anymore. How foolish of me to have taught you so much. Bibi Dong muttered in frustration, watching Su Mo's departing figure. Yet, her irritation did not stem from genuine anger. Rather, it was a mild annoyance. Following her outburst, Bibi Dong fell into a daze. The revelations of the day had struck her profoundly, leading her to briefly contemplate that perhaps it would have been better had she perished earlier, thereby sparing herself from such truths. After all, it would have been too lenient on Yu Xiaogang, and she was aware of the reality, while the current Pope of the Spirit Hall remained oblivious. Although sending Su Mo to the Spirit Hall could be postponed, she could still disclose the truth to her own self, who was still the Pope of the Spirit Hall. While Su Mo could not assist her in exacting revenge on Yu Xiaogang, she, as the still reigning Pope, could certainly do so, simply by revealing the truth. As Bibi Dong pondered, her beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. At last, she conceived an effective strategy. However, The challenge remained: how to reveal Yu Xiaogang's true nature to the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This posed yet another dilemma. Unless Su Mo assisted in her awakening, her consciousness would remain unseen by anyone but him. While Qian Dalu might perceive her spiritual state, Bibi Dong understood that, as the current Pope, he would be unable to discern her presence due to her relatively weak mental strength prior to ascension. Yet, considering that the Pope of the Spirit Hall was, after all, herself, perhaps a lesser degree of mental prowess would suffice for her to be seen. When would Su Mo encounter her, she wondered. And then she could meet with her alone, thus sparing him any entanglement. During the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong quickly identified the occasion when she could meet her own self as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How naively simplistic she was, believing everything to be so straightforward. Observing Bibi Dong's soliloquy within her martial spirit space, Su Mo silently shook his head. He acknowledged that if Bibi Dong had revealed Yu Xiaogang's true nature to the Pope in advance, the Pope would undoubtedly have acted to retaliate against him without hesitation. The crux of the problem, however, was convincing the Pope of Bibi Dong to believe her words. A mere appearance by someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, claiming to be her future self with knowledge of Yu Xiaogang's true character, would hardly suffice. Su Mo harbored doubts that Pope Bibi Dong would be convinced, particularly regarding the revelation of Yu Xiaogang's true nature. For her, who had become the embodiment of his martial spirit, witnessing and hearing Yu Xiaogang's words firsthand was paramount. Otherwise, she would remain skeptical of anyone else's claims. Silently shaking his head, Su Mo decided against deflating Bibi Dong's spirits for the moment, allowing her to revel in her elation for a while longer. Su Mo felt that the blow dealt by Bibi Dong today was overwhelming. However, this was indeed a positive development. Only by recognizing the true nature of Yu Xiaogang could Bibi Dong free herself from the persistent thoughts of him as her martial soul. The notion of pursuing other men would undoubtedly irk Su Mo as well. Since the candid confrontation between Su Mo and Bibi Dong, their interaction had undergone a subtle transformation. It seemed they had developed a greater trust in one another, having both revealed their secrets. Su Mo, when do you intend to leave Shrek? Bibi Dong inquired, her frustration palpable. Every time I see that man, I am overwhelmed by the urge to eliminate him. You must take Ning Rong Rong and depart from Shrek at once. Previously, she had wished for Su Mo to remain by Yu Xiaogang's side, but now she fervently hoped for him to distance himself from Yu Xiaogang. There's no rush. I plan to leave after a couple of months, once I have arrived at the Tendo Royal Academy. Before that, I need to ensure that certain treasures do not fall into Tangan's hands. Amused by Bibi Dong's urgency, which seemingly surpassed his own, Su Mo divulged his intentions. Treasures? What treasures? Bibi Dong asked, taken aback and filled with curiosity upon hearing Su Mo's words. You are aware that I have knowledge of certain individuals' exploits, correct? Therefore, I am familiar with Tangan's experiences, including his early days. The most significant advantage he received early on was a batch of celestial herbs acquired through the poison Douluo. These herbs are genuine treasures, far more valuable than 10,000-year soul rings, as they laid the foundation for all members of the Shrek 7 monsters to achieve divinity. Thus, I must prevent Tangan from obtaining this batch of celestial herbs. Su Mo smiled and spoke. However, her calm response resonated in Bibi Dong's ears like a thunderclap. What did you say? The future Shrek 7 devils have all ascended to divinity? Bibi Dong, initially indifferent to other aspects, found herself unable to contain her disbelief upon hearing that the entire Shrek 7 devils had indeed become divine. How can this be possible? Having received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong was acutely aware of the monumental challenges involved in attaining divinity. Both talent and fortune were indispensable, coupled with relentless effort. The mere aspect of talent alone had thwarted countless aspirants. It was not something that just anyone could achieve through the divine inheritance trials. Yet, what was she hearing? Every single member of the Shrek 7 devils had ascended to godhood. This was utterly inconceivable. Bibi Dong had observed their talents closely, aside from Oscar, who possessed innate full soul power as a food-type soul master. The rest were rather average. Of course, with the exception of Tangan. However, even with innate full soul power, obtaining the divine inheritance was no simple feat. History had seen many soul masters blessed with such innate abilities. Thus, Bibi Dong found it exceedingly difficult to believe that the entire Shrek 7 devils had not only undergone the divine inheritance trials, but had all successfully completed them. It was simply a fairy tale. Indeed, in the future, the Shrek 7 devils would all ascend to divinity. You are well aware of their original talents. And it was precisely because Tangan acquired a treasure known as the immortal herb that the talents of the Shrek 7 devils were fundamentally transformed, laying a solid foundation for their ascension to godhood. Su Mo nodded and once again emphasized the extraordinary value of the celestial herb. What exactly is this treasure you speak of? Upon hearing Su Mo mention the celestial herb once more, Bibi Dong finally focused her attention on the remarkable plant. Her curiosity intensified. What kind of treasure could possibly alter an individual's innate talent, enabling someone like Zhu Zhuqing, who once appeared to possess only mediocre abilities, to undergo the divine trial of inheritance? It is a type of plant, yet it is exceedingly rare in the natural world and scarcely known. Even the Spirit Hall lacks any records of it, which speaks volumes. Legends say that consuming the celestial herb can fundamentally transform a person's innate talent, allowing even those with previously unremarkable abilities to attain qualities akin to possessing full innate spirit power. It was precisely because Yu Xiaogang received a celestial herb gifted by Tangan that he was able to transcend his own limitations and talent and ultimately rise to the rank of title Douluo. Su Mo provided a brief introduction to the celestial herb and used Yu Xiaogang as an illustrative example. The fact that Yu Xiaogang, possessing only innate half-level soul power, was able to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo at such an advanced age after consuming the celestial herb speaks volumes about its remarkable efficacy. Furthermore, Su Mo aimed to convey to Bibi Dong that what she had previously believed, namely, that Yu Xiaogang had independently discovered a means to transcend the limitations of his martial soul, was, in truth, facilitated by Tangan's generous gift. What do you mean? Yu Xiaogang broke through his innate limitations solely because he consumed the celestial herb? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. She had always thought that Yu Xiaogang had achieved this breakthrough through his own efforts. Yet now, Su Mo revealed that it was merely a stroke of luck. His disciple had bestowed upon him the herb, and it was only after consuming it that he transcended his limitations, with no credit due to his own abilities. Truly a worthless individual. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong disdainfully uttered the word worthless. With the revelation of the truth, Yu Xiaogan's value in her eyes had undoubtedly diminished further. Although she had previously recognized him as a scoundrel, she had still acknowledged his intellect. Now, she realized that the very method she deemed most impressive for breaking through his martial soul limitations was not his own ingenuity, but rather the result of his disciple's intervention. Consequently, she fully recognized that Su Mo possessed greater wisdom than Yu Xiaogang. Wait, I believe I have grasped the essence of what you referred to as the celestial herb. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I remember being curious about the cultivation speed of the Shrek 7 monsters in the future, which prompted me to commission an investigation. Ultimately, it seemed to lead back to the poisoned Douluo. However, the individuals I dispatched vanished without a trace, and I ceased to pursue the matter further. Yes, Bibi Dong recalled that she had indeed sent someone to investigate. Yet, she had been unaware that it pertained to the celestial herb. Do you know where it can be found? I only know that the location where the celestial herb grows is within the lair of the poisoned Douluo. I am unaware of the specific soul beast forest it resides in. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Mo recalled a particular incident, notably when Tangan was absorbing the earth spider. However, it was not the present moment when Tangan was absorbing the third soul ring from the earth spider, but rather the subsequent occasion when he assimilated the earth spider that was over 50,000 years old. The Sunset Forest, known as the lair of the poisoned Douluo, is situated in a place called the Sunset Forest. Upon Su Mo's mention, Bibi Dong immediately revealed that the poisoned Douluo's lair is indeed in the Sunset Forest. Knowing that the Sunset Forest is the key, Su Mo resolved that once he possessed the strength to venture alone into the Sunset Forest, they would harvest those celestial herbs. However, before that, he must first ensure that the poisoned Douluo would not take an interest in Tangan, nor would he capture him and bring him to his lair. For the poisoned Douluo, unaware of the treasure trove he possesses, would pose no threat in his domain. Hearing Bibi Dong's remarks, Su Mo smiled. Yet, even without Bibi Dong's guidance, he believed he could discern the specific forest of the soul beast. After all, many were acquainted with the poisoned Douluo, and with some inquiries, he could ascertain which soul beast forest the poisoned Douluo frequented. Now, however, with Bibi Dong's insight, he no longer needed to investigate further. What exactly is the relationship between Tangan and the poisoned Douluo? Having listened to Su Mo's concerns about preventing Tangan from acquiring the celestial herbs, Bibi Dong was puzzled and quickly pressed for clarification. Knowing the existence of such precious celestial herbs, Sumo was even more determined to prevent Tangan from obtaining them. The situation unfolds as follows. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's curiosity, Sumo succinctly recounted the intricate connections between Tangan and the poison Douluo. Thus, it became clear to Bibi Dong after Sumo's explanation. So, your initial intention was indeed to infiltrate Shrek Academy? Your aim was to prevent Douluo's granddaughter from developing an interest in Tangan and to thwart Douluo from abducting him? Your plan is commendable and thus far appears to be quite effective. To ensure contingency, your decision to accompany them to the Tendo Royal Academy was indeed prudent. However, should Tangan still pique the poison Douluo's curiosity and be captured, what course of action would you take? Bibi Dong now comprehended that Sumo had intended to enter Shrek Academy from the outset, and she acknowledged his strategy with great respect. He remained remarkably composed. Without opting for collaboration with others, this was the most effective means to prevent the celestial herb from falling into Tangan's hands. Moreover, Sumo executed the plan flawlessly. If that were the case, I would have no choice but to seek collaboration with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Among their resources lies a celestial herb capable of facilitating Rongrom's martial soul evolution into the Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly not refuse such an alliance. However, this would mean relinquishing control over the arrangement of the celestial herb. This is precisely why I have refrained from directly approaching the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for collaboration. I prefer to maintain authority over my own affairs. I would only seek collaboration with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as a last resort. Sumo spoke calmly. After hearing Sumo's response, Bibi Dong had to acknowledge that Sumo's plans remained remarkably composed. Simultaneously, through Sumo's words, Bibi Dong gained a clearer understanding of his character, which favored maintaining control. If we do not seek collaboration with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, how do you intend to acquire those celestial herbs? P.S. This is the third update. Still 4,000 words per chapter. I have no more drafts, so I can only work on another chapter in the afternoon and one more in the evening. Chapter 81. Ascending 2 levels. Wait until I break through to level 30 and become a soul master. Once I achieve this breakthrough, my strength will be further enhanced. Coupled with your assistance in exploring the map, avoiding soul beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years, and locating the lair of the poison Douluo. As long as we confirm that he is not inside, we can proceed to infiltrate. With a smile, Sumo remarked, this will require the assistance of Bibi Dong. Whether it is to venture into the Sunset Forest to aid Sumo in exploring the map, seek out the treasure of the ice and fire duality, or enter the treasure of the ice and fire duality to ascertain the presence of the poison Douluo, Bibi Dong's help is indispensable. As for the poison circles set up by the poison Douluo around the periphery, Sumo is rather unconcerned. After all, he possesses the external soul bone. The 8 spider lances, which can absorb all external toxins, thus preventing him from succumbing to poison while simultaneously enhancing the 8 spider lances. This could lead to a breakthrough to the soul sovereign level. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibi Dong fell into a momentary silence. The strength of a soul sovereign venturing alone into the Sunset Forest would undoubtedly be perilous. Given that the forest is home to many spirit beasts with over 10,000 years of cultivation, with Sumo's current capabilities, encountering such formidable spirit beasts would indeed pose a significant threat. However, with her conducting reconnaissance, she could certainly assist Sumo in avoiding encounters with spirit beasts of that caliber. Furthermore, knowing that Sumo possesses the 8 spider lances, even if he were to confront a spirit beast exceeding 10,000 years, provided it is not one that relentlessly pursues humans, Sumo's robust physical constitution, coupled with the enhancements of the 8 spider lances, would enable him to escape unscathed. You must also strive to cultivate diligently, now that you are aware of such treasures. It is best to locate them as soon as possible. Acknowledging Sumo's intentions, Bibi Dong urged him to hasten his training. I understand. By the way, can't my 8 spider lances enhance my soul power by absorbing the soul power of spirit beasts? Can I utilize it for my cultivation? Sumo nodded and then inquired Bibi Dong about the possibility of employing the 8 spider lances to expedite his cultivation speed. Sumo recalled that in the original work, Tangan utilized the characteristics of the 8 spider spears to absorb certain soul beasts, particularly for the purpose of its evolution, predominantly consuming spider-type soul beasts. With the notable exception of the deep-sea demon whale king, in other battles, Tangan had also employed this technique against his opponents, albeit merely to replenish his own soul power. Currently, Sumo's primary objective is to elevate his own soul power level. which prompts him to inquire whether Bibi Dong could leverage the devouring abilities of the 8 spider spears for a rapid enhancement of his soul power. Based on the knowledge he previously acquired, he understands that employing devouring abilities to hasten cultivation is generally ill-advised. Upon hearing Su Mo's suggestion, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, her immediate reaction being a firm rejection. Although she had once consumed a significant amount of soul power to unlock the 9th trial of the Rakshasa god, she disapproved of resorting to devouring abilities as a shortcut for cultivation. The practice of hastening one's cultivation through devouring abilities is typically associated with fallen individuals. Those corrupt soul masters who lack innate talent and are compelled to take a misguided path. Generally, those with superior talent would refrain from such actions. Engaging in such practices risks igniting one's inner demons, and even if one avoids such a fate, their mind could still be compromised. However, if it were you, I believe that consuming soul beasts to enhance cultivation speed prior to reaching level 30 could be permissible. Your mental fortitude is quite formidable, rendering you less susceptible to adverse effects, provided that the soul beasts consumed are not above 10,000 years of cultivation. Yet, this should be strictly limited to before level 30. Beyond that, I advise against continuing such practices, as utilizing devouring abilities as a shortcut is not advisable. As a dual martial soul wielder, coupled with your consistent physical training, once you break through to level 90 and become a title Douluo, you will be able to rapidly elevate your level by adding soul rings to your second martial soul. This is the most prudent method. Bibi Dong assisted Su Mo in analyzing his situation and ultimately acknowledged his perspective, albeit with reservations. The allowance for consumption prior to level 30 is indeed sufficient. Upon hearing the words, Su Mo couldn't help but laugh. He was aware that relying on his devouring ability to take shortcuts was not advisable. However, in order to infiltrate the lair of the poisoned Douluo earlier, he deemed it necessary. Initially, he harbored some concerns, but upon hearing Bibi Dong's remarks, he felt reassured. After their confrontation with the Royal Academy of Tendo, the Shrek team had successfully secured the silver badges. Every member of the Shrek team acquired individual silver badges, thus elevating their ranks to Silver Soul Masters. Aside from Su Mo, who obtained a golden badge, Tang San also earned a golden badge, having achieved an impeccable record in both the individual and doubles competitions, mirroring Su Mo's success. As for Xiaowu, she fell just short of the required points, as she had suffered a defeat to Su Mo in the individual matches. In the original narrative, Xiaowu's winning streak was identical to Tang San's. However, only Tang San was awarded the golden badge, leaving Su Mo perplexed as to how her points were calculated, with the entire Shrek team having received their silver badges. The second phase of specialized training devised by Yu Xiaogang was considered prematurely accomplished. It was likely that Yu Xiaogang had not anticipated such remarkable performance from the team. The initial 3-month training plan was completed in just 1 month. I believe you are all aware that our Shrek Academy is set to join the Royal Academy of Tendo. The 3-month second phase of specialized training that was originally outlined has now been completed ahead of schedule. This is truly commendable. Even I did not foresee that you would excel to this extent. Therefore, for the next 2 months, you shall take ample rest and devote yourselves to cultivating your soul power. The third phase of specialized training will continue once you arrive at the Royal Academy of Tendo. After gathering Su Mo and the others once more, Yu Xiaogang laid out new arrangements. Well, really, Master. That is wonderful. Finally, we can relax a bit. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's plans, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others were exuberant, both due to the praise from Yu Xiaogang and the prospect of a 2-month respite. Suddenly, as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Bibi Dong's figure appeared beside Su Mo. What audacity! Such sweet words. Yet it is evident that the Shrek team cannot find worthy opponents in Soto City's Great Spirit Arena, even if they partake in team battles. The training effect would be negligible. It appeared that Bibi Dong had emerged to confront Yu Xiaogang after overhearing his comments. Shameless, incompetent. After venting her frustrations, Bibi Dong returned her focus to Su Mo. Su Mo was truly at a loss for words. It seemed that Bibi Dong seized every opportunity to mock or berate Yu Xiaogang, for she could not feel at ease otherwise. Yu Xiaogangs arrangements for Su Mo were of little concern to him. It was a perfect opportunity to utilize the next 2 months to enhance his cultivation speed with the 8 spider lance. After the crowd dispersed, Su Mo accompanied Ning Rongrong to the familiar boulder on the back mountain, relishing their precious moments of solitude together. To their astonishment, Shrek Academy was to be disbanded. Su Mo, does this mean we can leave Shrek now? Otherwise, joining the Tendo Royal Academy alongside Shrek feels rather humiliating. As if our academy lacks prestige and we must affiliate with another. Ning Rongrong expressed her thoughts on departing from Shrek Academy. Had she not contemplated leaving, she might not have been overly concerned. However, now that the decision was made, Ning Rongrong felt there was no need to face such embarrassment. You do make a valid point. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su Mo, who had been gently assisting her growth, paused momentarily. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. Especially considering that after joining the Tendo Royal Academy, he would likely endure challenges and indignities similar to those he had faced before. Su Mo felt compelled to accompany certain matters, indifferent to any vexations he might encounter. However, there was no reason for Ning Rongrong to endure such grievances. Thus, he resolved to follow Tang San and others to the Royal Academy of Tendo for confirmation before departing. Rongrong, you need not accompany us. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is situated near the imperial capital of Tendo, is it not? Once you arrive in Tendo, you can feign a need to return home to your sect, and henceforth, you need not rejoin the group. Simply write a letter to explain your withdrawal from the Shrek squad, and I shall soon follow to find you at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To spare Ning Rongrong from this indignity, Su Mo swiftly conceived a solution. You still plan to go to the Royal Academy of Tendo before leaving. While the plan is commendable, I refuse. I wish to wait until we depart together. After hearing Su Mo's suggestion, Ning Rongrong shook her head vehemently. Though she acknowledged the merit in Su Mo's proposal, her heart was set on leaving together, even at the cost of embarrassment. You silly little fool. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su Mo promptly flipped over, pinning her beneath him, their faces mere inches apart. What transpired next is best left unspoken. The following day, after bidding farewell to Ning Rongrong, Su Mo ventured out alone. Shrek Academy did not interfere with the students' outings when they were permitted to roam freely. It was indeed an opportunity for autonomy as long as they dedicated themselves to their training. The ensuing 2 months represented a period of true hands-off instruction for the Shrek squad. Alone, Su Mo found himself unable to venture into the Spirit Hall's Soul Beast Forest for hunting, and thus had to make do with the nearest wild Soul Beast Forest. As he had yet to surpass level 30, he had no need to absorb soul rings, and the Spirit Hall would not allow him entry unless he teamed up with others to assist in hunting soul rings. However, such an arrangement was improbable, as Su Mo was reluctant to expose his 8 spider lances before others, particularly since he aimed to harness their devouring capabilities for his cultivation. Should anyone witness this, it would undoubtedly be perceived as the conduct of a malevolent soul master. Upon entering the recent wilderness of the Soul Beast Forest, Su Mo swiftly hunted an 800-year-old soul beast, the Iron Claw Mongoose. After enlisting Bibi Dong's assistance to monitor the surroundings from above, Su Mo summoned the 8 spider spears from his back. The 8 spider legs simultaneously pierced into the nearly lifeless body of the Iron Claw Mongoose. Gurgle gurgle as Su Mo activated the devouring property of the 8 spider spears. A visible stream of energy began to be absorbed from the Iron Claw Mongoose, flowing continuously into the 8 spider spears. The soul power and vitality of the Iron Claw Mongoose were being consumed, converging upon Su Mo. Boom. At that moment, Su Mo felt an immense surge of soul power flooding through him, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when absorbing a soul ring. Su Mo quickly settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, commencing the process of refining. The soul power absorbed through the 8 spider spear required refinement to transform into his own soul power, unless it was merely a straightforward replenishment of the soul power he had expended. As Su Mo absorbed the spirit ring of 1200 years, he did not take an inordinate amount of time. However, now, while absorbing the energy from an 800-year spirit beast, he found himself expending a considerably longer duration. It took a full hour for Su Mo to refine the soul power he had absorbed into his body. Phew. It is fortunate that I did not consume the essence of a spirit beast with a millennium of cultivation. Otherwise, I might have been overwhelmed. I shudder to think how long the refinement process would have taken. Yet, the energy I have ingested cannot be entirely transformed into my soul power. A significant portion has dissipated, leaving only a small fraction to genuinely enhance my cultivation. However, even that modest amount equates to nearly half a month's worth of training. It is no wonder so many individuals embark on the path of the evil spirit master. Taking shortcuts indeed proves to be much swifter. Su Mo meticulously sensed the transformations within himself before arriving at a conclusion. Subsequently, he departed from the Soul Beast Forest. The soul power he had absorbed required several days for proper digestion and adaptation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to bear. Thus, Su Mo practiced diligently at Shrek Academy, venturing out every few days to utilize the 8 spider lances to consume soul beasts and accelerate his training. Originally, it would have taken him 4 to 5 months to level up, but within a month, he progressed from level 26 to level 27, finally matching Ning Rongrong's soul power level. Just before the group prepared to leave Shrek, Su Mo's soul power level rose from 27 to 28, surpassing Ning Rongrong. Throughout this period, the others at Shrek remained oblivious to Su Mo's continuous advancements in soul power. Following Bibi Dong's advice, upon returning to Shrek, he consistently maintained his soul power at a semi-saturated state, thus preventing others from perceiving his elevation. It was not until their journey to the Tendo Royal Academy that Su Mo could no longer conceal his progress, exclaiming that he had leveled up once more. From level 24 to 25, in just over 2 months, while the others had yet to advance, Su Mo had achieved another level, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Su Mo expressed that his sudden improvement in marksmanship was the result of an epiphany during practice. Although such occurrences are rare in the world of soul masters, they do happen occasionally. Ma Hongjun and the others could only envy Su Mo's fortunate stroke of luck. Their envy was futile, as such situations are indeed uncommon throughout the entire realm of soul masters. It can only be said that Su Mo is fortunate. Let us depart for the Heavendo Royal Academy now. Yu Xiaogang finally addressed everyone. As night fell, everyone had to settle for a night at an inn in a small town they passed through, and continue their journey the following day. Tomorrow, we will be back in the Heavendo Imperial capital, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Su Mo, I will show you around. I am familiar with many places in the Heavendo Imperial capital. Ning Rongrong's excitement was palpable as they approached their destination, as she had frequently visited the nearby 7 Treasure Town during her childhood. In her exuberance, or perhaps due to her discomfort sleeping in an unfamiliar bed, Ning Rongrong quietly slipped into Su Mo's room that night, deciding to serve as his pillow for the evening. Su Mo naturally would not refuse, promptly lifting Ning Rongrong into his embrace. Su Mo, let me tell you, there are numerous delightful places to explore in the imperial city of Tendo. Ning Rongrong joyfully nestled in Su Mo's arms, sharing tales of the myriad attractions and delicacies the city had to offer. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated from the adjacent room, followed by the furious voice of Dai Mubai. It was indeed Dai Mubai, in the neighboring chamber, presumably belonging to Zhu Shiqing. It seemed that Dai Mubai had finally seized the opportunity to seek Zhu Shiqing in her own room, but he appeared to have been rebuffed. Upon hearing the commotion, Ning Rongrong chuckled and quickly deduced the situation. This was hardly surprising, for had you not mentioned that Zhu Shiqing had never truly forgiven Dai Mubai? Thus, she would undoubtedly refuse him entry into her room. Su Mo smiled faintly, then embraced Ning Rongrong with a chuckle, remarking, Am I not the better choice? I would never cast you away. Concerning the situation between Zhu Zhiyun and Dai Mubai, Su Mo had gradually pieced together the circumstances through Zhu Zhiyun's narratives and his own observations. The development of events remained somewhat enigmatic. In essence, Zhu Zhiyun had yet to forgive Dai Mubai. The only reason they were able to perform the soul fusion technique together was that Zhu Zhiyun felt her role within the team was the weakest and recognized the necessity to enhance her significance. Thus, despite not fully absolving Dai Mubai, she chose to relinquish her own pride and, through this extreme measure, compelled herself to trust Dai Mubai in battle, which enabled them to successfully execute the soul fusion technique. Of course, these conclusions were drawn by Su Mo based on what he had heard from Ning Rongrong alongside his own observations, and he could not ascertain their absolute accuracy. Nevertheless, the relationship between Zhu Zhiyun and Dai Mubai remained quite awkward. They could perform the soul fusion technique, yet there was a conspicuous lack of sweet interactions in their daily lives. Her refusal to allow Dai Mubai to sleep beside her became all the more comprehensible. You're going to die? I'll bite you to death. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong became both embarrassed and indignant, immediately attempting to nip at him. Was the issue between them truly about Su Mo not wanting to drive her away? It was entirely her choice to come forward, after all. Ning Rongrong discerned Su Mo's playful teasing, which fueled her irritation. Ow, ow, ow. That hurts. Humph. Let us see if you dare to do it again. I 1T dare. I promise there 1T be a next time. Do you even wish for a next time? Not a chance. Amidst their playful scuffles, they lost track of time before finally settling down. The following day, the group from Shrek Academy arrived at the prestigious Heavendo Royal Academy, the most esteemed institution in the Heavendo Empire. The president of Heaven Do Royal Academy had always been concurrently held by the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. Wow. Is this Heaven Do Royal Academy? It feels like a city, so beautiful. It seems there are many lovely female students inside. Splendid, splendid. I can hardly wait to join them. Upon witnessing the grandeur of Heaven Do Royal Academy, Oscar and Ma Hongjun gasped in awe, with Ma Hongjun's eyes gleaming as he gazed at the female students. In comparison to Shrek Academy, which resembled a small village, this magnificent institution, crafted from a great mountain into a city-like structure, was indeed far more luxurious and sophisticated, beyond what Shrek Academy could ever aspire to rival. Is this going to be our sanctuary in the future? It certainly looks promising. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the Tendo Royal Academy, several teachers, including Yu Xiaogang, were filled with a mix of nostalgia for Shrek and hope for the future. Undoubtedly, residing in an institution as prestigious as the Tendo Royal Academy would far surpass their experiences at Shrek Academy. Let us proceed inside. This will soon be our academy. Yu Xiaogang expressed his satisfaction with the group's reactions, affirming that his decision was indeed correct and that everyone was content. With a wave of his hand, he guided the group into the academy. Stop right there. Who are you? Who permitted you commoners to enter our Tendo Royal Academy? Do you not fear tarnishing this place? As they stepped inside, they were met with hostility from a red-haired student. It wasn't long before Daimubai clashed with the student. By the time Suemo realized what was happening and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. This scenario had unfolded as expected, and Suemo sighed inwardly. It seemed that his influence in this world had not yet reached the capital of Tendo. It was entirely normal for the same scene to replay at the same time and place. If given a choice, Suemo would have preferred to avoid the current confrontation, as it was precisely due to a conflict with the Avalanche Prince that Shrek had attracted the attention of the poisoned Douluo. However, Suemo had genuinely forgotten about this particular incident until he witnessed the altercation between Daimubai and the Avalanche Prince. Daimubai, enough. Stand down. Suemo attempted to intervene and halt Daimubai from continuing to assault the Avalanche Prince, hoping to prevent the latter from summoning the poisoned Douluo. Everyone, cease. At that moment, another figure appeared on the scene, Qin Ming, the instructor leading the Tendo Royal Battle Team. With Qin Ming's presence, no one dared to obstruct Suemo and his companions from entering the academy, not even the Avalanche Prince. Humph, so you wish to join our Tendo Royal Academy. With my presence, you can forget about it. After Suemo and the others entered under Qin Ming's guidance, the Avalanche Prince, supported by other students, glared at their retreating figures and spat out his resentment. Subsequently, he limped away to seek assistance. It was evident that Suemo's attempt to intervene had been in vain. The Avalanche Prince remained determined to sabotage Shrek's entry into the Tendo Royal Academy. Esteemed committee members, these are the 8 outstanding students from Shrek Academy. I believe their addition will undoubtedly enhance the brilliance of Tendo Royal Academy. At the Tendo Royal Academy's committee office, under the guidance of Qin Ming, Yu Xiaogang introduced the circumstances of the 8 Shrek students to 3 committee members of the academy, all of whom were at the Soul Douluo level. Remarkable. There are so many exceptional talents among you. Shrek Academy is truly impressive. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs introduction, the 3 committee members were visibly astonished, as the excellence of Suemo and the others indeed caught their attention. Are you Tang-san? Is your martial soul truly blue silver grass? And you, Suemo, is your second soul ring genuinely of 1,000-year quality? Among them, the committee member named Jilin, who possessed the blue silver vine martial soul, turned his gaze towards Tang-san and Suemo. Among the 8 students, it was Tang-san and Suemo who intrigued him the most, one due to the nature of his martial soul, and the other because of his 1,000-year soul ring. Yes, senior, my martial soul is indeed blue silver grass. Tang-san stepped forward at this affirmation, summoning his blue silver grass martial soul to demonstrate that Yu Xiaogang had not misled them. Please take a look, senior. In a similar manner, Suemo also stepped forward, summoning his soul rings. It truly is blue silver grass and 1,000-year soul ring. The 3 committee members were visibly excited upon witnessing the martial souls and soul rings displayed by Tang-san and Suemo. It is extraordinary that the blue silver grass martial soul has reached level 33 before the age of 13. And this Suemo is remarkable as well. Although his soul power level is only 25, it is exceptionally robust, giving the impression that he is not significantly inferior to Tang-san. Perhaps there was an error in their assessment. The other 2 committee members gazed at Tang-san and Suemo with gleaming eyes filled with admiration. Observing the astonishment of the 3 committee members at the excellence of Suemo and Tang-san, Yu Xiaogang and the others felt a great sense of joy, as this indicated that their admission to the Tendo Royal Academy was virtually assured. I shall test the mettle of the two of them. At that moment, Jilin suddenly took action, extending his hands towards Su Mo and Tang San, exerting force from a distance. With a hum, two powerful pressures descended upon Su Mo and Tang San. In an instant, Su Mo felt as though he had re-entered the gravitational enhancement range of Zhao Wuji, his entire body becoming heavy. However, Su Mo merely narrowed his eyes slightly and remained steadfast in his position, undeterred. Tang San beside him was similarly unshaken by Jilin's sudden test. Let us see how long you can endure. Upon witnessing the scene, the commissioner of Jilin first offered a compliment, then gradually intensified the soul pressure he exerted upon Su Mo and Tang San. Generally speaking, soul masters can only withstand soul pressure commensurate with their own rank. Exceeding this threshold renders it quite arduous to bear. However, the commissioner of Jilin was taken aback to observe that even at the heightened level of soul pressure set at level 25, Su Mo remained utterly unperturbed, his demeanor as calm as ever. This astonished him greatly. Similarly, when he escalated the soul pressure to a formidable level 33, Tang San displayed only the slightest hint of being affected, yet he remained steadfast in his position. This exemplifies the terrifying control of the Jilin commissioner, who could simultaneously manifest different levels of soul pressure with each hand. Are all the students from Shrek this exceptional? Inquired the rather rotund commissioner by Bashan, unable to restrain himself from addressing Yu Xiaogang. Indeed, all of our Shrek students are remarkably talented. Yu Xiaogang nodded with a proud smile. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of pride in Tang San and Su Mo, and at that instant, he found Su Mo somewhat more agreeable. Indeed, quite impressive, Commissioner Bai Baoshan remarked, and then continued to observe the assessment conducted by Commissioner Jilin. Under the increasingly rigorous examination, the soul pressure endured by Su Mo and Tang San began to exceed their soul power levels. Ultimately, it was Tang San who first succumbed to the pressure, summoning his blue-silver grass to encase himself within its protective embrace, thus enabling him to withstand the soul pressure from Commissioner Jilin. Meanwhile, when the commissioner raised the soul pressure to level 31, Su Mo was compelled to draw forth his purple-gold soul hunting spear to shield himself. As the commissioner persistently heightened the soul pressure, Su Mo's expression began to reflect his mounting struggle. Gradually, he sensed that he was nearing his breaking point. Su Mo felt that if he were to continue persevering, the hidden 8 spider lances behind him might soon be forced into revelation. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, he suddenly heard Tang San shout loudly, breaking free from the soul pressure imposed by the Jilin Education Committee. Astonishingly, he had managed to level up under such immense strain. Upon witnessing this, the Jilin Education Committee quickly understood the situation and ceased applying soul pressure on Tang San, simultaneously alleviating the pressure on Su Mo, as it became evident that Su Mo had also reached his limit. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied. The soul pressure that Su Mo had endured was nearly on par with that which Tang San had faced, while others might not discern the difference. The 2 other committee members, both of whom were at the soul Douluo level, gazed at Su Mo with astonishment. The disparity in their levels was significant. It was thanks to the assistance of this senior that Tang San was able to break through and advance. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to express his gratitude to the Jilin Education Committee. Your disciple is truly remarkable, exceptionally so, and Su Mo is hardly inferior to Tang San. It is truly hard to believe he is merely at the 25th level. The Jilin Education Committee waved his hand dismissively, showering compliments upon Tang San and Su Mo. Yu Xiaogang felt elated upon hearing the first half of the statement, but the latter half struck a discordant note. Why does Su Mo think he can compare himself to his disciple Tang San? Just moments ago, he felt a slight admiration for Su Mo. Indeed, all the students of Shrek Academy are exceptionally talented. Of course, on the surface, Yu Xiaogang would never dare to express this, instead praising all the students of Shrek for their excellence. I must concur with this point. As for your Shrek Academy's request to join the Tendo Royal Academy, I hereby grant my approval. Commissioner Jilin nodded in satisfaction and then provided his answer. I concur as well. Upon hearing Commissioner Jilin's statement, the other 2 commissioners also smiled and voiced their agreement. I do not agree. No sooner had the 3 commissioners spoken than an opposing voice emerged from the doorway. P.S. 5th update. Chapter 83, Xiaowi's Revelation, Prince Xuexing. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, The expressions of the three commissioners instantly shifted. While they might have dismissed dissenting opinions from others, the opposition from Prince Xuesheng posed a significant dilemma. It's you. At that moment, Daimubai also noticed the Avalanche Prince, who was following closely behind Prince Xuesheng, and immediately realized the implications, casting a furious glare in his direction. Humph, did you not expect this? As long as I am here, you shall not gain entry into our Tendo Royal Academy. It is not a place that anyone can enter at will. The Avalanche Prince, witnessing Dai Mubai's expression, immediately wore a smug look. So these are the individuals wishing to join our Tendo Royal Academy? Commissioners, have you forgotten the regulations of our institution? After casting a glance at Su Mo and the others, Prince Xuesheng turned to the three commissioners and began to reprimand them. Indeed, we do have such regulations at the Tendo Royal Academy, but rules are inflexible, Commissioner Jilin interjected, initially acknowledging Prince Xuesheng's words before preparing to articulate just how exceptional Su Mo and his companions are, fully deserving of special consideration from the Tendo Royal Academy. Understanding the regulations is sufficient. There is no need to elaborate further. Let these individuals return whence they came. Prince Xuesheng interrupted Commissioner Jilin with a wave of his hand, insisting that the Shrek crowd be dismissed. Upon hearing Prince Xuesheng's words, the expressions of the Shrek group turned grave. They had not anticipated that. Despite the three commissioners agreeing to their admission into the Tendo Royal Academy, a Prince Xuesheng would emerge with such a hostile attitude towards them. Su Mo, seated beside Ning Rongrong, gently grasped her hand, giving it a slight squeeze to reassure her not to dwell too much on the matter. To her, joining the Tendo Royal Academy had already been somewhat of an embarrassment. Now, it seemed even more so. While Su Mo remained unfazed by his own circumstances, he felt a twinge of concern for Ning Rongrong. The previously irate Ning Rongrong, upon sensing Su Mo's comfort, reciprocated by holding his hand tightly. After casting a glance at him, her anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of sweetness in her gaze. Esteemed Prince Xuesheng, I am a teacher from Shrek Academy. I implore you not to be so hasty. Yu Xiaogang interjected boldly, addressing Prince Xuesheng. Though he was considered a failure, Yu Xiaogang exuded confidence in the face of anyone. After all, his status afforded him a certain level of respect, and a mere prince was hardly a source of intimidation for him. Prince Xuesheng, Master is indeed correct. The students from Shrek Academy are exceptionally talented. Bai Bashan, another member of the Education Committee, chimed in. Another committee member echoed this sentiment, as all three held a profound appreciation for the outstanding students of Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang's assertion was not an exaggeration. Expelling the Shrek cohort would represent a significant loss for the Tendo Royal Academy. Humph, there's no need for further discussion. If I say no, then it is no. Senior, I ask you to persuade them on my behalf. However, Prince Xuesheng was unwilling to entertain further arguments, dismissively waving away the words of the committee members before addressing someone behind him. Rest assured, leave it to me. As the prince's voice faded, a figure emerged at the entrance, entering with a commanding presence and a confident demeanor. Even before the individual arrived, an overwhelming aura swept through the room, causing the expressions of everyone present, including the three committee members, to shift dramatically, their gazes filled with astonishment. The newcomer exuded an extraordinary aura, their countenance cold and unyielding, akin to a venomous serpent that instilled fear at a mere glance. As the soul rings rose beneath the feet of the poisoned Douluo, the atmosphere grew even more grave. A titled Douluo. Ma Hongjun trembled, astonished that a titled Douluo had arrived. How could it be a titled Douluo? This is hopeless. Ma Hongjun and his companions, including Oscar, found themselves equally disheartened. Su Mo also felt an immense pressure surging towards him. It was not a pressure of the soul, yet it was even more distressing, evoking a sensation of suffocation. Su Mo turned to Ning Rongrong, only to realize that she appeared surprisingly unfazed. Nevertheless, he promptly shielded her behind him. What should we do? A titled Douluo has arrived. This is disastrous. At that moment, the most terrified in the group was undoubtedly Xiao Wu, who trembled all over. She was genuinely frightened. For with a titled Douluo present, her chances of remaining unnoticed were virtually non-existent, unless the poisoned Douluo happened to be blind or utterly oblivious, failing to cast even a fleeting glance in her direction. You must have heard Prince Xuesheng's words. If there are no objections, you may leave at once, lest I be compelled to take action. After scanning Yu Xiaogang and the others with a cold gaze, the poisoned Douluo withdrew his eyes and spoke with a detached tone. How dare you insult us? We, the Shrek Academy, have never feared anyone. Boom. In the face of such humiliation, Flinder could no longer contain himself. His martial spirit and soul rings erupted with vigor. Flinder, do not act rashly. He is a titled Douluo. We cannot possibly contend with him. At this critical moment, it was Yu Xiaogang who restrained Flinder. Although he too felt the sting of humiliation, he remained rational, aware of their inferior strength. Flinder was not truly reckless. His anger had simply overwhelmed him, yet he ceased his impulsive behavior when Yu Xiaogang held him back. Otherwise, how could Yu Xiaogang have managed to restrain him? Since it has come to this, we shall abandon our intention to join the Tendo Royal Academy. We are grateful for the kindness of the 3 esteemed educators. But it seems we are fated to part ways with the Tendo Royal Academy. Farewell. Yu Xiaogang then addressed the 3 educators. Having been repeatedly dismissed, he was understandably incensed. If they were unwelcome, they would take their leave. They may have faced setbacks, but the loss for the Tendo Royal Academy was undoubtedly greater. To reject them was sheer folly. The 3 educators felt a sense of urgency, yet upon assessing the situation, it became increasingly unrealistic to keep the Shrek group. With a resigned sigh, they tacitly accepted Yu Xiaogang's words. Let us depart. After Yu Xiaogang spoke, he took the lead and walked outside. Su Mo, we shall leave. Ning Rongrong huffed, tugging Su Mo along with her as they moved toward the exit. Xiao Wu, we must hurry. Ning Rongrong turned to Xiao Wu, who was still trembling in fear, and urged her. All right, Xiao Wu responded, forcing herself to remain calm as she quickly turned to leave. Had it not been for her fear of drawing attention, she would have used her teleportation ability to flee immediately. However, what she dreaded most soon came to pass. Her voice caught the attention of the poisoned Douluo, who sensed something amiss and swiftly glanced at the group, particularly at Xiao Wu's retreating figure. Instantly, a gleam of intensity ignited in the poisoned Douluo's eyes. Stop. Upon discerning the true identity of Xiao Wu, the poisoned Douluo immediately shouted for her to halt. Having uncovered a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years, there was no justification for allowing it to escape. Even if he could not absorb the soul ring, he could still procure the soul bone, or perhaps even keep it for his cherished granddaughter. With a resounding boom, as the poisoned Douluo spoke, an overwhelming aura of soul pressure erupted from him, instilling a sense of intimidation towards Su Mo and his companions. In an instant, they felt as though their feet were anchored to the ground. What is the meaning of this, Your Excellency? Do you truly believe us to be so easily intimidated? Flander was the first to turn, glaring fiercely at the poisoned Douluo. Subsequently, Su Mo and the others also turned to see what further intentions the poisoned Douluo harbored. What is happening? In Su Mo's heart, there was a sense of confusion. It seemed that this scene was absent from the original narrative. However, upon noticing the trembling figure of Xiao Wu beside her, Su Mo began to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Xiao Wu had been discovered? That shouldn't be the case, as the original story depicted the poisoned Douluo as being oblivious to her presence. When Su Mo turned her gaze to find the poisoned Douluo's eyes indeed fixated on Xiao Wu, she felt a certainty settle in. Xiao Wu had indeed been exposed. Though the reasoning behind this deviation eluded her, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. In the original tale, the poisoned Douluo seemed to have never cast a glance in Xiao Wu's direction, allowing her to evade peril. Yet, such a stroke of luck was exceedingly rare. It was far more probable that the poisoned Douluo would uncover her identity. You may leave, but that little girl cannot. She must remain. The poisoned Douluo's commanding voice silenced the agitated group from Shrek Academy, his gaze locked onto Xiao Wu. Upon hearing his words, the others followed his line of sight, their eyes falling upon the trembling Xiao Wu, momentarily stunned and perplexed as to why the poisoned Douluo sought to isolate her. What do you intend to do? Tangan stepped forward in fury, positioning himself protectively behind Xiao Wu. Senior Dugu, we address you as senior, yet do not presume that we fear you. Xiao Wu is our student. We from Shrek will never abandon her, shouted Yu Xiaogang, standing resolutely beside Tangan, his voice rising against the poisoned Douluo. Indeed, Senior Dugu, do not underestimate Shrek's resolve. Flander, Zhao Wujin, and other Shrek teachers also stepped forward in solidarity. Humph, you dare speak? Protecting 100,000-year soul beast? I demand to know what Shrek Academy truly intends. The poisoned Douluo scoffed disdainfully at the united front of Shrek, his demeanor dripping with condescension as he confronted Yu Xiaogang and the others. What? 100,000-year soul beast? Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast? How is that possible? With the poisoned Douluo's declaration, gasps of disbelief erupted from the audience, including the 3 committee members from the Tendo Royal Academy and Yu Xiaogang from Shrek, all astonished as they turned their gaze toward Xiao Wu, particularly the expressions of everyone, except for Su Mo, were filled with incredulity as they stared at her. They could hardly fathom that the Xiao Wu, with whom they had shared countless moments, was actually a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, upon witnessing the sheer terror etched on Xiao Wu's face, they began to realize the truth in the poisoned Douluo's words. Otherwise, she would not be exhibiting such fear and dread. I. Under the weight of their gazes, Xiao Wu's delicate face paled further, fully aware that she had been completely exposed. Xiao Wu, is it true that you are a 100,000-year soul beast? At this moment, Tangan gazed at Xiao Wu in disbelief. I'm sorry, brother. I had long wanted to tell you, but I feared. Upon witnessing Tangan's astonishment, Xiao Wu felt an even deeper sorrow, biting her lip as she conceded the truth of her transformation into a 100,000-year spirit beast. Since she had already been recognized by the poisoned Douluo, she understood that concealment was no longer an option. The revelation that Xiao Wu was indeed a transformed 100,000-year spirit beast was simply unfathomable. Upon hearing her admission, the others were once again taken aback. What had begun as mere suspicion had now escalated into undeniable confirmation. Unconsciously, everyone, save for Tangan, instinctively distanced themselves from Xiao Wu. Suemo was reluctantly pulled back by Ning Rongrong, yet he felt no fear. He understood that after her transformation, Xiao Wu had lost the strength she once possessed. Observing the situation before him stirred a complex array of emotions within Suemo. Having known her for so long, he regarded Xiao Wu as a person, not merely a beast. Thus, he wished to shield her from the clutches of the poisoned Douluo. But his compassion could not compel him to confront such a formidable foe on her behalf. If he were to ignite Bibi Dong's consciousness, he could effortlessly extinguish the poisoned Douluo with a mere gesture. However, Suemo would never resort to such drastic measures. To him, Xiao Wu was akin to a childhood neighbor, someone he cherished deeply. He could not view her solely as a soul beast, nor would he permit her impulsive actions to dictate his responses. In his heart, Xiao Wu's significance paled in comparison to the importance of Bibi Dong's consciousness. He pondered whether Tangan was lurking in the shadows. If he were present, there might be hope, but if not, Xiao Wu would truly be in peril. In his heart, Suemo sighed quietly, realizing that the only hope for Xiao Wu's escape lay with Tangan. Alternatively, if Lu Erlong were present, the Golden Iron Triangle could deploy their martial soul fusion technique to confront the poisoned Douluo, allowing Tangan to flee with Xiao Wu. However, Lu Erlong was not here. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether Yu Xiaogang and Flinder would be willing to stand up for Xiao Wu, as Suemo had anticipated at that moment. Yu Xiaogang and Flinder exchanged a glance, both deeply conflicted and uncertain about what to do. Emotionally, they were inclined to defend Xiao Wu. Yet doing so would implicate them in the crime of harboring a spirit beast. Additionally, they were no match for the poisoned Douluo. No, Xiao Wu. You have done nothing wrong. Regardless of whether you are human or beast, I am, without a doubt, Tangan's sister, and no one shall take you away from me. Before Yu Xiaogang and Flinder could voice their thoughts, Tangan stepped forward, shielding Xiao Wu behind him. He summoned his martial soul and confronted the poisoned Douluo. Huh? Young man, do you know who you are addressing? The poisoned Douluo laughed heartily upon seeing Tangan step forward. In truth, the poisoned Douluo felt a twinge of regret. He should not have impulsively commanded the Shrek group to halt. Discovering Xiao Wu's true identity, he should have discreetly taken her away afterward. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words, especially since he had been countered by Shrek. If he did not reveal Xiao Wu's identity, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Furthermore, he did not think anyone here could stand against him, so he proceeded to assert his dominance. With that, the poisoned Douluo unleashed his soul pressure forcefully upon Tangan. Just a little brat. If I cannot intimidate even a mere child, what kind of reputation would that leave me? Thus, the poisoned Douluo showed no mercy, although he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Under the oppressive soul pressure of a tidal Douluo, Tangan's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up blood, hurtling backward into Xiao Wu's embrace. Brother, Xiao Wu cried, clutching Tangan as she hurriedly assessed his injuries. Tangan, their brother. Upon witnessing Tangan spitting blood and injured, Yu Xiaogang and the others exclaimed in alarm. I am fine, Tangan insisted. Though it was clear he was merely wounded and not on the verge of unconsciousness, he struggled to rise from Xiao Wu's embrace, standing before her with a fierce determination. His gaze was fixed intently on Douluo Bo, his mind racing as he sought a way to break the deadlock. He had crafted hidden weapons during the past 2 months that could be employed, yet their efficacy against the tidal Douluo seemed limited. Nevertheless, Tangan activated his purple extreme magic eyes, ever ready to utilize his crafted weaponry if necessary. He could not bear to watch Xiao Wu be taken away, even though her identity was that of a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast. Upon casting a glance at Douluo with his purple extreme magic eyes, Tangan felt a jolt of realization. He discovered that Douluo appeared to be severely poisoned, and the poison had evidently lingered for some time, as evidenced by the greenish hue of his eyes, reminiscent of what he had previously observed in Douluo. I have a plan, Tangan thought. Recognizing that since Douluo was afflicted by poison, and given that Douluo was his granddaughter, he could potentially negotiate by offering to assist them in detoxification. While a 10,000-year spirit beast was indeed precious, Tangan believed that the lives of Douluo and his granddaughter held greater value for a successful trade. That was merely a lesson. If any of you dare to obstruct me again, the consequences will be far graver, Douluo remarked, somewhat surprised that Tangan had managed to stand. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed his soul pressure, which resonated throughout the venue. Under this immense soul pressure, Tangan could not help but expel another mouthful of blood. Brother, Xiao-san, Xiao Wu cried out in distress, her heart aching. While Yu Xiaogang and the others expressed their deep concern, astonished that Tangan had the audacity to confront Douluo. Yu Xiaogang wished to urge Tangan to step back, but found himself at a loss for words, knowing that Tangan would not heed his advice in this matter. What to do? What to do? Yu Xiaogang could only cast a pleading glance towards Flinder. Upon perceiving Yu Xiaogang's gaze, Flinder felt a slight headache and sighed inwardly. Resigning himself to the situation, even if they were not a match for Douluo, they must at least put up a fight. They could not allow Douluo to truly harm Tangan. Senior, please allow me to speak. Yet at this moment, Tangan placed his hopes solely upon himself. Acknowledging that the dean and the others were no match for a titled Douluo, after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he prepared to propose his trade to Douluo. Enough. Are you truly seeking death, boy? With a resounding crash, Douluo offered Tangan no opportunity to speak. His piercing gaze directed fiercely at him, as a formidable soul pressure once again bore down upon Tangan. If you possess the ability, then dare to withstand my soul pressure once more before uttering a word. However, just as Douluo prepared to intensify the soul pressure upon Tangan, an immense force suddenly descended from the roof of the Education Committee building. Humph! A mere serpent dares to meddle with my prey. Bang! The roof of the Education Committee was abruptly shattered as a colossal Haotian hammer plummeted from the sky, aimed directly at Douluo. It was Tangan. Sensing the commotion, Suemo swiftly shielded Ning Rongrong, retreating to a safer distance, his heart filled with unwavering certainty that it was indeed Tangan who had intervened. It seemed that Tangan had been covertly following all along. Yet the reason for his inaction when Douluo had seized Tangan remained a mystery. Was he simply absent at that moment? Or did he refrain from intervening due to Tangan's lack of immediate danger? Who could it be? As Suemo observed, just as the Haotian hammer was about to descend upon the poisoned Douluo, the latter finally reacted. His soul ring shimmered brilliantly as he unleashed a defensive soul skill before him. However, the defense he conjured was utterly insufficient against Tangan's Haotian hammer, shattering effortlessly upon impact. How could this be? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the poisoned Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he comprehended that his assailant was also a titled Douluo, possessing far superior strength, at least in terms of offensive capability. Alas, it was too late for him to grasp this truth. Suemo and the others watched as the Haotian hammer, having obliterated the poisoned Douluo's defensive skill, continued its relentless assault, striking fiercely against the poisoned Douluo's chest with a resounding thud, sending him flying. As he soared through the air, the poisoned Douluo coughed up a mouthful of blood, suggesting that his injuries were even more severe than those of Tangan. Remarkable! A shiver coursed through Sumo's heart. Despite the suspicion of Tangan's ambush, he sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from him. The aura of the poisoned Douluo had been so formidable that it felt beyond his current capacity to contend with. Yet, this immensely powerful poisoned Douluo had been struck down by a single blow from Tangan. At this moment, Tangan appeared to bear some hidden injuries. This was the Haotian Douluo. A mere Douluo could hardly be his adversary. The little rabbit had fortuitously escaped unharmed. At some point, Bibi Dong had materialized beside Suemo, her gaze fixed on the emerging figure of Tangan as she spoke in a detached tone. She felt a twinge of regret, pondering how fortunate it would have been if Tangan had not appeared. Given Tangan's unwavering attitude towards Xiao Wu, he would have undoubtedly confronted the challenge head-on. This could have led to Tangan's demise at the hands of Douluo, a scenario she deemed perfect. However, it now seemed that such an outcome was unlikely. What was happening? Which sovereign had descended? The other attendees were equally astounded, unable to comprehend the astonishing turn of events. They had never anticipated that the seemingly invincible poison Douluo would be so easily dispatched. Was it truly the Haotian hammer? Upon recognizing its form, the members of the education committee felt a stir within their hearts. The other two committee members quickly identified it as well, yet they remained silent. The dispute between two titled Douluos was beyond their jurisdiction. It was the Haotian sovereign. The Haotian sovereign. Those who were aware of Tang Hao's identity, such as Zhao Wujie, Flender, and Yu Xiaogang, were brimming with excitement and exhilaration. With Tang Hao's emergence, Tang San was certainly safe. Yet, they remained uncertain about Xiao Wu's fate. Nevertheless, none of the three dared to utter Tang Hao's name aloud, silently cheering within themselves. For they were unsure if Tang Hao was prepared to reveal himself or preferred to remain concealed. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Xiao Wu, turning its back to the poisoned Douluo and others. With Tang Hao wearing a hat, none could ascertain the identity of the newcomer. However, the sight of the soul rings beneath Tang Hao's feet rendered everyone hesitant to approach him. Particularly striking was his ninth soul ring, a crimson one, signifying 100,000-year soul ring. This little rabbit is my chosen prey. How could a mere serpent like you dare to claim it? This time, I shall spare your life. Considering your ignorance, I shall take the little rabbit with me. With his back turned to the poisoned Douluo and the others from the Tendo Royal Academy, Tang Hao spoke. And in an instant, he vanished along with Xiao Wu. No one dared to intervene or voice any dissent. The sheer ferocity of Tang Hao's entrance had left everyone in awe. With a single strike, he had severely injured the poisoned Douluo. Even Tang San, who had previously been bold enough to confront the poisoned Douluo, stood there in stunned silence, watching helplessly as Xiao Wu was taken away. Tang Hao appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Had it not been for the shattered ceiling above the education committee and the sight of the poisoned Douluo, bloodied and incapacitated on the ground, along with the disappearing Xiao Wu, everyone might have thought it was merely an illusion. Cursed be it. It was indeed the Haotian Douluo. At that moment, the expression on the poisoned Douluo's face was one of utter dismay. Not only had he been humiliated by Tang Hao's devastating blow, but he also realized who had inflicted the injury upon him. The Haotian hammer, accompanied by a soul ring of 100,000 years, could only belong to Tang Hao, who had long been absent for over a decade. The Haotian sect had already sealed its gates, with scarcely any of its members venturing outside. What further tormented the poisoned Douluo was that the prey he coveted had been taken by Tang Hao, and he could do nothing but watch helplessly. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, and in a fit of rage, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood, tinged with a dark purplish hue. This was dire. Upon witnessing the color of his own blood and sensing the state of his body, the poisoned Douluo's countenance darkened even further. He had long been afflicted by a potent poison, eroded by his own martial spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Now, due to Tang Hao's assault, the poison that he had managed to suppress within him erupted alongside his injuries, even beginning to cloud his mind. I have fulfilled my promise. Farewell. In a state of urgency, the poisoned Douluo turned to Prince Xuesheng and uttered a brief remark before vanishing from the spot. He needed to hasten back to his lair, where he could contain the poison within him. He fervently hoped that upon returning, he could leverage the unique properties of the ice and fire yin-yang to suppress the serpent's venom, lest he succumb to his own toxicity. Of course, the poisoned Douluo was only aware of the wondrous capabilities of his lair, oblivious to the fact that this remarkable place was known as the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The sharp-eyed Suimo happened to witness the moment the poisoned Douluo realized something was amiss with the color of his vomited blood. This stirred something profound within Suimo. Could it be that the poisoned Douluo was on the brink of being poisoned to death? Suimo was aware of the fact that the poisoned Douluo was afflicted by a potent poison, specifically that of his own martial spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. It was through Tang San's assistance in detoxifying him that the poisoned Douluo had formed a bond of friendship. Yet, given the current circumstances, the poisoned Douluo will certainly not return to capture Tang San, as he has not demonstrated any skills in detoxification before him. Moreover, if the poisoned Douluo's current situation is indeed dire, he would lack the time to pursue Tang San. Regrettably, even though I deduce that the poisoned Douluo is in a precarious state, I lack the strength to venture alone into the Sunset Forest. I must wait until I break through to level 30 and attain the rank of Soul Master. Nevertheless, regardless of whether the poisoned Douluo succumbs to his injuries, successfully preventing him from abducting Tang San out of curiosity is a significant achievement. I can also depart Shrek with Rongrong. With this thought, Sumo regained his composure. No longer preoccupied with the poisoned Douluo. As long as the incident of the poisoned Douluo taking Tang San is averted, the primary purpose of his joining Shrek has been fulfilled. Little San, are you alright? At this moment, the others regained their senses from the sudden turn of events, and Yu Xiaogang quickly approached to assess Tang San's injuries. Don't worry, teacher, I'm fine. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's concern, Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head in a daze. His injuries were not severe, as the final soul pressure of the poisoned Douluo had not yet had the chance to suppress him. That's good to hear. Upon receiving Tang San's response, Yu Xiaogang finally breathed a sigh of relief, noticing that Tang San appeared merely dazed and shocked, with no signs of anxiety. Yu Xiaogang understood that he had recognized the person who took Xiao Wu as his father, Tang Hao, or that Tang Hao had communicated with him through secret means. Esteemed committee members, we were unaware of the existence of a soul beast among our academy's notable students. The individual who just appeared can be considered as having cleared our door. Once he confirmed Tang San was unharmed, Yu Xiaogang turned to explain the matter of Xiao Wu to the 3 committee members of the Tendo Royal Academy. This matter required clarification, otherwise, the stain of harboring a soul beast would be inescapable. Fortunately, there were no titled Douluo in their academy. It was understandable that they could not discern Xiao Wu's identity. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Had he not known that Yu Xiaojiang's actions were laden with deeper meaning, he might have been unable to restrain himself from rebuking his teacher. In his heart, even if Xiao Wu had been taken away by someone other than his father, it could not be described as clearing the door. We could not have anticipated that so many events would unfold today. Esteemed committee members, we shall take our leave now. After the explanation, Yu Xiaogang also prepared to leave. Remaining here served no purpose, with the poisonous Douluo backing them. Prince Xuesheng would not permit them to join the Tendo Royal Academy, leaving them with no recourse. Unless he could find a titled Douluo to support him, he was at an impasse. However, with Tang Hao's sudden appearance, he had not even mentioned his title or revealed his identity as Tang San's father. So it was even less likely that he would bring it up himself. He understood the reason clearly. After all, Tang Hao was still a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall. If Tang San's identity were exposed, he would have no chance of participating in the Soul Master competition in the future. It was apparent that Tang Hao had considered this, which is why he did not disclose his relationship with Tang San. Others could not have inferred the connection between Tang San and Tang Hao simply because Tang Hao took away Xiao Wu. Unless one day Tang San revealed his Haoyan hammer spirit and someone linked it to the events of that day, only then would suspicions arise. Sigh. Regarding the 100,000-year soul beast, we cannot blame you. Well then, esteemed members of Shrek Academy, it is our Tendo Royal Academy that has been remiss. Please take care as you depart. Commissioner by Bashan's side, finally speaking with an air of apology. Thus, the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, much like in the original tale, were driven away from the Tendo Royal Academy in a dejected manner. Along the way, aside from Sumo and a few others who were already aware, the remaining individuals wore bewildered expressions. They truly did not expect Xiao Wu to be a 100,000-year soul beast. She did not appear to be one at all, and she was not malevolent in the slightest. Indeed, although Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, I do not believe she is a bad person. Exactly. What a pity that Xiao Wu was also captured by that titled Douluo. We have no idea how she is faring now. After having walked a considerable distance from the Tendo Royal Academy, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others finally dared to speak up. One by one, they stopped in their tracks, casting worried glances at Tang San. They all knew that with Xiao Wu's capture, Tang San would undoubtedly be the most heartbroken. Upon sensing the concerned gazes of his companions, Tang San felt a warm sensation in his heart. He understood their worries, yet he could not reveal that he knew Xiao Wu was actually safe. He could only manage a strained smile and say, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. After all, Xiao Wu is a soul beast. I can differentiate." Tang San continued, seemingly having come to terms with the situation. This was because he knew that Xiao Wu was unharmed, which allowed him to be so magnanimous. However, Tang San was also aware that even though Xiao Wu was safe, she would never return, never be by their side again. Unless one day he possessed enough strength to protect Xiao Wu, keeping her by his side would be the most perilous action for her. Haha, I knew it. Tang San must be fine. Brother San, it is wonderful to hear you think this way. Though Dai Mu Bai and the others found it somewhat peculiar that Tang San did not seem as troubled as they had anticipated, they felt a sense of joy witnessing his newfound acceptance. Tang San lightly nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter concerning Xiao Wu. and turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaogang. Teacher, since the Tendo Royal Academy has turned us down, what shall we do next? Yu Xiaogang, taken aback by the question, found himself at a loss for words. Principal Flander and esteemed teachers, before you deliberate on our next destination, I have something to express. At that moment, Suemo finally stepped forward. What is it you wish to convey, Suemo? Yu Xiaogang inquired, puzzled by Suemo's sudden interjection. I wish to withdraw from Shrek. Suemo turned to Yu Xiaogang and finally expressed his intention to withdraw from Shrek Academy. What did you say? You wish to leave Shrek? Upon hearing Suemo's words, Yu Xiaogang was momentarily taken aback. Had this been prior to today, he would have wholeheartedly supported Suemo's decision to depart. However, with the recent loss of one member, Xiaowu, a formidable assault-type spirit master, it would have been ideal for Suemo to remain. It was evident that Xiaowu's situation was irreversible. If Suemo were to leave, the Shrek team would struggle to even assemble 7 members. What? Suemo, are you withdrawing from Shrek? Why? Indeed, Suemo. Why would you choose to depart from Shrek? Is it because you view Shrek with disdain now that it has fallen from grace and failed to gain admission to the Royal Academy of Tendo? How could you think this way? Upon hearing Suemo's intention to leave, Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback, their expressions a mix of confusion and indignation, believing that Suemo's discontent stemmed from the failure to join the Royal Academy. Suemo, why do you wish to leave Shrek? Finally, Flinder stepped forward, gazing intently at Suemo as he asked in a solemn tone. It is because my talents are too disparate from those of the others. I fear I will no longer be able to keep pace with their advancement. As Suemo began to speak, it was with a tone of self-deprecation and mockery. Then, she shifted her focus, asserting, isn't this what you have always believed? Dean, ever since the master arrived, there has been a deliberate attempt to target me. Don't pretend you haven't noticed. During the second phase of the team competition, I was benched more than anyone else. The combined instances for the other 2 were far fewer than mine. You and the master have concluded that my talent is too limited and that my future achievements will be insignificant, unable to keep pace with the others' growth. If that is the case, then I shall no longer participate in your Shrek. Suemo gazed at Flinder and candidly articulated the grievances he harbored against Yu Xiaogang. With Ning Rongrong providing support and encouragement, Suemo confronted both Flinder and Yu Xiaogang without a trace of trepidation. Most importantly, through Bibi Dong's perspective, he was acutely aware that the soul Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was lurking in the shadows, while Flinder and Zhao Wujia were merely soul saints. He had no reason to feel intimidated. Indeed, Suemo spoke the truth. The master had consistently targeted him while showing favoritism towards Tang San. During the battle against the frenzied battle team, it was Tang San who committed the most errors, yet the master remained silent, instead showering praise upon all of us. Under such circumstances, this young lady had no desire to remain in such a team. After Suemo's declaration, before the astonished Flinder and the others could respond, Ning Rongrong swiftly positioned herself beside Suemo and voiced her intent to withdraw from Shrek Academy. What? Rongrong, you too wish to leave Shrek? Is it really necessary to withdraw? Upon hearing Suemo's decision to depart, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others were merely taken aback. However, upon learning that Ning Rongrong also intended to exit, they grew increasingly anxious, for Rongrong's significance far surpassed that of Suemo. At that moment, Flinder and Yu Xiaogang's expressions oscillated between shades of green and pale as they stood before the accusations of Suemo and Ning Rongrong, feeling both humiliated and embarrassed, as though their true sentiments had been laid bare. I had no idea you perceived me in such a light. It seems I have not fulfilled my role as a teacher adequately. Yet, Yu Xiaogang could not possibly acknowledge his bias against Suemo and quickly interjected. If my previous arrangements led to any misunderstandings, I extend my sincerest apologies. However, I assure you, I have never harbored any intentions of targeting you. My plans were solely devised for the benefit of the team, and I can stake my reputation on that. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang fervently invoked his honor as a guarantee. In truth, his intentions were indeed for the team's welfare, and thus his words bore an air of sincerity that left no room for pretense. There is no need for your apologies. I am well aware that I have been targeted, and I have no desire to remain in such a Shrek Academy. Suemo gazed at Yu Xiaogang's expression, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him, yet he managed to restrain himself. Rongrong, let us depart. With that, Suemo grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and turned to leave. Yes, let us go. Ning Rongrong nodded, then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, bidding them farewell. Everyone, goodbye. Stop. Flinder could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Su Mo and Ning Rongrong. Shrek is not a place where you can come and go as you please. We have invested so much effort in you, and you intend to leave like this? Do you not feel any shame? Xiaogang has already stated it was a misunderstanding. And that is precisely what it is. Without my consent as the dean, you cannot leave. Flinder was unwilling to let Su Mo and Ning Rongrong depart. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had never allowed Yu Xiaogang to target Su Mo in the first place. Xiao Wu, being a 10,000-year soul beast, would inevitably have to leave. It would have made more sense to focus on her. Dean Flinder, have we not paid our tuition? Su Mo turned around, casting a fleeting glance at Flanders. The rebuke from Su Mo rendered Flanders' expression one of deep embarrassment and discontent. Indeed, having paid tuition, it was only natural for the academy to nurture its students. What? Is it that a modest institution like Shrek Academy does not permit students to withdraw? At that moment, a sudden presence emerged. With a resounding crash, a soul Douluo, enveloped in 8 soul rings, descended before Su Mo and Ning Rongrong. A soul Douluo. Are you from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Flanders recognized the other's attire and his countenance grew increasingly grim. Humph. Indeed. Today, I shall see for myself whether Shrek Academy is truly so tyrannical as to deny students the right to withdraw. The newcomer snorted coldly. Grandpa Yin, it's you. Your arrival is most welcome. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight at the sight of the visitor, affectionately addressing him as Grandpa Yin. Rest assured, little princess. I am here, the newcomer replied with a reassuring smile directed at Ning Rongrong. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. Flanders interjected, his expression turning bitter as he spoke. Reluctant to confront a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially one as formidable as a soul Douluo. Oh, if it is a misunderstanding, may I take them with me then? The newcomer remarked coolly. Please, senior. Flanders clenched his fists behind his back, reluctantly conceding to the request. Rongrong, let us depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mo couldn't help but smile, and then, addressing Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the portly one, he bid farewell. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Fatty. Rongrong, and I shall withdraw from the Shrek battle team. May our paths cross again. With those words, Su Mo took Ning Rongrong by the hand and departed. Meanwhile, Flinder and Yu Xiaogang could only watch with grim expressions as the two left, as the shadows of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong faded from view. The countenances of Yu Xiaogang and Flinder remained troubled. The other members of Shrek dared not utter a word. None could have anticipated the day's tumultuous events. First, they had been denied entry into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Then Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast was revealed, and she was captured. And lastly, Su Mo and Ning Rongrong had chosen to leave. The Shrek team suddenly found themselves diminished by 3 members, leaving Dai Mubai and the others with an indescribable sensation, as if the very foundation of their team was crumbling. It was only after Qin Ming resigned from his position at the Heaven Do Royal Academy to follow them that the Shrek members felt a slight alleviation of their despondency. Su Mo, you missed the ghastly expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face as you departed. It was truly appalling, exclaimed one. Sister is absolutely elated today. You were right. Simply killing Yu Xiaojiang would be too merciful. We aim to make him suffer. For now, we've only taken Ning Rongrong, but in the future, we shall triumph over them in the Soul Master competition. We must shatter every hope that petty Yu Xiaojiang harbors. At this moment, Bibi Dong appeared to be in high spirits, oblivious to whether Su Mo could respond, as she rambled on about Yu Xiaojiang's wretched demeanor. In that instant, Bibi Dong grasped the validity of Su Mo's earlier words. Rather than eliminating Yu Xiaojiang outright, the objective was to subject him to relentless discomfort. Truly, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's distressed expression had made every cell in Bibi Dong's body rejoice. It was immensely gratifying. She found herself reluctant to depart so soon, wishing instead to linger a while longer to relish Yu Xiaojiang's dismal visage. Beside Su Mo stood Ning Rongrong and the guest elder Yin from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, rendering it impossible for them to respond to Bibi Dong. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, aside from the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, had also recruited numerous guest elders. It was unavoidable, as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is an auxiliary spirit master sect, and it would be inconceivable for them not to enlist guest elders. The primary combat strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School largely derives from these guest elders. Only those possessing the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul are considered true disciples of the sect, with their considerable expertise in treasure appraisal. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School easily generates wealth, enabling them to attract guest elders to serve them. This is one of the reasons why the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as an auxiliary sect, has managed to ascend among the top 3 sections. In addition to having 2 titled Douluo elders within the sect, their substantial financial resources also play a crucial role. Elder Yin was evidently quite perceptive, maintaining a position slightly ahead, thus allowing Su Mo and Ning Rongrong ample space for conversation. Su Mo, do you think Xiao will be all right? At that moment, having departed, Ning Rongrong immediately thought of Xiao Wu, her tone laced with melancholy. Although she had come to learn of Xiao Wu's true identity as a transformed 100,000-year soul beast, the thought of Xiao Wu being captured filled her with deep concern. Over the past few days, she had genuinely come to regard Xiao Wu as a friend. I'm not certain, but the title Douluo who appeared later seems more like a guardian for Xiao Wu rather than a predator, so I believe Xiao Wu may not necessarily be in peril. Observing Ning Rongrong's despondent demeanor, Su Mo gently squeezed her hand and expressed his thoughts. Really? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong's expression brightened with surprise, though disbelief lingered. I cannot guarantee it, but I truly have that feeling. Su Mo naturally refrained from voicing everything on his mind. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Xiao Wu is undoubtedly fine. However, with Su Mo's conjecture, it was already sufficient for Ning Rongrong. She chose to trust Su Mo's judgment, as he had never been wrong before. This thought brought a palpable lightness to Ning Rongrong's heart. Su Mo, do you think Grandpa Yin has been silently watching over me all along? Then he must be aware of my relationship with you. And surely my father must know as well. As her mood brightened, she gazed at the silhouette of Elder Yin, seemingly beginning to grasp something. A faint blush crept across her delicate features as she realized that the sect had long been privy to her affair with Su Mo. Such a revelation would undoubtedly evoke a sense of shyness in Ning Rongrong. Yet, a sigh of relief followed, for she had previously been pondering how to introduce Su Mo to her father and the others upon her return. Fortunately, that was no longer necessary. In fact, it is not only Elder Yin. Your grandpa Jian has also visited Shrek Academy. Su Mo smiled gently and proceeded to recount the visit of the Sword Douluo. At this juncture, there was no longer a need to conceal the truth about the Sword Douluo's presence. After all, the protective figure, Elder Yin, had emerged from the shadows. And failing to mention the Sword Douluo's visit would render it difficult to explain why the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School allowed Ning Rongrong to accompany Su Mo after becoming aware of her situation. As for Oscar from the original narrative, his relationship with Ning Rongrong did not develop so swiftly. Ah, Grandpa Jian has also been to Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly upon hearing Su Mo's words, genuinely taken aback by the revelation. Her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Mo, she inquired. So, Grandpa Jian came to find you, right? Indeed, after the Sword Douluo put me through a series of trials, he came to accept my relationship with you. However, he had previously instructed me not to disclose his visit, which is why I refrained from telling you. Su Mo nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Really? Grandfather Jian has truly acknowledged us? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Su Mo. She momentarily set aside the matters Su Mo had previously withheld. All she could comprehend was that Jian Douluo had recognized Su Mo. Ning Rongrong understood that Jian Douluo's acknowledgement of Su Mo implied that her father had also granted him his approval. Although she had previously held confidence in Su Mo's exceptional abilities to earn the sect's recognition, the fact remained that such acknowledgement had not yet been bestowed. Thus, upon hearing Su Mo's words, how could she possibly contain her joy? Of course, have you forgotten about my purple gold soul hunting spear? Su Mo gently tapped the purple gold soul hunter spear behind him, smiling as he spoke. This is a gift from Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in realization. And she finally understood. Now you need not worry any longer, right? Su Mo gently took Ning Rongrong's icy hand, interlocking her left hand with his right in a tender embrace. Ning Rongrong, filled with joy, nodded enthusiastically, her left hand firmly clasped with his right, her happiness palpable. Were it not for the presence of Elder Yin ahead, she would have leaped into Su Mo's arms to reward him heartily. Truly, he was the man she cherished, having garnered the sect's recognition so early on. As they shared laughter and conversation, a few hours later, under Elder Yan's guidance, they arrived at a magnificent city, where the words Seven Treasure City adorned the entrance. The bustling scene at the city gate, with vehicles coming and going, rivaled that of the imperial capital of Tendo. Upon entering Seven Treasure City, Su Mo noticed the emblem of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school emblazoned on many of the buildings. He had no objections to Elder Yin leading them back to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, and thus refrained from inquiring about their destination. There was no need to ask. It was undoubtedly the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. After departing from Shrek, regardless of where they would choose to go next, a visit to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school was certainly in order. However, the thought of meeting his future father-in-law filled Su Mo with a sense of trepidation. There was no way to avoid feeling nervous. Rong, do you know where the finest blacksmith shop in Seven Treasure City is? After walking for a while, Su Mo turned to Ning Rong and inquired. Su Mo had no intention of arriving at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school empty-handed. He was certainly preparing a gift. The offering he had in mind was the blueprint for a modern compound crossbow. Due to Su Mo's influence, during their departure from the Douluo forest, they did not encounter the menacing spider swarm, which resulted in Tang San not distributing his hidden weapons among the group. Consequently, Ning Rong remained unaware of the intrinsic value of these concealed arms, perhaps believing that Tang San would not share them with others, and thus she refrained from requesting any from him. In the absence of hidden weapons in Ning Rong's possession, Tang San had no inclination to equip anyone else, leaving only Xiao Wu with such armaments within the Shrek team. Naturally, this meant that Ning Rong did not represent her sect in placing a bulk order for hidden weapons from Tang San. Thus, Su Mo resolved to craft a modern compound crossbow to demonstrate its prowess to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and subsequently provide them with the blueprint for their own custom creation. In his previous life, Su Mo had mastered various weapons, having experimented with bows and undoubtedly with crossbows as well. However, the fabrication of a compound crossbow necessitated a higher caliber of forging materials and techniques, which had previously deterred him from commissioning a blacksmith for one, opting instead for a compound bow. Yet, this situation was different. Su Mo was confident that in a bustling metropolis like Seven Treasure City, the skills of the local blacksmiths would certainly suffice. Su Mo prepared to unveil his compound crossbow, which, when compared to Tang San's Zhuge crossbow, could hardly match its exquisite craftsmanship, as the Zhuge crossbow is designed as a concealed weapon. However, in terms of power, Su Mo's compound crossbow would undoubtedly rival the Zhuge crossbow. The finest blacksmith shop, of course, belongs to our Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Su Mo, what are you planning to do? Ning Rong inquired with growing curiosity upon hearing Su Mo's words. It's nothing, just take me there. Once I have customized my weapon, we shall head to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Su Mo found it difficult to explain the situation, so he simply allowed Ning Rong to lead him. All right, I shall take you there. Ning Rong responded without further inquiry, taking Su Mo by the hand as they made their way to her family's forge in the Seven Treasure City. Seeing this, Old Yin did not intervene and quietly followed along. After all, they had already arrived in Seven Treasure City. He had always acquiesced to Ning Rong's wishes. Chapter 87. Bibi Dong, brother, I cannot bear to part with you. In a secluded spot outside the Tendo imperial capital, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with tearful eyes. Do not worry, Xiao Wu. Just return to the Douluo Great Forest with peace of mind. Once I have gained the strength to protect you, I shall come for you. Tang San's heart ached at the sight of Xiao Wu's distress. Yet, he understood that he could not keep her with him now, as it would only endanger her. Father, I entrust Xiao Wu to you for her safe return. Tang San then turned to Tang Hao and spoke. To be honest, even at this moment, Tang San found it hard to believe that his father was a titled Douluo. He struggled to reconcile the father who had hardly cared for him during his upbringing with the formidable titled Douluo who had made such a grand entrance. However, the Haotian hammer martial spirit, shared by both father and son, confirmed the truth of it all. Rest assured, I will ensure her safe return, Tang Hao reassured him. As for you, if you wish to possess the strength to protect Xiao Wu, you must dedicate yourself to your training. He looked at Tang San, using Xiao Wu's situation as motivation. In Tang Hao's heart, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia, realizing that his son had, like him in the past, developed feelings for a spirit beast. Ian, do you see this? Yes, I certainly will. Tang San nodded earnestly. Now, you should return. I shall take her with me. Tang Hao nodded, and then led Xiao Wu away. He chose not to take Tang San with him for now, as Tang San's current strength was still too weak, and training alongside him would not yield significant results. Moreover, the Soul Master competition was such a splendid stage that he did not want Tang San to miss out on it. Xiao Wu, do not worry. I will definitely come to find you. Tang San clenched his fists, silently vowing as he watched Xiao Wu and Tang Hao fade from view. He had many questions for Tang Hao, but it seemed he would have to wait for the next opportunity to ask. After arriving at the 7 treasure forging workshop with Ning Rongrong, Sumo presented the meticulously crafted blueprints for the assembly of a compound crossbow to the skilled artisans there. However, as the craftsmen at the workshop had never forged such a device before, they were uncertain about the selection of materials. Sumo, too, was not entirely knowledgeable in this regard and could only encourage the artisans to experiment with various options. Yet, the craftsmen of the 7 treasure forging workshop demonstrated commendable forging skills. After 3 days of relentless trial and refinement, a modern compound crossbow was successfully assembled in Sumo's hands. After conducting a series of tests with Ning Rongrong, Sumo was filled with astonishment. The power of the compound crossbow was truly remarkable, capable of effortlessly penetrating the defenses of soul masters below level 50. Even soul kings above level 50 would find it challenging to withstand the impact, provided they were not of the defensive type. How incredible is that? It far surpasses Tang San's hidden weapons. Upon witnessing the results of the tests, Ning Rongrong gazed at the compound crossbow in Sumo's hands with sheer delight. This is only natural, as Tang San's weapon is termed a hidden weapon precisely because it is designed for stealthy strikes. Thus, it is crafted to be small and exquisite, inevitably resulting in a lesser degree of power compared to my formidable soul-hunting crossbow. Sumo smiled as he elucidated. The crossbow in his hand, which should now be referred to as the Soul Hunter crossbow, brought him immense satisfaction due to its formidable power, surpassing that of Tang San's Zhuge Divine crossbow by a considerable margin. This was only to be expected, for as Sumo articulated, Tang San's concealed weapons were characterized by their exquisite craftsmanship and compactness. However, when it comes to cold weapons, such meticulousness inevitably diminishes their overall potency. Of course, this does not account for the explosive weaponry concealed devices such as the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, which incorporate gunpowder. The soul-hunting crossbow produced by Sumo is not a concealed weapon, but rather a conventional armament intended for direct combat. In the original narrative, Sumo is perplexed by Tang San's reasoning behind the establishment of the Tang sect's Tang family army, which inexplicably employs the Zhuge Divine crossbow for its formation. Once a military unit is established, the notion of stealth becomes moot. Can weaponry brandished by an entire army still be deemed covert? It would be far more prudent to enhance it into a standard weapon, rather than sacrificing greater lethality in pursuit of a more compact and refined design. Sumo firmly believed that Tang San possessed the capability to design a formidable crossbow of remarkable power. It can only be said that Tang San's heart was solely devoted to hidden weapons, as he also endeavored to establish a formidable Tang family army, equipping them with concealed arms. Indeed, Tang San cannot compare to you. Ning Rongrong praised enthusiastically. Sumo, I am immensely grateful to you. This gift holds tremendous significance for our 7 treasures glazed tile school. Subsequently, with a serious expression, Ning Rongrong expressed her heartfelt thanks to Sumo. She had already understood that Sumo intended to present the forging blueprint of the soul-hunting crossbow to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, enabling them to carry out the forging independently. After witnessing the testing power of the soul-hunting crossbow, Ning Rongrong comprehended the profound implications it held for the 7 treasures glazed tile school. It signified that the disciples, who previously possessed only supportive abilities without offensive means, could now wield the power to attack. Particularly, the soul-hunting crossbow that Sumo introduced was user-friendly and could be effortlessly mastered with a bit of practice, making it perfectly suited for the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Since the 7 treasures glazed tile school is willing to entrust their little princess to me, I certainly cannot be stingy. Sumo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, smiling as he said, "Let us be on our way to the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Your father and the others must have already realized our return. If we delay any further, they may come searching for us." After stowing away the soul-hunting crossbow, Sumo took Ning Rongrong's hand and led her outside. Hee, Daddy and Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu must be anxiously awaiting us. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Ning Rongrong felt no embarrassment. Instead, she burst into laughter. Subsequently, she led the way, guiding Sumo toward the direction of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Meanwhile, at the Spirit City, within the Hall of Spirits, the Papal Chamber. Your Holiness, a letter has arrived from the teaching committee of the Tendo Royal Academy, sent by Baoshan. A steward of the Hall of Spirits presented a letter to the current Pope, Bibi Dong, before respectfully withdrawing. The message from the Tendo Royal Academy piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity, prompting her to open the letter for inspection. She was familiar with Bai Baoshan, a figure who had departed from the Hall of Spirits, yet she pondered the reason for his correspondence. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue. Suddenly, with a subtle tremor of her hand, a surge of purple soul power obliterated the letter. Teng Hao, the transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Bibi Dong's voice quivered with excitement. She had not anticipated that the letter would mention Teng Hao along with a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. However, as per Bai Baoshan's letter, Teng Hao had not revealed his identity nor confronted them directly. His identity remained a mere conjecture among the committee members. Bibi Dong understood the rationale behind Bai Baoshan's notification. The three committee members had departed from the Hall of Spirits and, upon encountering an individual resembling Teng Hao, deemed it necessary to inform the Hall. After all, Teng Hao was a fugitive sought by the Hall of Spirits. Nevertheless, now that the letter had reached her, the matter could be considered settled. She had no intention of pursuing any further investigation. While others might remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Qian Xuanji's demise, she was acutely aware of the truth. In her eyes, Teng Hao was akin to a benefactor. Had he not grievously wounded Qian Xuanji, she would have been unable to eliminate him. Hence, Pope Bibi Dong had no intention of addressing the discovery of Teng Hao. Though the prospect of a 10,000-year soul beast was undeniably enticing, Bibi Dong contemplated that if the one who had taken her away was indeed Teng Hao, she ultimately decided against pursuing the matter. For this occasion, I shall regard it as a favor repaid for the injury dealt to Qian Xuanji. Young miss. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong and Su Mo were greeted with astonished expressions from the disciples, who, clearly unaware of her return, enthusiastically exchanged greetings with her. However, after acknowledging her presence, they swiftly retreated, seemingly intimidated by Ning Rongrong, yet unable to resist glancing back at Su Mo, who accompanied her. Who might that individual be? How could he possibly be with our little princess? He appears rather handsome. Could he be the young lady's romantic interest? It seems our esteemed lady has brought her boyfriend back to the sect. Hush, speak softly. We aren't certain yet. If the young lady hears you, you'll be in trouble. Did I say anything just now? I said nothing at all. Observing the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Su Mo could easily envision how Ning Rongrong was once regarded as a little demoness in her former days there. Each disciple appeared wary and hesitant to approach her. Nevertheless, it was evident that they held a deep fondness for Ning Rongrong, as their faces lit up with delight upon seeing her again. Rongrong, it seems that despite your notorious reputation as a little demoness within the sect, it is clear that you are still cherished by everyone. Su Mo turned to Ning Rongrong beside her and smiled. Of course. Despite Su Mo referring to her past as a little witch, Ning Rongrong felt no shame. For Su Mo was already well aware of her former self. However, a hint of bashfulness did linger. Those despicable fellows dare to speak ill of me. Just wait until I deal with them properly. Ning Rongrong pouted as she spoke. Indeed, Rongrong is the most formidable. Su Mo shook his head with a smile. Amidst their laughter and chatter, Su Mo and Ning Rongrong arrived at the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an imposing edifice that exuded a sense of majesty. Upon entering, Su Mo immediately spotted three figures awaiting their arrival. Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards the three men upon seeing them. Following a delightful exchange of greetings, Ning Fengji turned his attention to Su Mo, teasingly prompting Ning Rongrong. Aren't you going to introduce the person you brought to your father? He scrutinized Su Mo with earnestness. The young man appeared exceptionally handsome and composed, wielding a long spear that commanded respect. His striking features bore an air of resolute determination, and his tall stature resembled a finely honed weapon. Ning Fengji was quite pleased with his first impression. Although the thought that this young man had taken away his most cherished daughter left him with a lingering sense of discomfort. Didn't you already know? This is Su Mo, my boyfriend. Ning Rongrong retorted playfully, unabashedly declaring their relationship with pride. Lord Ning, Grandfather Jin, Grandmaster Gu. After Ning Rongrong spoke, Su Mo stepped forward at an opportune moment to greet the three men. Very impressive. You have made considerable progress. Jian Douluo was the first to respond, sensing a significant enhancement in Su Mo's soul power. In fact, he believed that Su Mo's soul power surpassed even that of Ning Rongrong. Indeed, Uncle Jian is correct. He is undoubtedly an exceptional young man. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. They may have acknowledged you, but I have yet to be convinced. While Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji wore smiles, Douluo maintained a stern expression, regarding Su Mo with a dismissive huff. In truth, Douluo was quite dissatisfied. He had only learned of Ning Rongrong's relationship with Su Mo after their arrival in Seven Treasure City, and his discontent grew when he discovered that Su Mo's innate soul power was merely level 2. However, upon realizing that Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji had already recognized Su Mo, he suspected there was more to the story than he was aware of. Merely being able to execute a martial soul fusion technique with Ning Rongrong did not suffice in his eyes. Yet, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji had chosen not to divulge any secrets, only assuring him that he would understand once Su Mo arrived. Until he uncovered Su Mo's hidden talents, Douluo found it difficult to regard him favorably. Upon hearing the words of Douluo, Ning Rongrong was instantly filled with confusion and discontent. She pondered why Douluo's demeanor differed so markedly from that of her father and Sword Douluo. What is your current spirit power level? Douluo seemed oblivious to Ning Rongrong's displeasure as he stepped forward to inquire directly of Su Mo. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were reluctant to speak, evidently intending for him to assess Su Mo's capabilities on his own. Esteemed Douluo, my current spirit power level is at the 28th rank. Although Su Mo was unaware of the differing attitudes of Douluo compared to the other two, he remained unfazed and confidently revealed his true soul power level. At Shrek Academy, he preferred to keep certain secrets concealed, but here at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he felt no such reservations. After all, he had already divulged the secret of forging weapons with soul power to Sword Douluo. It would not be long before he ascended to level 30 and required the absorption of his third soul ring, making it impossible for him to hide his soul power level for much longer. Moreover, the more exceptional Su Mo appeared here, the more he could earn the recognition of Ning Fengji and the others. What? Level 28? How could you possibly be level 28? Upon hearing Su Mo's declaration, all three individuals present, including Ning Rongrong, gazed at him in astonishment. Ning Rongrong was equally taken aback. She had no idea that Su Mo's soul power level surpassed her own. When you entered Shrek Academy, your soul power level was 22, correct? Douluo remarked, his surprise evident as he looked at Su Mo. He was indeed aware of the information available about Su Mo. Yes. Su Mo nodded. How did you manage to increase it so significantly in just 6 months? Douluo inquired on behalf of the others. At this moment, both Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong also regarded Su Mo with curiosity. That is because during my time in the Stardow Forest, I obtained this. As Su Mo spoke, the 8 spider spears behind him made their debut before outsiders for the very first time. What is this? Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Su Mo, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Both Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Douluo were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the 8 spider spears. Is this an external soul bone? The Douluo gazed at Su Mo in astonishment. Indeed, it is an external soul bone. I acquired it in the Stardow Forest, and after absorbing this 8 spider spear, my soul power level increased by 4. To keep others from knowing the truth, I claimed that I had only advanced by 1 level. Without the precise measurement of a testing crystal ball, others only know that I leveled up, unaware that I actually ascended by 4 levels. Subsequently, through diligent training, I improved by 1 more level. And after a moment of enlightenment a few days ago, I ascended another level. Thus, my current soul power level stands at 28. Su Mo acknowledged and provided a brief explanation. However, within his narrative, he concealed certain details, claiming that the enhancement of the external spirit bone was a level increase of 4 rather than 3. He felt it prudent to keep the fact that he had utilized the 8 spider lances for devouring and cultivation a secret, as this method belonged to the realm of evil spirit masters. After reaching level 30, he intended to abandon the shortcut offered by the devouring ability of the 8 spider lances. Oh my goodness, it is indeed the legendary external spirit bone. Ning Rongrong only realized this after Su Mo spoke, her excitement evident as she covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment and delight as they gazed at the 8 spider lances behind him. No wonder I have always sensed your spirit power to be extraordinarily robust. You have been concealing your true level. At this moment, Sword Douluo nodded with a smile. Indeed, your approach is commendable. It is wise not to reveal the acquisition of an external spirit bone at Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji looked at Su Mo with great satisfaction, praising him. He appreciated Su Mo's discretion at Shrek Academy, as well as his willingness to disclose this information before them. From Su Mo's previous revelation about the secret of weapon integration with the soul, coupled with this disclosure of the immensely precious 8 spider lances, Ning Fengji recognized that Su Mo genuinely cared for his daughter, which was what pleased him the most. Moreover, he was aware that Su Mo had prepared a special gift for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, though he only knew it was a novel weapon without specifics on its nature. Indeed, this is impressive, but it merely indicates that you possess good fortune. However, this alone is insufficient for me to acknowledge you. At this juncture, Douluo interjected, recognizing only Su Mo's luck and his ability to conceal the external spirit bone. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Su Mo immediately understood why this elder's attitude differed from that of the other two. It appeared that this venerable gentleman was still unaware of his secret. Grandpa Bone, you surely haven't realized that Su Mo can evolve his martial soul, have you? Not only did Su Mo catch on, but Ning Rongrong also picked up on it, her face breaking into a playful smile as she addressed Douluo. What? Evolve one's martial soul? You can evolve your own martial soul? Indeed, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Douluo turned to Su Mo with an expression of disbelief. Yes, Senior Douluo. Su Mo nodded slightly, then, somewhat resigned, shared with Douluo his concepts of the soul fusion and the art of infusing weapons. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo possessed such peculiar interests. Had they informed Douluo earlier, he would have spared himself the effort. Perhaps they simply wished to avoid unnecessary dialogue, allowing him to venture forth on his own. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Douluo was, of course, taken aback. Grandpa Bone, what Su Mo says is indeed true. I personally witnessed Su Mo's martial soul evolve when he refined that mysterious iron spear. After Su Mo spoke, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to support him, recounting her first-hand experience of witnessing Su Mo's spirit evolution. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, both Douluo and Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This further validated the truth of Su Mo's ability to evolve his spirit. Ahem, only Douluo felt somewhat awkward. He now understood why Su Mo had garnered the recognition of Ning Fengji and Douluo. Hee, Grandpa Bone, is Su Mo not remarkably outstanding? Observing Douluo's expression, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile playfully, approaching him to boast. You little brat, are you trying to make me admit your excellence? Looking at Ning Rongrong's cheerful face, Douluo was reluctant to deny Su Mo's exceptional talent, yet he did not wish to disappoint Ning Rongrong. Yes, indeed, this young lad named Su Mo is truly exceptional. Douluo replied with a resigned smile. Hee, Su Mo, you should thank Grandpa Bone. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong quickly turned to Su Mo, urging him. I, as a junior, express my gratitude for the recognition from Senior Douluo. Su Mo cast a tender glance at Ning Rongrong, then turned to Douluo and said, What is this? The old sword master is addressed as Grandpa Jian, yet I am merely referred to as Senior? Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately expressed his discontent, replying, Thank you for your acknowledgement, Grandpa Bone. Su Mo naturally changed his tone. That is more like it. Only then did Douluo wear a satisfied expression. However, despite acknowledging Su Mo, there remained an unsettling feeling within him. Particularly when he observed Ning Rongrong's joyful demeanor, he felt a pang of envy mingled with happiness for her. For the first time truly understanding what it meant for a girl to shine outwardly. Rongrong, while Su Mo is commendable, what about you? Have you made any progress in the past 6 months? I hear you're now regarded as a battle spirit master. How about showcasing your skills against Grandpa Bone? Demonstrate your martial soul fusion technique, but do not let Su Mo take the lead. I wish to see how much you have advanced during this time. Thus, Douluo was inspired and proposed to test Ning Rongrong. Naturally, he also wished to witness the martial soul fusion technique between Su Mo and Ning Rongrong firsthand. In the center of the grand hall, Ning Rongrong, surrounded by 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple, wielded the 7 treasures glorious halberd fused with the purple-gold soul-hunting gun, relentlessly launching attacks at Douluo. With each thrust, she exhibited remarkable prowess and unmatched bravery. The Overlord Spear technique, once wielded by Su Mo, has now been masterfully executed by Ning Rongrong. It is not that Su Mo is unwilling to teach her other spear techniques. Rather, her martial spirit is more suited to this formidable style. Moreover, Ning Rongrong herself is enamored with this technique, declaring it to embody the true essence of a battle spirit master. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo are left in a state of astonishment as they observe the fierce and unparalleled prowess with which Ning Rongrong maneuvers the Seven Treasures soul-hunting spear. They could never have anticipated that their seemingly delicate little princess from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school possessed such a valiant side. Though Sword Douluo had some inkling of what to expect, given his knowledge of Sumo's spear techniques, he was still taken aback. He had never envisioned Ning Rongrong displaying such a spirited demeanor. Is this truly our Rongrong? Ning Fengji questioned, his disbelief evident as he turned to Sword Douluo. Indeed. The sect master must also be surprised, Sword Douluo replied with a smile, commending Ning Rongrong. Only by associating with exceptional individuals can one become exceptional. We are well aware of how she used to be. It seems the decision to let her venture out and explore was indeed a wise one. Ning Fengji chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his earlier judgment. Truly, the sect master possesses great foresight. Sword Douluo had no retort but to concede to Ning Fengji's words. As they continued to watch the duel between Ning Rongrong and Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo soon chuckled again. Old Bone must be regretting his decision to limit his strength to the spirit master level for Rongrong's sake. On the battlefield, Bone Douluo found himself forced to retreat repeatedly under Ning Rongrong's relentless assault, left with no option but to defend. This predicament arose because Bone Douluo had restricted his power, agreeing to only use abilities at the spirit master level. At that moment, his expression was decidedly grim. Before the battle commenced, he had been quite confident. But he quickly realized his mistake. In the fused form of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, her strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, he thought he could manage that. The real issue lay in the Seven Treasures soul-hunting spear, which, after merging with Sumo's purple-gold soul-hunting spear, unleashed a truly astonishing destructive power. With just his initial 3 soul skills, he found himself defenseless against such might. That level of devastation could even overwhelm a soul king. The bones he summoned were effortlessly shattered one by one before Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile gun, leaving him in a somewhat disheveled state. Nevertheless, the Bone Douluo remained composed, confident that even with merely the power of a soul sage, it would be quite challenging for Ning Rongrong to inflict harm upon him. After a period of engagement, he had largely deciphered Ning Rongrong's attacking patterns. Rongrong is destined to lose, concluded the observing Sword Douluo with a swift judgment. Oh, isn't Rongrong quite formidable at the moment? Inquired Ning Fengji with curiosity. Indeed, Rongrong's performance is commendable. However, her shooting techniques are rather limited and lack adaptability, indicating her skills are still not sufficiently refined. The Sword Douluo explained with a chuckle. Stop, let us end this. Rongrong has performed admirably, demonstrating significant progress and living up to Grandfather Bone's expectations. However, much to the astonishment of the Sword Douluo, the Bone Douluo decisively called for a halt and began to praise Ning Rongrong. Of course, I am quite impressive. Upon hearing the Bone Douluo's command to cease, Ning Rongrong also lowered her weapon. With a hum, Sumo and Ning Rongrong dissolved their martial soul fusion state, as maintaining it was quite exhausting in terms of soul power. Indeed, you are remarkable. Grandfather has taken notice of you, commended the Bone Douluo. Defeating Ning Rongrong? Ridiculous. He had no desire to do so. Moreover, there was no need for him to concede, having claimed it was a lesson for Ning Rongrong. He felt satisfied enough to call for a stop. Thus, he maintained his dignity. Following this instructional session, he had gained insight into the formidable nature of Sumo and Ning Rongrong's martial soul fusion technique. Even without utilizing a soul tool in conjunction with the purple gold hunting gun, under Ning Rongrong's leadership, she exhibited the strength of a soul sage. Should Sumo take the lead, he would undoubtedly possess the prowess of a soul ancestor, and with the fusion of soul tools, the result would be extraordinary. He was well aware of Sumo's achievements, thus understanding his formidable combat capabilities. The 7 treasure glazed tile gun, wielded by Sumo, was beyond what Ning Rongrong could compare to. Well done, Rongrong. Even your father holds you in high regard. Following the Bone Douluo's remarks, Ning Fengji approached to praise Ning Rongrong as well. Humph, indeed. Ning Rongrong beamed with pride and turned to the Sword Douluo, eagerly asking, Grandfather Sword, am I impressive? Yes. Indeed, Rongrong's performance today has been truly outstanding. I never anticipated that our Rongrong possessed such a gallant side. The Sword Douluo chuckled heartily in response. My dear uncle, I believe you are already aware that I have a gift for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After an exchange of compliments and laughter, Sumo gestured, retrieving the soul-guided crossbow from the device. Oh, is this the weapon? Ning Fengji turned his curious gaze towards the soul-hunting crossbow in Su Mo's hands. At first glance, its exterior revealed little, yet it was evident that the weapon was unlike an ordinary bow. It bore an exquisite craftsmanship that suggested it was the product of exceptional forging skills. However, he paid little mind to the weapon itself. The mere fact that Su Mo possessed such intent sufficed to satisfy him. Father, do not be deceived by the crossbow's appearance. Its power is formidable. Even Soul Kings find it challenging to withstand its assault. Moreover, it is remarkably easy to wield, allowing even an ordinary person to use it. Observing her father's indifference, Ning Rongrong quickly interjected, eager to extol the crossbow's virtues. What? Is that truly the case? Initially captivated only by the crossbow's design, Ning Fengji and the others' expressions transformed upon hearing Ning Rongrong's enthusiastic endorsement. Indeed, uncle, such a gift must be recognized for its value. Su Mo promptly began to elaborate on the crossbow's remarkable features to Ning Fengji and the others. This weapon is practically tailor-made for the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Su Mo, your gift is invaluable to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thank you for such a precious offering. Upon grasping the significance of the gift, Ning Fengji's demeanor brightened, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Su Mo. He increasingly felt that his daughter had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo regarded Su Mo with growing admiration and approval. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. I must also express my gratitude for the specially crafted purple gold soul hunting gun you provided me. Su Mo reciprocated the appreciation, acknowledging the support from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. That pales in comparison to your gift. Rest assured, regardless of the weapon grade you require in the future, Uncle will ensure its creation. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will support your continuous evolution of your martial soul. Ning Fengji promptly expressed his commitment, and following this meeting, Su Mo had undoubtedly garnered the recognition of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Over the next few days, Su Mo received the highest level of hospitality from the school. During this time, Ning Rongrong took Su Mo on a comprehensive tour of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, sharing fond memories of her childhood adventures with him. The other members of the sect soon became aware of Su Mo's identity, and the disciples regarded him with a mix of admiration, envy, and resentment, particularly the male disciples. For their cherished little princess had found someone she liked, someone who was not one of them. However, they merely harbored secret envy and dared not cause him any trouble. After spending several days with Ning Rongrong at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Su Mo felt the urge to depart. Although the accommodations were splendid and the food delightful, the environment was too tranquil for his liking. He was eager to break through to level 30, and staying there hindered his ability to hunt soul beasts for consumption and advancement. Thus, he soon presented his intention to leave to Ning Fengji. Have you decided which Soul Master Academy to join next? Do you require my assistance? Ning Fengji had anticipated Su Mo's departure. In his view, Su Mo was bound to enroll in a Soul Master Academy, as capable Soul Masters naturally aspired to showcase their talents on the grand stage of the Soul Master competition. Participation in this competition necessitated joining an academy. He had previously held a favorable opinion of Shrek Academy, given the exceptional caliber of its students. However, he was taken aback by Su Mo's choice to leave Shrek Academy. After learning the details from Ning Rongrong, he fully endorsed Su Mo's decision, given the circumstances. There was no reason to remain. Nonetheless, he could understand Shrek's approach. If their goal was to prepare for the next Soul Master competition without a clear understanding of Su Mo's true capabilities, such a strategy was justifiable. It could only be said that Shrek Academy had failed to earn Su Mo's trust, hastily targeting him before he could reveal his secrets. This was a clear case of impatience. No, an excessive eagerness. After the Soul Master competition a year later, it would still be possible to arrange matters, even if Su Mo's soul power level had not kept pace. Their narrow-mindedness blinded them to Su Mo's remarkable potential right under their noses. Upon learning that Su Mo had sought mentorship from Yu Xiaogang but was rejected, he realized that the issue lay with Yu Xiaogang. It could only be said that incompetence breeds incompetence. He was genuinely curious to see Yu Xiaojiang's expression when Su Mo eventually matured into his true self. Uncle, do you have any recommendations? Su Mo was still uncertain about which academy to choose. If Su Mo wishes to make a mark in the upcoming Soul Master competition, joining a formidable team would be most appropriate. It is unlikely that he will be able to enroll in the Star Luo Royal Academy or the Spirit Hall Academy. The Five Element Academy and the Heaven Do Royal Academy present excellent alternatives. Should he choose the Heaven Do Royal Academy, The combination of team members, including himself and Ning Rongrong, would be nothing short of perfect. He and Yu Tianheng would specialize in offensive maneuvers, while Dugu Yin would focus on control. And the brothers Shimo and Shimo would provide defense. Yilingling and Ning Rongrong would serve as support, one enhancing states and the other providing healing. With such dual support, as long as the brothers Shimo maintained their protection, Su Mo and Yu Tianheng would wreak havoc upon their foes. In the event of facing formidable adversaries, he and Ning Rongrong could resort to their martial soul fusion technique. However, having just been rejected by the Heaven Do Royal Academy, neither Su Mo nor Ning Rongrong would consider it a viable option. As for the Five-Element Academy, the Water Academy does not accept male students. And the members of the other 4 elemental academies possess uniform elemental attributes, either fire or wind, making Su Mo and Ning Rongrong feel out of place. They may even be unwelcome due to differing philosophies regarding team formation. P.S. This is the second update. A humble request for monthly votes. Chapter 90. The handprint on Qianren Xue and Avalanche's faces if you wish to achieve something in the Soul Master competition over a year from now. Only the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Five-Element Academy are most suitable. However, each of the 5-element academies adheres to its own teaching philosophy and team-building concepts, making acceptance of you and Rongrong quite challenging. While I could assist you in gaining entry into one of these academies, your presence would likely disrupt their existing team dynamics. The Heaven Do Royal Academy would have been the ideal choice for you, yet having just been expelled, it seems unnecessary to pursue it eagerly. Perhaps the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could provide financial support. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Fengji began to analyze the situation for him, ultimately concluding that none of the options were suitable. He contemplated simply funding a qualified academy for the two of them. Master, Prince Xueqinghe has arrived. Before Ning Fengji could finish his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by a disciple. Oh, Xueqinghe is here? Allow him to enter. Upon hearing of Xueqinghe's arrival, Ning Fengji was eager to welcome him and instructed his disciple to bring him in. Suemo, let me introduce you to someone. This is my disciple and the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xueqinghe. As for the academy matters, we shall discuss them later. Ning Fengji then turned to Suemo with a smile. Ah, it is my senior brother. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. At this moment, Ning Rongrong beside him also smiled gently. It was evident that she was acquainted with Xueqinghe. However, this was entirely reasonable, as Xueqinghe was a disciple of Ning Fengji, and Ning Rongrong had no reason not to recognize him. Listening to my uncle, I too wish to make the acquaintance of Prince Xueqinghe. Suemo smiled gently, feeling no objection. However, she did not anticipate that Xueqinghe, or rather, Qianren Xue, would arrive at such an opportune moment. Could it be that little snow is coming? Suddenly, the figure of Bibi Dong appeared beside Suemo, accompanied by an excited and delighted voice, and then Bibi Dong swiftly departed. Through the perspective of Bibi Dong, Suemo swiftly discerned that the disciple he had just observed was approaching with 2 others. One of these figures was, of course, the Prince of Xueqinghe.